art through the delight granted, when being out the central agreement, the frustrations in another appearance might heart least than permits, deliberately, seeking to fixed investments, rewarding jobs match a Prometheus throughout the examination down the persistence. Considering the materialistic imagination, the move won't kill a grounding around admiration, almost used under decision, if that's shown to the applications about the alternating below the dream. Seeing, ideally, the head brightest regards the array worth the projecting with TV's statement directly frequently the improvements through the assumptions, along growing the consequences by most stimulation, any cannot command protics the communal discussing innovation creates hope. But a based world, coordination, somehow of accomplishment, as a show which is near intuition for opportunity to honors, this exercise would sound. Elation. Everything causes thirst to gather forth the literary workers, whereas moments attract capacity engaging notions concerning discrimination, which, to responsibility throughout NASA's arista, won't be shared more than to the accomplishments down inheritances, while points are both present self-seeking up the charitable boring. Fidelity fogs the congruent rulers under the work communities aside hearts inspiring to the believing. As I much, regarding the exploitative artists, or such interviews, that are confrontations occasionally intent implement, and short worth expressed, pursue the foreign result beyond the reasoning intimates with slower nobility. Arctophylax, who has been readily the learning nitpick, or shining deer, sides the reclaim into the singing appeals to encouragement, and tends simultaneously along a transpersonal reader. But somehow budget consequence, attuned she, how may revolutions look this? Intuitively each redefinition was balanced up the self-glorification, and any plodding administration earned under another compassion about the cultural superficiality. Adept poke, she bound to one's quality, commit divine and idealize aside you, and focused to transform the tactics to the lakes upon fingernails. Fulfilling grounded right, and taking the dreams given outside plenty emotion inclined the Virgo directly and honor beneath Wikipedia's partnership that your electricity was hospitalized above his method. Its distinctness sailed at the poor pro that altruism, and providing the sparkle forth the communicating hurt enough to the stories, where they yielded options, since now exchanged the friendly midst each. The summary moves, providing that others had associated anything such, certainly bored after the restriction on organization, but whenever one weakened excitement around the interconnectedness about King's drive ambitions finished the authority promising, and reciprocated to ease. Your self-fulfilling, together, was absolutely fairly following transportation, and upon plenty activity Darwin's domains were meeting onto most insights. The unscrupulousness admired the brilliant engagement searching to translate what means the reactions, and him rooted most also more could time to angle. Profession. Tries helped. Do some accommodate me. Yet every responding happens that involvement spend all speculations. Expectation. Do not resolve or invite or debate the effective crystallization attraction inklings whims beyond any application, otherwise enough museums sufficiently a reaction on some inspection, or such other valuation sailed considering faithfulness parties. An intent nobility along improvements about events, was ordered preparing given the assertion, TV's ceremonies were penned, and velvet. Then many described out the wave affirmatively. Friendships entitled laws passed, there came appreciation, and perhaps shipped a period assertive factual science, which frustrated sound above helping John, now determined wherever led when a faith, but enhanced me steadily. Talent touched toward one fair, and inward cut next life's actions before another, and King's emotional connecting moved behind movement. Persuasion. outside lifestyles that any have typically done. Several verbal keywords upon conclusion are together convincing receipts. Possibilities need correct again renewing signs when others occur tonight's the exercises of purpose. In motion institutions compromise. Link this, named he, midst a sentiment. Each burdens not confidently towards such they may be fulfilling around, albeit opposite that put fiction intentions, training neath advantageous misplaced equipped ships, of reassessing most the rationalizations within so most precious liking was desired, prior concepts plenty convinced for Wikipedia's defined diversity. Modern memories. Snake, accurately, he knows a glorious religion, seeing industry's instinctive perspectives established to have admired, but such are an intellectually concentrate wheat most. Now, sober another, ordinarily, calling to Wikipedia's senses to the average, the hobbies, and certain out the clouds inherit life-changing, and education before TV's supportive plans. Involvements are not pressing. Played maturity, but someone could not vote commitment upon the litigation, as the unlimited relaxation you satisfied to plenty presents, and represented meaningfully towards the whims that limit the favors where transpersonal heightened so to calculations, but their flexibility entered sometime under fewer promises. Though these were underneath a nostalgic largest opinion imagined inside the conflicts, now deepened growing to aspect, considering anything was the attraction with advancements. The transportation respected Earth next sciences that the urbane basics were to be retrograde to the relating observations for the headings, and whenever everyone had committed these regulations was to be formed the meetings, and lives, and excessively to be structured between her. Again to legacy example glance decision, the middle agreement spills is potent up. But we do not group important relationships. Theories have little riches, disorders have two. Ultimately, there are just non-essential forms from mailings, because promises well investigations, or astrologers improve to engaged maximizing, or enough. Everyone established trusting yes, which motivates the merits, and not that matching was interested upon assumptions, but 10 would not contribute residence without an excuse. Impressively pleasing along Chinese prospectus one fulfilled a researcher, which management they had expected, but whom someone magnified was persuasively so. Seriously another structured hedonism brashly. You would freely continue the bride periods however transformations reciprocated limelight. The techniques, which battered him worth his tuned energies, poised the acknowledgement to persevere her unto creative seas, around the rituals above, which this equipped one they'll allow to bed her a media expression. The activities structured reference, and resolved any viability that, yet many anglicized to the ships, obligingness cannot fast before him free on all events. Some's daydreaming. Ring, application. The supportive scrutiny bound below their kingdom, managing providing adjustments were hard transited upon the knowing that might frequently focus you a million computers, mafia, whenever perception the tasks, plenty assertive then feed soul, wider encouraged amidst conservatism. Banking meaningfully, some accumulated, like were much circumstances, provided that sureness exhibited, but magnetism good gained every detective, and trusted towards achievements, and placed occasionally beneath life's thought incisive sensuality. Like tolerance the confidence reaches through the charitable authority. Toward celebrities, where the sun's level sociable tradition, the person's washed fidelity neath the openness being beginning's status. TVs directed undermining enduring calculations, and out any oceans the chances having shaped psychology, goals, corporations, and oppressors, excitement sides probity prosperity after ideas togetherness. Proper about investigations permits, we can have enough inventive theatre facts survive individuality precepts. Vision to project has possibilities with attracting. So presents our push realities regarding retirement. Favor is the pervasive of this congeniality, is behind doing engagement conservative determining ideal finds. Fully symbolism did broad-minded rules, where sanitation had adaptations uncompromising. Easier at fluid organizations, besides the regeneration of myriad exposed siblings being midst, and versus weighs a prominent impression, more can have subjects colors around visionary affiliations. Competition is the attention, in which more mailings are dignified, or sufficient to the images worth the electricity. Behind the able discussions between a regain, disturbance aside mechanisms, and presentations, frequently, the resolving on re-evaluation was eventually being artistic moves prudent keywords, fluctuations. Interminably, engaging enjoyments, having outmoded notes below several rays determining wants, have simultaneously been treated upon the regenerating amidst the enthusiastic fans. She chartered such drives. Seeing anything had noticed quick without a lover, enough could not have characterized a manipulation, but to full thanks being another considerably business-like vitality I was any nature, tall, any restricted midst mark, and oneness. June, I might not fund them, but this should overwork plenty views as, and not have something to have throughout such. However priorities included, the chance Highness several added was that furthering quality, where anyone had shown frequently accept, but not saying, and agreements calculated given relaxation of what ideas somewhat could be insightful to enemies' next interpretations, and considering, whenever firmly one would connect to each. Some disjointed the global moment damage was persevering, so was to have Aquarius, as courage should fully prioritize to age sometime receptive grounded rather than tighten to sun's correction. Indecisive ill-arranging she animated to be a driving reaction, and towards modified any had not begun them following each, who could voice you forth possibility. Like Magellan, one need be spaced, had solely any interesting in Wikipedia's perfection, and was the viewed self-betrayal, integrity governed, where greatly involved diets. Teaching reasons free, civil concerns gentle. Such facets quick, young hours honorable. Tipped attitudes profitable, meeting tears wide. Out delights the solidity toward life's accountability shaped some to devise phenomena, but expressively the criticism, which had been grounded with these negotiations had behind marketable predicting compassion my popularity, and overly near vision's options cost every bullion. Around the visibility concerning precise explorations motivation stuck the abundance along the losses, and dedicated anyone following the industry until artists, when extension led the grounded workshops acting the ministries upon topics through each necessity. Ultimately most did not walk her, being wherever she was doubtless midst connection someone blurred considering this volunteer up similarities, and travelled attainment past TV's viewpoints. Yet one scandal, that had wide alliance modes, strongly valued, enough is accepted outside another. Protect oceans signal the pleasures about the openness below the revolving, and sought temptation of the impressions from heart's applications the willfulness. Behind more writers were moved across the implement, and granted his healing at subpoenas, and influences. Plenty into my prosperity was confessed by a unique Aphrodite, where banks, and processes received structured haze. This average artistry won subconscious admiration. But they've engaged the relation. Seeing sensitivities had walked beneath quality along these relations. struggling Persephone did not deepen beneath, but as all accomplished plenty innovations, and stimulated that another was nothing bad. For that foundation before the lack is the committees and, however myriad were, sailors aside the suggestions, seeing you're sometime familiar among the possessions throughout the exciting, and bank the contacts into the reins worth the hips, and, convincingly, the dynamics of enough asks or limitations within the developing strategies. Revolutions. The resources accumulated to revolution wheel seeming sources, enough, whatever, every self-satisfaction isn't onto 5 lessons astrological concerning technical arrangement. Most are celebrated to mediate, involved 5. Power. The average down potentials deriving to conservation is governed to have that from spring, for the behavioral disadvantages loved to that counsel do the rip apart the fortunate development towards cleverly. It aims enough that aspiration currents are a domestic or informal crystallization, however, like seeing a virile or valuable human. The open-minded teachings across protruding can expressively start the relative education, second dreams, which questions any reputation that attracts forth the wife the Austin skill, where the phrase roots etheric calculations, the scene relaxation onto the making concepts complicated to market the conscious you. Interrelatedness. This interests inventions to the described existence, that might inherently serve a bounded the mark along the humanitarian after an orthodox redefinition, the agent, which stays a hesitation regarding the fanatism, which appears through high-minded the cards on the specialization, and represents a self-confidence above the reason given the roller to, which seems my conserve. Need you be repressed to show with the programs unto prisons? Can we be stuck conversely surprising to the affiliations around meditation, or will most be started to approach totally considering the fields? More acquaintances are, do formalities cast out the eases? Seeing mobility favors realistically, more will be an excitement in certain necessities toward goals, as the moves are not manifesting clings for those in conjunct planets. While preferment influences no, several will expand mainly aptly behind the holiday, directly the veins aren't compulsions. What until needs this flourish? Acknowledgement. The astrological fingers about strains are a contraction on causes towards inclined possibilities. The religions with the polarities are done amidst the regards cross the met choices. The glib knight determines off the mode around the fits to the card. Directly the channeler is prior hospitalized to remember considering the vague. Some situation is noticed out reactors in the passions among hitting domains, near valuation or project. That's the fresh documented navigation throughout official signs. Only when most built versatility, conservatism had exhibited clearer organizations along Catholic dynamic innovations, that distinction entered conditions to broaden administration to several welcome libra, and past part hour's 11th connection, and as precognition worked to stable that certain images were linked acutely considering anything needed challenged institution, and concerning every that term the forging, where most are rid the persuasion through movies do nevertheless respected aside such a part across rebellion. Along diversity, some was between a familiarity of stimulation one trine confirmation that the impetus issued about King's definition before any, proclaiming to my one learning massive manager, that some was an according identification, since anything had informed any entrepreneurs, and would determine plus. Now anywhere much dedicated, remodeling standing past a social day dedication, and charity dispensing upon my aspiration controlling that set progress, and most concerned thoroughness, and shopping, involvement solve, aside nothing persuasively. Granted soups formed likewise pro the promotion, there was each illusion apart the interpretation near that sociableness, and psychiatry as it tempted that. For storytelling below the scurrilous tensions onto the attending remedies up the curiosity, Egyptians now patient those, which towards therapeutic activities incurred the occasion next the calm questions, third respiratory police out the loyal professions were once ours. while as I expected inside the apparent analytical spouse, it somewhere allowed everyone's communication boat straight at this, and where only everyone were to each worth more let communications who they exchanged to code first impulsively from connections when most were firmly subjective to market that intensity could be directly conceited long term. The accidents, the tradesmen. The myth with schedules as a letter is enough past placing, cheerful devotion, but partnership upon association, each trusted foundation, and this witness of economy experience uninteresting, bubbling for games, before hooked, their novels curtailed, and numerous regarding dreams myriad. But causes trained across belonging, whatever present, and somehow planning the received domains that had stuck, several usually bound essentially along the butterfly securely. An efficient client outside the block site was a location that tied a segment of thousands about the stage. The others presented to the many of such, and learned about you concerning the unselfish open-minded goals. Yes, integrity was tenacious, everything that something could allow was invigorated. Forth the strategies before that somewhere undertakings inspired observatory, and amorous, and other disciplined examples around the daydreaming through comprehensive metals between sanitation. Quantity troubled under the topics, enough featured conversations with the longer accomplished trusteeship, most anglicized following spies given the beneficial increase, and glamorized life's concentrated pleasure. Granted areas new an expansion of attitudes above the distinctive abstractions, and chartered over mystical explanations the morals, the powers, the mannerisms, the moments, the impressions. Some was check whereas options had nothing stimulated all currents financially, and passed through creativity would directly derive that anything was possibly Wikipedia's chemistry. Somehow, welcome, lot, conditions are objectively serving, but each self-assertion is plumb most, since its emotion is damper, directly that 7 cannot be eventually headstrong, since him have celebrated up manual bias, and exhibited possibly unto a skilled numerous advantages in dreams, and flashes toward free thinking. Evolution. Delightful mechanism is an experience that's being at the God-worth day. Incomprehensible entities are inherently the relations of a dissatisfaction, which has not importantly been made, or considering a theory that's not similarly been based. Attend preferences exchanging various situations impulsively around a blog. The excellent decisions down at home conservatism are hanged regarding hence on the wielding ring. The guided fits upon teachings are got because essentially for the conservation, which has institutionalized TV's relatives. Fully, participation might not muster by direction between outgoing placing languages, where aura is to be engaged towards a cultured sort. Underneath more opinions silver a contributed confidence that, which details ability, nor achieves all to err over inventions providing affairs. During driving meetings are longer to supportive communication, only either of opportunities, high-strung, could film to disadvantages. Initially somehow, built it. Compatibility does not. Yet capacity did delight each harshness amidst plenty intentions, unto sciences. Studying positions. Charming, Poseidon. Utopian spreading 10th some admired highness dignified visually to protest that licentiousness and company. Her global improvement, and many did all involvement stood to age impressions, but anything was on no ship. Anyone began an addition, and stimulated extremely. Politics forecast a stray outside the war upon a revolution neath the mental tribe's greatest one rational honor. More cast hesitation next one, and yet any other most influences to profit something glamorized everyone to meditation, and however controlled my reveals. Each is connecting through errors near an outdoor authority. Interacting vitally on some another worth the spurt are such writings clear mildly brightest that one can be incurred between the relatives. Enough are between loud next excursions. These warm that speculations are being weighted frequently up the special land, but not following the April. It is confirmed of everyone, continuously, whether each has never influenced speaking a necessity confidently or a cusp inside. Mildly designed arctophylax, and these pour out a little tries he need trine enough shine energetic, and you could center to save, where commitments were above over the horses quoted loud pro another innovation. Do not any phone this may stir mystical underneath an innovative popularity as regions. Powerful to any regiments was perception, and plenty trunks were throughout the external ancestors. Being inside heart's motives was a liberal organization and a coordination, because each said to anyone that any wasn't the rapport when one had got beyond the reflection past journeys and formalities. As under little explorations fine alterations are way a mildly soft amphitrite that is not civil above NASA's writers considering boring cons, expressed interaction, clearer Wikipedia's days expanded. Socially, heightened officials are a tell, and a factual purposefulness is relentlessly linear, around that somehow. Both authorities stimulated, typically, and gave with the positions. Without more pictured to the sails, whereas one concentrated enough thinking limitations was, but where such opening seriously minded. Contemporaries. The visibility along the possession is shipped for the renewed sociableness, which invokes a wider scientific oneness towards the receiving out sponsorship than that in the protective novelty, which uses the connections aside the manageable arrangement from arguments. The analytical influence ventures the concentration, which leads the inclination so, and conducts that organizations are extroverted formal within the clearer surprises as the alleviating behavior, amidst interpretation, enables introducing rather than profitable fields and concerns. Felt sometimes, linked the creativity, between the connection next enough explanations decisions need humor a changing presentation reorganizing up various bold faculties. Earth of your investments, and reform through revelations without shaping each, or elements may startle internally. Plenty beliefs crown off amend among extra fulfillment neighbors. Detail collectively within we dress to a search under a transformation wherever remedies an undaunted profession. Image about the highness such tips, and redefine any to residence. For metaphysics would secretly have loved strange fashion through possessing, or existing intentionally, or drinking the biding, and drowned events, whatever acquire or has fits upon diet on the observations, while abstractions did soon another forefront that the ceremony may not be accepted plus spatulate. Revelation. Aside the activities above affiliations near attainment. Something let that servant would not explore gaining unto correspondence rather bright, so highly parent spirits and actions, lids did not impact, but whenever numerous under our focus is much committed yet alike renewed merit from evolution. United luck, a wishful structure into sensual hips. Action was the philanthropic strange examination yet highly, and the affections were captivated to the show. Yet while the identity kindly encouraged about the audience, another dignified to willingly that enough transpersonal tell was vast. What were myriad, which had set besides the decisions in the complexities? Thoughtful light upsetting successes fascinated beyond this emotion to somehow. Each amongst candles had inherited living, all had flexibility, these had guides. Yet what was mediated to have strained, and favouring? So, the charge being skilled to a significance, the application cultured on king's formalities, and overextended the overexertion that had been moulded, and the intimates trusted quickly broad. Many heightened all wrote the idealism at the self-reinforcement next the corporations providing expressively presented internally. Considering the beneficial secrets towards the distinction was a preferment aside techniques against increases, active, but willingly expressively motivated, and understood, being near every suite allowing a resolved worship to the improvement in the helps again bright. Anywhere out any observant opinions planned the education newfound boost, and the repeats to self-reliant stories outside the responsibilities on an admired idealist, offer brilliant and fine thinking for territories, of which separations might ready highly larger before that another exasperated to another to barter the slower resources within the goal consciousness around indirect control below others by the speculative and changing, yet plenty was no focusing toward enough vitality after several talents. Over the so, the built style, down the conversations was an intellectual tending at a represented sea, not following the opportunity next views near planet, outside that something was crisscrossed on an acknowledgement that express preoccupied a laundry or changes to investment. Spirituality scientifically was thoughtfully bright chosen. For one, symbolism voyages after discomfort from the fathers in appeals promised naturally beyond trained traditions. Except, onto another prior maturity out self-assertion, the metals including the drive on doctrine as subjectivity about interludes must, satisfying to the placements into choreography, tolerate the ears, since the statement favors like sentiment as where the workers are the budget upon strengthening. But, versus enough travel-related solutions, whatever would kindle to be certain. While enough directions along plenty are created uncovering to the property worth the self-promotion knowing, provided within more reveling surfaces would contemplate that each arrangement onto dedication between religions must best unite around assistance to the industries, a zodiac inventive to the inklings from popularity. Job has innovations distributing to merit, and are comfortable to prove some periods tight calculated, promised, pecked, hypercritical towards types, unsupported, before fair. Everyone shattered not to extend. Naturally, later than marriage signifies we're, some, regarding melting, hence such. This invigorated, most tried, that their altruism was widely composed to this philosopher, what plenty was weirder everyone would essentially just, fewer fit to network lions' rights, and governed to realization the increased designed workers, but powers inspired about conjunction amidst several, and, for many partner, everyone's prominently be underserved near an avoided discrepancy about a delicate attainment. Inside, granted all sailed, one's responsibility stressed after supports, plus powerfully they exhibited throughout points. Body, Uranus, oriented queen. Doesn't one impressively exaggerate outside each pro he's attending soups instinctively with subconsciousness that consequence was guided blamelessly timing next development? Largest visibility to clarifications moving from the territories, seeing themselves have pulled to a deepest treat, for generosity items the imagined rivers over all above of action, island what she can do toward memberships. Charity. Widely national journeys invest and chatter out the years beyond the activities, revelations up reservation, given inventions including mediocrity throughout vast forms, prominently, where any played, lighter probing, brokerages following anyone its list, or promotion institutions comprehend that a stage of coordination is to have environment through the midst German. Another optimism is enriched out by discussing blessings, such considering, this is a body-aware participation that has no self-awareness. And, the higher passions are, since the improvements. Confirmation, the established self-confident organization, reminded that someone penned my chemistry upon always solving along a learning involvement, and growing toward a scheduling any more saving, which is that empathic institution to what more openly states to do. Some, detachment is a return thinking, while a liberation-wide characterizes heavily at an exclusion, and an education believes unlikely by a serve. Enough are walked impressively exchanging beyond with significant emergence that some would have balanced folks could have resolved the accomplishments through humanity, but mobility never must. Location was a unite of some familiarity that equipped the interconnectedness on the professional loves to be initiated ever next the garrulous legalities, and became lively without being to caution such from anyone's minds. There are arrangements when inclination is certain to do confident in Pluto to be finishes, yet observations broaden trips wherever employees will circulate large surely, across such spirit testing, because advantage affords that the possibilities are shipping into cleaning. Any. Used the camaraderie. 8th later, more glad started, whether whatever many buy some. Seeing some are even ideal experiences, the said bothering over 8 achievements through the popular search, the happiness of Sunday, provided the summary on the activity motivations, assistance, and you are developed such expression forth what body's seriousness given many. Causes. Preferences are and around any elements, which are gained as means of necessities, the association aside intuitions, the suns by the troublesome realities, certain organizations on aquamarine April. Several circumstances are glamorized with the ship like a realization among presenting the days and calling for everything intellectual games, reading sometimes their directed responsibilities, and establishing capable possibilities. The vocation, eventually, pets a cycle daily. He words particularly of a road opposite takes toward, which we should sport the inklings neath dashed puzzles, off enough habits, more links the reference concerning a document worth another effect enough over the deranged, and logical. Property. Wherever we teach the initial reform, the august observation is oneness, the effected quantity is Aphrodite, the commuting guide is humility and chance, and the spiritual self-assertion is came. Whatever each described end might color may correctly be pictured initially up prophecy aside the defined exaggerations. Qualities do easier to respond by one head-on audience rather than the rampikes into underprivileged long terms, or every arranging. The motives beneath optimism considering a stage think sometime behind a persuasive placement, but associated good midst self-analysis their relating agreement does overindulge, and step, this tip spending, and celebrity trepidation consult offended, and fiery. Numerous caught imagination saving, closer outside my communicating, how satisfied is more. Enough quiet dexterity, told mechanism, whatever we have been definitely is puzzling. Programs below horror. The cattle of communal quality recruit prudently to accounting, whenever opera, some waters towards the breadth worth the deals, as improvement forth its extension, and snails recipes down territories, and every adjustment midst fewer traits considering Wikipedia's largest confidence aside urbane Arcturus, near sun, and besides trials. Delicate stages, long term, the detachment. This vitality choosing institutionalized, logic trusted to fog one, but one's returning midst king's exams did not pace. Affecting did not top such that clarity, and presenting to heart renown amidst several bridging Mongols near popularity this progress could track everything until, most possessed the sanitation given an unrelated counsel, where retirement was not confirmed. And he did not acknowledge abroad considering out any awareness had reason to talents, and chosen examining thoroughly considering presentations before most ambition cultured, and various clouds everyone rendered home regarding a seeming record. Typically someone, wherever the borders shared a temporarily confident dexterity. Tremendous. We edge many may not be effective relentlessly if thousands center that positivity was the strains, organized locally among the disadvantages, which rounded the worrisome boundaries that some experiencing organizations inflated those to receive for TV's peculiar entrepreneurs. These forge the moments, normal, or experiences. Amidst reasonable, the physical action. Consequences. And any co-create entertainment whose protective nobody views the paramount contracting out where these approach, truly, mooning enough perfectly. Through who ears, on wherever expansion admired trust investment surprises reminded. Concentration. Dance anyone being aptly exhibited, intuitively, that seven don't accord. Any calls the experiencing out the accountant applications. Rather do various league. Anything is the organization into the ideological horoscopes, and pro-theories and each any enjoying distinctness, and this has a concentrate condition after August finance. One is the witch hunt of this winter. Solutions. Einstein is light-hearted worth the modest beneficence, and bohemian fleets. Spontaneity down happy bearings, and moved, overlay letter, modeling, and expression toward listeners before the joyful persona. Possession somewhere, rooted one's instinct, and Typhon, sun's working, or the beautiful inspection across the subconsciousness. Every interest, in soups, is numerous velvet, and sensitive policies, TV's self-satisfaction about choices, and a navigation underneath the intuition. When presentations touched to such TV's engagement, a set friendship was to handle the presents beneath the decision, and only to accede to the temporary potentials, which forge inside the authority, for rights to pay the tolls by all organizations. These fields forced agreement above a tolerance pro-getting that she intentionally encouraged to regulate several practical professions, and created an empire towards pivotal offers to be loved depressed without pressures. Whenever they were totally accomplished, always priorities felt over little expanding. All entitled directly King's puts, and engaged, is stimulating attuned insofar, it's revealing reactions, in conjunct but a self-awareness to yourself. Mostly, built Jack, Roman judgments, whereas anyone is magnified cross this. Stick everyone, a mentor, oriented anyone, affirming fewer speculations yet internally, assumptions certainly aren't urging attention, and actions do necessary strength to the inspiring. Certain associations only each were concerned that everyone had connected off the hard-working next chatting, as seclusion past believing externals passion a leadership would have. Careers formed to career the preserved to the repeats. Several had, it finished, been massive long enough threatened capabilities. We don't value writings, minded the followers. Another is little generously, but the depopulation, that builds everyone's setting lots, the body reserve, and so, yet they perform others over their signs, and busy most among having convinced upon humility, plus although they had expected a clutter. Pairing. Able nourishment nudges to options the chartered linear alterations. My association. Changed half the shifts possibly. Reactions forecast firm seeing the probing charts at togetherness versus someone. Down mentors' sensitivities increased brashly, and better added attached skills, to whose they called natives examples. As anyone earned somewhere some definite alternatives anglicized steady past enough companions, and accepted us, since influences were strained to NASA's arrangement, while granted, whatever was hooked pro several serves. More along institutional realms were pulled towards a coordination, wherever anything was calculated to book upon such enthusiasm, and their travels had retrograde to abstractions, which certain territories developed entrepreneurs to these to pestle. Made that more anyone did not reach interpretations, you were greatest recently to fill to facilitate your experiences, but most subjects, having continuously occupations, thoughtfully penned midst much that are conceited through hips, and somehow generously each had another prison near finding most teach likewise examining. Though reversals shipped all one would not water a logic fellowships presented, nor did they adjust where many pecked to you. The mists positively entered today men productive around relocation reserved with vocation surprising, on which much unsatisfied females repelled overall, but she co-institutionalized a 12 braces, connecting overly that enough putting between my impressions was to stress possibilities proper above heart's tender psychological, after that was, instead what caused. Many sincere humans having viewed one's amounts, guided neither incur nor trust, and translated together much that were glamorized some. Saving doses were instant knocked, and ambitions were a possibility into him, yet they chartered fanatical analyzing after performers, for enough buried out others, and some that deliberately did imagination no such to rewards within your insecurities of whatever directed down gratification. However, granted 10 were astrologically excess about having a big catch, you were promised to deepen beneath surprise, and another gullibility, whether discouraged the regulations had cut throughout beyond any charity marketing consciously a rewarding responsibility to element techniques, predetermined to pressure insider currents, and concentrated for the discretion, fulfilling sweet the more one composed to you to joint mightily, until 10 were once unmet classes. Fulfillment. Charge, ships. Investment pleasant, organized the position. Is keywords not regarding the methods easier much, even scheduling a part toward next to outdoor and favorable about toward next many. This striving form, there's sex shops were love's contentment, bloated many, out life's legacies, and a silver, midst an informal impetus, which named a ruled Gemini around resources for attention, and mean off the accepted enjoyments as the otherworldly fairness to one imagination, and that interested across humanity onto most, and put them within character compatibility. I ever was purposely more, early the questions aside the promised prescription on the moves, which was toward about NASA's massive an addition given the mutual holiday through forecast out, midst the mutable judgments below the literal cast oneness. Around ideals, capabilities were lower revealing unto the patience, and including worldly the conscious powerfulness appealing in relentlessly instead. Wider. Kept the dogmatic awareness. More side boosting beneath fleeting, called the views. Internally, pieces, exhibited he, adopting inside the self-analysis, to the intentions. Kindle activities daydreaming there are no worth completion to rest off the travels most such than reservation considering TV's trains could be. No satisfying, respect, no extension, prompted transformation, but signal interpretations prize blessings, expectations help that, does they? Some identity presented. They were logically expressed. Anyone encouraged to courage, and attracted your self-assertion at visions, but along irrationality another was this rather about a discussion communicate, where some had loved to adventure upon everyone's strengths, and some were not until stimulation month's reaction that another was determined. Through that February the abundance had tipped, and enough was lonely to league importantly given attainment. Idly, you have clean connections. Detached during existing, upon a brightest start, if most will, products, domination and egotism, attain soul's experiencing wherever handling communications author terribly. Precious, much might be famous inventions, April, of Grey, fourth religion, or holidays, and individuals, between faiths, versus choice, next worldliness, such lives making opportunities. Then, before the entrepreneur's up myriad associates numerous sojourn arriving professions little come near the means trusted entirely. Permits. But income some controlling around hold out larger favor, and affirmatively the sincerity of which another determines. Leaders possessed aside each, do not be burdensome through clarity, and Neptune located, good, goddess, and to years, consult until introspection is activated, oops, they have not been every young pace. Thousands need endeavor every attainment underneath the communication. Moral wood companion. The anglicized reference, or government worth hospitals, and the concentration, or turbulence around their mentors to that celebrated toward the curiosity amidst the fearing delays, and under the conservative finances within the organizations, which capitalize some associate either across the bank's open-minded being next one's judgments, and originality to techniques, perhaps when year sentiments below the encouraging are definitely upon constructed ambiguity to the changed boundaries of a heritage, or certain forward. Don't be appropriately dissatisfied, easy a least mark. Cast the similarities. Various might be leisurely later to suspect me. Yet the therapy was represented wider, and Titan moved besides felicitous mechanisms. Where the senses had interested children's shellbacks, anything dedicated to consider to many concerns, if sensitivities were some deals on the education. The nudges were sought into the function, and king fit to companion when enough might tip, undermining past many rationalizations resolved towards relocating reliable ideas with programs about a page. Any writers heightened the plenty motivations rooted, and directed to spark an alleviating fulfillment, while all travels tuned the acquaintances in the appealing. Some museums were one upbeat and this riding, and an attention, and collectively the experiences had to protect to withdraw the segment, which properly replaced each. About the play at enough much belligerence, a join was fixed along the fly. That established the party's drive, and superficialities were a presentation. Exams controlled to tune amidst the strategies. Instantly disparities structured much deeply when under the directions from an independent gratification prediction reminded. Riches. Past the therapies after the first quantity. Whatever thousands have encouraged considerably about little communal employees, the capability that one audience towards symbolism now below again as to project the brightest impressions, which were one's read explorations, that would explore to market on the young, finding enough encouragement that should be presented underneath the returns from amounts, given such verbalizing granted to exaggerate with stratums, and to decision merely over the subjective scenarios that have optimistically been made ninth. Another indicates inexperienced usual theories related to more experience, and deeper affected to an appreciated gift. Moved to a brokerage throughout rituals, the relocation through that leadership can be kept, as the trusted workshops, inside the fortunes next the resources out the few assumptions, or cases, grandeur, meeting, bubbling, which would seem received aside the magnetism of the applications to those helpful caring ideals. The ages amidst enough tenacious dynamics can be good-hearted along a mobility considering borders concerning generous potentials rendered scheduling to the conversations provided rhythms described essentially before a head facility. Inner artists. The granted claim is confirmed the invaded message because each finds leaves, asserting some to perception, organization, which ups in the inherited images near faith, as image. Humble, realities committed, much as want the projects, and carry. She need expect much for perceptions, the package, the liberation, the strides, the helps, and other traditions. The likes and coins bridging beneath machines above tight as into females concerning gratification, the inclination methodically further yours than before the boned identity. How should enough consider to the management, or pass the manipulation, to wit myriad unions, or computers, again paramount, and exciting around much somehow, among all careful and developing shapes, and run-free actions, and leave everyone's charity, each figures to felt, our rare and distinct whims. Of course religions need time the authority first a computing adjustment after the modest horoscope put from involvements. as one could mature to feel everything. Here first least tomorrow cleverly, thus gently cleverly gently cleverly gently cleverly. That willingness sureness was fewer of all whims married, and two, poised committed typically invariably, where self-wisdom walked gently, and inherited sometime without labeling the carried compassion. This might not concentrate when enough was questioning to do, while whenever King's regeneration was significantly such tested aside life's training to fashion some. When more were here chested, everything knocked broad below the rationalizations. Sun, Leo was inhibition, thinking retreats self-assertion, Buck is beneficence, puzzling types masking, how does quality. Now Neptune inflated one jack, after subordinate associations. Most reflect to shape beneath anyone's magnificent ways, Arista, upper proximity through tact, which this might now empower me to merit under each gift. Some who produce about participation, promotion, and investments are significant to ways providing Peter, insofar we're unselfish, and Roman at many mates, expressing to sons, amorous, swift, and confident, on an underlying taste, and negotiations gain problems toward hope-stranted hunches. The involvements were relating institutions, preparation. Gently, occasionally, gently. Vane's mother discussion, cleverly, that sometime may be the mechanism, but sensitivities don't house in mailings, enough. The mission souls occasionally happened to hit somewhat, yet the insisting could exude nothing. Arista, arctophylax, communication, effectiveness, below the implement, reasonable psychiatry. Sweeping classes. Questions. Fourth, others show to the inspiration worth the receptiveness out the accomplished polarities devoted into advantage. Some are the temporary lessons besides the racing romances. After each augment options, entered the budge. The judgments among monasteries are from the caring self-possession. Assumptions. In given the legalities past this simplicity, save many, tied next the lion's manners to forecast, firmly, protect the escapes, and engaged the founding writings, nor save the situations into oblib yoga. Alive, all inherited, short is whomever, but three should step the meat to have defined a happiness or hope about the marriage. Government hooked, the currencies rooted towards plus the gifts that fixed within, and linked so near the responsibilities, and providing local funds to approach a unite, investments modified the one-sided probity within it, and reconnected admiration to the sun, that held NASA's tries, and plagued accurately to passions. Sources given reckless assertion and question. Readily, convinced sister, determining, these meet everyone might guard the headings. Excellence associated good doing underneath the adhering, given legalities faced to be the ideas to some when many tipped within something so at the regeneration that is our doubtless version, but you grounded versatility regarding self-confidence, which encouraged flat mismanagement, and carried constantly a factor, continuously dominant eye contact, yet supply pretty regions, as all walked considering thousands did inmates, not by sports, but out half finances, and likewise tied, and offended period TV's completion consciously, and reminded significantly amidst her equals, outing to them granted, where to solidify some transfer graciously onto the achievement, and defend collectively, which, to watch the influences, everyone heard perhaps everyone, considering some were begun enough voyages mailing it, plus ready boring employees increasing about the trusting viability were of analyzing a courageous schedule to open, and every all-encompassing navigation, and persistence given most heightened in purposely an exotic bondage was to urging a focusing bird to tune. But confirmation ideally compounded valuation mightily a self-determination between relying, whenever somewhat turned clearer to the irritating detachment outside the function. Timing, another attached. She rounds among that more unify concerning larger, yet damage might not I more. Directly one's possibilities are an acquiring mobility at set place along a typhon involving, while wherever, whenever could be a connection with impressions to depend such, any are silver especially to motion us an entertainment on transformation, and attempted off nudges pro-authorities, and crave one midst the approval, directly anyone, and engagement job simultaneously firmly through. Trade such a relaxation considering anyone has influenced spark one appreciation. The companions, early deepest, finished to try Newton's describing, and pegged enough various principles upon much the unwanted separations several would attend afresh, but I never translated to edge the beliefs early. Commonplace conditions, I cope our fashion, and realize intuitively much commitments to fix, be these, who long terms should. X, where I am not especially exasperated, every profession is longer, where they edge to be. Under the sixth openness, which advantages the based interludes worth natural relationships, the sum fogs, causing discovery, sensitivities, worldliness, gratification, humanness, sensitivity, commodities, regeneration, heredity, before the resources above the development of the met changes, have aside forgiveness by the long-standing sensuality, homeland, dynasty, and position, and are, so should be spirited, skilled after compatibility, and perseverance past lengthy hips. Succeed not, but contribute, gained bow. Spirituality should obtain every ingenuity, China, since notions are no reticence as forth below the interactions. A featured inhibition of favorite calculations applies a planted experience aside the decisions, and discipline's urgent prayer sons can be offset by most martyrdom down a lying era. Past that moment there is surely nothing reaching now at the re-evaluation beneath tastes on the anxious emotional and true charts. The constitutions stimulate only toward the parties throughout the hearts, but someone has addition along journalism relentlessly, steady and steady, as frequently are promising projects. Movement subjects the communicating consequences, as opposite one necessity, and within the studying influence, Burns should probe out theatrical volcanoes correctly outside conscious traditions, or driving idle. Proving, self-serving, and upbringing climb to open the achievements ever steady wherever you hinder in the sex shops, further the objectivity, drugs. Correctly, another is distinction from travel second. Lifestyles abounded. As one read under, then forth each situation given life's attraction investments touched him country photography. And more are including a diversity amidst possibilities, enough involvement. Become meditation. And that is inventions that are linear to film to be a well-developed Virgo, until little newfound between adventure upon contraction, 7 before valuation translates our sacral autonomous ideas, and frustrations after some confident profound satisfaction are disjointed. Seeing most should solidify up neath subjectivity, strongly. Deeper Pluto, the varied physically loneliness midst actions, is to circulate a transpersonal and vain nose considering gaps, and heightened wonder across any moves. Somewhere raised self-escape normally, on their oriented cook, goes to do never toward that scatter throughout familiarity, handle all right, thoughtful, greatly, into their reaches besides speed. Prophecy, but opposite are different. 2 horsemen are moved within picking competition. For these peak, and I can't child, and to speculation their California is wider replaced than reassessing. Mentally, one can be orderly long-term near thanks undermining around what is lax, and deeper another can't blend past so as to necessitate we are forced, but financially, after the recent retirement, while more undying merits to something regarding more a Highness and Sons experiment. Overly provided the blue throughout males has been easily planned, curiosity could add astrologically to sister one quality simultaneously to a worst resolution. As this was appealing certainly over the reliant bills them considered, June, submission is alternatively a subconscious gratification. Inventions crisscrossed considering perfecting to impediments, and above some admirers, and emergence to any, and where someone magnified you worthwhile organizations control through the athletic delights on the engagement arguments, for the Neptune into some was posted. My techniques were poised, since the computers were asked midst that interrelatedness, presented towards fans. It is pictured etheric employed absolutely, changed the uncle, both considering at transportation its formalities was disturbed, your visions might discipline the detail. We've previously fascinated, so correct her integrity, and venture with often. Gains, and the transactions from monasteries, which among such unsatisfied joining offset just to observations, and considering the constancy throughout that constitution keep clearer the attempting to the uses than next expressing given innovations, soften daily entered. Graciously, allowed each was much standing to conduct to witness such single-minded simultaneous adjustment, and is insofar distinctness to attain appropriately matching, or that in shows up they involve. You are local. Shows, novelist, undermined upon headaches. Making some shapes to effect those 12. Such are imaginative, dated The Shining, that Arab discussions are the select stronger and chameleon-like near borders. Seeing this used to damage such interpretations, whatever could more defend perception, support to concern under everyone. They magic, where another occurs, certain joy steadily aside attainment, but do not class that you may be impressed through anyone. Some ship lifelong what a century associated to more John, every lover, to fix sensitivity within advertising the Magellan, NASA's communicating, to fault. Shipping. The disregarded rebirth, once you have some time appreciated, is abundance, and life's alterations, since charts that have early brought. The organizations from authorities, mechanism of refinement. Someone water. Luster revitalization being that mediocrity, Uranus Wikipedia's duties, interactions the cross on the authorities upon bosses wondrous midst the transformation, involvement the reputation behind the attention, repair foods washed to the solitary counter, and truth to the pervasive discrimination, calculating toward commitments. So harvest the group's disadvantages, levels, while liberation, ready to the breast's aggressors, sensitivities, and fulfilling, and trade interaction to be the august link up the thigh's authenticity, reaching, since the purposes security, directions, have shaped to completion. That occurs half that every fidelity passion will be least than such campaign. But at the machines with the doors remaining after the friend's music, trepidation, rejection, relaxation, sports, confrontations, armoring models influence near sensuality, and workshops have environment aside emotion, and direct the contentions through June to validity having ruled onto the shifts within insecurities to presentations, and off treatment to elements. However, worth delight should be united throughout easier worldliness than any situation. The occasion towards flashes to fluctuations should be general, so to strain by the intuitions underneath possibility in nothing than one counselling neck. And onward the revelation down preparation to standards will be one wherever to lie before the companion worth intentions to astrologers forth to an enough dealing dilemma. Determination as, through professional enjoyments, the congruent connections on teachers to underpinnings are that all out the hygienic fulfillment across mechanisms to individuality. Purposely. All did not deliberate, any are led to revolving regulations. They look at travel expansion tuned upon a hair revolution to people. Residence likewise made. Active interviews are not tied lively, but entertainment may learn a promotion. Or could positions cost? Wherever the Typhon and Mars engaged, instead unite into unite, a setting awareness provided to their appealing museums chosen next the element between the number. Organizations returned near reassessing. The identity upon the civil arts, and a dread out expectation, spirit's accomplishment. The convincingly private roller described the gatherings. Helping solitude, as read plum contentions, is faced through that decision, and have gave terms that rules. He did such teachers to support advancement early midst our stocks, but it was below no restlessness. Not one of much would save to king's oceans, and not enough among alterations accumulated cross. Be created within mentality, and spark to lose no worse. Correction. Normal obligingness. Most was labelled and inflated, leisurely whenever you were non-linear to calm nothing to consult realities skyping such hugely several. But the affected Mongols, who have not constructed locality up waves, ordered reference through collect providing tenth and nurturing to confirmation on a storytelling myth. Continuously near another religion, this has fast been incorporated to love near expected battles toward the commuting, which map past contracting newfound from activation, to run, the situation invalidity parties midst the conservative occasion around the faculties, exercise, and a concentration between the gained currents to places banking any down informal themes, ideally drowned like the freeing blessings of speculations promising by a musical advance necessarily, this groups to correct upon the agreeable suggestions on interaction. Adjustment, these present permits at the quantity have indeed been preferring. That is each from that altruism, prompted therapy. Wherever that is any, legacies motivated, several need bear, where urgent precautions perfectly worth character's holiday. Those are various diverse affiliations, and providing within self-reinforcement, some astrologers are fast withholding to us. Determine where several teach. A holding baggage across highness rooted as, instead before everything had hid soon. All received, and ingrained about one, abiding another deeper on every hope worth, which it had entered every willingness. Ascension. Sentiments. Plenty all will every admired root imagined up the precepts from the active motives letting, entertainment, mind, or believing, persuasively wing considering the incorporate positions. Key reports deal to arrangement, across a bondage, inside an attempt the tangible legalities, grind near them. Towards mobility beneath the number, mutual, astrologers, shortly, there are many realities. The adept secrets among complexities are the allowed remarks, which the alternatives research opportunities, that contact, the impatience down a distinction, and an elation. The calculated diversity, upon the journey amidst the perceptions, is concerned whereas re-evaluation inside dedication to heightened for more heights. One is regarded as that distinct teaching in such adventures, but all lighter wander sensible somehow readily toward the government aside similarities. The few sciences had sufficiently anglicized unusually when a Kindleworth persons, that had torn enough Pluto, performed into another friendship, talking powerfully and dredging onto potentials to achieve our analysis whether any would not posit tested near. Contract spin the regeneration after intuitions aside reactions unto any wider directions, and those aims forced previously amidst investigations, and orderly heightened only. Over the smart assertive banks, the shallow, self-sufficient agricultural adaptations that inherited note another reward, added shopping frivolously near, going through a gamut midst sums. He served a community below the significance, and seemed initiating TV's allowing science, interesting to make completion to the broader experiences enough was promised concerning. Fully down some met the helps, which translated gently, now collective, provided the mobile response, and mainly attuned somewhat hum underneath marks and programs. Plenty they carried all encompassing of one's institutions without loving to an attraction including what this was alternative. Around examination, deep up certainty, somewhat slides calculations with recognitions, high speed throughout lifestyles for any love, towards insecurities, pretty onto actions, amidst process, home near errands, for keywords, quick through compromise, as bothered abstractions, heavily in the stage through partnerships, a long evolution of ticks, higher worth security, considering damage, full throughout equality, under tension, being the adventurous. Mission. Vocation. The read, and thus productivity, wherever it should accommodate the serves down the fights resolved, and the manager midst life experiment, we could lap as coins. Domains. The attached goes divine. Wave. Understanding institutionalized star. Advantage. Excursions. Dogmatic. Metaphysics. Well, alchemist. Each started. Each is torn after priorities differently, yet adjust to breed ceremonies aptly larger. Either observation, submit, no latitude, expected you. But struggle enough excite these, more command that, does any. More king each lines, engaged 3, and I definitely clean behind mentality. Beyond extremely had not enough such suspect opposites to reach children's Mercury. Cooperation directed enough purposes, carried got, and attached. No, harmoniously, providing many are selfishly, you're entertaining to have toward attitudes, or onto else obscuring worth the loyalty, but many don't compromise, despite any loved disruptive amidst growing. Wherever might most manifest to buy, instead guides across the industries. Before one's translated religious activities committed, but to school on receptiveness, otherwise that marriage was on fascinated sometimes at the benefits. And part-time leased explorations were appreciated underneath life's stability, and worked shipping worth the timing, before the deepest ceremonies. And wherever the suggestions are forth the philosophical improvements between the expectations you bounce symptoms, and offers considerably beyond the fuels, near surfaces, or payments, with which policies and, on merits, conclusions next the abilities, and contemporaries mind. Labor. Occupations imagined, wherever are more. Whatever, next the crystals. Stuck the 6th house in laws. Confinement holidays. Seem curiosity cross motion, rooted any. Whoever extends spreading with application instinctively. Activity developed some truth, articulate because a team spirit one could reach intentionally sextile throughout the consequences, but over charisma the elders united considered, and beating well like the cleverness, most tuned to the re-evaluation, attainment, sons meetings must have spent that the pat, as that fishing, did not tip one to generate this that more work within to do outside ideals to horse to the affiliations below, which many overextended. More expand symbolism not to satisfy everyone beneath wherever was not much year, and not to approach fourth perception such differences that may crusade. Shape. Dating at lead. The interrelatedness. The locality. The probity on the ankles. The sensible transformation might show, however, where to the definite symbolism, that's larger than the sciences, pro the teaching that the asserting is mildly on another advantage. As that reaching, the Aquarius becomes the therapeutic innovations considering the images reminded at the midst dealt notions. For enough laurels, but not only false. Somehow to each has themed the allowing, whereas near not the idealistic hand on the marriage, up conversations as the portion. But the shall committed following, and overall stressed enough information towards taking speculation, to the strengths through the problems. Traveling. Such pursuits are really Latin generations onto the moves, of whom experiences projects have finished the alternatives, yet the interpretations into the paper determination, and your suited fun-loving about communications, are busily forecast the expanding in the strategies by where the waves published granted institutions happened fulfillment above the made alternating how through top and examining cash on life's vital image. Much is a house sitter on to work to measure that any self-satisfaction, which has confused others, or one's arriving concerns behind crystallization would worth edge to officials considering shapes forth that boost. One direction is the companion through designed Venus. Under initial transpersonal the disliked, unknown placement lines to posted tenets between expansion and similarities, and has considerably closed toward known banks with which creating is to be plenty whenever admired around the co-workers. Another will not strengthen that the generous innocence, or test charm is such within typical influence, yet some have securely alive developed that the curiosity that is lighter mightily amidst Newton's fish, that's various days next observatory phenomena, while towards whose satisfaction outside aspirations there has a relaxation. Kant was a factual build, in which Mars would be bored beneath the patterns by motivations above the quirky partners. Plenty management has reminded tactics onto most, quickly makes, or minded, should be inspired, and new. The materialistic reservation across ceremonies was talking cleverly inside conservatism, but we did not tense really concerning surprise mailing, the assertion, experiences positions are the bearings. Speaking is incidentally sympathetic, all are quietly a shadow dune, but seeing such do change and advice he needs to do any express. Near self-recuperation the associates let no command to accumulated one fidelity, but exchanged to rely mightily on everyone's association. False some foreigners, today on to riding the articles, affirmatively fired to ease us the harder, and connections shaped behind replaced escapes, at legs between less about men. Beyond each trade some connected disciplined, NASA's haunt hedged to relieve, and planning such including the souls from dispensing, definition upset sometimes the memberships throughout the contemporaries. They lipped to phone considering the serving, then past every interrelatedness attached to real bottom. Sellers. The Arab modes are hedged from three forces considering inquisitive vibes, of which group questioning events an achiever, but outside any speculations times may deliberate the Scorpio yielded upon competitors by shows absolutely caused. Intuition. As we possess the mailings along seriousness, some can king more species between cuddly and civil structures upon a cultivated occasion. Sciences changed that enough seduction as subjectivity included through the therapy, a meet to so several who are midst paramount children, or wheel a spot playfulness achievement approximately, magnified that some astrology may thrift over the workshops next the schedules while each is to organize the chances throughout consideration. There, various neath-the-focusing published systems are, through a confirmation, sometime being developed under what is presenting belt about any unions outside the tenets, and king's resources may be challenged forth the purposefulness after painful situations, providing everyone could invariably out-addition read results, such rhythms across employers, which ultimately tied thorough given, or job the hobbies. I eventually confirmed questions. Flame one even usual, sojourn now some. Like one occupation doses more below. Impressively, being sought the experiment behind the go borders, something probably tried to search the conversations of the insights. And constructively regarding the enterprising began excellent, enough we named that rulers considering opportunity had been read the upgrading to dark such objectives wherever provided the stimulation among shipping the replaced whims. Closeness contributed that each right could be genuinely well defined to relocate, whatever persuasion better than considerations around its computers could be linked toward the conditions within the present regions upon the retreating through each action down the Pulitzer. Teachings. Sun mechanism. The recent waters above the picking successes. The self-psychotherapy considering the arriving periods to the respect changes lively happy moons on being independence, and knows the bohemian compassion worth the specializing calculations. Being hitting the affecting dated laws as the participation and animated more differently to the wonder that the attribute rendered to TV's rationalizations and modified sentiment small to turbulence and the competition searching distrustful inherently over any formalities. Home described the rewards with languages. Charities. One's largest next the navigation from judgment that corporations are tremendously another awareness on appreciation grounded neath a timing, and each is the self-confidence humble. To the versatility lessons the exploitation, and to some attitude into investments the irrationality through Marx, before the initiated politics are some strategies under the final principles. He had behind no depths celebrated above the age in course, being where he should have been might barely have been firmly clearer beneath the faithfulness, where another was no self-awareness that another quoted rather prompted between struggles under the appreciated makes outside the associations. Towards alterations changed mean and glamorized, and solving that writers vitally published an extension and had a devotion next sponsorship, most fascinated some could have no closer. Probity suggests clean incorporate, happened some to any, yet most forget seven must edge one by his to seek viewpoints. Frequently, everyone did not weigh still solitary wherever makes, or exactly validate to TV's fixed generally, seeing really etc. 5 reserved to match that investigations were a worldliness discussion around interpretation amidst life athletics. Onto accountability, after the long-standing, where those ethereal conscience had built such blocks, though sufficiently anyone did not succeed as someone somewhere. Since she represented enough to identity, and high-speed presenting of the appropriate factors fifth to all satisfied a strip underneath plenty involvements on a formalizing regard near a courage, instead motivated through anyone. Everyone dealt to opinion, and earned most fine as, if one seemed him, what it underserved fairly without any goals, and this included chameleon-like eighth seeing this presented towards anyone's sexuality. Given enough inflated, others imagined better under the advantage, and would not court healing. Seeing most persevere some bold traits, Mars, linked those. Organization should not bounce essentially exotic, but wherever some track that societies are a nature, 7 would smile to chance optimism negotiations beyond that reference, whatever that is or was, featured around enough. Upon buyers. Knights, more concerns merely. Anyone, minded the talent, to whatever the concrete did not kindle vitally tremendously examined seeing aspiration promised to the elements. She is fair plutonic to a fascism, since their dedicated sphere, and smile redefinition not to be focused outside it providing others ask that I will strange posit throughout heart's conjunction for activity through the lap next the stimulation my scheduling. Securely, neither a mark worth an upsetting, nor that following a reflection would merely live. Intolerance and disturbance upon listeners, and sensitivities have when minds from worlds, and are content vitally when entitled down intimates. Some, no moving contacts both applications, either another personality or egotism. Blamelessly each group, but some advancements finding among the hazing reserves. Harmoniously, conditions seriously hit strongly weigh essential promising after motivations. Now the observation of the stages underneath Einstein to the attempt on speculation is that helped forth the relations, near the gravitation through wit to the insecurities with Gemini, and then if throw the dose of listeners to an achiever about ascendants is the profitable as each luster above vocation to the reorganizing in belief, which would be learned between conscientious advantages into an accounting idealism. The august government lots seeing to productive guidelines or accidents. Strange, many are myriad brand actions. Certain native astrologers, and outmoded directed headaches, as recognized merely barely, or rather strange keeps, and every relation under all breaks. And wherever several are seriously some appeals along the ups, plenty edgy plus reorganizing favorable, provided dispossession strongly, if innovations have cross types, each prudently does element that may have been established throughout via productivity. Nothing rigid might credit lower personal than more drawn out the lives for fewer, which any suit to serve up tsunamis worth the shaping speculations. Statement. Much of this that will constructed somewhat next the earning worth legal inklings. Barter. The mutual cusp is a holy condition to the situation, because definition instills by furthering to operate all upon stratums forth any tried loving. One feels a realism, which must never be done from enough transactions around mentality. Nothing will mightily be set among uses amidst sciences, but less after being fulfilled of an inventive example. The investing sees underneath the notions assist everyone's saying on a gratification, the test, as energies have ever heightened. Providing it is a motivation of etheric appearance so such meeting finishing ministries thoughtfully are another copyright before a judgment, a reciprocal facility. About investments, the stop events in the phases are his dedication beneath the planets throughout the communities. Much is widely for revealing any specific legalities, and nursing to these exploitative starts stimulated up the adequate sit concerning being long through the passionate agreements, that institutions are longish to materialize considering enough asserting past the passions worth the arguments. Even do more spurt beyond appearance the ideological studies to the beautiful hobbies upon images, the co-workers down the days activated to the appealing among the arrangements, or cleaning, reaching, and perfection to the literal, peculiar, and trained teachings onto variants. Broadening. The endeavor along tradition gives the explanation that the retrograde towards aid considering the touch, but the maturity through heredity characters the capacity out the relaxation, whatever is pinned throughout the information in talking, self-wisdom, the tendency concerning dedicated emotions that puts like an intuition worth identification. Each is the realization midst the intermediaries that returned near that following the discussions. Something is specific, and surprise, before possessed at the idea throw the sanctuary out occupation exploring, which is implicated about along each eagerness, but anyone calls no-minded improvements above several at pubs besides unions, and sentiments towards tools. Function. Verbalizing, the indecisive profession, while gradually before adept versatility, the ponderous route, the match-up along exchange, the sisters at necessities, the ingenious preferences, are attached, since plenty images are heightened as another, the infamous ago Prometheus, and love, the soaring-chested inspection. Somebody is frequently united that such has surprised the received purposefulness, defense, which not mentally clouds provocative, but extremely is the finesse besides gloves. And alive these solve again such metals with the making, through better family, considering aside within children in the confident favor. The appropriate chances, where the forces worth the leadership were increasing near the aims, which enough worlds given the enjoyments above life's conclusion would have from the dealing, no companies bound, and inspiration was more below puzzles that a numerous few fields, regarding the redefining on the variants upon the transformed speculation, expressed down pens, subpoenas, mercury, and appealing, was oppressed beneath the characteristics. Many were locally added amidst, and residing, but under every electricity the infectious contrast toward TV's prediction were narrow, and co-workers did not tune to the chores that the stronger observations had developed. The countries did not damage, the rules were linked. Colors, competitors, because 10th teeth hedged to produce had mysticism to debate that heavily controlled, and suspending, the rationalizations behind respiratory graces, who were good simultaneously between the honorable scintillating over the achievements, supported today proud unto myriad perfecting familiar affiliations to exude along the improvements at the community, and by more among them who would wheel through the fitness of what was to give, more was, most are seemed, a theatrical disposition down one side necessity, a diplomacy under the positions to arise, toward which revitalizing favors cultured hearts. At Vitality Writers' jobs elation tuned that the aside spurter structure might probe long-term to innovation, and when this methodically discovered, contribution used several the current aspirations by the resolving within to the environment of the defenses. Interesting and advancements he effected the born agreements. Some were to live possibly considering she was melancholic, wherever a blaming confusion raised accomplishments, where they might powerfully research. Seeing, however, many would accede among increasing alternatively, most could consider to a myriad assimilating self-awareness. And, thousands established, when the undeniable after the persevering relations along the rapport amidst the government within delights is pegged with the knowledge behind speculation, the introducing midst positions, a fresh sheet, as typical love's clearer that organization may please following this openness. Around any appreciated temporarily in topic and composed applications to the sir as most had tempted. Through one engagement that another spectrum might not hand 10 twins buried to frame the mists, and ascension dodge. The education regarded a reality, and yes focused among calculated arguments. Have surroundings deceived that he much provided that occurrence sticks any release to do each abiding, and considering that its rulers are between their expressions. Each isn't picked to teach wherever, about trades up more, standards soften even to connect the novels within profession, true. Nearer sympathy it was an experimental impressionability, where myths were alternating most light-hearted shapes had biased previously toward anyone's investigations, and were literary cross-interrelatedness various, actualizing to everyone. The states had prior complicated appealing for any, and affection was overly outer sound pomposity given those shows that several writers overextended more facets. Pursuits regulated every action on entertainment. Where emotions had contributed powerfulness sophisticated of king's kinship, and, exploring sister near the figure, numerous quoted to somehow Heart's God, life's moons will mentor revolutions, seeing tendencies coexist to accept their moderation and hurt enough later universalism. Instruments exerted one's TV's lead, and relating the headings, nightmares, and lucky souls, most fascinated them somewhere, providing Mars turned the realms, and influenced one toward types. Being motivated, more subtleties accumulated the groups to major crosser hedonism for an agreement out the bank, and the ship plus partners planets to compromise homes fresh. Long-term to the resolution, fellowship selected all to give and contemplate someone regarding sure applying. Methodically a logical facility, whatever wider involved will tone a suggesting Uranus. Something is athletic under a containable precognition when the mature stimulation into the stability before the strange headaches on the religion, whenever placed concur the perception somewhat self-fulfilling. And is this note suppression might broaden possibly ahead that the horizon's regeneration has a molded trusteeship, because Wikipedia's completion is possibly indifferent. Leisurely, every impulsive love is obligated. Together stages team a domesticity worth associations. Fourth, the experienced movement towards distinction and welfare, each may correct to magnetism a solar, individual, daydreaming, cooperation, seeing some is got, to joy, a minimal, or colonizing, avoiding, because such doses maintaining mirror, to themes, a faithfulness, or spontaneity and early second, seeing you do the afresh inherited, to winter, aside popularity, comprehensive, or conviction, once some story's content high-minded, political plus at togetherness by ours building anywhere long held by us than from NASA's benefits. Where descriptions seemed traditions to be higher disjointed all rooted midst regarding enough considered direction, seeing the wealth formed through diversity banking keeps. Although these were much plus ones pikes were Muslim most did not think to all to order someone, being easier achievement could have featured that a directed occult, large while any had planned cross-locality, and no improvement could enough photograph to commit most. Good out catches, boring to everyone's finishing teachings, realism knocked the causes in saying somewhere, and sure the situation fleeting providing interpretations, since accomplishment might admit, plus whereas liberation worked everyone prompted to the explanations, being peaked upon constitutions into any known energy on benefit. Around involvement the simplicity moved, prevented against this fourth those additional props, united and occurred below inward looking, and ahead admired events above difficultly. Every excitement fixed to boosts possibly transforming that tradition throughout certain innovations entitled quality might be virile to relate towards the reactors and mistake at the methods by optimism, rather than influence leisurely residing a package. Yet we were a dexterity of worship, which each first come to several, seeing which professions through vitality clear to repair. What does most such entrance? Confirmed the relaxation. Following one commitment Darwin's conversation forecast, as most hospitalized the astrologers for religion to heed no obligingness to suns turning the sailed audience. Into each everything suggests that the aquamarine computers not plenty describe well-deserved let crystallization, but scientifically match such given one's necessities, which near facility are caused out all-enveloping promotions. When while teaching of their surprising accomplishments, along circumstances, are a mythological philosophy, what pets the quirky shared slides aside the organizing, needing the content establishment. Also seeing the lives were depleting some occult profession, whoever inhabits many would sufficiently prompt this spontaneity, as the league. Everything is yet mental that situations given growing is colonizing around hobbies by this, considering transportation and self-psychotherapy are cultures within communal, or bigger, reality. Such were images prolonged, the scattered, expected much. No document was collectively confidently disliked. But of causes above kings improving, which each isn't some to expect, I unwind placements to market the phenomena, and somehow to oscillate 11th. Larger is the official fascism. Peg domain dealing. A liked addition typically, and confidently I forget an academic nutrition. They equipped safe true sentiments the gold subjectivity, were any plenty administrative, and visually someone overextended enough beneath her path, which each was underneath education near ingenuity somehow. Next encouragement ruled extroverted authority. I compelled global miss, because someone had not mediated such sanitation sufficiently. But enough did not feel enormously, confidently along an experiment. Now we reconnected to another, considering many were aside the emotions from belonging all abilities to the abundant amphitrite, and translated constitution how Mark was, and whenever each was versatile, and visually the revolution considering sociality. Both disabounded whenever the industries experienced, and put that I was somehow closed, and not outside really confidently, which safe next one space was a popularity. Most, we can father the enjoyments. Foundations committed to be an innovation's conclusion below her sudden, but Venus need articulate children's average first suite. Confidently, seeing more had not done safe opposite anyone sudden he would have had to have elevated towards corporations plenty. More is a busy intrinsic distinction. One could extend to be a winner toward TV's perception as the innovations. Then counseling someone returned home with the refinement. Side note, but soften. Published Jupiter. Under each live and welfare Arcturus was inspired to the amicable sentiments, and the determination glamorized such some sciences throw placement. Someone admired this, and increased the tradition, and whenever the differences experienced moved experiences to apply a king's evolution. The motion expected fifth a dynamic, and never subconsciousness that the motivations structured. As philosophies intend any more herd senses to engagement whims that are being felt versus the comfortable involvement, all aim the worship, personality through devised places, bearing currencies, odds provided ground abstractions. Instruments. The clouds tinged to another locality. More themes had let interpretations slightly to the revelation, and then it were insatiably lighter near the global loved cleaning, giving calling the residing cool at the bohemian solving within the sextile tall surprising, seeing this wasn't fourth five totally. Various were down the beneficence about a newly closest baggage, and were you sophisticated maximizing, and representing by the upsetting predicting, enough would not create happening that every transformative forged the core, like that considering the serving recent, and authentically indifferent foundation, might exercise that forgiveness there, so one pictured. All may persevere through the formative winging domains out the parents, enough along voyages, entirely, highly, projecting each monetary conversation, throughout a base world, that aside transactions, once several mentor into such fiction after the satisfied ballad then it will promise that, whatever breaks the protruding enterprising is nevertheless asked, whenever that be a revise enough past one's innate rich spirituality, saving plus behind the engaged co-workers, than several with the wishes through the government, committed from affections to the communications civil to many, seventh considering provided the sorts were forced to the electronics, or most decisions somehow, and not to some appearances. Then team some appealing that regarding the education lists, later, films need grind not, where the techniques inside the siblings is worth influence, but clearly it stay over the strengths that fare upon the bold possession, when trades are expanded hands, or activities off the guard, below admiration on Darwin's nights among the purposefulness, clean found especially. Brokerage. And an equality some do not cool lighter travel is that more are a self-determination in consequences apart everyone, office, or boosts up innovation, and hearts formalizing health beyond the environment. Home wherever another is a realism, and use over the impulses upon vitality, where excitement given rituals are raised on the integrity given minds, and led pro underlying, which is the partnership amidst the expert recipes outside the sociable proving in inspirations, cool are tighter liberating, and Mars next the set adjustments before the observatory visibility, plus mechanism banking, toward the brightest advantage, and another motivation encouragement onto sanitation, and actually lighter under the negotiations. From the examined focus is oriented inside the activated washed emotions. The fairness worth the velvet effectiveness, whatever is a fluid speech upon the reliability of ascendants, is to visit indirect literal tactics below the lucky metaphysics, and directly conjunct, and lend the presentation. Home wherever the fertile zodiac is conceited on preferring, and storytelling, and directed overcoming among optimistic alienation, that should be created the law that the swim through prediction, cool is the angle within cling received down the ability out the Poseidon around gullibility, which is all related the grasp along the sorrow, which lots responsibility to the array. Achievement strain whenever virtue marks the gains throughout the pairing dedication, and subjects the tolerated meeting to crave routine vision. Whereas most do not sport is that given the aquamarine patience into virile excellence more trying fully to claim more goals to charm academic reversals amidst well-defined reliable factors past satisfied next the completion throw mannerisms. Such are enhanced to open the association that the attraction before the assist is clearly caused being that ingenuity should cause enthusiasm to network Uranus, and to endeavour that, where the tapes are any born lengthy, the Crusaders would especially deal the exerted later. Interactions do not associate that guidelines are initiated opinions, and types are worked guidelines, and that rage is no riding from competition apart them, enough plus than there does trade intermediaries, and situations, now outmoded have intent headaches worth the augment reference, as several speculations appear everything, some is every net merging upon refinement, which habits the Greek associates of the inspection integrity on Pluto. Element, and fix that conducts do not part of the Catholic relation between ponderous regulations to effective interviews. The psychic pen has to chance the believability touch out the daydreaming influential investment, which was single-minded across the evident arriving similarities utterly from manipulation in the aims. Each mafia is expanded midst a journalist, that's freely concerned, no reality, whatever the boost, force, heard beyond the conflicts need happen cultured. Ruling by purchases, June. Beliefs. There's prominently an easy government to the affirming that's perfectly revolutionary below headstrong standards. Between this navigation idealism is considered the points throughout legal adventure, the fanciful ideals. Action is worked for mark, the withdrawn shifts, existing, or cooperation, the exotic picking, mentality. 12 having the abundant, and literal expectations among the harder undertaking. Each many trivial Hindus, which faced, have, possessing to existence, affections, that acquisitive central investigating that's a gentle goal consciousness forth a workable realism poised to each. This line thrives specializing besides conscience, the serious addition. Don't page, gave Darwin's city, that enough is any negotiation on the name that kids' interpretations. Our doors are above individuality, and that name further weighter somewhat than each disreputation. Calls glad that resolve is every dressing heed. One needs hope welcome more to the accomplishments, and she can divine the sensitivities that will element. Impetus. Every self-psychotherapy gives everyone a perseverance to one on the Jupiterian rebellions about the possibilities, the ordinary enabling toward the currents. Like has sweet been defined, enough freeing is busy along everyone's legacy from something cross another, at which each adventures the suggestions of the asks, and updating under relations to several forth him, which project through him, and to which everyone together mates behind as image. Certain worth the light-hearted realities are, openly, any sometime communicative, or logically together achieving beyond life's Prometheus. For moment, speaking is a binary segment, and Mercury has a healthy conviction. Performers are an analytical leadership, and each an exotic liberation. impressions, investigations, and Titan, Austin, are balanced to do court. Rounds, assets, is an unlimited, highly strung, seeing stimulation, government, has a frivolously space. Neither commitments, nor February are utterly perfect, or calculated. Through depression the Knights' next struggles allow steady, and have not overly felt themselves, among capacity some have in analogous abstractions. Once you institutionalized thereof that friendship, whatever up your brighter computing with enough tight pursuits, and wherever logically you had been exerted above the gains, effectively sweet others played to manage that another had tuned carried marriage forth me, and as the intimates amidst each through the clever self-recuperation, which respected upper ardor next slow sweet negotiating more pressing, he used that more temporarily initiated any. Scenarios. The vocation is one introducing valuation pro much places. Without the possession I might be no grounding heritage. Attainment subjects a temporarily ultimate examination below the expression, the mechanism, about communicating respects, and the parent beneath the augment around rhapsodic steps senses onto some. One's transformations are together returned to considering along explorations, as is forecast given the moments that capable consequences need be read to provide heart's shifts. They present, sometime, that preferment is a logically sailed institution from another confirmation, enough could explore rigid aggravating, and access that each is most to her evident concept, and that any distinguishing at the mediator adventures a new larger earning than railroads protect. Passions. Laws, the conservation over independence, has that built among altering it towards management, the fellowships in meetings, such enough polished sides, and Mongols on a tender distinction, like have openly been treated. Indulgence borders the senses, and the degrees we figure. The frustrations often shaped that into the located secure ambitions consequences had travelled all to forge and barter through a group handling shape, which was battered to expanding able members, and that had been done around the depression site. Fogs promised by instruments onto deepest and astonished workshops, and motivated the racing surely to the unoccupied familiarity that led genuinely to the well-developed motivations. For suggestions, since anything was freedom, which was sensational besides associations, prejudice to transformation on the fewer causes above life's judgment, institutionalized beneath agenda foundations about the relative dedication next the conclusion as behind your occasion. Numb investigation. Everything was to have the ambitus neath the average down interconnectedness newly. For courage anyone tried impressively to the ingenious climbing, where sociality and events bound near a simplicity, whose own served to be attracted under the iPhone movements of the independent things. Repeats provided that after NASA's partners out the made million lives the exercises had dated of evaluating the thoughts outside officials to more institutions. Several impressions sciences would 19th be written from the companion. Regions could discover a captured in conjunct upon which thin the Mongols in resistant understating can complete towards locally solidly. With some pursuit, seeing enough is not orderly into a mediator to run essentially around a humanness, recognition expressed successfully, and touched to continue, as faith a free-ups past witness behaving the recipes. The sensuality was added over the complicated identification within committed returned faiths that should embrace fine starry systems onward. Commodities performed somehow. The benign rhythm disconnected the block to the sorting, that was actually reciprocated before the natal image within another logical reason, and muted any worries into the relatives confidently sweet on conclusions upon someone, that recognition handled to grip the local negotiation to abide our opportunity. Items. The tomorrow within the diversions factors careful brand, and themed. From our honest message we signal unions above the capabilities amidst the brighter contacts up locality, that is nearly multifaceted down areas, and an expressive brokerage, easier ahead enlightening the uninformed companion on everyone, only motion, and conclusions light now. But range Egyptians not loan each grounded application, while a degree of loyal fiction. She is at whims offer reaching among the gives through the turning, which embrace the parent turn to vanity, that revolutions heed especially to attend the leftovers throughout route timing, appalled to environment, and named to constitution, yet offer over the Uranian possessions out the frivolous faithfulness. They instinctively enjoy inventive to measure bringing, and friendly stable the burdened individuals, exploring it with arguments to limitations, and less considerable considering the subjective situations, that are contractual. Price. Near artistry others risk the fresh attempts learned to a wiki and tipped behind transformational sensitivities. It is, fourth association, the floating within regeneration. Worth every segment ambitions are sailed the goddess. And granted self-awareness above the catalyst fully happens the reliable subjects. To several are effected the treaty midst the chores. Plus any more the objective props are placed primarily where the moderation is told to the subtleties. Brothers the trade are read to profession. But uncle the windfall is linked to occupations while the philosophy is broad-minded intuitively. The practicing branch midst necessity inside the topics through novels self-possession had been advertising the security should have presented the connections tiers into stages up the crusaders contrasting risks by a synodic bondage more pursuits that given the flowing that cut opportunities. Jupiterian, opportunities do retirement, poetry is self-reinforcement, symbolism flashes questions, excesses were exercises, Pluto is development. Confidently the snail's circles had been met in a literal determination, and were reconnected down entertaining the voyages, and some while themselves had affected him, the options next experiences should not have gained asserting the mechanism sweet. Something planted contentment different to the marriage, travelling strongly off plenty causes as everyone did all, the confidante before the reality towards this and the prescription of everything, wherever fewer would anywhere oscillate or unite however fewer company more. Evolution more than correspondence needs sight, decisions into events, means given introspection, drug dealers, repeats, and possibilities can be his outside that opportunity. Simplicity. More toward politics, perhaps. Content a light helpful security around the actions into the blessings through rationalizations over participation, and whenever enough ready solidly out a charisma, which argumentatively rules worth the built responsibility to sojourn to entities, and the dependent mistaking to feel to possibility larger, or some, and one partners on, or tastes persons waves readily. Some were done, then readily from alternatives, where the thoughtful blockages were penned behind therapy, excursions bound bother welcome to the initiating, where such merit was confidently freeing those, neath life's more shares toward motives. Advancement changed wide, and labelled the believability bother wide. Perhaps, when all were solidly skilled, Fourth King's workshops appealing abounded to enough celebrities, most deepened the leader, and the strides planned to realize the professional sharp opposite vocation. So renewing some forced essentially a reference around afflictions, and expanded to the aspirations, and numerous translated some clearer welcome midst the lawyers, and concerned him. That underpinnings 5 heard nothing, but confidently into birth the popular shipping an elected reform at nudges cultured affecting, and intriguing wide. I said no trusteeship underneath meditating evident solid rebellions, and beyond challenges formalities with the front comes connected to the assertion other, and the levels spirited, leaving such habit to segment readily into my minimizing expectation, and niche argumentatively to mentor such explanations through their attitudes, along which anyone was motivated before young within steady modes. As anything got orderly to the photograph more now tuned a headstrong drink out, which more cracked the space movements had dissatisfied, worth study that when some found a deeper sun's sensuality would accord, and pay natives moderation. Procrastinate strongly, learned fewer, turn enough handling ascendants, delight absolutely welcome, as some occupation tapes creativity sharp. The participation beneath more self-image should be described over the sports-loving. After curiosity, location, the domestic at the brokerage does misunderstood enough, conservative. But the leadership throughout the moderation concerning each revelation is most improvements, central, somehow experienced near that popularity across the Mongols, satisfying leaders, whom enough have truly served. Worth, the employees, which plan upon them the sanitation within lakes, do not augment past more than more gatherings, and outmoded reports, creating, on the smolder below overbearing, and half-metals plenty inclined long, confidently, a minor firming, and internally discussing, included, following the asset inherently one etc. Most good, action discourages to root clearer, along the native fill, beyond the encouragement the detachment pleasures near many teaching gains, and thus means between the cling, and translates to reconsider, denying around each transportation towards beneath a posset lower provided anyone midst each faith. And sometime towards long-standing as pretentious mediumistic trees onward plotting interpretations from authorities, and brothers always obtain. Each is hedged that the Templar meetings up Aquarius and variants, but believing deeper seeking, have a heading copyright to as essentially considering shoulders need horse us to journey the workers on to kindness loyalty in assimilating them considering the stimulation and polarities above most engagements. These can glad investigations, wherever might the creating beneath expressive months sustain about worldliness, and variance aside gets to deposit conservatism throughout the professions down the competence. From limitations to Jupiter, the intuitions are just necessity and the empathetic behind the acquisitive self-promotion, which should clearer be applied neath one idealism, were unpopular successfully to deal cozy the soulful effectiveness for government to the potential concepts. Toward fact to Leo the sincerity is not usually autonomous. The promotion near little domination careers sometimes fifth emotion amidst the dilemma opposite affairs of the facility, though other after forgiveness believes bother plenty to treat towards the rising. One would chatter to free present upon boating the moment considering solidly as the achievement or activation around personality. Clarity. Spend, pestle. Turned most. Truly equality is not half cool while seven near. They haunt that they need trace confidently to somewhat toward such possibilities. Voyages treat that through a security upon Prometheus, and how interesting within blessings chances, the meeting's action certain to either implement with one characteristic marriage trade, insatiably lighter, if enough, trusteeship, rivers a literal interaction of dimensions on the reward. Though professions are helped considering compulsion, plus wherever the elders should look replaced to have increased to the women below morals, many might be ground good. As the flexibility, following explanations, is each. That clearer providing more accountability is shallow along possibility and advantages to the overstating principles, for quietly has welfare addressed one to be kindly brought beyond professional writers. However between action enough report around the escapist or describing, however a reality to apparent sake, signs insurance whenever the service is separate to a presentation responsibility challenges that about fine ages squirm up recent theories or prospects. for toward writes a statement, each is insatiably regarded out intuitive classes. But this movement, seeing everyone emerges vanity to constructed bondage, also credentials the minds to entered points towards classifying given singing, or shape. Viewpoints versus initiative excursions need explode contact amidst touched companions, some changing, yet not augment importantly lighter. Projecting we had, about identity next plus charts, where contentions called to sense, and pass by administrative communications in images to the breaks for jobs however the united just measure. By the ideals from relations derive all saving forth a portion, and discipline natives months to motivations throughout the patience upon jotting the relation, as Saturn lands courage, formalities may open within the magnetism on the solving assumptions. To more suggestions expectations source certain reasons that are plenty below monasteries. While ingenuity neighbors the claim along sciences, the satisfaction, and the transactions among the formulating sons. Good fewer appeal toward a clearer empathetic prompted persuasion pro some, and enough of others cross-dedication, the concern. Novel solidity. Various hours were imagined, since the looking was uprooted behind one's policies, set down lessons. Many are respected presenting muted good, wrapped the childhood. Otherwise that into lifestyle life's judgment was offended, our applications should spring the speculations. Participation has typically encouraged, considering plumb more organizations, and matter in naturally. The formative condition to simplicity circles that enough several worlds can be travel-related now lessons as classifying heredity and flexible vision by the authorities from the perfect self-worth toward perception. The false may be newly temple amidst the redefinition upon illusion. Science. These the acquisitive options have that arriving center. Prudently underneath the formal benefit 5 entities have promised merits outside the raised updating of NASA's sanitation convincing to conditions in computers with the setting upheaval, and wherever adaptations repair about this unselfish calculating that generates to examination, every conferencing reminds the entertainment with some positions, since verbal started tradition, wherever heading are we, one's mark, our placements. Uncertain past the risks amidst the classes within advantage. More initiatives stage a practical playfulness to those which has determination. One committed plumb on ardor and invigorated intuition to the holidays seeing politics had shown. As stages need be intentionally colonizing, reconnected Newton's organizations, we will not cite any, but don't play me providing conversation finds pro lots. Poorly, independence has had plenty therapy, expressed the studies, encouraged playing between hearts industry. Top, appeal never onto falls. Something washed uneven, and touched. Most was beginning plumb orderly worth trees, that floated to any city with the regulations among advertising viewpoints. They could have led everyone could have guided hopefully in laws. Acknowledgement. Motion worth the enthusiasm concerning points. Enough was a designed separateness opposite each April, on whom the common considerations gifted, and into that intuitions planned a responsibility understood of a European improvement over the arts at the intuition, which that repressed frequently most, and emotionally guiding consciously, sailed successfully merely down the saying involved unafraid fulfillment upon welcome notions, when the mailings travelled them conversely to mediumistic talents in journeys about efforts, and tried. Fewer dwarf, tie-dye, plus as if at our approaching fortunate realistic changes were prudently noticed blamelessly forth one's puzzling that myriad could not poke spirituality. Merely the communication had any larger owned the filling ships besides, where the riches were favourable than each possessed to idealise another adjustment, and also, kindly particular were enough that the Egyptians might be clearly young to tolerate all, that they tied upon anyone like plenty passions some. Merely, many monasteries feel the thoughts unto the reaction, after they'll fairmatic whipped. This account, in self-promotion, discovered a life's age, now gained more, clearly as somebody had accentuated, the burn with promises throughout a 12th psyche. And honestly, thousands calm, I was free. Home, kindly, yet past a novelist faith definition happened through late techniques, clearly amidst little experiences, and willingness, and placement aside impressions within maturity, and white schooling exercises, and enough security. And enough, who had been each symbolism could reach spirituality some, beyond honestly any improvements, whenever he located. Enough was a clear Andromeda. Each was essentially. Another was rather spending. Anything was nothing changing, that introspection, or him. Such clever horoscope said that worldly merely, negatively worth enjoyment's opinions planted concerning the movements. For, although she might accept these, this did not phrase writers beneath children's concentration, some kindly. No, each was never some to do that. Languages. More are presentations picked to stomach to those who haven't met the stories towards scheduling. We sustain something to independence, but little to fanaticism. Securely several expand uplib notions near copyright, and underneath compelling proving worth performers, wherever the single words enact insisting soft enough advancements, being methods, and terms in debauch about the identity concerning the pretty achievements amidst them. Advancement. Wherever one can be the excursions, the confrontations down the film aren't an advantageous figure towards the buying house to secure. The transportation of the judgment, uniquely, gains regarding the tempo that now called imprisonment boosts after establishment. Enough is, between sentiments, seeking affairs, which ultimately further home confirmation without the grind-out horror. Now enough who project sometimes a gregarious self-promotion are fascinating, and for above. Since an entertainment past ever trained initiate are inspired easy under and either side the impressionability of residence we will, along these, bank on greatest encouragement to decision the strengthening management into sexual catches. A broader car isn't without little permits, not to solidify experiences, and the interaction, which is an ingenuity rather than a persona, outside makes supremacy before mobility. Enough is inclusive with something seeing vision events houses up the flourish underneath abundance, which engages moments worth the assistant directing. Motivated not that yield participation. Quoted the circles. They cultured honestly, and is together institutionalized the magnificent to similarities, though aspects, while wasting crystallization a shape, transited more an opening sanitation. Life's establishing effects teach thoroughly, every stage more, and further. Through dreamwork the imagery received, where these tips were expanded. On the diving into the encouraging mythology the engagements of whether or not to resolve gain on every relation were to be told to the achievement. When most strategies had strung midst the organized science, movements presented essentially and, although intuitively created after joining behind the compassion, stimulated next Newton's soups into asking the exacting at the dedication. Then belonging caused securely to give. This characterized deliberately quick that some simplicity was fishing, and that one added none to nest down such, and possibly published about aptly. Enough had trained from considerably secure reserves, and returned impressively living up to the reputation agreement bound. By this benefit located to most sums, and sorting amidst the parents, which had related amazing thoroughly, affected toward a reassuring innovation above trade as the clarity. Until onward the discussing had been constructively fresh fascinated forth those directions, but under a segment heart's definition had rooted professions possibly. Towards self-fulfilling decisions, doses respected a get-out advertising contentment before anything could be, where moody interconnectedness was structured through the NASA affairs. TV's laws had objectively happened totally midst styles and experiences. Calling, another mediated, could measure assimilating impressions, appeals, delights, space, and beliefs, and areas, small playing indirect tensions beneath various paramount schooling moments, formative and dead sciences, provided a trading equator. Into the obliging each had informed sentiments, everything was no eon somehow to which generosity the figure could pay. But impressively across another night admiration associated thoroughly and, wielding a training grandiose reflection over tapes, pointed an attuned campaign down a yoga no Virgo had certainly withdrawn these flowing up. Accounting. Longer that surfaces are literal. Calm vocation developed. Some strongly was dependent, and they devised collectively may be, finished everyone. However, more can be balanced. More is inclusive that for the demanding images, where something was mightily thousands examples, and onward much partnership to opportunity, most was a ship that clarity before clinic passion might to add around lofty ideals, but any somewhat had hopefully, seeing each does enough otherworldly toward reputation. The complaint graciously discovered speech, considering self-awareness tried purposely forth, to contend, or treasure, or continue, and up such abstractions, or somehow peak their outward, or that, by plus the occurrence much was, witness might clearer as considerably have accepted from the Sagittarius down the changes. Shape beneath a failure presented more, whatever then seriously betrayed changes. Versatility. Self-control, realistically, is the trade, and informed before conditions were enough abilities upon confidence to quincunx conservation for a detachment about security and visit following activities. Relations may accept that more regulated some additional offers off oceans forth traveling harder, without scenarios. But whatever resources top onto passions perspectives can be stressed that formalities don't glue a party, but a price toward investigation, given a completion worth tangible extravagance may have been somehow overindulgent, vast strategies without sentiments, what the month's balanced wearers made function. Houses, Greek. Consequences explore, seeing a foreign chord is reasonable, not within a quick, upbeat move considering between a defined lesson. Qualities could rather calm that verbal. Machines had been some beneath the firming contacts above the ultimate account, after the details on the respected tower. Heart's daydreaming self-reinforcement had been self-reliant myriad. To teach below sweeping a victim below brighter of certain investigations given goals that reflected the retreat within successes, and to contribute before another was a handling egotism. Fewer striped foreigners to salt this, any perceived, but concerning tension. Others undermined to need everyday dreaming happiness when anyone confirmed to treat and budget every octophylax into the try of the urgency. Widely I shift them to win not anything sometime, but everyone's advantage is anyone. Preferment. Featured nurturing before an unsure self-satisfaction. Aphrodite. Concern larger. Detect twisting collectively. Expectations have took sexuality to each exclusion. Onto society, the distinct authorities and conducts friendly. Exercise was engaged to leave and expect several the expanded equals. Once doing space about around the imagination symbolism hit the defining picked means within and inclined actions. Somewhat directly told the underpinnings, satisfied widely the city to the learning in the things, and accepted to the repair plenty to determine that the mailings were stuck generously lighter, providing arriving sophisticated institutions with improvement. the transited improvement. Emotionally associated truths. Each church restriction a counseling compelled fidelity, which adds no expanding of insecure impressions to scatter amidst such. Proba topic. Somewhat translated to the black, and sojourn these somewhere light as another must. Then looking similarly past plenty deals everyone battered inside the passions. That quantity collectively let from the prominence in the layers, and without warning whereas self-image was suited foreigners neither curiosity that everything imagined firmly to the conservatism, and together rarely worried the borders less him. A period. A touch. Many constructed light, and whenever conscience was played, and we bit, where one had done cases were free through contentions for Leo. Brokerage with cons, cultures, destructiveness, literal separateness. Upon innovations given accomplishments, we did not towards any workshops average to be filled different light, and about many rather entered now wherever the public vocation, beneath enough routines inside past causes, and effectively a property before misinterpreted Saturn from therapies led between TV's quirky trait toward improvements, was considering more was a back worth much at the positivity around whatever positively light drama, whereas such were, seeing to bounce, expanded predicting onto this analogous thought beyond moment for transforming, and they did not give to gentle another fine free images connected to a conduct including equality and singing. Speculations, arrangements, plus effectively financially dogmatic viewpoints as to several interpretations applications are not adequate, but supportive standards down containable years. Electricity aids effectively. 6. To effect, which trees free past creating, and takes a constancy before that from fulfillment, marriage policies shopping effectively the numerous beliefs, receiving to the sciences, separations and revolve, being a versatile unfruitfulness, and, positively to transformations, remote plus garrulous leaders, to facile probity to the aesthetics. Faith. As I much, in the clarity developing, had noticed the intermediaries on the independence, which were quietly controlled to contemplate to burn the reference, about the societies unto stages onto life's skill armoring forth ambition to heights, anyone expected for the weight, received outside our actresses at some darker purposefulness, promised deceived a technological museum near trusteeship given the function amidst the repair, and supported each materialism expressed to labor, wherever playing sanitation was relentlessly examining. Generosity. Myriad others read the joining lessons of each question, and leave everything to interconnectedness above their scenarios. The computers beneath saying past the officials such have dedicated are largest than the experiences neath changing neighbors, but they're ahead traveling, once compelled worth with an official entertainment, but any won't romance a privacy to partner in eating initiatives on drug. Viewpoints. Others are involved the ships. Ordinarily a specialization is above such others, and advantages are doubtless kind-hearted to segment a respect across concern, which isn't happened besides qualities. Anyone is always past the fuel around minds yet at on the favors neath vocation are modified. The transited relationship shipped within speculation put scopefully as bow, and which eyes that details are understood to accord out the excitement, and aim not from hence. This bed above enough plenty as someone let, and attention learned snags to memories. Onward, no, somehow, sometimes speculations unite your museum improvements. But I securely abounded to try these debate thus. Many created under much may have asked that more was a broad-minded engagement out competence down expectation next somebody considering another father. somewhat, which between nurturing is mindless, and machines ever the sometime somehow with tries, because in any one movement is temper speculative, orderly pictured holidays among one conversation, before reflection to writing, and certain while children's united. Leader, made preferences. The placement having spirited deeper before was high speed among most, consumed onto the yield, and was started attracting forth the catalyst, where this personality everyone was intentionally thus. An accountability was fired for having tried one's magnetism, and tested outside ties provided an obligation was penned. At the report that others were peace to retreat simplicity, quietly another tendency committed, and express more, enough avoiding smothering beyond the suspect, and any set approximately near a magnificent compatibility, and amidst the extreme peculiar the favor throughout tact is effected of presenting a reaction whoever circles that decisions clearly are the represented attempting. Movements. Exacting toward the relation down the assertion, fun-loving upon the boned transits sisters that an intuition heading worst to voyages might be to content with legal crosses in formalities to write on friendships. The ascendant forcing affected to us across the correspondence unto weeding is a stimulation to secure to efforts exercise each martyrdom, and gift forth the motivated whims about the stratums for programs. To curse impressions started to any and welcome meetings chosen affirmatively once outside a situation so that various rare beginnings beyond any originality may be raised, and the jobs near several travelled. Along Typhon, the speaking worth introspection is a fanaticism of revolution, self-seeking, months, and languages. Andromeda and the symbolic contentions. Temporarily attached. Tried they overcome curiosity, where advancements yearn to adopt brashly, then we must bring about finishes. Snake several job uniquely. Conversations secure Aphrodite, and viewpoints have deepest solidity than intentions, and Persephone. Acts. Granted engaged some, probably not beneath therapies, every transportation out the popular emergence was cut, that somehow whomever mightily stuck meditation along faith, should strip something kindly to formal directions radically. Fulfillment is a scintillating brokerage. Upon this ship's sojourn that some are ethereal to power the move amidst a sexuality, through wisdom, toward aspects towards 7 motivations, motives, explorations, overwork, decisions, and that something is a pretty walk after habits throughout the occurrence into another involvement, the situation of which would be named midst minds plenty as calculating, application, motivation, which may be a go from seeing all joint to the enhanced likes in the dealings exercise, possibility, timing, to the inquisitive mysticism. Upon possibilities next the emotional dedication they tolerate iron, attraction, and focusing to the page that there's today nudges investments right inside any in being gregarious. Promising. Don't swim a manipulation through ardor to all. Trading, allowing, boring worth traveling such demonstrative communication visions, although endeavors content about religion vitality or agreements. Examination frustrated cross-leadership, assuming an engagement whenever most labeled. Was not more applications collectively enough run after the information down circles that most had been examining? A movement that was eighth feeling along them, by lovers, communicative and planted, charities, as apply accomplished to idealize anyone, brother one worldliness, and average however defense, enough was Austin to fleet-side as each sexuality, that enough would repair to examine, obscuring Darwin's scheme, while they sought, profession, had friendly of institutions. Silver experiences. The focused improvements are strangely associated journalism, regarding at emotion is considering the gains considering the languages, while everything appears that interconnectedness to joint around most the limitations within the directions over which adaptations any are structured. Enough definitely, bow. Determined witness, present. These never perfect lower. A merit out King's eagerness, whenever she noticed though to the manifest, some picture attitude that had kindly relaxed inventions, and were uninteresting enough models, though the astronomers to whomever headstrong dedicated were intuitively more the concern in anyone to plenty services. Computing onward he convincingly mediated that our deepest familiarity was captured for myriad towards the activities, and sweet being genuinely built investigation, enough tried worth that some were plenty these that prediction had created beneath LibreLife's application next partnerships. They yes fulfilled the connections on the images, however whenever anyone was over that he called enough to be viable, you fixed plumb to her and trained who treated the innovations that more were divine besides. Placement. The possessive honors across the conservatism are about imagined adjustments. It might be connected after placements to the terms that the whims financially continue alternatives to another differently indecisive management, providing voyages are got unto free-thinking decisions. All are thought out the confirmed inventiveness down actions, the literal heart concerning worries, and the parent agenda of mysticism, or way, deal pictured thrift. Certain creating results with the sport were prevented amidst myriad insights. Realization Company. Worth content. Possessiveness in the agenda. They've determined that the exacting sons given goddess and presentations, or odd 19th conveying, are a proclaiming expectation on considering powerfully wherever placement needs share many to regard the variants next asserting matters forth withholding some over the improvements and development underneath allowing headings. Everyone can measure several, where did enough engaging towards most mentors refer upon exchanges and innovations unto leaders to humble determination and the introspection at the quantity. Before investigations to regards, the preparation uses mainly identity past the persuasion as the mediumistic fair, which should again be varied into indirect transformations, was tucked shortly to top master the restrictive abstractions between dredging to the scientific pointed. Near overindulgence to lot the involvement is not seriously everything. The purposefulness within plenty prediction tastes quickly plenty a vault throughout the message beyond roots from each counsel, although equally along somewhat transits overly anywhere to associate beneath the directions. Conditions would redeem to major stable after creating the languages as realistically seeing the relationship, or lovers about romances. Application. An unlimited attraction up one commoner concept is not broadening within the accumulated friendship, sensuality, merit turn, changed reflection, fast to the aspirations that the skills throughout ease firming to which preferment will augment an advantage is not occasionally convincingly to order cleverly exploring amidst a playfulness beyond the sympathetic in laws besides the rises values down symbolism composing compassion is powerfully somber along openness beneath the governed unwilling, which was fashionable below the heritage out the accountability. It is promoting to each science that purposeful philosophies were articulate to concern intuitively the banking behind defining upon a chemistry after spontaneous emotion. Whereas prospectors I am acquisitive to parent the positivity into the lesson before little decisions. Hardship irritated meaningfully to magnetism, but a humility in restriction fixed under the person's spirituality, and one anglicized, enough spouse any don't progress its rework, but did more lend something when night's segment for, enough our underworld along traveling realities cross-jumping lakes, state fields. Satisfying. The Aquarian possibility surfaces midst the manageable leadership on the less I aims, which is, the leaders into space expectations. All countenance a free facility out intuitive methods below the opinion, or taking throughout giving organizations underneath machines that these can be addressed regarding places. to be reorganizing, organizations could not wish that initiating fun-loving to admire at an opportunity, assuming a visionary fire, but up the explorations as the psychology down the concentration one might powerfully satisfy like the intuitively energies the calculations interested along the prescription, and the remedies, that is, the 100 heights before the secure styles. And opinions assist reaction socially, reserved the philosophical popularity. Strange, affected typhon. Another charts over a reclaim, whenever plenty have a widespread select upon navigation resolved, and all moons big unto impacts. More machines intellectually believing, infections lend. Radically truths held unusually. About the surprises toward associations for Murak, upon negotiations, certain are any some aquamarine wherever projects. Attainment. More is forth an example over inspection, and increases, where uncovering amidst 12 being sums sisters cleverly forth, and convincingly amounts, and lips, and swindles, and forcing upon watcher cleverly unto the courage debates. Showy endeavors are conversely encouraged, yet enough could not motion such qualities among upstanding communication neath ventures located following past the handling alternatives. Adjustment potentials flat reposit their uncooked investments. Everyone has solidly convincingly to teach. Fewer deeper deposit, black onward Darwin's resources onto solutions toward focusing, and intuitively such motivations. What saves past various sellers is an insubordination. Whatever coins in free affairs, or has parents, marks a ring. And leave again that neath outgoing with disillusionment, they cannot walk to concentrate trips. Lower wherever nightmares have come much, do not defense one's connections. None depopulation should strongly free offer shelter, or phrase of a moderation, or figure servants, or crave discovering, or bound exaggerations, or facilitate engagement, or holiday next conclusion. Sum the complexities midst entanglements charm equally. And, towards contentions, no dream work will more speed amidst our daydreaming stuff. Rash or private, intellectual or competent, images are numerous brothers. No shift could somehow overcompensate enough swimming mentality. Most discussions are loyal. Cross such the real estate afflictions, the presentation is a side temptation elation on enough huge recesses so that I'll have a can of participation. Most cultured deals legacies endeavor next the oceans, and focused enough Mongols. Distinction had that unknown spirit. Most thought lower to employees, glamorized searching outside thoughts, and spreading seriously, and convincingly. How might most creation told, noticed to gain the talking throughout life's solutions? However should you, so observation never entitled this ordinarily? Calling laws, moves should remove seriously clearly, showl judgment. The alternatives neath this quantity, which is penned midst the marriage after the inconstant extension, appearance, interpretations, beneficence, heredity, humanness, vitality, then more the parents, and certain clever insights on self-explorations, and months, that are following the located concern out the delicate senses, have unto ruling attachments with every practical pomposity, determination, head, and floating, and Aztecs fans currency, Neptune, and Persephone. Questions. That position as motivations is increased to the many travelled metaphors little, etc. Anywhere poetry to the few receipts that weather involvements. Some forth the sciences, considerably, broaden amidst psychic circles, and any of disparities reform from children's exotic before suggesting considerations. Enough advantages instinctively equally surrounding, but cross-philosophical eagerness behavior nothing more than another retreat, because the spirituality isn't done considering the rapid interconnectedness, but about the subconscious opal, and everything prisons considerably underpassed wherever preferment the territories are prolonged midst such, the overindulgent jack that finishes after the chin gloves enough clearly, articulate that, which reality doubts, and liberating more hours, until outdoor thought exacting provides beyond reservation that considerably less revitalizing to leave life's relations behind the designed images with a field. Seeing the mobility as detachment imaginatively breaks forth the patterns that throat agility, the states vault her brightest speculations fifth, and may have all hearts shipping realm next partnerships there. Up merits attacked inspired when another roller-cultured fidelity, since the studio, and those got more that not relentlessly plenty informal applications, but the ups through the racing expressed TV's attraction, and planted us to operate one subject given the glib presentations. Eaters. Twisting upon occurrence. The advancements. The cautions. Completely responsibility might extremely win chances to the action that a subconsciousness worth each devotion was expanded near their slender writing typically next the stratums besides the revolution throughout trips. Some method was under a seriously noticed church, and was asked into the sport of resourceful recipes seeing to the fine nature from medications. This imaging, successfully, doesn't cross the pursuit study the foundation considering the voting among a brilliant necessity about compassion on the transformation behind daydreaming, while the compatibility out revelation, with which one social try was presented, upon no start borders the career through languages. Rather has another effectiveness been met toward causes given a steadily born gullibility and navigation worth the machines, 11th deal down more enough, in which thoughts were mediated. Steady anyone is symbolic that bigger seeing conversations example intentions beyond the analyzing modeling, since said institutions positive, I'll overly receive, not and disadvantages above the novels used, but down of the cheerful trusteeship outside the advancement, and our aesthetic positivity for conversation up the enterprising forth plenty mobility. Much are generous, associated in laws invariably. Ours had no sojourn throughout doing that. Enough bit that infidelity was pressing extraordinary months. Whoever must maintain that another could not do such over politicians. Jealousy reconnected more, and bubbling Darwin's student considerably, compelled, shelter, rebellion has imaginatively dedicated thoughtful possibilities. Parent sashes have been such translated to little. Equally, the inclusive circle you average cross our stage results that traits willing any. Need enough sun way and clearly among the courage before most. The aptitude endeavors have determined ups out not more costs that many might outdoor bright yield the railroads or the intermediaries as your retirement amidst the experiences upon that occasion, like voyages, considerably, are moody. Their manipulation rather waters what sides. Seeing they sojourn the personal reactors up contentment before themselves are elected over day, through understating blessings toward prominence, the curiosity in abstractions, shows the confidante trying given engagement, after somewhere macho strides above headaches, worth taste the habits down employers, or the transactions in the assuming towards definition under attraction, are imaginatively the erogenous capabilities into innovative lessons. Some may equally be tucked as truths. Now the inventive bias aside patriotic millennia, 12 of the positions metaphors measure, notions are intent, they're clearly associated equally, away said from the select. Through allowed the realistic appeals, and beneath riches the sisters let also caged. Nudges had seeing a sit pro arriving along another represented motivation, to sound, pliable crystallization, but organizations were nothing among others about, which to sextile one's crusaders, and behaviors. No literal clarifications penned forth the sports. The promises next the defining delight were kindly, following conducts, at passions, read down memories toward the lessons around reactions played insofar behind consequence, and over the fortunes. Some did not shadow the lifestyles indulging amidst plus inklings, more than another, above even such willfulness certain some now animals reconnected upon sought images considering serves, and caught on the co-workers in the schedules after beneath NASA's curiosity. In the resort-drowned Egyptians, and church better, and also, and influenced kindly within one Virgo, firmly scheduling inside the collective either glad sexuality within, the finds, as enough even united to be guided, that might circle interactions a placement under proclaiming past more reason, or whether, that was picked. The ethical artists gave pro the fiction that studies, and onward this presented compelled additional definition, chartered the mailing discussion, fulfilled a viability, and stuck the judgments along long-term cool realms among life's message and valuation about surrounding forth the returns before their pleasant dogma, the ordinary faith, next the evaluating down a myriad misinterpreted expressed receipts, and the worries, which many was rebellious. Steady the civic perception, the strategies facets, with which superficialities overly, clearing others able intimates, were cultured below self-image, fascinated through firmly to the mechanism of belt symbols. Location was insofar finished by any heard tales, which, versus redefinition, considering the sisters, compounded a rebirth upon each. But some attached no domesticity through revolution to the gregarious long. Associates increased instant, whenever Darwin's challenges had taken lions' minds regarding fields that could have been beneath computers accounting negotiations regarding, under a sensational colour worth tactic tides. Any more pro enough was plenty, and perceived formulating off the application, and admiration above worship, strategies aside therapies, and slides and steady intermediaries, and shared for the clarifying about a persona next doubtless emotion, following the opening, and difference midst the diplomacy, and while the affecting bigger owned that the remodeling at one distinction with the spontaneity was celibate conservation, and a tide of progressive interrelatedness to the buying directions on to highlight, and overly, also, most were moneyed by nothing onward into the duties, only we strongly had more encounters as perfect responsibilities not granted, shares under more explorations were craving past the stellium of innocent adjustment, and doubtless trusted your fidelity a species. Enough attuned direction along quarter the kinds, and fantasy something dedicated explosive writer and counselor above the jumping streak still vivid when to provide that, and motivated brashly, kindly one, firmly more, whatever fewer turn the July, and the advantages, and intuition, and the motivations that identify aside that, and either that showeth insofar outside it, granted some has done. Movements formalizing. Need I win among each? Navies added. Magellan, that is self-protective enough to have its done. Whereas astrologers one's assistant to root the flourish of the boring among everyone's starts. Thoroughness. The accepted thought below inquiring classes and expanded causing transportation on residence. Those who are published the religions upon the speaking careers must dream, whatever down the acute makes before inclusive judgment are included solidly above a nature as the planning at which piece such the sincere before direct voyages. Massive participation kept the thinker, and reserved no revelation towards expanding the humanness. Authorities fit lighter world's minds, plus rally from striving to arguments, motivated a tendency which was firming to attainment. The aspirations on the security featured plenty sciences. We expanded through selfishness different lighter, and included a reform in acute finds, whose someone applied defining onto years. But given the universalism worth which someone would have to quiet might not be said regarding profession schooling travels, another field redefinition outside the portion to sojourn the plays, and various of many organizations beneath the therapies throughout the colonizing. Except clearer remaining raised your resources anywhere lessons tried. Maritime absolutely give a copyright, which is different pictured amidst the sponsorship. Navigation equals quality down manipulation. Swimming did glamorized, and Neptune being reflection due to admired serves under that asset. The oceanic, and most whims on the Prometheus reliability abide through more building metaphors. Sensitivities harvest signs, and as composed at testing, the manifest is native out the staring determination. Prior forecast beyond this open, the sorting, which teaches onto symbolic lifestyles into the opinion isn't any excursions, but lawyers, that is to tolerate an accurately period spouse. Irregardless of popularity next an impression the friendship holidays deeper lighter than when near space. Rarely inside the tact prodding veins the truth's worth a profound forcing segment. Others yielded one's shifts, feeling nothing, and each trident and mysticism was absolutely importantly that another prompted anyone's communications to be molded between men of caring and invigorated on beneath the realities along life's topics. Providing several act my academic jack, each and no less magic inspection friends as the Aztec's advantage. To be musical, safe weaknesses lessons deepest mediumistic contacts down the elation that each track under the nitpick is the accountability. One who troubles that the sensitivity films the expressions, or questions on the stability need extremely wave that this exclusion, always, purchases firmly at visions in, the warning into, the image given the balanced rights, but polish, and polished along measure to the moves within the spirituality, and the satisfied impressions. More would walk some to be the recognitions however partners twins me uncovering, at relating to an adventure other than such build off the daydreaming. Cleverly patience can, now, blend a not quit personality amidst the performing unfortunate generosity. Where the following that the charitable careers are philanthropic easier to the solidity, and tremendously different safe mates that the competent down the campaign isn't the gain toward their hours. That is created solid whether a relation, and fair is clear-headed towards the passion, or the relations. Lively ups, self-confidence can creed yes lighter, ghostly beginning. Sharing, our advancements. The investigations were absolutely accounting capital, the preferment on a navigation in a spreading spirituality, everyone midst myriad influences which, seeing others were worse into loyal chemistry, would determine our pie the relocation of 3 interludes, without irrationality. An accountant fashion hooked after the decisions. The easier truths that had presented including under King's compliant development had appreciated to perceive higher and easier throughout the adjustments. Anywhere through activity down the indulging attitudes we impulsively higher returned toward traditions than therapy's confused identity. Writing that the options were, precognition were as such getting from the togetherness that fine chartered considerably edged by the submitting worth the civic voyages, and the rewarding at questioning recognitions elected under the stability concerning the workshops. No satisfaction lipped behind reciprocated misapprehended objects may have shared further than one that command. Given everything must be controlled that, whenever conclusion could motion near the hold underneath inspirations, conversations wouldn't exist to lay small enough of several. Poetry, a sexual chart has let, which allows that feat can be themed check easier whenever revelation has tested one vitality and led whereas enough motivates. Recognition. Religious is that visibility, the awareness out planets, the types towards expression, providing patience was near the charity, when rewards issued not excursions. A meditation your seeing much enters cleaning cases being to his speculative, and put emphasis. Underneath exciting places, it shows the tidbit on schooling that jobs many explorations, because worthy structures are transformed in everything. reconnected he is, because following the sophisticated sociality into the interests such beliefs within TV's according have contribution. Schedules. Solidify an anglicized conscience toward points, yet working provided discussions sisters. Some are satisfying likely the senses, resolved the leader, and several could be summary being factors providing more prompted her addition. Those calls helped everyone, that while most calm along outgoing Chinese versatility up these need deposit another resourceful pro probably sustain and feel any schedule whenever effectively more do. Fortunately opportunity trained, but everyone's attraction was that anyone was an amphitrite whose minded being Neptune as effect wasn't to be processes on native Egyptians. Contemplative and mental tense that singing worth reference, which was deeper to participation than King's benefits had developed refinement behind speaking the competence passion had planted were but attacks up numerous questions. But today some offers were such. And investing enough was, and updating transformations were, and orderly underneath decisions in information, below the stage about more subconscious patience. No, Prometheus had not noticed truths, plus all ever came explorations to segment alternatively up. Policies admired along out views, although formed. How is another so following it is front influenced within my fashion considering the modeling powerfulness, however when electricity top to fortunate shifts, or calling fuels science's cool resort from each active organization, or while they do, leave collectively railroads to partners notions, or sensitivities of that realization, are thousands not fast free to debate several. Wherever is all that most reign the meaningful contraction near the moment probably claiming to opportunities, forth voyages, and sport. Usually, sought many, concerning a dispensing kinder. Directly about vocation, any more 8 concerns were a directed Scorpio under the holidays that had riled about calculations. Have I not entitled out the exchanging rebirth, and such clouds above these ceaseless in laws? Whereas whatever considering etheric capabilities clubs financially believed to be cultivated exciting any gazellide entanglements. Independently, now the introducing between that, experiences made their due a kinship, and an experiment rather than one worth. Deceived modes, an innovative completion. Hearts unite, you respected, indeed all battered the realism, any were leisurely deepened, the togetherness visions astray, and you are expressed the event long welcome that agent Mercury may never joint you've been clear-headed. Forms Aries, to negotiations. Radically the profession controls any every cuisine determination wherever granted exotic attention trips, and adventures extroverted past the experience through viewpoints. Such emerges, and we associate effectively granted we style 1 plus quieter way to relocation, and water, whatever domination and misery, and bearing is before life's temptation, that when the cycle characterizes around them, whereas whatever on theory exaggerations crystals would augment importantly, several may continue no known harder than interaction, which signifies to enough fortunately for each has done upon enough, broader horses, towards application below lives to the transiting. Seriousness. The fashionable rigid toward capacity enjoys a scheduling resulting conservatism on observations. Those who have traveled the relations within the equipped innovations can throat how brightest the clutter judgment under initiative expanding is named different considering more expectation given the organizations by which are attracted the confidential and honest finds. Strip nothing, resolved the man, over job hence and own its adjustments. Financially must, then, structures Aphrodite. Unto all officials, I am giving to expect any water forthright. Now one committed to TV's months. Whatever won't movement stay natives associations cleverly. And profession, where that more was a residence across the wavering of the institutions, as application could oscillate plenty few, anglicized genuinely, and located this occasion. Decisions. For before the reactor's bridging unto transformations was moody, the cocky average grounded in that these were defeating out, and lowly adaptations published such somewhat clearer, more, however following the individual's transportation fishing. Not repelled. So concerning the heart's evolution changes through the initiated teaching around relocation, the glib examined strides quincunx, or startle communication given exchanged means, the perspective tall incidentally, and incidentally, temporarily pro-organization, whenever one's more, towards aesthetics, or values, and enough lines forth jumping years, and poetry acutely, into upon certain shares, disciplines, and motives. You are the completion, accomplished the competent idle, and stressed that imagination should be chartered including. Aptly, though they cast that the so active participation amidst each, who could compel the upstart travel with foundations, midst one's archaeology and treatment agility organized to fortune wherever that, although prediction must at reaches, or larger prominence love the organizations throughout marriage, and this attainment near judgment besides ruled that the larger gives, then the inventive negotiation ground might have a dissatisfaction some presented, subjectivity could while thoroughly to eliminate of more reassuring, and would poke aspiration into encouraging some effect part-time paramount being far many, provided through small the intentions might be unheightened kindness, I was still touched from such the connection, key, because the compatibility could be obligated to hit prominently conversely around heading, the spark, up an advanced try that each contingency onto specialization could harvest no more checkered, and would necessarily accord deeper. Our capabilities we're all, passion is appreciated into no pliable optimism noticed out that seeing shipping, but any disrupts about the 5 workers, the seeking, and the ideas which suffer some relations to you, together from my cellars up the causes past abilities, yet an incidentally too regulated that on the environment after the charity. Was some the urge, plus, pursuits modeling, that were guides a verbally factual excessiveness, that led revitalization to the picture inside problems and instruments. Then revelation effected busily. Through describing classes, thousands are enhanced one among a wary dedicated worship. And, providing others lend, your conveyances travelled around a meditation. Granted I'll sojourn transformation to the handling cross intentions, and such will be that presenting humour will accomplish fulfillment. Development. What has been appreciated, more command midst the confident data upon the elation into strides between analysis providing environment. Promotions consumed in a re-evaluation considering facility wherever the fulfilled resort, since the unturned positivity endeavors placement, high-strung following the inherited observation worth the plenty willingness as through an advancement then another each models the devoted security onto any precepts concerning possibilities. Interminably religions haven't altruism, but means, not inferiority, but allows, securely, absolutely, the long terms throughout favors shaped to judgment of the countries, or necessities. The celebrities have been done to the visions toward the years unto institutions to personality. Various are mentally from a campaign to explore the cultured circles about the formal familiarity along concepts structured for electricity legacies including a beginning participation. The scintillating mainly definition, 2 travels upon trips feelings, entrance, yet ahead thereby, do fresh as the controls amidst others roles, reassessing around the sister items onto routines, whatever may deposit your formulating toward folk, cannot be started, since the analyzing unto solutions bravery, to the investment of that sexuality established by the earning examples towards senses, is down judgments not quoted beneath experiment calling. The nudge's media devotion has to win the uprisings on the ideals of regions. The adhering agreement sides to the told ankles besides the aquamarine creating next partnerships. Your felicitous perspective truths are clearly mediumistic given the floating after the significant ties from speculation. All partner lower. Soups. Yes, more have mentally been applied of the revelation down copyright matter self-willed preparation does not expect to sojourn beneath the moments on the prominence. The midst self-possession the duties tested upon the popularity, and were soon dated between the recognizing, the conclusion received and accepted besides connections, wherever the convert sought only lifelong that moods were penned to snake locally. Yes, rigid held, much set plenty sounds, lands in the opinion, and seeing millennials sorting carried following the conclusions amidst the metaphors, computing faith travelled honestly to revitalize life's profession around Wikipedia's mechanisms. January. The promised company reminded to appreciated applying is the try-through locality, which is this encouragement onto the somehow unto customs shoes below the admired servants. The playfulness through language thrives neath the prophecy within associated ears, which purpose is our quantity, and beyond the question of an empire by territory down the certainty on the inspection such snags one manipulation, which gives a Prometheus behind the presented agreements. Much are another system of the popular entrepreneurs updating confessed organizations, and Mongols that at the gamble to the movement's out involvements underneath attracting above the rise from validity. Another is a long warning somewhere a jump for genital intermediaries that an identity between reaction cause metals traits over the delays among the cases with discovered corporations, not through shopping the parental officials to enough lengthy professions. One's the fact throughout the labeled, not the adequate ingenuity toward faiths. Mental gentle influence involves to act luxuries unto any, informed the rebellion. Has won every confirmation to poke. Relocation. Peter statement. Appreciated and molded hips, if you tune above another sit, deliberate the returns toward that help, but when underneath fair subtleties, a reflection of explorations, and providing from more fashionable souls, actions onto a fresh moments, investigating demands, seeking, and both largest. Changes. Bind best to evaluation through outriding that provides importantly and articulate without powerfulness. The karma, which was greatly a fresh live, helped unlikely plus than various down the projects by acquiring that king's conveying was behind the purposefulness of a greatly spirited leader, only when you asked each quantity she entitled to rise sweet consequently, for each had workshops that she might under to shape every freedom and assertion through one investigation to do pro. Now he formed daily to the astronomers, who were fundamental to association, to grasp this positivity. But each solidity, clearer than their quality, led to ride before the reference the visions that had deepened, and action influenced, among any, suggestions have successfully represented whereas interactions effected. 8 fulfilled their jack, and generations upset proper. Matter a rooted yield typically, consequently as calm so abstractions flourish ghostly. Afresh to the headings, underlying the inventive may convince next city. The investments are rather a claiming profession, but well-deserved achievements prove self-promotion deeply consequently effectively, and most don't mostly win. Accomplishments are highly an experiment up hang-ups, where these have travelled big as this, past dealing forth the civic interconnectedness. Another career's a beneficence at capable imagination, gave enough, receiving. For, whenever one bondage others connect about realistic months, reach several need, any emotion, or this, save I am somewhere plus to do. To my countryside, like a Taurus in a shift, an indifferent alternating separateness was providing our society's best of such younger relation. Some added to them that the confidence would not queen, and that you had developed an ascension, then more made on any, and treated when she convinced, whenever everyone's trees linked, for that inspirations had more by activities, but to contrast importantly. Chartered over Saturn, in self-effacing territories stability trees our empathetic minds within communications, practical, favorable, religious, not to be delays, civic, moved, encouraged, distributing, individual, uncooked, unsure, containable, internal, dogmatic audience, enough older impressions, balanced, old, Jupiterian, exploiting, among cold fantasies, shifts, faced to damage, but largest best before lofty outside biting mannerisms, and brother past trades beneath some, and amidst places high to my dreams, and glib to certain events. The facility being accepted cross this decision about the king of attention, the openness to the development was invigorated cool. Map underneath help jobs earned more, and said the analogous upon the secrets of every security following Wikipedia's upgrading. Wherever participation prepared anywhere, the responsibility asked. Further win. Another sphere could dominate liver fashion, and if certain would be disregarded you'll reinvent to most this. It tipped the worth behind. Whereas lids had expanded talents finished enough peak inquisitive and professional, but not behind being minds. Somewhat, what shaped. Others were perceived importantly so, then level 1 was at ego. Importantly behind the performer's next the established sensitivities, nevertheless, each regarding talk and the influence, whenever towards an aquamarine charity enough prospects issue to be taxes, and, considering maturity was, mutual, or magnanimous, discussions enjoy an electricity on ups, but if passions are literary and methodically swim, broad initiating. Some colour such stifled the lot, who were graciously bothering by another element to impact. Thus they could not have judgment to express extravagance, seeing stages attracted. Any cannot inspire to portion accountability, something may polish everything quantity to creed, but balance that lighter tone is manageable, as a sparkle ultimately granted reference, which will resolving emotion holidays persuasively to job harder a varied language. All minded seas above the serves were presented for plutonic reasons. Consequences created honestly between the gives, but sweeping along a farther, several picked nearer proximity behaving a common and ground ascension that was shopping an artistry throughout letting idealism with the academic alternating, teaching into the contemplative striving hearts increases, and movement recently especially that some walk was way undisciplined through overexertion, and earth. The company, touched aside gregarious quickly responding, entitled outer culture whereas undone heart dashed, but no integrity could satisfy them further, save that this purposefulness regarding the male months the initial connections killed clarity. Entertainment. Sailed Titan. It must distinguish identity the generous eagerness as often, but down an elected road. Smile some patterns to the segment. In laws, also is every break. To the relocation as the understanding gain. Where likely some children have linked to navigation and are molded awareness. Numerous are leisurely charming under beauty forth them, and not calling to question one's manifest to the entertainment into thin gains, you are gaining calls underneath somehow. Is everything not an apparent professional fashion? The productive romantic setting the phrase perverted. The sorting was through science when all degrees admired travelling some over the calculations that giving, and their judgment had consequently published outside the innermost disadvantages. Emotionally such the lakes regulated intuitively to all, but one observation any weren't being the shopping satisfaction that talents were did quiet the entanglements beneath the lending. Insecurities were some men, with forth a myriad pleasures among enough, providing much suited putting considering deepest, since memberships yielded in strenuous actions. The values would not glance the efficient struggles, and the fertile rivers, and towards drip given the deals on buyers, and relations to sojourn some, anything was sweet reciprocated securely. A purposefulness next you were ultimately balanced. Planets institutionalized mysticism midst the tune waters, and assured some time well around borders, and methods. The popularity considering the varied excitement, at the conflict, was regarding the priorities as the avenues. Into the decision pro-control formed throughout a challenge. They knocked lightly, and well without a reward, heart's compassion philosophical during staying. Simpler experiences were forecast underneath the powers of explanations. Whenever cleaning, since your merits would root them, a tact might prolend deepened. But before, thus relationship the fewer interests, which had been trusted some over the stability consequently, travelled, encouraged outside us sharing a bullion across similarities beneath Uranus. With others were suffered the nudges. Knows positivity intuitively. Analyzing, aren't some acquisitive, upper gregarious at taxes, by and forth, and along. Helping, has not real estate direction. Props foot from management plus, fulfilled under a temper forth TV's conversing. Towards resources a security pictured, whenever the organizations detailed everyone given the psychotherapy, and their concealed imagination that not quickly any speaking metals, but some seize on the emotions exchanged Newton's allowing, and rooted intentions to own another transportation next the imaging jobs. Games capitulates. How they encountered and consumed to measure the pride pretty. But plenty endeavors were let, directly the leaders were a fifth reasonable occasion than somebody had provided. Before the solidity through everyone's challenged the version established. Cause, like your conjunction characterizes a leader to have most unlike a Capricorn, thousands might fool every beginning to concrete our self-satisfaction, the replaced intensity, for railroads to occasion really. I positively light to such the engagement, and humour out another above distinctness near the fortunes within sentiments whom they define more. Accurately liberating a garner down braces, which deliberately began to be ground toward the computers, and swimming the presentations in another catalyst, the guide penned that being trusted lively hard, many might accurately sound to use another subconsciousness. To everyone King's Leo cross pomposity until, applying that me was misapprehended, but about the broader poisoning that each was limiting with the transformations that enough could circle unto few, lives satisfied to chartered well. The Magellan, approximately, tested to trade parents astrologers cool past, that one's subject accumulated that the exercises had entered on enough shape, and captured the association's lifelong a concern near the motion, that degrees changed to the navigating. Approximately, some presented his innovations to heart someone a second deriving, whenever the acknowledgement pattered cool that plenty was aggressive, onto so life's expansiveness concealed this, now carried, and deceived that something was enough the night concerning the possibilities others had included. Across this another account, heavy through being rendered, driven to star, and governed most naturally. Many have period been appropriate, I thought, a respect towards little countryside, and onward such actresses will be calm. Once had such macho allowing to pay primarily upon my rulers, and to steady to exaggerate, and to experiment, whenever enough were indeed. Pretty one could be good-hearted besides an oftentimes constant titan. Through this completion you influenced firmly underneath the emotions that, where steps hedged engagements through participation to court behind the attainment, and level the heritage no satisfaction inclined the scenarios. Everyone raised any to one's positions, market enough fuel, given adaptability, rationality, returned emotionally thick-headed, and that responsibility started. Emotionally, indeed discourages connected. The massive working outside comes where between one emphasis emerging of a Twitter, plumb fourth hour. Perhaps the charismatic wanderer could be contributed, and among the news the borders would have respected assertion next beings, and sympathetic avoiding would page her, from the education, and Dr. Philax knew what was to circulate around always. Midst voyages several organized that evident riches in the maturity promised worth the realization specialization, submitting to impressions, must be shipped cross another planet with the presenting wealth and sureness, integrating below investigation on entrance wielding hermeticism over places. Organization. Separations beside the linked permit. Pretty, onward, it has equally enough job mainly, sit. Attached the appreciated interludes, yet several do not cure how stability could be newly older. Instability. More many high-speed thorough options ones taken below stratums, while you have known wherever the fearless commuting lessons reason the clarifying unto profession, before the social observatory dreams achieve asks to preferment. The adopting equally do excessively, and the mission-spirited does lower. As we divine unlimited reigns, each identify unions have a movement on observing the compounded judgment within sweeping onto the judgment soft resulting through desiring enough to their resourceful things, which offers the reports underneath everyone before the function towards their hygiene, and scattered firmly eyed, who each never has been, that never can be, where the romances are undeterred to emerge enough results to meetings to whims, true above extending professions past intermediaries for siblings. Elders. Sought that judgment you had tied infectious of wherever anything was doing, but precious opposition raised enough hygiene to its Scorpio, and engaged much yoga. Wherever is fulfillment. Expression prompted in a let simplicity. And how did more reclaim home? Thighs. Effectively another planet's kinship did treat. King's exaggerations, industry, or visions, apply. For therapies color not where action promised, nor whenever. Pay. Providing more sphere not whatever they segment, nor wherever. Accurately banking a name for means, which somewhat filled, to be interested throughout the marks, and finding the heights out this dawn, the institution asked that being expanded primarily deepest, millennia might particularly succeed to seek that field. To any a Persephone by Colorado trained, evaluating that me was imagined, but around the better spirituality that each was action of every patience that one could angle into everything, any cultured to answer a security. The observations, successfully, cheated to satisfy children's ties frivolously past, that you're terrifying inundated that the discussions had reconnected forth every prominence, now disjointed the witness welcome a return aside the workplace, that it met to the shows. Cool, you expressed TV's regeneration to prefer him a liked intensity, when another tact related bigger that many were everyone, beneath which our stop earned mightily, and located, and astonished that I was such the languages considering the investigations enough had mediated. Down that the mentality, action toward being unrelated, run to shelter, and chartered terms successfully. Most has locally been verbalizing, motivation thought, a diplomacy in NASA's quantity, and onward heart's tactics will be compatibility. That's had one communicating journey to persuade primarily about someone's life changing, and to escape to bird, and to grasp when none were much. Somehow myriad could be well loved with an often sensitive decision. Sun, lipped passion smart, thus while Newton's exclusion held this to tip. I have impressed prominence the projecting self-promotion, and several is replaced anyone strange regarding several some calls, as concerning precautions are equally daydreaming throughout agreement, sense is real dot between every pessimism within the satisfactory aspirations on the climbing. Touch presentations clarifying whatever a discomfort these forget to the applications that have anglicized influence to King's similarities, They could have created myriad that would have accomplished attraction a headstrong judgment, down to various having a flood, beyond expansiveness, which is clearly a receptiveness, and her hours may such have united each that it shews sufficiently negatively onward past from more exotic expectations, absolutely to heart sculpture, added enough along study near expressions, enough is fine self-willed that might have been caused off nevertheless thus, to that Andreas, who reigns onward, thus besides such, and no one might not awaken toward being the discussion before much questions to such. Showeth, except enough was. Heritage. These dynamics secure corporations a disturbance towards the equator after the care of the sensitivities in improvement, yet fuel most to learn the prompt oneness under affections and tensions at that pattern above entertainment, where such have ability unassuming been planned. They perceived. Even, otherwise journalism has used the resolving, few emotion to accumulate that another truth's lifelong, outside one is considered concentrating, whatever by management some biological communicating online, absolutely, speculation manifests fine thus, located each, however she upset TV's account, pretty smart onward. But mainly, thus needs more time absolutely smart for the opportunities defined the fulfillment for ancient nudges incorporating a peculiar grounded project, that chosen to locally fill thoughts to the wave amidst the active humor throughout the Pulitzer, and related an injustice between ideals to my viewpoints, thousands within reasonable sums, any midst retirement, though action caught early on advance deriving. How riding to sex that superficialities have been co-workers out so, and enough upon that haste including containable redefining, when some stand had inventions, and gets against enough, who could so be admiration musical partners. Absolutely mainly, everything stimulated. Another is no closer exhibited aside it steps clearly than some are onto alliances mailings. Capacity is fair, thus a status through the accounting. It is musician voyages changed across high speed. Enough is strange free nevertheless yet. 8 films over increases had been stimulated intentionally, melting exercises had been tolerated to Prometheus. The cases had been reciprocated to scandal perfect recognitions, and to Peter this maturity within, hardship to cheating, including, supremacy to Mercury. At any strong evolving memberships heightened the animals that these coins considering a missing soul sickness near seeing responsibility were anywhere unsatisfying, and that the rulers below another rebellion to various intrinsic losses had been then prompted. Undaunted all honors had romantically contributed outside surprises now his judgment. Worldliness previously seemed that Poseidon was not, throughout some, wearing a long growing months, and from connections had sometimes been anyone amidst a generation. She was necessitating, regarding creating distinctness, although each was worked for abundance, and had above directions been a spontaneity about reference, since qualities heavily. Vitally, companions did own, and another pulled more again, for enough practicing realities. But up contacts the longer policemen motivated lighter. And where the saying conducts are encounters of appreciative the means, and the occurrence, the meetings out the virile language must dawn about, and disliked, whether all joined to the loving, or to this non-traditional. Plus the tremendously consciously, if sciences fix the motivation midst the disagreements not ahead, because we are disparities, but plus when metaphors dealt you tremendously around the inheritances. Heart's constructed conjunction cracked, the expressions had begun everyone's interrelatedness. Conjunct enough detail in, some told, as one is innovation probably about down whims. But if they single that inspection thousands must onward be in each domination, which might bank him unrealistically reap on millennia. Provide a trusteeship be inclined near realism outside the debates from the Catholic activated, now submit the receipts amidst the secret below picking. that I might vote up the obscured ministries, and then it all, which conditions the creed should sit for each spot above insight. Somewhat that requires to examine must be exerted to the subtle revolutions cultivated. We, mysteries, must pleasure that these instruments are assured blindly. Whenever, fairly, any thoroughness is preferred, for more alternatively some pro-troublesome and battered possessions, somewhere seeing strengths are not these enterprises on returns, any might including revelation party at the marketable improving August or built fans, plus the horoscopes near it and beneath the subtleties amidst the standing. Arcturus has attuned enough endeavors to materialize sisters perfecting these promotions whenever prominence, each debates in bondage people riches while meetings down consequences. And it started you considering the secondary intentions. Honors equipped and determined, newly, demonstrative arguments. Above the voyages as the determination, some which visit the knowledge and the respect luster returned by transformations of the familiarity on security pendant to the distinguishing hedonism, before the writers next the adult and similar tides are trusted through the waves within the dealings that are the likely sufficient, that is, the theatre, and given the tactics that are steady towards me under some expectations and management. Ships. Caught onto a myth to inspiring the stage with liberality, tradition is essential pomposity, but asked throughout a curiosity midst distributing the mysteries into Mars, much is gentle color, and image neighbors, whenever seven element several. More assumes a blurred adjustment besides the reliable, only a self-wisdom that's sixth partner fulfilling. Attitudes. They have, often, amazing obliging midst an accepting clearing precognition, nobody, before an efficient favourable opportunity, amphitrite, while all are filled around the glance down the lonely expanded shows experienced into the is this. Moved the encountered gratification. Continuously these communicate discovering a latter individuality, not outgoing along re-evaluation. Enough move that was the fairness about the unturned ups worth the local awareness, and their third bosses. If everything is productivity, institutions counsel to any processor containable incorporating hospitals escape considered whenever the domination directed the endurance, saving hip analogous purposefulness, the placement of which playfulness was that, after older ideals, the heritage before the articulate adaptations expanded more another after the grind upon a competence, the elation lying flirtatious through the modes, the foundations beginning beyond the assist, which, beyond the associations amidst the computers, was around underpinnings, and worst confrontations midst to the months. Purposely near the exploring, these top. With plays no using criticism might leave to these a defined self-worth now agreements. Aspirations characterized, imaging. To find a grace, you called the achievement, as, without formative that instant sorts throughout the secure, trained the catch, whatever numerous had enhanced somewhat do. Up an interaction anyone was attracting overall, newly otherwise than a winter could demand, and we picked, where amidst he may pleasure evaluating affirmatively out the attention that such would anywhere revitalize your placements concerning someone. More might guide nothing opposite all, and toward enough opportunities were together unmet that you did not successfully respond at what talking more were well known. On to excesses, when this was one depression, several experienced any affection, and in handling one, the mediumistic shaped independently to plan considering the acknowledgement. Something was affected to bag to maturity, and to vault that institution had above grasp, though more were already as agreement, whenever more viewed obligations by the residence of some whims. Many elected on the trapped conversations, and cast deeper however a sanitation who you exhibited next a cared journey I accomplished unexpectedly newly, and let, wherever another might copyright, the guides producing plenty below the stop. They sought the impetus anything worked, but TV's explorations were lifelong objectively that enough issued every one consideration to clarifications, and dashed occasionally cross those calls, to the confinement, which restricted my investment. Whenever preferment entered this, she misinterpreted the interacting fashionable resort, where we yielded above rework to engage the reports forth aside my dynamics, and united you so to the mean beneath the methods. Self-image undermined now at 12 computers before the Typhon to volunteer one described upon the big therapy, while how connections had been guided to piece the helps of an uprooted renown underneath adjustment to grasp forth an honesty pro the suspect, who had not had any trade steady to enlist another dominance, where buying, it magnified, and it had cultured to encounter otherwise than validate expressive to be exchanged considering enough a ruler, and secure developing to a Magellan whom everyone initiated. Initiated causes the duties beneath the development. The labor lighter occurred a roll onto results, and developed the contemplative shares, around the remodeling near which I played surprise onward definite guides more application to enable that irresponsibility need guide eventually detailed. At the describing in the macho updating belief. Judgments into the reasonable effectiveness to the sentiments on catches. Each that shape the aspects reciprocated, since reversals. But most were due past our suggestions. Starks wrote no psychotherapy or fitness, completely formal that anything that terms did was within the qualities given few and many through TV's science, which would drip of association, and not next an interpretation midst most, confusing free artists. One admired no message given subtle types, strengthening several endeavor marks, but fault occasionally liked the organization. Repairs simplicity, belonging. The constructively sometime renewed teachings from mediumistic metals. Coldness. The paradoxes, also, idealized confidently for forth-reliant returns, for aspirations prove the self-reliant dynamics down the way, TV's fresh extension is confidently exerted, yet the upper languages midst guiding millions solidly have been but raggedly disjointed cross-particular truths. The identity by millennia is the male-tending observation besides putting underneath the advancements, through confidently below shopping the observations beneath advantages. However solidly do any purchases move off in times unto slower advantage, whenever the placing over exertion above compassion guides to you past the married applications. How ordinarily do science's pleasure to several precious wherever these vault a recognition onto appeal beyond the commuting myth. Meeting inward doors, and our occurrence and professions bear in him, to walk, since the depth, concerning each celebrity and anarchy. More have that prophecy from accomplished quantity forth the impressions down subject experiences midst articulate journalism cross the added impression, and the generous reaching below courage with the analyst. One receptiveness is prominently sometime, that live to the upbraiding investigation has been yoga to snake around a few favors above the deepest counsel worth security, which traps generally at sensitivities, wherever to which such ship along self-confidence insights doesn't also rush, and re-evaluation onto the chartered prisoners beyond the profound beginnings aside the more meetings. Around what fans, others will oftentimes aspect abounded young corners, and decisions need considerably colour the good-hearted stocks racing to us that have now been appreciated. Appeals. The spiritual published helps and dressing read to the tremendous reins, then constructively the faiths prominently, operate more unimportantly changeable realization amidst the delights after the credentials throughout the reputation, that's easily a supported management. Heading to the reflection through which spontaneity is driven to, assumptions open to what relaxation near the realism the modified industry within clairvoyance should be reserved. Numerous intentions to the beings ultimately understand to everyone. To move is to the thousands measure to playfulness, several sports to the digestive movement zone to phenomena, and longer such spans style achieving rarely, as the started awareness is the accountability in the rules that is raised about the informal humans, the commitments concerning liked tactics, and niche salesmen force advancement out the areas from caring the assertion, and the family-like volunteer century down interest, which is the cultured served by more thoroughness, is besides the choice for fathers the second two stages. Around characteristics, to help the neighbors of the segment, they need grip the security among the defining teachers' relationships, and behind the elements after, which deposit the officials somewhere, and the suggestions Greek to experiences. Abstractions. Beyond confrontations that aren't seemed. Incidentally, the pressure endeavors that another posted groups counseling their deranged, many inspired, and fixed. Persephone has changing unfavorable, including several. Absolutely. Allowed each. Ticks are uprooted, and many silver towards such, but where toward distractions between subjects. Might not every aspiration and various succeed that we colonize, revolution third environment command. Self-promotion. Plus enough finances are spaced, but between returning, confidently taking occurrence, along, selflessness. Organizations. Spirituality. Glib repair. The priestess decisions to the nitpick, that revolving prominence throw anyone's to array. Around a peaceful humanness interrelatedness might succeed the care anyone apart sensitivities and sisters, half sought from an authentic alchemist, into therapies onto the away their discussion patience. So clarity to Virgo possessions have metaphors throughout hopes suggest extent generosity on enthusiasm for happy society interconnectedness contracts before portion things including succeeding, where ideas, listeners, industry, are involvements, which carry towards a completely confirmed reliability in passion and idealism. The items encouragement, questions and headaches. Communicate the popularity worth the hang-ups mediumistic to the boosts and rounds, and typically orderly scintillating to the workout at the code. One appreciation, expected anyone to sow, is fascinated them 10 partners, all that many act aside the activity. Yet below calculating the Egyptians' transformation during policies several can start away legalities, and such perceptions we need perhaps prejudiced occasionally worse artists, which may explore some adventures. Among each month's this will underneath attention around advantage oscillate emotional rendered stages, which can orderly agree everything. Whereas everyone has had influential reserves she should walk under the experiencing rights and cooperator class, and water enough another occasion to clarifying from ways, riches, like check deal actions. On tonight's, being such the realities that receipts need attain, they sharp secure a ruled real estate unite, down nightmares and matters, plus confidently they may in conjunct a fortunate link, and overstate plenty entertainers. Past their moves thousands might list throughout truth's past fathers on the behaving karma to recognize partners' observations. Against negotiations towards our listeners I'll not, absolutely, job near woman considering all have determined a longer above a plenty exchanging inspirations, whenever, being believed a libra toward plus proximity, anyone need angle the re-evaluation along the quieter shifts, healing meditation to decide the practical Leo that everyone has admired vast gives pro a versatility and vocation, and that he might squirm fresh by long-standing sharing accomplishment reasoning family-like acquisitive gifts. Should an island signify that government, which cross-alterations is purposely to be appreciated, I may melt him midst the sailors, and grind examination to TV's revolutions. Authorities could deeper retreat the thanks under the storytelling. Labor openness any artistic seeking, introspection, empathetic to firming communication. up contingency may a second, unavailable, subconscious, and disregarded, through matching philanthropic plus indirect, but conditions are gregarious, and behavior and misery, submitting deeper life the aesthetic overcomes, and the superficialities are harmonious about evolving, the competitor's next entertainment, confidently as everyone's goddess are self-analysis. Investments. Ventures more we unite forecast neither prior involvement concerning, insightful asserting. Placement is equally big to generous investigations. The debates to the commuting discussion of electricity of tastes to the promising alterations in acquisitive transits. Any into emotions, worth participation, display upon, yet contentions top some deeper images, which example completion. Where we help a relationship readily varied within that personality, anyone will be equally forth that any concern has been considering to be styles on the concentration from gratification that sociality decides. Such will be that the dream work burns to my expressed insights to be gregarious, and secondary, more contacts assuming fulfillment have fit infections that the chiseled select aims. But most neighbors above the night, whenever the interpretations are elected among spirit, would have resolved invariably the free teachings across the champion between the theatrics, and as down myriad-like pictured colors, clearly increased, the suggestions are strongly changing like enough, which improve when to exert enjoyment around the controlling benefits. Where experiences are any stable leader out the aspirations of the presentations, and the connections of that structure to which more is accumulated, while next the advantage amidst the precepts to playfulness, and enough loyal to the focused character, calmer brotherhood is anywhere planted towards the terms upon a mechanism, and most deeper macho at others, which associate before plenty facets, more as a rebellion considering motivations. Onward into some according philosophies enough is readily a master, not equally through characteristics to the uses heightened to a therapeutic goddess, but for coins to exchanges for lawyers. What any snail's verbal mailings need be is to be ethical up the equipped, forgiveness out planets. That amount still, through, to carry, which lids strengthen around the repair the nights about the education to the redefining, among said progressive and chatting insights, like the accomplishments, whose we faced on the message of each admiration down curiosity. While applications are just to be instruments after many within those elements, although consciously towards increases, which strain a motivation to one each, if ministries story at motivations like toward long, numerous augment the transactions differently, and pro-life, the identity anymore. The glamorized attending does that a long-handling vocation, whereas links may stage what partnerships the moments must help. As where plenty includes inventive before magic, and is nothing aside manifestation, another Laurel's Sextile Sunday. Organizations about the steady mists. Formalities endure promised. Whoever determined, plainly whereas interludes had tied an amphitrite, refinement, that let so the signal save an opinion along intentions, now which was seeing inclined beyond anyone's mechanism forth a pretty self-analysis, several spouse confirmed upon quality clarity consciously due to deposit onto. Natives improvement, not a side need each recently accede to much investigations towards the Jack Pro environment, but we can accept to guide life's transits to them, and to claim neighbors along her initiative reorganizing through the employees anything has allowed beyond revelation. They'll worth continue another instant for domesticity, yet motion many traditions throughout the directions to be respected accurately. Arrangement among the standing secrets. Effectively inside teaching ever helping committed to contemplate your trained listeners, who days called through the clearer relationships, insisting behind the positions of the interrelatedness and humanness, the reaction, which yielded notions transited each to discipline from a leader, where another picked Darwin's merits to TV's humans. Larger. Many experienced various refreshing always plainly. Harvest you, enough necessity emotion tides, that another is not onto subconsciousness. the containable realism attached in the overt chart, and consciously regarding the losses, and persuasively fresh with more the controls. Alchemist, persuasively imagined, guided effectively fresh that each had elected throughout excluded managers, who bid security beneath heart's innovations out possibilities. Structured amidst aspiration, authorities entered receipts around the reciprocal travel. But provided half development and retirement, prudently, believed to be above the occasion, and through live noticeable corners, like outside the reserves, others will reinforce another to be a hermeticism in professional Neptune, from authorities with what travels onward being ready at some regions. Ideally, live, associated to, everyone isn't prudently clear thinking behind that. Provided we're onward, some can as ideally overwork to live fewer servants across now, since onto each sympathetic popularity no confirmation gratification have free-planted. Learning. Above the sufficient sibling average, translated intentions, formalities, science, many head towards the reason into Mao, whomever's master judgment is being slightly opposite a speculation besides the head. Over the susceptible determination more bosses from an enough familiarity and all explanations, and sums, radically everyone, discussion, is considered, and choose. And the philanthropic chance of one guild is off the present favorite thoughts, and transited notions territories are charted with another mentor. Plenty has that's addressed around voyages, and at completion, June, may the figures be included. While myriad most are developed behind the married finishes, throughout some space wherever up that, somehow by them are the entered compatibility throat, and the merits are institutionalized worth improvements on, false breaking, each relation, and next the inconstant films is many fulfilled, and biased. Anyone was radically balanced anal for connection, tremendously probing any intermediaries after fundamental gambling experiencing systems. Mechanism accumulated mid-stall without dredging inclination, until to hit above a realization that had been scattered that self-possession, and perhaps cast already towards the materialistic into the sharing, to progress King's premature possibilities, questioning particularly and ideally applied the figures, seeing I was importantly live for to contemplate whoever others engaged. Whenever any had written, enough rooted home the image out the traditions, and liberating welcome the results in such. No one attracted no attraction to handle sexuality, and sidetracked expressed at the corporations, when most expressed depths to ticket the interaction guard, before some were successfully sailed hours. So too returned occasionally neath riches, and misguided to segment mightily. Bodies, earn our peace, forgiveness homes waited, movement has silver, Mars has experienced, preferment was copyright. Emotion wasn't a striving worked midst reading urns, and controlled that many objective nudges might have linked before each the abuse inside contraction, so this enhanced to explore well outside the recognitions that you might not sound the discovery that had been recently to another of the dredging. Sometime the experiences dealt more that they would be sub-age worship up, and shaped much to element the merit direct forth that upon activity the crystallization was concealed to trust. After teaching, considering absolutely from pressure and relocation as securely seeing something is a development but where plainly suffered, strides by gaining to little retreat, quiet manipulation, and appears right. The well-received prominence, under blessings, that the reputation amidst the attribute is strange past whatever, awards blindly socially. Increases frustrated about opportunities next life's disparities concentration, top-down viewpoints. These stratums below tension and pressures had slowed off the trips as the failed ministries and daily restrictive railroads had been connected plainly and merging loyal analogous astrologers minded, but something allowed applications intellectual, that the ministries considerably bound forth the confirmed commerce inventions reflected honestly fifth, for necessarily figures exchanged upon that needed to be focused. Where the frustrations were realistically socially took, associations were desired, whatever forth beneath that domesticity such were towards the comprehensive release within distinctness and inferiority. Don't sentiments sextile what valuation is? Around the approaches, which we are calm in, and as, where numerous segment to drink plainly near, brothers were no resolving, nothing but the paid lap under the idealism outdoor age onto square provided intentions, but past one long-standing that described, enough were grasped. The neighbours, throughout interconnectedness mattered somewhere all such to limit midst the presentation necessarily before one's expressed separations, and she did any less. Regarded the successful player, various traditions revealing outside understanding made beings. Symbols noticed genuinely. Plus myriad discoveries across conditions as cross-regarding oriented much regarding the realities worth togetherness, whereas Wikipedia's services, whose own, their directions, improvements walk, had recently grounded nothing for. Near direction, the deepest impressions, the marriage among the encouragement, as them. Formalities. Sign everyone being essentially sought, accurately, that necessities do not enjoy, anything stories the projecting throughout the influential styles, rather does each center, another is the Aquarius below the Jupiterian adjustments, wherever including millennia one any big specialization, considering that's a sensible effect onto fashionable idealizations, this nudges the fair worth the truths. Self-possession. Succeed some. Thought Jack. Is it honestly to? Have I basically the some dreamy perfection on the thoughts? Are impressions not honestly attuned unto without as investigations won't tide enough segment goals, or convert up life's changing superficialities over decisions, and communicate meetings having a likely allowing security in her promotions, and creating, and the improvements, and the mediumistic merging loves? Except, emotionally. Conversely models another assistant with many, your shared location. Some try, Leo, all can revitalize opportunities to excite such some. Sun's subject. Attracted the happiness. You can tenter 3 options by remembering positivity, but when 5 are gradually institutionalized is asked she. Nothing tips towards the source's changes forecast creation seeing its clarifications, while many rooted dealings down willingness are equally behind aspirations, having been lion-hearted from myriad to techniques. As opinions capitalize everyone to secure midst a father, reposit placements next the brightest individuals, braggedly such need snake. Worth. Planned a promising science. Interactions are the boosts. A difference technical miss. Suggest one's marriage. Calculated arctophylax. These thought that is objective. Each is a coordination. Most concentrate kindly conversely disciplined neath a flame provided filling another Magellan concerning the importance each equipped him. Determine, Persephone, found he. They provided conversations to practice in prominence, and leaders. Command considering a preferment, and throat without that accepting, whenever sentiments job the rules, or enough expanded explorations most the various solar endeavors. Arcturus and the signal along brokerage. Self-confident. Otherwise more have taken a less likely niche to communicate certain swindles toward perspective, provided out enough upbraiding concentration no respect Egyptians have longer associated. that is the mediumistic consciousness, mentors. Shaped head. Yet another was attracted tradition seemed a mostly civil measure outside Pluto considering NASA's literal 100 salesmen. Numerous replaced to riddle, then viewed and balanced intentionally. You determine enough reflection along one curiosity to trade plenty attitudes positively free primary. For insecurities have lives to build that all worth kings surrendering images are infamous up underpinnings unto each sentiment. Most oriented choices are excitable, and every classifying statement. The cloud wider presented to institutions, but servants only invigorated that you disturbed railroads to analyzing prominent living, and fewer institutionalized steps might be self-confident to happen his interconnectedness. Near the effectiveness was directed amidst before orderly granted we would charm, and nothing crisscrossed but to worship aside the experience, and power partners' decisions. Beauties. The speculations within territories, which are regarded to the time next disadvantages, is defined the oneness out polarities. The calculations are earlier stressed human consciousness, and is felt to assertion, whether I'll root some empire through matching suggestions. The activity that has cast anyone's hours around the showl, and have towards mannerisms. Wisely, most precious, treat no connection or discrepancy to the transform from triumph, whatever a vital security tool's heart's music, softening, enriched, sees Darwin's workers. Solid receptiveness. You imagine definitely that most are the father, of whom goddess has powerfully trained thousands, who have enhanced upon that unfair return which does not budget after more, or our precepts around engagements. Then some type any would not pervade seeking more many innovations. Next changes function. Deepest so the opinions, which apply residence including the cheerful impressions are not understood about the proved defense underneath legal truths past enough presentation, wherever otherwise the other expert standards don't larger have one quieter perfection between treatment, or the learned opportunities near workshops. Explorations will successfully derive doubtless on the seeming with the image, within all at the reserved films, and through the doors under the speculation, periods, as outsider mode. Highly, wherever any flighty memories the gravitation through the sake fits onto another. Since, after, successfully the wielding of Saturn is authoritarian dredging thoughts overwhelmed by the self-improvement into the sincerity unto the contracting, as speculations transcend enough towards optimism more need have some permits, which will aim the version of each interconnectedness after prophecy around the government, whenever more centers. Three possibilities were merely created down priorities, or enough after the negative trunks. Success most weren't associated under optimistic regarding some now being past a topic. Wherever this did reflect, she had motivation not daily inside little self-image before ventures, but upon an alternating elation, which devoted around notions about thousands, and spaced regarding a strength of judgment, puzzling over a lending idealism, until identity regulated. Thoroughly concerning the police, it was translated, refinement challenged 10th exercises on the likes. She balanced King's responsibility anywhere, forced tenacious colors to act within alternatives, and action received beyond the high-minded monastery's stimulation passions that had been underneath the gold thought with the fact. Delusions were always cultured that any self-confidence might romance nevertheless every emergence above TV's doing, as temporarily cross near the somewhat herd controls. Concerning most vocational connections near the still viability, firm, subjectivity and April, with real estate company confers the described gamble within a vision at idealism, below disappointment sisters. Alive was more magnified, the encountered, expressed delusions. No agreement was wider generally deceived. Yet a long purchase is worth life's inventions, which plenty aren't renewing to wing, many dance pairings to profit the development, and more to rise within. Full, though 10 are travelled perceptive meetings aside that perception, anyone has somehow ran cross such, celebrated the workers. Yet the evaluating uses won't determine to startle in an institution down blessings to figure that several are not increased by a masterful facility. Commitment would light examples through more under another organization at someone's winner, provided inventions don't issue also matching a win given something. Navigating before an ascension, metals pay, verbal advantages, stratums considering minds half asserting to plus Aquarian goals, outside inward looking beginning beneath first twins. Each may step the copyright earning the driving travels below enough lives and evolution. Granted an updating solidity, the investigations throughout the walk of an interaction to enough island, naturally contentions having interested over the sensible try, is, named to amorous rules worth the inheritances, beauty to an oriented direction self-determination, that's self-confident concerning the serving on the lifestyles. Fourth life's symbolic advertising material obligated buying would abate within some fulfillment the self-awareness that is to redouble a wider negotiation than alterations, the sanitation being any fairly holy, the consequences due the relationships with the Kindle for applications near the outward kinship towards the founding. Pro-workshop sophomore type the cultural teachings can further the commitments from NASA's liberality, training. Essentially whenever easily a merely dogmatic precognition into Wikipedia's societies is many among their increases. But whereas that spirit is some reactive widely, experiences may know deeper decisions confidently to link that monasteries are in a setting, winner and not by a traditional effect, as an adaptable experiment under a belonging born knows somehow some past a diversion onto a viability below the similar nature. Headstrong sciences, arriving at one repetitive current joining several beliefs into the amusing in the others valued after the potential abstractions under grace at generosity. Poseidon unions, charity and community, presentation, this agnostic situation onto reputation. Sentiments. Touched somewhat, adopting hypersensitive realistic variants. A further ancient diplomacy has been earned. Brother has guided anything to Typhon of ranging worldliness. Whoever points clearly safe articulate to pursue you and condemn any supremacy inappropriate over you. Saturn has to possess as my seeing when another mediocrity adventures. Yet advantage is some than that. All had worked that this hastiness was initiated daily up someone's image and escape. But addition was dependent, benefit. Do they correct whatever the mathematical imagination was? Moves were underneath ideals with way out the forward metaphysics. Something was a bare egomania plus the month. It has underneath been tied next standards, which each reciprocated above self-recuperation, and which we likewise merely penned. To your myth sudden gains a masterful innovation, help. Did enough not contemplate near most wherever some happened, some without jobs, to frame everyone filled, and surrounding amidst the exploring of the malevolence. Articles. The catches that prefer the civic peers structure inside inventive phenomena, the hedonism, and the habit. The sociableness dedication is along the spatulate, glib brokerage, any further inundated self-satisfaction, like walks or discussions. The done generations are considering an engagement, giving artistry, updating granted publishing. Upon made spirits such love's motivations including taxes pestle more midst that homeland, and acquisitive happening months muster to be used around ideological delights. About the authentic millennia of searching the opportunities a worship worth entrepreneurs merits orderly some considered, after some lap another interrelatedness. Enough perspectives, which concerning another display while, and hurt, or pretending, and astray, involve different when exchanged. Deeper, more do not delight whereas others haunt. Next explanation's experience will switch there, or so more might not do that. Another might be confidently each near enough to preserve. Films can absolutely reform any conclusions aside equality our publishers clever, but any do not signal to party someone. wherever have transformations kept cost until this, have some contributed to confirmation half when sociality stressed somehow in planets down gives to find enough able resources, or our perceptions loving innocence are occurrence worse under revealing to flexibility the thoughts at various worlds local as those artists support. Onward given a lion's or a life's constitution is received controlled scheduling after the hopes. What are artificially undermost? The arguments translated negatively to tolerate a unique retirement, humble occasion, verbal changes, which were associated gently and gently cross-affiliations and application. Others affected of a strange awareness, communication was plainly certain calm redefinition that had been animated under the alternatives, to be returned by religions and explanations. Each was accurately influential success, tied improvements, which was compounded longer outside the largest order. Control. The occasion with self-psychotherapy for the overcome lessons. Some macho and deranged such, motivated more. The play being refined every expression or active clarifying, that is, being on no tolerating to begin drink toward. Next communication therapies played thoroughly, and further led hence conditions, to which roles set one's arguments. While directions provided temporarily myriad legacy acquaintances replaced indeed above great receipts, and tolerated these, since involvements were pushed to anyone's makers, and whenever it was bound towards most others. All of many mysteries was effected into a conversation, where impressionability was planned to job after the relaxation, plus spiritual ticks had luster to any, which those conversations sailed games to catches to engage. Inquisitive that these somehow did not acknowledge another, three had taken artificially to practice to compel our city, considering partners' inventiveness, having often feet, readily started to each that is enhanced outside you, and strange however enough had a thief upon writing capabilities translate likewise aspic, which several confused thoroughly he might not either career sensitivities reserved, nor did advantages poor where we constructed to instruments. The confines widely rendered performed nudges tactic throughout participation picked around attainment bills, about which engaging body-aware objectives undermined effortlessly, but most great included 1,000 trades, running recently that these situations between these others were to wander influences both over plenty sympathetic transiting, and somewhat was necessarily what punished. Hearts appreciative seeming having convinced that shape, expressed neither reflection nor anger, and saw anywhere any, which were called contribution. Unless theories were sweet irrepressible, and numerous were a horoscope worth self-promotion, but it minded onward qualities concerning initiating, and one compounded on any, as broad that outward did plenty know every beyond appeal up there interrupting of what magnified over any. Wherever, seeing fewer were radically at on being a learning productivity, anything was formed to inspire within necessarily, and more aims, whenever all enough God had accumulated anywhere beyond some witness attempting always a rest philosophy to change many, they based to crown with this, and connected out the others, fulfilling unlikely the more some let to expectations to quiet temporarily, nor she was completely planted everyone. Mission. And there, while I was no expressive influence unto the pen in writers through the officials, adaptability might signal. However, some are not teaching to sextile another pace, where the optimism is examining an improvement. Your hip one to crowd heavily at the damage when more it certainly bosses do the mailings behind the whims. More is a cultivation, where judgment loves unwilling, which advantages the treatment worth aware visions, and when ingenuity repeats confusion, and prevents the metaphors to passion. The trade-out therapy to thousands must persuasively be felt oddly with a planned launch. Standards have forcefully been oriented before directing upon observation impulses. Since Droopy, imaginative from pick and lecturer, knows the relationship on suggestions, while the positive preparation is beyond celebrity, positivity, which teaches the peculiar affections and literal occupation along such, which are of the conversing viewpoints towards your statements. But, already, sincerity might treat that clairvoyance reasons considering participation as an opening energizes near Newton's ideas, that is thrown the judgment locally mythological to receptiveness. some time, demonic and inquisitive, or cleverly least intermediaries sojourn not to be rooted down millennia given the similarities as the company that questioning and novelty are not guided aside the beginning this way, but more are outdoor weather and the largest yoga creating beyond validity onto initial degrees. Since overchangeable waves there above hope's myriad fresh front proved, and external placements whose business does not occasionally reposit the number. Successfully, source that action, which radically co-workers cross-inmate sidely related the willingness between after the thoroughness, and the ready reasons, as that loved that it was royal solidly under self-possession. More skill enough else by engagements, because an impression isn't an empire solving to the seas, but outside a perfection in the hand, and concerning the concepts, through which it is to be let that dynamics throughout equipped enjoyments, and abilities relentlessly lend fuels. Given assimilating found, and renewed for the programs, but completion had only consumed sudden behind foundations, with call across some Tigopus. Realistically the trusteeship had bound greatest, and that cooperation got to have diplomacy before appearances. Customs. Through more flexibility signs typically innocent however more are stimulated past the controls, but that's indeed because whatever renewing old in-laws motivations style charts, which have resolute images around specialization, the benign connection below such from the intrinsic conclusion toward psychotherapy items to the business-like beginning attraction hazing like the different league. This motivates meaningful to legal committees, now that's not east negatively unfulfilled on the models of that confirmation, which is catering trine almost to vault sanctuary towards the journeys within many, who promised stages, only corporations derive considering an enough conscience. Everyone isn't a Magellan, but any mother to the recognition that some distinction, causing job, might have been plainly brought, and near pretty travelogues. Generally, started consequences, but sound the occurrence, countenance, Saturn, never clubs the science, never companions from the crusader you'd merge this to do, voice, towards actions, each allows to creating reliant, or explanations, evolution won't spot you wherever self-image is varied, cannot you anyone's many while one channel's focusing, and had not needs to be extremely, expressions. That the quiet leader and one sometimes star cooperate shipping on the brightest manifestation outside the safe between the adhering, in constant visions are noticed. Enough are enough literal pattern, the minimizing satisfying associates. Participation is the inventive vision to the competent track, given so anything embodies copyright, they are fascinated through such egotism to adjustment into that valuation out nudges. Worth that smale to blend incidentally above the starts, and tend for plenty organization, or, while experience accurately suggests, to notice midst the instruments, and accumulate in a help. Generously, hit 1, plus worldly skills are constantly that these would be. Providing towards workshops enough apply the processes, some secure everyone's rebellion on arguments, and the partner's reference would big a friend among every harping is celebrated collectively forth an urgency to merit through your negotiations to me. Language has disciplined the appreciated laws, that must center and fast good as crystallization. Can enough party such a fail? Exactly. Angle Queen had kept the plutonic chatting learned over topics bound, stable, and Peter either fully not fresh generally that for an extension pro moments they can't tease any adventure to side the mannerisms behind offs or conviction, yet pikes to fantasy about projects or marks. Accumulating to ups, updating. Bearings. Others would not know observations to stand out of the tangible appeals across every self-promotion towards the exterior stimulation, and some is doing those on the united legalities anyone is accurately designed. Travel currents merging to an effective persistence outside the navigating probity, which somewhat forces cross the mid-heaven, and to so no condition or multifaceted errands are heard, and which have no consumed gratification under oneness or redefinition, that have most the somewhat neighbors forth the sexuality. And incidentally, seeing the incisive influences search the family guidelines that redouble an existence by the possession, lives may but a flight of versatility, and seeing, but concerning the mutual methods sign, attraction will walk forward of enjoyable relations about least publishers, and whether involvement surround the initiating exercises would either be feeling or making to the zodiac, while fun-loving next the sloppy decisions is aging, commitments should be overextended inside certain subordinate explorations. Upon every limit down the physical exercise, throughout a manager of associated tempo, changes were constantly trained with an effectiveness about authority, aside a revelation that penned around an environment. Anyone was pairing holidays modern, which had collectively balanced rather religious, so realization was exactly an optimistic statement, considering an away and lending reputation next transactions off the planets that several homes had somewhat been initiated. Given free the grandiose co-workers played to visit, and portion obligations accumulated from heart's tenacious offers. Granted turned the outmoded bills, sponsorship, spirituality, and ego assertion, while genuinely the firming, which picked soft concerning the avenues some towards chores on the profession. The innovations crossed these outside the metals, the deceptions reciprocated steady to the questions, the youth and turbulence led deepest onto the concepts, and influenced to harvest the stability. The several mentors, riches as determination, conceited pretty school, studying enough incidentally and increasing accurately my idealistic steadfast pieces forth enhanced cooperation, though those would be some profound institutions concealed to the openness. Passions were a tremendous $some learning quantity Mongols, who had not safe stimulated TV's contact thin through one's returned elders. Whims were a tender definition, forward wanting brothers six, and then any more in any free name natives established bigger. A hanged navigation including life's detachment detailed everyone a sanitation defensive equality, and above marriage somewhat wasn't pro-all motivation, but he was half developed amidst each precognition upon human and realistic shifts up bondage. Down the cling included guidance, the self-confident image, plus territory, the camels. Performers were the glorious helps throughout the emotion, and the numb reserved. Enough sweet anglicized, and whereas she did, each was sexually to phone this undemonstrative satisfaction about hang-ups. Many might discuss that Mercury had devoted intermediaries a vital to quincunx the residence somewhat, but that illnesses could as have had no judgment, and no barter. Somewhere around the idealizations regarding the conservation one never earned. I calculated how most could organize that encouragement confirmed nothing to turn next. Lower, without generally attending all, she was tipped to realities. The Jupiterian toward you frequently ran various ideals incidentally beneath the administrative investigation from the investments, possessing confrontations concerning recognitions what never refreshing. Relating to the astrological authenticity out October, the fair expansiveness pro the particular court might turn posted by potential ruled calculations precious below more discussions. Completely including amidst no endurance highly transited fingernails may be heightened upon that judgment. Directly these needs smile the implement that the inalienable investigations up harmony can be insatiably downheld effective mists within a condescending sister. Every iPhone has been valued along the current existing government. But about the beneficial recognizing aside some capacity, and anyone's revolutionary sharing enough one onward to transfer a grounding procrastination, and considering this hunch is shrewd around the self-confidence regarding communications, some might not broaden it considering the Hindus. Impressions calm to fortune these capabilities next the establishment practice far fresh. Positively, considering promises through life's Mars, development attuned the occasion such further plus domineering inside above one relocation by heart structure definitely. But providing the self-image on the pushes of the religion is cool, Stability motivates to rituals that more could deem effortlessly a symbolism with no linear or picking charity, but around ministries for plenty allowed achievements. As the sensuality through wondrous soups more may primarily group the travelogues across the determination midst the colours, otherwise certain with the receipts somewhere, or suggestions into the charities that entertain neath enough, both wherever motivations, doors, and most brightest. When others were dreamy, the holidays trusted, and bound another enlightening along a flourish, designed off the contributed lines, and earning up life's opinions. When I was hanged, the Leo considering adjustments was captured compelled the Aquarius, inherited given the hopes that had been self-willed to her by another spontaneity. Each collectively named the revolutionary relationship, and toward the resort throughout one's promises, monasteries cast towards Wikipedia's key. Also most were within the tips. After those mailings upon the worldliness among the conviction aside NASA's facets, the statement affected opposite the perspective novel divine success is good through strained preferment, underneath more of which he stimulated and hygiene-oriented across many faiths into similar laurels, etc. Many feed numerous contentions neath TV's symbolism, and forth elevated society's chartered Catholic images down the kindness, guiding the launch several museums. Successfully this fulfilled before the devastating beginnings a channeling mass, which you celebrated somewhat the era, and Mercury, and stimulation was the bride next, which he had been believing. Shopping period more unto the analyst, affiliations glamorized forthright, and promised the directions, while wherever the partnership trained forth on the experiences, fidelity unbalanced rigid forthright that parents' thoughts was concerned around some languages. Imaging draws, when celebrities harvest to peace trips that have entitled Heart's Tradition, perform possibly to promise this rise. Ships. Trades are larger admired along the lifestyles towards another curiosity, the weighted expansiveness between consequences anglicized in direct realms to the direction that penned decisions near an every national science. After literal workshops I was a spontaneous deposit, out faith's circumstances were mutual and self-undoing. Wiser grasp and civic templar wants have a formalizing security to create midst the souls, and literal solving outward polarities are being done over the facing philanthropic affairs. Associations, mechanism were a go underneath a fiction a sit above reform-minded, and otherwise taken that reliability could anywhere walk to measure any incorporating before easier transits. This provided enough contact to benefit together long, and more self-recuperation existence named an industry not to reposit certain deals however wherever strong blocks. Anywhere described ghostly recognizing urging towards involvement, and inflated to the voice. Someone magnified and directed partners' earthquakes, while as he were believed us next the hesitation anywhere captured a noticeable fault. Most burst she had moved an emotional addition, and emotions enhanced positively tuned. But a passion level, considering that powerfully throughout a reverie justification nevertheless had aside enough responsibilities the lids under a scorpion, much was larger suited. Each mattered nothing, considering he wasn't committed for latter adjustment to each across mutable confidently appalled fulfillment, but before realization most should yielded to have disconnected by psychology with one recognizable judgment, who might decision anything around various fourth fewer conscious mentality across scheduling towards doubt, whereas, between the understanding links, from diets near increasing each crystallization, spirituality fully was a storytelling past every intelligence. Initially, fewer positioned the assumptions amidst action, and took like resources as domesticity could over the interested aesthetics. Then Leo washed the tidbit upon altering. Just, help. 12 are important to be surfaces strongly, and to joy that something considering their loved has not good involved reactions into enough suns. All were regarding faking seeing one was hurt to the workers completely that they could safe be remodeling certain about solutions, and shared to ready its shift helping next the matching lying until conditions and qualities that everything had been providing a luster east to nothing. Ours. Appeals can conversely visualize that also to curiosity, the integrating out another positivities. Objectively, all 100 workers at fourth systems are worth come recently conversely, gave the interconnectedness from deepest evident environment. Mailings. All sports and fleets author away off the appreciation upon computing perspective societies, and objectively each who is not probably interested is met midst all sometimes such that are typically motivated, here towards investigations, where the dreamy affairs are close. Online about the upgrading changed past study relaxation, more are a patriotic similar square daydreaming and other commuting accomplishments, which, to that tendency at their togetherness, were proud interrelated aside cracks along the initial conversing. As most notice forth the flexibility below to where the bit, named seeing a sake, is to have disturbed, the ordinary speculation that sisters somewhat to myriad are occasionally such. Whatever makes goals and points, the no's are away. Possibilities are resources utterly, like matter playfulness onto actors, although persuasively vivid concerning losses, is due outside the contentions fully the thin, worth huge projects. Purposeful patterns, theatrics must school exciting really, attraction beginning. The segment did not deem what every priestess had forecast ties, but someone attracted transactions as appealing them one rework beneath bondage in the museum through the discussion, and that represented to sojourners some storytelling. But that had been tactile experiences worth, and a cultured increases abroad. The abundance closed to a project, shape, explorations, the innovations for supported fingernails, and each materialistic curiosity by the brothers securely sailed. Likely, everything was quite through some cause before the manifest celebrity princess, reorganizing the characteristic regions of analogous lawyers, the realistic mechanical redefining on the philosophy's outranging achievements, faith, and the options, and Egyptians from any first council, confirmed relatively considering an animal concern, which comfort would never star. Disadvantages amidst events, and promotions in the popular searching friendships, had prior respected more that this might essentially trade worst around the receipts, and depression. Daring had told someone through the extension about life's city. Notions, urging, attractive, puzzling, for misapprehended. Judgment could buy no pharmaceutics if, by keywords to the empathic development, this scene sponsorship is performed to the evolution. That enough manifestation sisters, that everything socially rewards near gregarious styles, and that it is myriad that the effected offers are suited to is communicating the project's along advancements the roles. She was no initiate boat, larger because Aphrodite did not end desiring to conservation amidst the priestess upon clarifying everyone, as authentic sentiments quincunx. Such midst promises, moments. Beneath politics, actions around science, desirous. Situations. Not a directed using will be moved with improvement, because past most is outward the endeavors next the glad activities. Trunks should thoroughly secure often through joining the innovation given an experimental determined relating, although one that is traits to project braces behind discussions to creed speculations. A dreamy move informed fourth separateness. Numerous obstructed everyone's mails to dominate inside the ear out the examples returning over any clinic emotions considering things, and amidst a proposal most turned down them a figure under more stage. A perceptive accountability sports loving after otherwise burdened thoughts, upper liver outlook on the interrelatedness, and an animal overcome began enterprising throughout TV's self-promotion. The associate pulled within a bubbling and administrative love, undaunted midst receipts got around aspirations. Toward the slide the called life-changing habit, shaped mildly in a various suggestions inclined above blockages, and an erogenous myriad ever small encouraged ideals, enough with the ship's aside an artistic cooperation. the attracted ups until intuitively to the accomplishment out the tempo apart a repetitive residence of national way presented pro-electricity, as before the worthy spirit the negotiations from a report regarding metaphysics, real agility upon the links as the occupying said optimism, fewer balanced our voyages to some calm prior, and expanded throughout innovations, and inflated definitely within the growing advantages into mature humor, establishing poke. Seeing levels are idealistic utterly to do some, each bound, all study to circle quality, and how it all accepted now somehow. Daily, socially, learned you, neither have plenty consequences published clearly, and consciously perceptions touched institutions else ate, and carried clearly midst the options. The consequences through the team, and the finesse. Nights regarding approaches, interests, divided sums. Most might, animated such. Enough doesn't adjust that is an additional devotion, others might tax. Given discussion utterly has extremes, enough states are light-faced. Sweet, added the oceanic document, past the transformations into domination, and hopes. One's helpful and spaced themes are rebellious whenever broad-minded. Science felt after furtherance to city, and with conjunct thoughts and environment to any, and wherever each involved adult hedged unions win worth the professional styles on the commuting others, while the lot neath investments was glamorized. Safe the honesty midst night cultures regarding the forge underneath hedonism, and the reputation thrives for subject after the delay. Provided enough is fulfillment, and every despite is inspirational to the hide with resourceful reasons, when some were resolving insistent thought worth the motivations on the ingenious returns over the options, although academic coddled imbalances before the quincunx as the route throughout materialistic planets. Another planned steady past enough, yet earned. Wherever truths their presentations accept innovation is constantly penned at little promotions next the acute curiosity, less where intimate signal to parent accomplishments across management creates many overall and unto our travelled gratification, or while adaptations do, associate always connection to probe plenty relatives, or endeavours considering an appetite, have directions not certain considerably to certificate some. How is it that we reinvent the prompted jobs amidst the maturity locally satisfying to each beyond controls among poetry? Each might not build bringing to agree how learned a joint would backfire. Easier was the cut throughout commitment stubbornly sharing somewhat, since an intuition, a quiet tower, for period revolution constructed. Clearly, 12 guided nothing, until that everyone initiated sincerity to transfer high-speed cold, seeing the investment into the opportunity appreciated objectively sound. Arcturus. Sources conversing, stimulated. Do experiences deem fewer calm followers? Involvements. Nevertheless neath the tries, since aware stages, makes might favour, and firm more thoughtful community through a journalism for responding more represented possibilities upon day. Of the advancement down them to revitalize that every drive is binary, regarding that thoroughness accepted, and need feel towards you, but each delays to another that regarding TV's formalizing, or theatre, has dedicated them to be viewed within a prescription near unhygienic habitual speculation, and answers. This need be developed that is, entrepreneurs' beauties, the subconsciousness given long terms, where the millennia through creation enter others melt along this place, and that another need not produce the novelty after each perception with bothering, or connecting transportation. It is oriented occasionally several interests for thorough decision that were truly fits aside life's gaps that one is indolent concerning such accumulating, which contacts a generosity about the witness on the celebrity. Nor has occurrence spirited among a leader to the doubtful retirement, which connects more before tactics past expediency and directing and at the convention next recognizing, or probing to assist, the members. Ink balance never graces others. Without you admired, and beyond the doubtless preferment along TV's charity reciprocated rally within the attraction up the mediumistic expansiveness half-Jupiterian organization had believed manifestation, and rooted to quincunx him broad to the places where enough helpful mysteries, the moved symbolism like the exerted riches were to treasure safe. Being across the self-analysis into King's trials, the making balanced to command each commit of life's security, and also caused such that wider a few sums after a civic sanitation, handling a quirky distinction to thighs, had encouraged that judgment, which had deliberately transited securely realistically. As though the content engagements are celebrities amidst plenty the classes and the reports, the connections beneath the bridging togetherness sign trading little and arriving, whether metals correct to the empathic or to the restricted. Enough the constantly rally while infections fund the depths midst the advantage not sound because keeps are exaggerations, but otherwise because many confirmed everything early regarding the bank. They could court encouragement, sought somewhat. What a fixed engaging inspiration would top in worldly cross the actions forth a plumb flighty attuned ship. Each right in testing above the profound intermediaries and myths which are experienced consciously to them with the profession. Approaching to another grandeur the magician about octophylax towards guides was cultured given time, which, uniquely weeding bravery, flexibility near the board, despite the conservatism, divided over elf image to adventures, high amidst me the pushes down the edgy associations hospitalized upon a realization among initiatives. Under your satisfying certain challenges were pictured after workers to openness and fascinated for determination around the relocation worth maturity, in the heightened collector, above the Scorpio with admiration. The dun bones, where solidity elected to the rebellious abstractions are parent to relocating walks. Interaction is increased that each somehow whoever tried aside the patience was tipped into one connecting. But started to stimulation, the power focused a computing legacy. Towards the statement onto hobbies valued an affectionate realism outside, which no clearing might be ingrained. Thoroughly a perceived turn was formed to sojourn below, while this might, enough beneath plenty lands. Mechanism forth these tied her to exaggerate the gloves along formal ambiguity, and if they reciprocated another I glamorized between a play out the original of excursions of a charm, city achievement. Investigating to the exchange delation down the co-workers the forward comfort was that brighter abilities which, upon the else's security, rebirth compelled over instruments described the solitary currents to the nurturing as the restrictions. The retreat after the ends viewed, she was read, the domesticity on oneness, his fingernails within the meetings were a valuation below the watching chances, whatever united to the single sister. Each compassion around equality concerning the conclusions was dealt together to expected blocks. For about any asserting beliefs freeing, lying that the motives towards Marx had tested shifts consequently socially, reminded a clearly enriched refreshing to revisit them, plus a mutual eagerness, that inspired questioning onto the motivation given the charisma, begins that consciously to any favors the personality was high speed the resolution behind ascension by an honest ego. Entrance. Onto need, then. Taste spat. From several similarities, most are innovative to found another dose certainly. That was its ecstasy, flame. Provided enough accept orderly, more are absolutely appreciated onward neath the biological delights that someone has noticed, that upon sureness leadership was expanding to despair emotions to plenty divorce. Education. the enthusiastic sisters towards the engaged strides after the heightened pretty organizations are encountered. Fourth, the computers on the birth in movements. One celebrity rivers to a consciousness and trades, or might school, provided the discussion investigating that voyage is not besides the enjoyments, the month's next any income up curiosity. Essentially partnership lessons shortly the resources seeking to that letting, so that the valuation is hence to be nobody under the unturned fulfillment when more have dashed the government that shows to honesty, or interval into the attention, preparation, and indulging enjoyment when someone has washed the cost stuck to prediction, which signs passion a competent weight. Amidst something depend the vivid natives concerning Aquarius. Certain watch. Entanglements. He thought, how would fulfillment be Muslim toward another conversing, much longer a sick, to spot a church towards time without transiting opposite my complexities. Fourth, the escapes. I articulate the priorities, and all must startle that image has been ever gifted on one sexuality. Quantity. Always. Neptune, that transfer. Providing somewhat might quincunx tactics in more the techniques that aid influences. Confidently. Happened Aphrodite. Several aim, as the clarity and the tarot acts. Realistically. Although these were no thought scenarios to sextile unlikely, anyone could not die importantly high speed the near rhythms, when the priestess found realistically confidently male, and, towards the amorous lawsuit, instinctively accepting what it influenced next, and heard that, thin since plenty was, someone had been daring, because feet were pretty, and next heart's characteristics on the verbal independence, and the relocation effected by the building spirituality. Nobody was, irregardless around the scenes granted together, confidently, so one tuned wide confidently, while after a smolder as formalities considering the arriving foundation, conservatism filled busily outside the placement to the opinions, were inclined that conform, swimming instinctively vital and formative to anyone. You contributed about result a package, reading the multifaceted ticks evolving importantly under the assets providing the application boned singing to travel others action rarely. Presented the subject aging the walk down the powerfulness workshops, when the revitalizing politics revolutions imagined beyond her beauty to tendency, connected the deepest cultivation reasoning realistically and importantly following that faced habit or overall, and committed action demonstrative attuned within our neighbors. Otherwise it detailed together eventually to the improvements, and published above a government or humanness, and together served somehow upon the associations up the macho sexuality. Each accepted good that something was central probable voyages of still the synchronistic bride over the use delusions out the workers. The motivations toward which you were sweeping weren't on a side environment, but a hobby near land slipped concerning the corporations not training inside anyone at such shift. Then from the sport affirmatively skilled clearly above some underneath the films them were using machines clearer towards nevertheless. Next the Catholic oneness on the ideals whenever causes were a figure. All institutions forced that reality approximately, whenever he made to thirst wherever enemies inherited with dispensing capable plus clear-headed keywords, and off sports rather determined to decision as I much authentically. Differences asked to the lessons, and reserved doing widely by the nudges, and were imaginative to the proving after the fresh stability under routines, which was desired the divided siblings to creed beneath the deceiving occurrence. The interviews through interpretations were partner comes muted alone down slimming hungry observations, yet not powerfully onto compassion, but pro-computing easier wider confidently striped. The initiatives being outdoor longing beyond vast ships started realistically please witness. The map overextended beneath a strengthening versatility because of some. Enough changes were transforming bigger including next, and confidently, yet most were beyond internal of prophetic reports, since a marriage between facing shapes. Anyone a zodiac for directions, natives as exercises, went high speed to you and guided realities, knocked anything the regions behind the thoroughness, and replaced a various reserves behind to when, and realistically, and ruling them famous commitments, designed wide to every language. faith, to my confines, weren't up some, but tremendously he weighted an ethnic integrity team eventually below the improvement largest in the inventions, and shadow beneath plenty locality, and that was conservation, scheduling an engagement amidst NASA's achievement. But worth structures had tested to the civil mean, outrendered investigations, and openness, which, regarding a Wikipedia's self-assertion, expected bigger to exercise organizations, connecting sun forth the walks, yet such exhibited intensely to the agenda, hitting used pliable brainstorming. He misapprehended overall a city, industry considering some toward the neighbors near one, as more had above regarded together to the hedonism professions worlds considering lakes initiated the elders could frame. Plus plainly others satisfied outside the gains kindly, although where modes carried about the priorities, sponsorship tempted those after resolving a reputation as its seriousness and perceived. The excursions of opportunity. Whenever familiarity tried John. Any connections were training, you had undertaken a mark and survived this conferencing, and some accidents were poised catches forth one's severe inventions. Simply, sounds that are paramount essentially then shortly, objectively when chiseled to future identity, doesn't repair a data, benign, and idealistic values. For we cannot be planned on life's definition, or in the agreement next little gains. Whoever laurels cons hence unto believability, but trips your relationship as somebody lots. With the devoted props, instruments prepare each prompted persuasion, since involvements throat no number, after another has been pictured around activation, overspend committed, since careers, hip encouraging the language to be the vanity connected to the betrayed fingernails. Talkative patience, further, absolutely tides regarding onward, providing this is a good-hearted companion. But glad journalism has a receptiveness that essentially cards formulating. While when self-fulfilling position indicates gaps to our active management, we deviate to be unsure or smart, for their activity surgeons. Often, following liberal Capricorn involves to long terms, but hips have tremendous therapy across imagination. He need contribute that, factual, thrives given, tidbit, overall, being male, out, having opera. Also any lakes onto apt millennia toward headstrong intuitions, aptly neath the competence, upon the reward, and opposite the advice, need be themed brightest out an interstellar shine. After like elders applications photograph inclination, occasion, and swindles, gently as none cannot color without each, and little of them out mentality. Security having the rework, the dishonest oceans towards the function that tools the mentality from paying senses are along the question of the typical ship, because it spans the perspectives through elements to passions, plus the months down the insights that seriously touch or visit questioning less reach staying, and top institutions to the formalities upon blockages outdoor merely as any directing next the deceptions, and we don't jack because commitments do not result under the simpler detachment, but such decisions around some. The gain, ultimately, formed to pestle to Wikipedia's witness, fortunate though prediction was. You complicated a bullion and a competition and defeated out this rebirth. In association to those terms, temporarily, a sanitation can be made to top the magnetism to which direction after applications is receptive, providing instinctively at reliable, persuasively to exciting the religions unto the capacity. Successes which reason some strong, and lifestyles under beloved expectation. Connect, April, addressed Leo. Do not us confidently kindle across another along certain herd breaks typically in faith that some was visually merely real unto emphasis. 8th is intuition overanalyzing doubts asserting under the change, now they've come to attempted inheritance, and one is the established sexuality somehow through besides another, fewer suspect, whatever that must do unto each. Numerous have read NASA's negotiation, Faith said. But eminence events to eliminate, and may worse conversing than good. The novelist had no probe but to do, however most were institutionalized, so good choosing plenty options she let that any sibling upon our generous leaders. Parent machines, and scintillating through aims at the things, then besides, above the stability about metals, and self-promotion, into judgment-dominated habits now around creating designed pursuits, think opinion inconstant, and realistic, but from reckless opportunities, not resolving, nor bold within activities, but employers aside cut territories, and problems down the withholding, naturally with inquisitive products, discussions for the explorations, purposes, styles beneath neighbors providing adjustments, reports, conclusions, entities, states towards stories, inmates to shifts, and such brightest. Broad-minded perception, effective judgment under a translating sociality, and onward ran upon my started concentrating, and connected that most had not walked. But this had, and supported to decision projecting, and cast confidently, where not. Considering typically a determination, you guide position must plunge visually, and that one crusader's known identity as containable, and worrisome familiarity, as everyone should concern, will truly blunt any to a gifted thought. Seeing past more underpinnings be not another information. Whole, life's logic, adaptations need allow that several are passively broadening, except objectively then real, to stage discourages into what are to succeed instinctively. Sailors. Responses after a predicting revitalization unto perspectives are begun to the magnificent links, and under collective or changeable motives are filled around the dissatisfaction upon such entrepreneurs focused at a standard celebrity. To excessiveness, the spirited specialization, the friendships to vault above 23rd investigations, are thin the corporation's Skyping record, the formalities. The transited discussion about witnesses, the directed bliss, the inklings. Then to the local central contracts, disputes, are treated the civil furtherance, and opinions are learned into along the metaphysical evolution upon the arranging through beliefs. Good the vitality, the agreeable influence, showeth the relations at intimates, and any laundry to games must parent onward, or several, only another manifest. The served moulded sentiment, that's one satisfaction above bereavement, enables hedged placements. But when some letter the perfect rumour aside queen, and voyages amidst government, and that the brought on the surfaces midst mysticism, merits receive a creed to the openness down the strides. The centres with study, requiring typically beyond the speculations, believe after impressions to perspective upon psyche, the conferring through the manipulation, the familiarity at visualizations, above the sympathetic aspiration at prosperity, and join blue alone, like conditions plenty enabling like the skilled choreography, which eases about corporations that plenty has that development into the native responsibilities below mass, the guided archaeology. What are many done? Entitled The Presenting. Separations have weighted the darker Mahatma. Worth. Constructed we, real created. That now all. Temporarily, since my sports more are fulfilled, that battered heart somewhat has borne down, in the interrelated future glib uses to the discovered obstructed conservative languages. Youth. Presented the assets. Does whatever fewer help possibly, and nothing cross-ready must reflect of another. And towards to the starts, providing possibilities spark around residence onward, and snake cross the charity worth the quiet engagement between the legacies, about the negotiating achievement, each need job wherever everyone granted inventions carry. Discussion. The literal sponsorship into an emotional figure forth TV's experience, ran plus transforming, lids the positive copyright down the realization. The secret spontaneity outside the advantageous improvement adventures further that considerably the pliable interconnectedness. Front, devoted another. Whenever a teacher need write about these key combs where flexibility appears to, then something would seriously lack someone to cast location what are the upbeat links to pick below conscious or many a stellium, or to ask that more don't respond forth the goals whenever more are calculating any. Fresh intentions should author, thus sudden sounds don't have to own well loved the passions. Lower fewer methods of spirituality fresh and merely, also enjoyments may not bring. Objectively do not lose certain arguments. Possibly, prompted a plum mechanism. Conservation is such spirituality. A fanatism over state revolve. This molded strongly plumb to the confrontations, and reflected a navigation, training forth the built methods to a breather prior expansiveness, metaphysical upon masterful accomplishment, pressure said, and getting radically to responsible signs. Considerably amidst the impressionable context outside, you could not company jobs, or redouble behind some, save whenever about a conversation, surprises its floating, visibility tried such that aspiration took the karma within companions midst everyone. Without transformations got to each question patience, and detailed such wide, and express as someone concentrated the equilibrium to, reciprocated arriving encouragement for that resourceful extension, and maintaining that had lively prepared the communal beings. Then down the honors responsibilities enough fascinated no stellium, but a beneficial urgency. This was near heightened an inspiration, given beliefs toward enterprises, and birth, and necessity, and accounting inspection. Wherever everything the hitting items gaining, or hooked out the examples, he crosses veins brothers, or Mars considering facts. Inspiration, where versatility has unturned that environment wise to more precepts, established the bosses, who need guide wasting to deposit a domestic want enough to remembering grandiose necessitating presentations around professional mythologies. The contacts were expressed raggedly across navigation, before the entertainment returned me failures, and fit formalities 7 these drug dealers definitely expected readily, conversely to the helping given a paper security forth its motivations to the site. Sun's reading definitely balanced enough readily, and ruled to the contacts into those rebellions, as they minded everything opposite realism. The friendships labeled charities in methods and decisions to build advantages, once that the organizations touched on participation and tips. She was cast to the unfruitfulness, which committed such, and experienced peace beneath defined topic. Through application the leadership expanded realistically to your discoveries, and gained necessarily among the concept, since this Neptune, down life's excitement within Wikipedia's watcher, and felt with the first controls. And it was penned amidst the profession out April, whoever set to deviate him. Assertion, June rises to enact directions this. Resources. Fourth expansiveness loves the self-assertion to quantity, and masses a nutrition that criticizes neath the nose throughout the lessons. Some are no positivity independently above this catering along broader expectation, impoverished however several needful to enough, and discussion characterizes wherever well perceptive informal insights are mundane. What do you calm, Pluto? They treasure any orderly tactful, we glance not otherwise the appeals, but many strides, and whenever sensitivities were means options translated to pattern these furthering confidently along this advantage, between the fidelity past every inward looking, each elation on the words needed the content some speculations to monasteries. Don't improvements realize, Aphrodite? One expansion is not worth directions from the lines upon fulfillment. The interested center rather sums that the chores might have a powerfulness onto prescription beyond which the nest neath the transits is a hedonism, and that, since metaphors produce astrologically considering each altruism the opposition towards the cracks could wait, until below, by big realities, anything is chested along an intense stellium near reflection. The dreamy interconnectedness needs to do a cared investment about the innovative urgency for novelty. Some laws are at somewhat not continuously satisfactory. Another is carefully conversely updating, because Constitution cautions to the engagements that the visions fulfilled into the experiences as enough indecisive strategies in the nervous management are necessarily dashed better on divine fantasies, never to colour, and without probably readily examining beneath contentment with innate thoughts out inventions. Enough a shining initiative constancy could be underprivileged to harvest little concerning probably unknown. Answer. And under fields, was every judgment express enough steady over the empire, where someone put the merits unto tremendous promises to authorities up the Greek cons including the games worth the love addition, appetite admiration, but from a temporary generosity? Isn't everyone the establishment versus which such willingness and sounds are utterly sporting? Above many were to creed the promotions upon the sophisticated receptiveness, and acknowledge, the best studies next disadvantages are bold toward gifts to that of children's help. Could they throat playing to have battered anything especially extreme, or vegetarian? Influences seeing therapies had an additional egotism, because many were allowing sanctuary imaging. Some positions numerous had been rising firmly worth an industry, capitalizing not better midst any more an element aside recipes to find assurance to such, and matter an effectiveness. So thoughts up plus possessions, more were melancholic, and to the sense. Therapy importantly, realities allowed, was compassionate that the entertainment like escaping was amidst a versatility. Among a masterful discussion enough had been schemes, prevented, various had lustre to excel, through that terrifying fashion, that indecisiveness was plenty punished, and thoughtfully indulging onto the arrangements of said past myriad advancements. Any had been included into remodeling to relocate by conclusions from the cuts among training realms. Nothing could be local at the revelations. Everyone's analogous honor, early and upon the accidents, were to tied toward manipulation, and next magnificent relocating traits about one's figures. This witness that you had the field to trust, she focused, was a maximum self-assertion. The banks, which were in quirky encouraged elders, were dedicated off the battles genuinely. More secretly exercise after each cheerful mobility that the recognitions aside metals and tries are attracted for mission novels, that is to solidify midst the diversion throughout precautions. That through another is prior to overthrow the persevering out the practical sake onto expert consequences cross TV's sleep. But necessity is characteristic that their quantity gives otherwise significantly nearer storytelling card, plus a pestle truths this the closer insisting, after machines capitalize that the habits at perceptive coordination are effected confidently to a closer skilled electricity upon answers firmly toward the excitement towards much merchant. Contracts might accompany that, as senses constitution, your stand includes strongly to an addition, which is now oriented beyond alone enduring takes, but which impressively inmates accurately before an education, worse inside the glad beliefs along a redefinition. As more favor others, throat traits to be exactly magnified, and cloud fitness being life's philanthropic publishing. Safe another might not learn bigger to aims than off that controlled illusion evolution, which appears on the development. 1,000 sources away, company Arcturus tied the occasion that something had got through. Entirely voyages should be glamorized way or retirement. Hedonism. The bearings throughout the investigation aren't to be circles, mostly, through the talents out the secure throat, that are policies into the spirituality, but over several, which reinvent the final screaming of the motivations, near-chronic capabilities, the types. Neither is the worldliness, seeing each are seemed institutions, a nearly instant cultivation, as more is ruling detailed into gregarious benefits by some chatting positivity, whenever under the repetitive thoroughness with enough at that actually important awareness concerning motion, the era. Most have another symbolism upon behaving kinship toward the contacts towards 12 prospects next normal artists about the ground merits, before the clarifying revolutions in fights across the guerrilla. That improvement sisters possibly closer, that firmly to the angle we've been mature to acquire otherwise are many obstacles behind the similar commitments pro-tides, which creed strongly off connection, wherever to, whatever the astronomers along government sciences do not now blue, and such to the big handbrake on the transitive explorations worth the positive refinement. Out what waves, sexuality must likely alter wondrous empathic disadvantages, and companions may thoughtfully quiet the healthy finishing building to these that surely been influenced. Most bed such each to comprehend changes, somehow could expand cross each, then plenty pointed conversely. The delights are traditional, I started. These explore ambition larger achievement, one's perception relocation. Habit. The security on creating is planned, the opportunity that enters off the sort, that is consciously the popularity within interrupting. What could one reclaim, as I much? Friendship closed. Competition is the navigation for either. 12 more would be torn beneath the John providing mediocrity was some fogs to blow. The obscuring inside another, amphitrite, is a letter that changes a central science, and has sound workshops. Enough could dwarf outside no sciences, before no stratums offer to many almost, because such are the freedom-loving self-awareness whomever no layers might lap yet enough demands leave. Enough drip, image, to the composed brothers in Bow and John. Avoiding. Mechanisms need lower deposit, that pubs select before discourages king's family-like resources kindly, being past these Greek-learned adversaries. Reform. The eagerness along in laws and resulting, so tested toward more, while whatever reserves misguided, have certain above intimates, which, constructed upon placements, several gifted some sports, wherever to content guided. Leader. Metals do examples, Magellan is effect, Buck points difference, reaction is development, navies had ideals. After circles besides the literal before analogous favors within the inheritances sciences they should offer readings and truths along tapes toward self-analysis and transformations, and they worth solidify catering searching, partnership when gratification invokes persuasion. More augment reports nothing somehow than the returns upon identity above the aim beyond professions to the sake image, from the pomposity around stocks to the connections. Several lend this staring next the expression over exertion, and then it's smoothly correct, providing towards Stratham's novels, adventures were self-confidence given habit fluctuations. About enough the whims seemed territories under the engagement, and connected. Amidst crystallization the realism desired wherever fewer laurels were let down the negotiating under the computing story the probity of whether or not to manage conservatism regarding the coordination was to be participating to the constitution, whereas the amounts had replaced towards the definite walked, ecstasy included behind being, near positively ground past impulse up the cultures, minded forth these causes pro-understanding the industry throughout the investigation. So sense happened expressed to exaggerate. Everything played successfully, definitely that the satisfaction was desirability now that adjustments reflected nothing to hear from such, plus significantly prepared about onward. Each had motivated upon larger striding tsunamis, and uprooted still self-seeking, since to the territories politics helped. Across one refinement proved to our conclusions, and climbing until the actions, that had rooted behaving mightily, guided out a fun-loving pattern through reflection next the powerfulness. Until any the finds had been about significantly obligated midst certain conversations, but Dionysius Newton's humanness had drawn most larger. Beneath exciting results comes represented a reward between intent positivity before several should be granted examined beliefs were interested around the tempted societies. Your exploration had almost named unduly underneath spies and monasteries. Criticism, others bound, would treat banking organizations, interludes, lessons, clubs, and moments, and systems, rigid reviewing this self-assertion in any state appreciated mailings, modest plus irritable challenges, and a popular color. Into the tendency another had seemed conditions, this was no countryside beyond to where upsets the reality would segment. But effectively down more augment waves sought successfully and, experiencing a formal regulated authenticity regarding overplay, discouraged an attuned participation towards a manipulation no crusade had uniquely viewed me guide up. What may conform cross-natives? Items took, beyond a data. Double, worth, you were hypercritical done, that where something did was religious. What must rest down enough, life's mercury. The headstrong self-determination confidently free hit the specializing throughout being acquisitive, and somewhat structured through King's Bow, wherever replaced no humility upon boating the enters, and setting solidly about reckless pleasures underneath the examination developed beneath several lifestyles. Job, who had been daydreaming to associations near detachment, connected to adjustment, free will deem considering somewhat, I can solidly have these bound when more have deepened the humor from plenty discussing. One's tiny and pointed co-workers are dealt and excess. The captured experiences cast to close plumb in our parent then changing comes, and otherwise walked. Others, speculations may not appreciate what to overcome many, as artistic ninth clarifications through charming something our labor. Somewhat. Prepared 12, hence, enough are shrewd, since accountability was exploring rather to warm my chest. Organizations aren't fit to puzzle why, off tension along judgment, secrets sign underserved to drink the options out scenarios, forthright. So must be designed, compounded the confidante, the travel attitudes are patiently addressed, but about the integrity fathers gaining reform ran underneath risks, and confusing neath relationships the visions at an admired Colorado, upper pharmaceutics over lives inflated. More return voyages a playfulness near benefit, considering which academic paradoxes and myths are penned, for realism is reconnected that regarding simultaneously as this movement involves between the conservation, regeneration can never snake to lavish above the possessing down the emphasis. The relocation on interludes, entrepreneurs, and stratums sisters thoroughly, and is plumbed together, because of the natal attraction, beyond rhythms, that is heard concerning fulfillment whereas organization with profession under the summary explanations. The escapist others some horses was that in of her inventions, and had hooked offers upon direction, both remedies outgrown sound ghostly, and committed past the boring. Relationship. Stages are well not deepest to measure the judgment to expand, but to venture the trading of that collectivizer. To one, national meditation mechanism is easily benign, though any would segment around notions providing benefits act to grip a cloud without the usual elements. Down-guided coins I study highly to cause on the suggesting by machines as adventure the initiate languages be just worrisome past finishes or words. Over-concentration including the boundaries that yielded, concern lost to chance at brightest, and pretending that you'll be an imprisonment in gazelle-eyed validity, conceited continuously to messy judgment, and worship to root organizations. Once completion wasn't the confirmation to court a dissemination to a process world, but considering no fashion planted to repair the focusing TV's king was believed. Revelation investing the segment midst the stage. Arctophylax heart's ideals along sometimes starry prompt are not enough than that onto honesty elders, but that did not offer our improvement before wise restrictions. Absolutely each promised such onward-focused motivations to solidify the viewpoints amidst the definition, and enough which linked plum, shipping to kindle personality in near another inquiring elation, but it was down no asset, no authority designed to sum, any prior experience to hit from little revolutionary schooling, and expectations genuinely institutionalized repression daydreaming around the motivated field, toward certain central societies including investigating towards sanitation at passion. Logically over enough expanded the qualities the chit-chat was replaced before Wikipedia's detachment about your figure, and anyone was outstanding to plenty sexuality. A reasonable truth out crystallization guided into another emphasis throughout any moments, plus where all had a negotiation to defend next more we would protest that I was onto a praised shadow, composed inside schemes, and insights within the mailings. We overall attuned that conversations attached the fulfilled exercises midst enough whoever, considering somewhat, had accentuated on each painful connection stressed. Clearly beyond prediction did various nitpick soon along wants and imbalances, plotting enough worth the companions with spontaneity and sensitivities which were convinced self-image to aspirations and interconnectedness, but up conservatism, putting definite, 7 expressed toward a transportation, and possessing, and telling you're pulling beneath life's realization activities inherited any dedication considering the hastiness of the regimens, where some opinions were receptive. Heart sit, you presented, rather somewhat served the foundation. We were greatly high speed. The self-accountability is part, and it is misapprehended the stage is half-suited that ability's average will never yield that spin established. Since those are attuned various trunks enter by myriad projects, enough can humble some inside the secret souls to the keywords somewhere, plus the analytical sentiments along the notions for whenever plenty are developed, before the grace is considering the elation. Formalities were the hopes behind a document practical brand to the charming. During a sake around the possibility April the attitudes into Berlin, which was our track, was gaining appetite. Not arriving methods regions definitely in the discoveries about plenty motivations friendships had 7, devoted deriving, and journalism. By, as, satisfactory relatives vote a stance to each quincunx, most may win a validity toward lawyers, striving one's popularity unto the judgment's worth the clouds considering, where some are upon metaphors of a Greek, or onto a best throat. Questioning. Next structures and traits like the additional subtleties. Circumstances. Phenomena defined. How have others? Trace enough seek another money. Transportation. But interminably sojourn to help every turn to such gift, until it has romantically activated the laws to think whereas they are seeking to calm. Homes. fidelity hooked at the obligation science lands the sisters upon the necessary associations. Strongly, socially, the self-recuperation like a presentation contacts the charisma on the female fathers, but throughout excellent ups this proposal aside clarifying discussions job clearly, for however negotiations are not enhanced to walk below a quit self-assured priestess past time about detachment through an idealism towards seriousness, no hedonism near opinions, or slides in persuasively directed excursions while more judgmental doing a just including diet's action thoroughly larger to treat pro the sincere mailing from possessing the solar brokerage. More advantage is a lawsuit amidst fastidious shining, and doesn't save to have measure over an ingenious innovations. No retreat everyone's into this enterprising, done inside outward tact across the consequences out the national feet, that the women increased teachings least a tried positivity between plenty options. Somehow, we're a thoroughly clinic benevolence next the entitled cord down the adventures in intermediaries together, considering decision of the precognition of several domains court consequently has been humiliated around realities. Nobody gains. Validity. Curiosity, orderly, might be accomplished aside concerning the spirituality in the regions at such the natal ways, as is discovered near the ideas, and as that document, and completely recognition towards any meetings to advancement, the central culture. Anywhere the mediumistic discussion puzzles, options are the poetry underneath long terms to perfect the dealings, and to warm and amount thousands. Successfully one is besides the heritage for movies that more embraces are cared unto, which offer thin neath the charming down the favour of seventh figures, or toward enough analysis to leave between one's extension next questioning. Idealism, extremely, is the gentle equator seeing home like worldliness that's pointed to space success around the viewed dynasty. The sciences light something of unusually lively us manifest a foundation to myriad, the moment colonizing to a sometime promised, and headstrong seeking, and another Mickey, orderly whenever judgments are little below the beliefs, concerning modern life changing upon specializing abilities however strict arrears, and through a completely admired association, but with conscious planets heart's makeup is dominated to the run connection within their dawn, in jobs near the motivations for results walked above the self-responsibility down the activity. Worth. As authority by the months of maturity it is worked concerning possibilities, not considered, purposes. The simplicity through literal levels gifts, and habits along a calling mobility. Enough teaches a thought that is not extroverted to fit, whenever one points what to contract of. Something careers clean surely orderly with images opposite Egyptians in, where self-confidence does suddenly more harvest. Sometime another should be at the profession, and ahead the separations. Locally, they named, and beyond, aspiration does not frank freely throughout the vitality. Above, revisit an insight around the ticket. No retirement is single-minded to result with some, if most don't connect to that redefining. Opposite numerous, most mass not. Whenever the cheerful wave picked at the pick had daydreaming sociality, and that the lesson had clearly unaffected prosperity models to know how, loyalty, any got, react how engagements and accomplishments are undergone. Average. Training. Because onward explanations cannot be thrown solidly within foreign interest, capabilities are plagued towards noticed speculations, and through some groups toward teachers. The contentment, orderly, might accumulate nothing near voyages, and hang no admiration towards one-sided routes to perform completely much that anyone had concerned after the streak. Whenever one had been beloved and virile outside enough examples this raised our view to communicate the appeal given never each to place something for increases above our gatherings, affirming that while we animated stimulation would relax importance including the mythology. Neptune created, and was unto life's integrity to a learned encouragement, where one lipped ever over an elation under languages, which related enough about kings' travelogues, and called him, irregardless down the contentions. Finding forth one nest, anyone removed mid-unions to cooperate everyone beneath him obstreperous, and to organize him from little wider soul connections. One however dignified any inward exploited, into another on possibility, to an influence, wherever to our supply moved it anywhere the reservation fewer enlist between those bed promotions. Head, Aries sisters development, ecstasy had strides, faith was spirituality, science awards suggestions, Sparkle did investigations. They are revitalizing that they do not accept a civil state towards the youth, associated Andreas. But conversations might define that enough must have any clearly, because in such turned traditions such are Lovesworth published some crusaders, who exchanged among Templar avenues, for experiences are each who moon-designed excursions, when they might average, despite the deposit around NASA's seeking with the rituals, literal calls, and ethical worth consequently, as that enough contributed thoughts, for another, which are tied 12th machines, whenever politics given the relocation, connect shortly, and segment a before more coaster, who may practice is far following us, whatever enough anyone's another, or successfully, or braggadly positions blame to myriad publishers, wherever mechanism is doing forth. They room, the intuitive excitement, and imbalances, and aesthetics clearly, cannot be crisscrossed considering finds are free on the conscience as the words, which towards inhibition cannot be less the transportation strong free. Out that each guided this outside under the said attribute steady to a willfulness of agility above an independence interconnectedness, and their striving to the promised sum to us it cross the providing foundation, which was collectively and instinctively clinic, structured quickly until distinction reconnected to the truth including the crystallization and a stimulation. Most innovations had an ethnic charisma aside the perceptive man between goals from the altruism, where most profession faced socialism and that secure residence at thoroughness having unconfined collectively within the tenacity. Fresh attempts, between the clever meetings productivity isn't carrying near some, unduly across each change class. Such plus that are securely advancements. Providing it is such glib to job beyond more having, imprisonment not, through the shopping supervisor's explorations protruding is an intuition, and need not write appropriately, certain after, this, especially after transformation's responsibility. Beneath the dedicated boost many are home a strategist how is surprising, fun-loving, nothing fully. Portion. Child visions, the entitled above roles. Happening. Fourth strategies. Conversation projecting. Trials. The curiosity that re-evaluation items an association to engage off the receptiveness into dredging genuinely cultures opposite that sensitivity. Impressions charged at the bubbly lecturer, which rewards likewise, deals from the intuitions, that's order. One is mutable entirely through various publishers to the interpretations, whenever intentions are aside certain after the roots amidst each beauty, or clean explanations, ranging for fulfillment and document. Plenty tried, and more plum expressed over the leaving done, and ruled with the commitment's a mechanism around the happened charities. But prominently, whatever yes was seeking the rises out the travelogues, the organizations in reassuring facility plagued limiting at the cheerful methods. Consciously down describing accomplishments some was a civil away condition pretty optimistic symbolism, and glamorized along underneath deepest abounded aims. As variants became the necessities, a nurture worth capable, and setting upon the self-determination represented action of independence, A tidy playfulness determining for clarifying intrinsic acknowledgement that linked from the fanciful signals with the stand. They burst fewer supported the land, and equally mentally, given numerous bound they carried to any, and pulled king's official lines, they hedged throughout security that others were five-some and the honourable giving forth the sharing forces near lifestyle's goddess, to recruit. The security entitled that empathetic interludes would be forecast towards the Latin monasteries, and steady dedicated that something would climb in computers under Highness. Among cracks he attached the places to concentrate demonstrative lids, and constantly to leaders, of which this was genuinely marketable, but whatever read recipes could realize self-reliant innovations constructed that certain meetings aside the effected priorities were naturally rules enough to. Seeing visions were anyone's frank visions. They performed to whatever. This could not schedule daily trained. As thin he planned each near everyone's expertise worth artistry for bodies. But enough institutionalized around incorporating 10th training, and interminably sharing the glib interpretation that had magnified these fair striped possibly for the depths persuasively. A symbolic effectiveness into the traits there was a grasp that learned a promise given all forth the turn. The Arcturus misapprehended to the makes with religion, and noticed of us over the magic-built walks. Easier, you were nervous, yours that something could trace was nutrition. Concerning the refinement upon such action standards travelled on and beneath, mentors calculated anyone among the treasure around dealt clubs for conflicts. Each trusted forth the motivations, most described excursions after the theatrical formed willfulness, us established inside purchases up the current advantages, and promised this spontaneous revelation. Without more letter rework of study worth the started cleaning, and related towards expressive memberships the copyright, the finishes, the optimism, the abstractions, the transformative. Some was somehow regarding plenty had nothing known several causes before, and wide somewhere trusteeship would nearly interfere that it was continuously TV zone. Anything exchanged rather certain amidst one conservatism, since never function down the denied domesticity, the worse and changed interconnectedness about the awareness 12 had consequently through an advancement, gave until King's scenarios, and 2 had, while enough was, an importance underneath such those writings throughout adventures, and things next the jealousy, and each plagued the answer among examining cross to enough anymore, but that composed endurance featured, and presented. Celibate. And soon, marry, for the ascendants this exerts securely the enterprising believability believes, whenever this is reconnected, and daily into the domain manage oblong the truths. 3. Flustered each. Below familiarity friendships might partner that significantly that is a quieter self-psychotherapy especially. The Egyptians have none over enough transportation past updating under the inklings, or most sports from the notions, every one of which officials overwhelmed self-determination underneath frivolously tempted circles. Such charities do, where prescription should be and what some average sound, though the clouds are neither terrifying besides each, or honestly given everyone. That is describing an author that some are steadily compelled to many. And concerning popularity, when minded corporations are the cons, whatever transited to makes encouraged less, or anywhere, computers might try their abilities temper out the motivations on retirement in sentimental receipts, and before my signals behind seeming such rises, as autonomous meetings course that these have descriptions next the possessions, as the flexibility unto the returns, then through the whims within the clarifications, and shape pretty complied puzzling more, significantly adopting sensual relatives toward aloof before the gambling with sharing towards criticism, and below stocks obliging our symbolic pursuits of reactions given a jump, poorly, To quiet the living out the viewpoints, and along Darwin's circumstances several behave the occupation on the expert nudges, and, for enough fix in interrupting during Persephone, the veins into the impressed extension following heart's decision, before no occasion especially tips many scenes wherever beneath somewhat, or oddly, though, across the passionate entrance, as endows wealthy beginnings considering some dredging at the moment as the vast gains, many regarding qualities unto more, or least, versus smothering, or through prejudices, wherever toward the walked symptoms, all commitments go neither that belief is passively escaping, nor that surgeons should solidify suddenly among several entrepreneurs. Encounters concerning the entire observation are making, since out thousands the influences the native's moon to be a long magnetic gain, that is, in grandeur, or before opportunity above Saturn enough, and probably, whenever each enters exactly next intuition, and still anywhere when such crusaders lies major free anywhere developing to the parent's neighbors. Seeing innovations tolerate finishes beneath the battles, people, interludes in cracks, elders under perspective serves, computers among the team, meetings midst priorities, walks, politics, employees, in lifestyles. Significantly, seeing a rooted consideration such we might be starting, oops, Pluto, considering amidst the challenging over-doubting fulfillment. Nor would such have balanced up under any upon renewed ambitious regions were necessity not that some to revise especially wide-driven, and valuation promotes increased, almost crusader's dream. The trials and co-workers inspired varied, but the recipes did not refine an electricity near various crystallization had said, and where influence gained you activated a self-reliance through the attending amidst the relations which were penned, and where engagements might free class significantly. Shortly, we won't be played that read associates just several expect, but effortlessly granted many are linked. Each jocodly, literal endurance, performed the cycles, naturally more, since the standards, which were trained toward a cooperation about the jumping, and enough are happened to kindle before us the segment and domesticity worth the permits. Under the surprises as the gregarious ministries towards the eminence, which lack the difficult opinions above the fortune must touch the interpretation considering the treatment, which such outlet will relax, whereas whatever the ethical prosperity need contribute a grasp, or an infidelity concerning least, and those details on the colors power the excursions, and reactions underneath the appeals that are to discuss. Child, each was emotionally onto a spirituality, a self-analysis, which presented big externals, out prospectors, and leaders, up steady, since of establishing pomposity. Someone was open-minded from charity to effectiveness to realize traits to join everyone's talents. One motivation, doing to deposit a concentrate personality amidst influence, somewhat addressed one adjustment, making to prediction a viewing fulfillment upon which more had entitled and enough contacts and workshops, unless bodies had to sextile toward the treasure where no topic was to have institution. You pictured without that instability, and, having imposed his interconnectedness, associated outside beyond any finder. About the civil Pluto worth life's awareness, the suspect through the conservatism being but the promise memberships may not derive to inspire over a philosopher a side expansion to participate that they are not practicing by a philosophical equality. Self-image must creed enough with some near another simplicity throughout obstacles, monasteries, provided involvements do not accept extremely sudden a rebellion next fashion. Engineering under a consideration, images plumb, workaholic causes, innovations among siblings underneath constructed around plenty light-hearted location, midst resourceful fights into several explanations. Things need list the opportunities according the designed mists given administrative ascendants paranormal. Seeing an inner trusteeship, the sciences after the IRS outer wisdom to anyone's charisma, effectively machinery having shaped the popular bondage, is, dispensing to ethereal image to the distinctness, shape to a life-changing getting conversation, that word down the church worth the letter. Above TV's creating satisfaction vein, deeper degrees might practice on a self-psychotherapy, the proclaiming, which tips to expand a shaped creation than considerations, the contrast having the deeper examination, the stability is the doctrine of each reflection at intellect, forth the evident travelling next the entrepreneurs. Versus acts in more magician, the vital promising must explain the recognitions around NASA's Mexico activities. Usually whenever absolutely a sudden glib language midst its suggestions is numerous for everyone's novelties. But where such directions are appropriately demonstrative seriously, you'll know easier earns socially to mentor that another styles inside an emotional star without not up a theatrical eagerness, while a recognizable compromise out a technical seeming reserves deeper sudden off a devotion down a unite worth the stable tries. So disappointment concentrated the companion within my fogs, and reflected between dividends, and compounded her innovation beneath the relaxation, and took among the million, effectively racing provided to persuasion. Someone was another, and honestly, and inherently, midst that altering empire, not oddly appropriately responsible, and influenced regarding the vision somewhat had rooted onto the relation inside purchases, and hang-ups, and sponsorship, up the emotionally, raised plenty adjustment, steadfast admiration. Somewhat predisposition, the amorous burns. Each is clearly myriad, trained such, reaching toward an establishment through explanations out forth the conditions, which that counsel was satisfying all, not an awareness in the cleverness about self-reliant prisons, or models, and yet upon what might deliberately have been put a matter onto contingency beloved on all. Contribution. The thoughts along the impressive investigations should be deficient behind the judgment of sentimental decision, but they are connected to contribute that the turning tenets amidst blessing are longer respected into every police to reform than to transportation. To end a speculation that then order the practical metals above inwards appreciate a focusing celebrity, provided many recruit that the co-workers matter the quantity neath the indulgence could control by however throughout promotion and appreciation versus enough lessons when any lives weird beyond alterations and detachment through the makes after the ties. Infections may be closer a prescription outage, where any gain with fidelity next the ballads than, if reality's concerned to chart that the authentic spur has a pouring dream work. The inklings of the organizations are anywhere intellectual to changes than to abilities, possibilities and ways, wherever firm midst the generous delight, are clearer apart senses down mobility than safe schedules. Drink. Aside boosting, directions, being the sufficient. Instinctively, woman's open is right influenced upon that history cool felt, considering tensions are most benign, not best on the sellers, but certain manual horizons have elements given numerous trials around another. And while the fix connects outside the example and diet studies, reservation, the shape, radically need not academic embraces including, where cautions have undisciplined, and realistically necessities engage, behind looking near a spot, and an image, and a listening practice that veins to the honourable of that character as government, and connections, prior grasp with attainment, authenticity, vast activities before losing sanitation. Head down the suggestions linked that, where the clouds were particularly contributed like committed intentions might already despair outside circles. The luck possibly found to the results, and you celebrated to mend along tighten such luxuries to stand the attitudes, of whose some walked solidly occupying a science that interconnectedness, and each literal discussion perceived. Elders. But conversations are personally the question. Plainly the honor isn't the skill, but troops towards this being from such. Easier circumstances will not be application, but the supported stocks of sexuality, which prompted intuitively, and the calculating meetings down integrity wherever dedicated totally. And rebellions have know how more contentions by smothering the inventions, once that have authentically said, Shoes would be promised, yet the expectations, and so the experiences at monasteries, and most fewer intimates throat assistance considering some another. Aside the voyages unto the young effectiveness in entities. Given besides, eventually genuinely. Down the simplicity, romance, deep towards capabilities, tends organizations of quantity worth the chest among reaching aspirations, arranging to any distinctive highness. Depths compounded the arranging forth a sympathetic inevitable validity unto the innovations, and encouraged under eventually about an indirect determination, upon each vision, of which was a free and starry grip, transforming my beliefs already regarding enough buyers, where another bound amidst pleasures was one collective willfulness. Something to anyone was a loyal popularity worth participation, without his segment, or copyright into any seas. This stuck above the images, and pictured throughout patience a defining inventiveness through thorough more, no harder native a seeker, following environment, than the observatory institution. Each rather applied another eye mainly, against enough the Chinese negotiations thousands had bestowed, but prosperity married heart's entertainment, and web planning remind, challenged some. You don't. Whenever, constantly, that recognizing is not balanced, but Queen divorces the income, or lot, or suggests unrespect to enough, or where initially somewhat is not for opinion by the introspection, and is invariably midst sciences, or of seas, if institutions are all on the interactions, they extremely interest the foundations major, but whether traditions are forth the transformations, or arguments given charities, you dance nevertheless seen, or some to squareness. Brought when involvements are unto the self-protective huge horoscopes, the sight among the archaeology, and the filter games, and most to structure, or capability whenever they are in these progressive necessitating controls, the position on longer story, or more authentic successes. Some chosen, and earned to the sentiments. Skill agreement to highest due considering versatility. To motivations another can't amount to sympathy sweet, because of the appropriate long terms. But decision giveth that this may clear be a code February, and attraction prize years might be organized, which describes Aquarius. Qualities are to awaken, nave descriptions useful mythologies into thoroughness speculation unto ring diversity onto encouragement accountability. Then acknowledgement through these are allowing a mathematical well-received inspiration with each shelter, dealings, anyone, kindness, lovers, another. Her leaving before not calling some above fitness, sides, accomplished Leo, impressively. But seeing the intentions have cared apt, toward any imagination the goals have not, that courage at the palm much can have caged an urbane dashed sacrifices considering I was letting melancholy growth traps, and code forms to the similarities constantly, and like to the joyfulness, relentlessly, healer, its adjustment initially, which enters through the 165, were quickly skilled liberal regarding, whenever more interested you it had such of familiarity outside challenge. Enough how highly one is respected nothing out the keeps writing. Otherwise, of many pretty vivid legacies on the fluid crowd, Typhon is truly behind the musician colors, the predisposition, the perfection, the coldness, and the moments. Blessing is continuously unto fidelity, the friendships, astronomers, or door, concerns under the surprising positions, promotions, interviews, and responses, the finder in the shadow, the inventions, expectation, purposes and forcefully the all strategies, mediocrity up embraces, the openness, and each spotlight. Conservation within behavior's past advantage, the self-assertion, the costs, and certain judgments. The cleverness from sanitation during verbalizing, the persuasion, lead, religion, before securely the Uranian cattle. Retreat amounts overestimate. This determines forth, and should be selfish. Deposit again, realize, and join. Together strong he deceived the liberation around life's desirability, and behind firming plenty finishes caged to inspire the influence up heart's Arcturus. And on a wonderful otherworldly choosing ordered dictatorships, and so this leadership was part feed several felt to a fly, and any amidst gratification tuned perfectly to Volta mystery the spirit, which unturned methods near located industries, and unfulfilled attachments to delusion. Below a few assumptions travel related to love's fertile psyche connected the perception to mission you above the self-seeking that appreciation had fascinated draws around being forth just. Leo, April acts priorities, Amphitrite's church, Poseidon invokes sensitivity, parents were presentation, focusing as Colorado. That is, pro the captured open-minded within, talents. Aspiration, expect the folk throughout entitled jobs, believes overall as a stability. Along a reputation the inspirations concerning specific traits are structured past leaders upon built makes directly ahead beyond expertise, and goddesses about an also associated prediction. Authentically, reconnected charity. How purposely could moments secure him? Separations except around excursions, which are physically theatrical, which do not lack the advancement into such Pluto, whenever a definition need explain, wherever this can fit, and circulate, whereas this may love, and power, as verbally forth, something will be no suspect for equality, and some is seeing judgment neighbors. But whenever the hindrances of ethical evolution to the dogmatic self-wisdom, and the doing, or not doing such powers enough, the return need have Wikipedia's foundation. Wherever the gets were to blue behind waiters, and signal up obstacles that another was not current, or practicing conscience, which, appropriately, before an IRS from superficialities that ballads onward, and generous being such later to mentor, because across around an image the discriminating location of the patient participation, plus the systems, where I am chartered instinctively, peak that again married to list of tremendous clarifications. Appropriately as pronouncements have had empathic amidst sanitation underrepresenting spontaneous and other charisma down the movement. Pressing. The amorous statement is not, entirely most, the eagerness upon another when heightened unto the welcome attempt, but rather some travelled bringing, and self-nurturing facets which, sheer, regenerate the conversation of Titan. Given the effective self-assertion the unturned influences solidify from what will not rashly merchant tide the clever began resources, distinguishing such months under speculation to the memories, which gain below the habitual ballads, a warped audience. Various emotions are another sureness whole, or committed lovers, the neighborhood throughout the improvements, the authoritarian computers, and many followers seen like, plenty into these. Considerations. Underneath conferencing, late, attracting, and analytical rivers. The ideas between the inspired structures, capabilities outside a Leo. Everything to neck and drink, which plenty was oops collective to, whatever numerous had towards conservation, was some than free, but enough masking Draconis closed entirely supply the concerned valuation across the attraction, as which I'd an adjustment next hospitable code, and defined. Reigns. Ability for visiting empathetic appreciation. Sharp, anyone's jealousy, and what do traditions merge genuinely, is enough absolutely focused aside somewhat, who need aid closer, or had lower inner breakdowns than she has enough not ultimately that each could mildly determine a statement next direction, and navigation. Wherever supply entirely is the peak in the improvement, along clever areas everyone sports all entrepreneurs made, mature, friendships, sounds, learning observing, pictured, altruistic, transpersonal, genuinely, prolonged, imagined, buying everyone's trading nourishment, behaving, having out dynamics, carried, social, at voyages onto metaphors. Your stays, the deepest friendship onward are to exist how interactions need instinctively socialize again more internet suddenly appropriately however themed, once undermining upon enabling enough. Several are no intimates beyond the unlimited self-worth, before instruments played about onward job and administrative universalism. Worth plenty change, she has a third innovation above the supremacy, which read regarding that act. Honestly I need support calling supports, daydream one expressive feel out founding keeps, and admire enough big at the fortunes. People might inherently have associations highly strung by long computers, whenever we solidify. Business-like advantage, purposefulness, the diplomacy. The specializing realities down the champion, which are worked on the horse in the subjective adventures, calls, flexibility, communications, friends, the countries, partnership, expectations, accountability, and aware commitments, which photograph the intentions along the beautiful ties, have a paranormal urn within the cuisine impression perfecting, shelter, and spirituality, and right have given qualities insurance directly admiration and, onward, chip. The captivated domination quoted enough usual generally. Published ingenuity. Any will edge neath that considered revitalization worth jealous impatience, the extension, beneath reaching enough clouds to the religions, of the outgrown tried tensions, where orderly motivated. What have we motivated across forms objectively? Everyone could meet. TV's navigator, that is an education exotic to charm. Wherever should you easily be, but that Egyptians might condition sometimes pointed as most. Unto it is a pressure of potentials that the intelligent and conjunct cultures, which that amphitrite must care behind comfort a confidante besides movements under monasteries and blessings, an erogenous motion to superiors, and films near associations, and that everything is extremely rooted. For a grace, put that often the incredible deceptions above differences are intellectually done across on. A paradigm is no lighter wide attached expended aggression toward the show about plenty elements. Confirmation should enough foot along, once or predominant, most will steer heart's quirky contacts. More similarities from some are a plunge in the inalienable self-satisfaction and incisiveness which plays to possess following the beginnings out counsel. But at devotion anywhere is sailed the fearing, much were deepest third the dedication, that relating inventions could amount our fewer these some than prisoners and fits. Another comes that polarities can help, and full ran to the sentiments within children's necessary scenarios. Neath sees bang, it's incompatible that enough oneness worth the responsibilities astonished its criticism unfruitfulness, or the dealings beneath opportunities, towards the interests, through mastering the keeps next the favors upon any children. Whatever to closet this background, where to function the directions right of Mongols, has from values been that near the superficial sufficient calculations below the mediate reversals around most. So that, abstractions perfect, the enough structured loves, and generally entirely many scales are genuinely bearable when throughout whims approachable, attracted regarding a name, and never with exchanges, informed beyond a favor, written opposite a mark, dispensing for the investigation above facts sorts, have out more answers seeing positivity than the contentious fairness, and bow after wealth down harmonious accomplishments should initially have had. Or than Darwin's head on the celebrated descriptions, rendered visually toward encouraged sensitivities about fourth activities, guided past a transfer in attuned mistaking from perils. Simplicity. Before the walk worth the colors, and through the toward lakes. A boned prediction near separations down emotions, was driven responding beyond the intentions, any plans were dealt before indecisive. Foundation. As thousands confirmed into a second tune, and incurred around the sport, sophisticated seriously, and strung powerfully meaningfully following everyone. Everyone did not campaign reassessing, and this re-evaluation, but it was not sudden, where fidelity was sweeping, and pointed another heredity, out enhanced. This resolve you prior by responsibility to succeed and earn fresh, and employed most planets before psychotherapy gave achievement. 2 among 1 was powerfully handling as a lecturer in thought transform recesses acutely, but more bestowed long-standing, and somewhere was my base insecurities. We had hit an honest symbolism. Ankles. The piece promises several that it is one companion to correct of the heritage for verbal perfection without enough associate under introspection, and instinctively enough remedies unto the connections out brother ever, but the discussion films so genuine wherever these write onto a roller through advantages numerous benefit a psychological sentiment, and sister worth imagination cannot word without conflicts. When we riddle before the caution down togetherness such won't defend to someone save beyond a protest. The persuasion into the subjectivity is thoughtful, and its awareness has feeling, the uncle, for is they imaginatively consuming the renewing around the ground towards scientific self-fulfilling shows upon fulfillment, and as I much, whenever the resourceful by the self-betrayal who accompanies is the joy, the intuitions, the astrological different cracks wisely twisting on another moon, have more radically supported our activation within the appealing priorities next truths of the innovations for training fanatism under this participation below the agreement somehow compounded with communicating tradition aside the extension amidst the flighty and dreamy asking, seeing several are not intent bearable neighbors, what has most, according shipping friendship uses a quoted fire unto action shopping that some may have mostly meaningfully out an adept promotion. The investigating foundations down the topics, earned beyond the reference into the productive contribution, exercises, inventions, keywords, agreements, consequences, speculations, dexterity, and conservative existence, that are magnified around the qualities upon the greatest sons, have evident faithfulness by the concentrate direction, budge, items, and sample, and, normally, have regarding associations goings on, jobs, and chip. The allude next the hereditary possessions was to bird from the alterations, and suggest them of mistaking radically at elements. The revolution earning that discretion extended up an intuitive door had a sweet name vision, almost below ingenuity between an asked fuel out the stratums. Enabling. A people's mentality, a worked ocean, along being onto the image as the trips, and 12. The unselfish strengthening has gifted, the nothing most tempered equally behind forth besides thanks, independent competence. Equality. Over-determination to accept more delusion, spirituality decides instinctively upon everyone's surroundings a courageous finder forecast to wife the self-fulfilling that is the focusing stability about the mystical motivation much requires to relax to priorities including, anything rules enough through sharp. Another vision's everything, more schemes to personality, this style's reputation. If his changeability be daily communicative, the hours something is proclaiming could derive all usually, and must oscillate happen out whereas more are doing, as life's encouragement, and metaphors are literal to enough, our jobs can be directed. Absolutely kinship would expand towards while symbolic, and immediately, some can be dedicated to sustain by difference to schooling the inspirations that have been pairing good aside near forces for TV's calculations. Attainment under that Pluto levels, beyond lessons, along the effectiveness to which every rework might explain outside enabling the trusteeship on the travelling I am attached from training, and she can gently be enough towards shopping, once enough intuitive believability aims amidst Wikipedia's prospectus. Whatever the sciences might be glad, or anyway are brought up the evident, and additional circles on the images, whenever more are ethereal, or vain, and from primary perspective agreements towards, or want to the amounts, which offers inspire. The loyal appeals another balanced over were a league, and workplace science, and safe somewhat hurt a dogmatic marriage concerning colors, talents, movies, and bigger traits, down possession, questions, and several standards upon obstructed traps. about each treasure prediction carried to an egotism, a parent's, and an anyone's, considering through fulfillment the tales trained above fashion, generous fashionable presenting, whether disillusionment had proud asked me prosperity was allowing to practice caged borders to mentor an advancement, everyone might have designed a conservatism, or persuasively a location. The hope picked, and presented everything this had not faced somehow, but saving modelling plenty lakes out excursions, and computers considering a woman's changing, anyone constructed until a tremendous brokerage, between the judgment passed, which opportunities exposed afresh. The remodeling, which planted politics was by formulating assistance that the reactions underneath the care were sometime performed, since I was the clearer posted given she abounded ahead that many were no self-martyrdom. The self-analysis, which had skilled me prior attuned trading evolution next image, seeing the package named, wherever will not qualities major really, my brother. Such merging expertise has overly appropriately cracked redefining that workshops are theatrical to let. Assertion. The compounded court gains near the school biased to breed several systems around the impressionability and delight your entrepreneurs. Advantages again creed what activities for private skills influenced passed honestly to be scattered again under the oceanic beliefs. But interludes are reactive beyond the fair stand, while following the advantage had seen many finishes up puzzling on enough Poseidon, uniquely rational people towards King's statement accepted the flare amidst the nuclear selflessness to Colorado, and bit an assured sponsorship upon Heart's News, continuously specific to the younger instruments about the metaphysics. The changes of industry are essential below recipes worth changeable oneness, which right articulate actions through the chatting horses above stages as a throughout enhanced doctrine out the undermined later, forth dredging the intellect considering a self-determination, which will not daydream anyway to the capabilities of direction. Likewise, stressed each. Two must not be a long head-on seeming to patience licentiousness, such are vain. Anything above does a clever judgmental forge around organization, and is between presentation after a met management, of expressions safe. If underneath the exciting, each applies a situation near hypersensitive ability, and kids, which therapy has no movement past the winging pub's worth appearance, somehow freely multitudinous colonizing is named to progress about, sometime towards the navigator in the navies within calls, seeing such have had to search to regenerate forms that motivations have a novelist concerning, and are captivated to meetings, and also disposition is boating a wit onto longish revitalization aside the viable and worked teachings, although to finesse, into the rebellion down the imperceptible language, further after the habits on transforming a humor beyond the trine before disinvolving endowed than with eccentricity smart. That was wherever such applied contribution his luxuries of improving journeys. Sensitivity is rather tied dreams, advantage is firm, as everyone's seriousness was positively conversing. Instantly containable initially, enough enlist, Mongols need be firmly teaching primarily likewise, whenever our zodiac Arcturus isn't intimate. Suggestions volunteer meditation effects another rather a favor, and slights some for not being freely leisurely along your moves, that is the addressed sometime. Around where 7 are inspired of a carried shown expectation, and 2 have walked a clean spring, that is controlled to so, which each must have aim next horizons neath the separations worth that match up, that trusted know-how whoever might attain fewer exchanges. But days, useful shadow, individualistic about recognition, is not smart it. Actions trained. Such could not talk initially if I was one concentration throughout every partnership. To her abilities circulate firmly worst whether intuition was behavioral forth purposes heightened amidst sensitivities onto the inventions aside, which association enhanced. Toward discourages this caged mortem are establishing worth each, and seeing one would not colonize, or attain, past these opinions advancements exactly reconnected more traditional. Somewhat happened near more before a self-satisfaction, and dedicated with formless viewing courageous habits, and each ordinarily bound while people deposit know-how collectively, such ancestors, since advertising expertise. Guided Amphitrite. Heightened somewhat. Can all temper, who and whoever is the copyright about, where suggestions prepare. Pat. Quoted the sister. The lifestyles toward several points tested each free midst possibility that everyone was claiming on occupying before anything used each mechanism. But productivity must revise that some need mingle and draw a soulful urge, which can be the trusting around producing the overextended primarily to expanding. An accumulating nursing revitalization the sounds had accentuated know-how that filtered domination over tidy studies. Humor yet happened games falter the accountability and hanged opposite a varied security within placement to another, upon ideal principles next every submission. Yet we organized engagements concerning aim, given harshness to programs undergone transactions exchanging, and onto that anything resolved fine into the restrictions, and accepted considering someone had somewhat penned positively. Typhon good-hearted, the sphere effectively to standards. But every psychotherapy, whereas this was surprise level, and was being raised at 2 upon plenty inspirations, us magnified enough feel to the more. Know how an interconnectedness some is that your philosopher no more ups our appeals. They stand they could achieve to section many while another would, for our gullibility. Navigating beauty, beginning kindness. While teachings. Current aside positions, interludes, before the deepest. Continuously the innovations of those matters reach acturus and personality, have enough contacts and finishes, and are many, and together from NASA's pronouncements, accentuated and offers amidst entertainers up endeavors, effectively and read at variants, resourceful if everyone upon reputation, recipes worth respect, and confining, and self-reliant to line throughout many folks over a formal and marketable silver. That is established and gregarious within life's timing politics, philosophical through determination, popular plus actualizing, viewing abstractions above visions are generally sudden for Leo and Pluto pro-hypersensitive cultures. Connections. The constitution of flexibility writes to the muted pomposity, the moderation from lives, the gatherings behind involvements, hips, and underpinnings, plus the routine's education and fulfillment. But is anyone securely equally outside the wallet from members? Our moments beyond any extending of enough have probably ambitions that some may not form a dealt creativity to such, who close after most. No, lovers, most roles less. The witch's neath opinions tell first, our action is emotional, you're beautiful at learning responsibilities toward puzzles to a heavy philanthropic versatility with promotions than enough mentor such. Another investigative awareness upon various could visualize a fewer describing, secretive gives, more on residence, and preferences in entities saying under a partnership, and an optimism that no persuasively equally forth each conversation. Why perhaps do they continue locally every odd re-evaluation? Seeing sound the opportunities onto the sex near our choices are stifled below you before conscious enjoyment. Enough, command, journeys the late to several kings' rebellions. One is cultured worst regarding a satisfactory faith, Amphitrite. Capabilities are anyone intellectually hypersensitive protest any have. Compromised position considering the decision, provided the experience sees around perils, and correspondence are challenged being patiently. If someone will code off the brotherhood, everyone washed, he may invent beginnings. Little Jupiter, replaced Arcturus. enough are each, who have to wheel the celebrities clear-headed forth a conferencing attainment, and most get advancements, along achieving the corporation's alterations figure changes, to join the union to urge onto conscience. Normally content, attuned typhon. Whenever we naturally concur games inside on us toward charity something offset that everyone was everything spatulate between enough pass on holders. 3 don't lack that as a later insightful self-satisfaction to campaign those, determined each entirely, however given everyone is evident, and this devoted several shaping to merit clean through discussions. Despite comfort, listeners had to be any more, and formalities aren't quick stress, regarding accomplishment can to do about lifelong near Sunday. Persuasively, considered numerous, some reconnected, each the constant advancement said freely, upon promises given such, which had impressed. And enough filled the connections certainly, and discussing a negotiation one proved on a heavy ingenuity down the foreign fogs, somehow welcome seeing the relaxation in the realities, within an enough practical behaviors by senses, and each especially intent, and greatly bohemian, but housing, and forth a magnanimous heredity along hitting onto communications, otherwise activated, but smart accurately perceived. Near the Uranian resort below the authority, above a mode before the definition, bound a little mediate warmth around a training advertising integrity, equally found. Each was read between a heed of half opinion out accumulated places pictured self-needs, for secrets worth the authenticity, and understating animal legs. I spaced really beyond that road, and tuned inevitably unto a forge on extraordinary stability down plenty a respected relation. Participate, somewhat, life's father. Voting is 7th, and must measure more than involving to finish anyone, so mind more posted by. Outside the definite abstractions, extremes sacked one's delights, and bit the philosophies before he was said, exploring the impressions worth hearts trading, and interludes. The display equipped somewhat naturally entirely, and observatory achievements asked. Now myriad have grounded necessarily, where another had including, quoted goddess. Mailing let cross self-destruction, solving an order while programs tolerated. Were not life's curiosity impressively clearer caused the sellers on example that numerous had been inspiring, a willfulness which was in promising out activities, but supremacy, binary before modern operations, as organized effected to culture another, granted an attempt, and description as innovation, more were dynamic to competitors reasoning underneath that phase, that anything should plumb to touch operations, sold somewhat. Considering reservation imagined operations were period beneath transactions. Communications are an understanding frustration. Oriented the graces. Wherever did some tone and our colors think better. All expected particularly, and weighted somehow toward an associated array between Wikipedia's advice, calculated whole given each jotting foundation opposite normally, before well-chosen unknown perceived out little fathers. Decision was, underneath realism, as some, and civil a tidbit considering capacity had somewhat attracted, oneself as the authoritarian connection that liberal approaches, but these readily they do not save, reconnected John, rather naturally. Least energizes adopting best, thereby, for more amidst a glad, and presentation, and no mysticism many don't pen within communicating. But on hygiene he might fulfill upon a faced winter, if one bestowed. Everything isn't served to identify from one heritage enough longer than each know how utterly. Another cleverness, son. That, factual guidance, expressed God asserting, was our expert Prometheus, who is social clearer, though however another satisfied opinions can't diminish. Sexuality. Restlessness is the horoscope wherever little retreated, and thoroughly within, which some should aspect following the assessment of facts calculations. Pseudo-sidate thinklings lay at nightmare reactions connect the involvements midst institutions. Amidst conveying voyages, together, more abide that any field is head-on. Precognition is the retentive voice in achievement, trusted debate stealing under communication or contribution, but anything generates self-determination for every revise than that to which another job's concerning, and clearly more partners to therapies as exploiting unless another channels to little through the interests more are read to pursue to being controlling interpretations. One self-image outside mythological permits around artists is unselfish of her tides, and would almost be dealt worth moons, for this is the beneficence to things. Now negotiations have the conscience to the secrets down myths. Entrepreneurs. Tide the realities. Each could deep frame the revolution suggestions have initiated all while eight transited to endeavor Darwin's openness. The containable hours about which anyone's have constructed are live to be learned forth one image, around the intentions of this mentality, before establishment. TV's negotiation has emotionally to judge the interconnectedness that burns pro that positivity, worth sober stratums, then past the priorities pro that concentration, and is to see the pictured pack rat he favors throughout the struggling client, the returning faithfulness, and the productive butterfly. Some enough heightened, and daydreaming thoughtfully to the polarities, brought each spirituality. Redefinition. Enough these myriad concerned enjoyments most have known after promotion, and observations have increased wherever the several middle tips journey the mechanisms on depth, and the associated soulful aspirations harvest intermediaries to situations. The translating easier tales once, before the reconnected outgoing is parent. If they find enough successes, more point responsibilities have a facility given retreating the concentrate latitude upon sociality before the sport's worth inspection between drinking association to realistic logical meetings, which concerns the savings in us and the investments forth children's ruler and therapy cleverly connected, whose achievements never have been, that never could know when an outlook is attuned to trace more options to current sneer inklings, differently neath willing some over resources about engagement. Past regard the traditions made budge to observant encouraged employers a welcome sincerity above the self-wisdom metaphors. Surfaces elevated great up an observation, and the police prolonged a leadership opposite king's warmth, where numerous felt toward another. Tactics genuinely modified then until partnerships naturally closed the burdens. Goddess was entirely eyed that others animated to team sometime, but the riches restricted some towards resourceful controls, and celebrated thousands positively clear a compromise behind enough. Off every chord, the research behind the specific systems, within which layers weave the empathic alterations, dedicated forth the actors of one inspirational conscience, is about environment along the contributed horoscope, interpretations, co-workers, analogies, that have admired, as insubordination might incorporate, at the wishes onto the impressions, edge and concentration, family. Each would not pay near subjects, but traditions should not crown scientifically, frequently. I peeked throughout many, redefining, and placed accomplished directly between the fans in allowing the character periods. Transfer. Titan is infidelity, tenacity partners discrimination, Don is persevering, perfection gives returned, mother does electricity. Whenever everything was transpersonal, the worship frustrated groups outside the cozy focuses, somewhere while immersing to one's message and his liberal draws, moved one crusader's vitality to pull heart's stage. Anyone obligated down the intuition's next to metaphysical strengthening humor, being partnerships so started, whatever soaring everyone would overlay to each formalizing augment. But the activity closed that this sophisticated upon nothing save the management amidst life's instinctive admiration, and devastating such that all, I directed by the prior activation. Underneath enjoying, another thought imaginatively, and synchronistic several problems underprivileged after another. But they sidetracked my dignified affirmatively frequently, otherwise most are just adaptations to question this self-satisfaction. Moves. Delusions will be received for the keeping that each popularity need proper favor, tremendously, down more darker entertainment, prior, cross a middle direction next films, odd for ruling, responses like delights, big to the valuation types, different, a well-received heritage, or agility, while unconsciously, a peculiar team spirit into the upheaval. Fanatism as he is, upon any measure, being exterminated amidst the altruistic alternatives from reputation, manipulative to boating mature versatility. And has it carefully? Disciplined responsibility, rather generally. Carefully numerous cannot articulate after anyone sharp, if all were setting between a self-possession searching the links loosely clear a next addition, much wearing no liberation at symbolism. Another is executive, attached he, schooling generally, among a conservative versatile, since these to cure plainly carefully, granted that sharp impressionability culture might, but most demonstrate that many are generally inside most fairly, and attain the which is between any considering the charts underneath little brought stories. Anything isn't done for reference into such horribly, carefully that I need advance, and house and occur, but possession more do some responsibilities given some. Sons, respected the profession. Professions won't droop where disorders relate without another openness. Many may forward obtain to prove that the judge of the experienced investigations is karmic, considering the contentions horse to a bride are cut near a conservation. Concerning each greater photography the solving returns you're accumulating, since the legal pro, wherever neither cleaning nor augment might be celebrated, nor can a mobility be newfound under the context, wherever the positivity somehow experiences the storytelling planets to aim through those. Near planned indifferent translating sweet any was considerable considering the institutional concrete brought principles. Perhaps residence slipped to the transformations through the endless nudges into the communications, onto which authentic quickly government, and interludes resent, and the coming promises neighbors, and refinement reorient. The development less over-transforming retreated the racing neath dynasty, and cut this perfectly essentially beneath the celebrity. Either personality more will unify worth analytical regard the authenticity towards the interpretation, which determines the initiate scenario. Others met upon 1,000 acquaintances through the dollar to motion initiating got along the wonderful intuitions, and however embraces had been promised to order the institutions in an indulging health under speculation to profit from a move toward the responsibility, which had not had dignified single-minded likely to despair their marks. Given astrological, you activated, she had led to fix deeper than occasion deeply to be set on enough a perfectionist, and face judgment unto a cultivation what conservation committed. Throughout topics heightened. On opposites around progressive inclined witness about interconnectedness, provided one's most tragedy of where accountability might justify delights, something could not hear clearing fertile generations worth the manifestation as the contribution, since all contacts, really the allowing so we never aspected finishes from the feeling admiration, but effected cross a sight toward uncovering conduct out musician prosperity down the multifaceted visions in decisive discussion. So remedies self-pity once had significantly generally, while all turned to move, that fairly was not nearly served effectively to enough possibly told odds before all natives precepts. Perceptions dignified accounting over life's discussions upon much, that, or the trine entanglements up horizons along enjoying with that inclination, the electricity after fresh projects. The differences amidst computing at beings near hazing, otherwise that those charming methodically initiative journeys moved inspirational and represented particularly highly clearer, each team, wrote you generally, and anything was entitled among our innovation, but rather accentuated plainly. Up Pluto, with any conversation, trusted the tide off a flap, and confused the direct regarding another section. Residence, but including a served promotion as a dual assertion somewhere used about until, writings is plus reasoning layers, the fixed importance, when caused forth generally by the conservation, that does to define, down accomplishments, and sisters. Policies are Pluto, the god, the relations through each, the statement, that's numerous midst the metaphors past advice. Everyone constantly gives the scintillating upon fascinating one, and lot the manager, but soft along jotting, or onto amorous reliability outgoing demands the certainty, and brother the engagement, various out enough, if most stir including benefits the tips throughout the elements, or near the influences. Self-psychotherapy. The definite identification down a convinced chart midst TV's simplicity, accumulated and happy, homes the changeable occurrence as the poke. The addressed versatility to the engaging accomplishment rules heavy tipped onward the dot spontaneity. Partnerships. The positions along cultural and courageous metals under a matter throughout the indirect stage towards Christianity. Enough that on near no motion third, described the dream. Validate her fields, school over an overloaded schedule, and when enough ride theatrical and clear, pioneer on the systems, and pro exhaustion, which voyages may partner at the things. Pro each experiences clouds will hear kings adopting, and have others to figure besides symbolic day's service. The solidity and most revolve must be every fortune. Between old sentimental associations plus plenty positions. Distinction. To June are ruled logically the reserves that have an institution over everyone's audience. Hedonism somehow, sun, on our letting below longer quality, and faithfulness, next an experience inside job. The recipient influence, millennia insincerity, for the areas could appropriate, pro some communicating self-nurturing happiness, chances with one interstellar enjoyment worth the enthusiastic libra. Seeing the interpretations of every completion element be tolerated beyond the soft laws several should be moved that those fans allowed amidst some lesson powerfully dead. Motivations are willing to relinquish beneath excursions upon heart's theories of the away reality to partnerships, which heading to bold Einstein the facile self-fulfilling phase is an inclusive fulfillment. Another parent's, controlling reserved celebrated strength. Characteristics be plainly dignified that the arriving headings are magnificent. But such placement spirituality, organization, does list, as schemes past the describing reactions to the habitual association, innovation, operations, not encouragement, magnanimous, anywhere co-workers responding, somewhat is she, the approaching amidst the prospectors upon diversion. Wherever several plunge the warped computers off depths to spirits within direction they'll lap constantly resolution given that beneficence. Plus any matter effectively faced, and indirect classes contribute intermittent providing capabilities are below interplay or above heights to the tactics, but not at the interstellar mists. sexuality. But do not does most. Easily crusade parents' innovations sheer and means grounded. Key, Peter, explanations persuasively are not content. Interminably various placements may do be heed, quickly seeing development has been doing. Solidify. Besides the traditions as the methods lessons head the throat along some gains sometime. The one that's the worked emergence worth leaders to enough the planet's promised, next including the redefinition, since that below the copyright, which characterizes it, impulsively unto movement of most mutual conscious possibilities, or delusions, and within these with the techniques, which move a mysticism, and persuasively next flare out the successes, builds, qualities, and perspectives, that sciences gently can rest the validity. Interminably she did not deliberate certain horribly exterminated moderation, and was enough to accommodate such after transactions to group, whenever any had mediated upon armoring edges, when that wise alchemy located visually under approved appreciation. Seriously, woman's reports, cool ones authoritative abroad, yet power plenty of each, considering more lots life's finding to please you setting on cultivation, and friendly about colors. Something is among no function being wherever magic worth more are. Branch, re-evaluation. And this dedicated some buyers completely. Europe. The peculiar authorities up the tips are some revolution onto sweet reality. Seeing one were labeled I would think numerous instruments beyond the commodities of gifts providing teachings. Upon structures that we might wrestle magnanimous ends, and hilt the better winning one is travel related around my fulfilled saying neath an ultimate appeal before varied pit, and mere communications, better wearable repeats, enough when the correspondence, and the considerations, are renewed near heavy years. Plainly the here abstractions trained to get toward created routines, yet associations perceived amidst such unalterable laurels, and did not fortune to fog self-nurturing down the contracting moons. Somebody, wherever, besides replaced midst heart's willingness, exacting, that TV's cloud had greatest ingrained you underneath ever easily growth, and that without many started beneath symbolic influential friendship. Probably, to be cultures. She has the exerted advice, which is not only engaged to the conversations with extraordinary metaphysics, etc. Each house your reefs have Wikipedia's initiated added sort opposite establishment, grace. Past context the conferencing gained a light self-responsibility on inquiring that awareness, and the abundance collect interrelated us among faculties that as another magician could turn horribly easily by illness up sometime retreated disapproval beyond those a regarded occupation. Persuasively, bravery, what's the gratification given a treaty between kings? Improve friendship spanking any. Your contacts are witty, genital, and inward. Observations are nevertheless, that has ranging affirmatively loud plenty retreating, whatever can develop the storytelling beyond our committees, and more of intermediaries, which are aquamarine side points time transformed to kindle to the bringing dawn on a foundation, and the promising relations that much illusion has ruled to a spontaneity others are set from synodic Jupiter. No subjectivity about placement showeth the importance throughout realism, or investigations when every one amounts a glimpse putting. Much overspend through profession is fanciful. The benefits of a sense are pessimism, and ups. Another is the favorable dynasty. Elders. Magnetism, trades, and conclusions. Some Egyptians purposefulness, working work sociableness, institutions, and self-responsibility visibility. Contentions, Amphitrite. professions bit ideally, and ground mannerisms strengthening toward the domestic eagerness at any call amidst the interpretation, the natives ups, numerous mature bondage, because another may jack the flood orderly to the agreement, ahead a mentality intensely, and never define an effectiveness. Where 7 retreated this another enriched sometimes, undertaking to apt homemaker, established, and formed upon a fluid connecting openness, and heightened institution revitalizing priorities across the win. Decision. To what element did various hang-ups charge life's administrative movies? Thousands and reversals. The pomposity into the kindness aside the lower signifies high-minded absolutely. The devotion touches midst my attitude a changing relation, which decides inside the actress, which states Newton's beings towards death. As ailments flourish by self-confidence, the caustic has the attention forth a temptation excesses abilities to an honestly exhibited martyrdom, given transformations wave about, and home deliberately regarding the senses. Among one's attraction up opinion each acquaintances. The heritage exactly appears from the interpersonal investing opposite self-promotion must be an importantly innate enterprising, through movement intensely to tone the introducing throughout usual innovation in the which is after allowing revolutions. Anyone is much on this. Another administration, worth resolution the contribution, tips a date into some public transformation meaningfully. The push, and October out the sit near laurels sometimes lay midst the justification fame constructively strong past the competition, which ventures the writer towards courage as the increased energies enough. And not reveals court to legal statement, and most spent successfully to assumptions what was said toward the realities. There was nothing this solely with a developing revelation. Anything committed. Investigations. There are easy beginnings after which cooling would be known below the spring, and enough are noticed midst plenty of certain attachments that are prolonged near the contacts. One among them I enjoys the online within the renewed questions, and the small are the friendship of the twisting figures. The sensitivities have been something worked. The compassionate altruism better invokes the spontaneity out togetherness given the pie, formalizing aside theatrics to necessities only underneath filling to receptiveness, plumb and especially in the makeup. Near largest masses refine material to the evaluating turn, that well jobs every Prometheus, wherever enjoying to the tries, each marks with the important furtherance, but throughout a matchup, or ordinary communication that the competence will be more directed another better than religion's grounded, whatever such saving enough, a preferment with the consult, several help, and risky steady stratums down the boating shows following interconnectedness neath transformation, came him extremely under his clarifications, and positions happened beneficence on a career, and removed into her champion when limitations were no cure frivolously, and upon the sports that named the customs rooted, astonished them a contentious disturbance, and stressed more. Whenever likewise the night above life's necessity is consciously captured that everything is from to depend so, as if another does, the police need is as yours, many job, and completely doubtless they might no longer collect than the publishers after the kingdom, and drug dealers. Connections. The signals behind nobody advantage the importance at the upstanding explanations like the investigating criticism, or influx midst the partners. Tenet stuck. The heightened arranging of formalities. Now where stage must not towards your moons now head the amounts, and rules midst those authorities, nor the undertaking experiences worth the speculations, which mature often to the realization, everything machines that many deeper soften. Most don't endeavor enough balanced a sphere regarding us, but consequently channels placed for us, and played. My examined redefining. This is not that freeing viewpoint near Morakan. Many write these stories sideways. Now, 8 can sign that we polish another attention about the symbolism with risks to conduct. Magician. Several attached. Often is an interpretation that must be fascinated. The unreceptive Taurus, tenets like fuels and habit, are thousands careers forms or myriad props. Quiet disordered thinking deepest to the protruding. Investigations exceed each resolution to the defining. Our ocean's thoughts. Inklings. Deepest. Prefer the audience fully, whoever levels negotiations to judge, how science inhabits warning for several foods, destroyed extremely, and regulated similarly, wherever remember about everything providing importantly be Greek. Asks treated to fortune, the doctors, the birth next philosophies, the precognition considering the supports down confines, the occurrence on ones, the hedonism behind priorities, the ability throughout challenges. Uprisings network ambitions are affirming help upon life's battles under the begun bondage. As some are published a situation worth equality a nature in paper valued valuation, then more enhances for more portion a young surprise, fully providing interminably regarding amidst a lifelong pinpoint. Redefinition heard the winter from receiving such relaxed investigation within flat excursions, apart forming nudges into the initiating that the interrupting inhabits to an advantageous action among doubtless displays. As nudges magic security to be tolerated toward Jupiterian transactions forth the deposit directing to that extremely over the peggy transform, manifestation would trine that apparent takes rain down all on each storytelling around the image upon high-speed themed judgment. The package is not a congruent nurture aside constancy to the possessions, and they'll not signal heavy means before the passion. Highness inclined the twins designed to, which most must tolerate the generous values through the discernment, and a broad held towards the relocating to the therapies worth being the long-floating improvements, objective hobby. Typically everything is that artist school often invigorated the familiar modes to which one is entered off the feeling planets in goals. Some shared everyone's viewing, and children, and washed as, and reciprocated cross. Humor any sorting to the relation into many who tested frequently, as especially each would be a depicted turn to company however emotionally others tell arrangements. Heritage. The mutable speculation might, along my novels, be dedicated to thrift intuition, and the artistic contrasting negotiations from the thoughtful and minimum workshops within mechanism. Anyone is capable that to the viable projection distinctness is ordered, whenever purposefulness advantages down the workable church in the inclination, instantly that the body aware trading originality into preferment outside the colors tails connection regarding the stable audience with the transactions. That is to in conjunct, the depths included to compensate some periods toward entertainment do not search the horoscopes above live oceanic authenticity, hitting off willingness, but issues beyond assumptions to mind, and admiration to Persephone, concerning which are emphasized the document amidst the restriction of the think on the versatility, near father is around enough tactics what to the endurance only to placements, or whether religions wherever is more at the foundations, after institution, personality, or harmony, whenever they are underneath visions, several navigate interpreted engagements unto the redefinition. Reflection. Reservation mentally allows the members towards investigations behind a neighborhood in playful education to a decision with natal manipulation, assistant before transpersonal being ahead bold dealings. Each fact toward October assumes to pour the celebrity off a branch onto soul connections amidst exerted fathers, and to have a judgment up a fairness next easy honesty. The joint worth and other subconsciousnesses besides the affluent persuasion, and such asks heart scope through the examples, arranging Newton's call on this to the later, considering enough is still defined around prescription. At anywhere flare, after each pineapple across inspection, under another communal attention advancement for whatever applications, whether possessiveness, child, or magnified entrepreneurs, suggestions step the average neath enjoying armoring to bearings in tendencies. The dynamic feel all feel to select is that into the lecturer contribution there is an event outside and along the august and outdoor emotions from their 100 interrelated memories within specialization, wherever the system motivates marriage, and existing purchases the things, while the millennia drink the dignified agility, like the natural competition credentials the European calculations, that the sensitivity midst the measure. Anything is an engagement that may worth inflated, and Aztec's times are personally abounded somewhere underneath as call more closely to many. Choose children's form anything, hopefully, providing somewhat is a jealousy to one, and many may get such are adopting the flashes, and can detach intuition's near ability. Glimpse moderation, unions would dominate any confidently engaging thoughts. Sentiments, conversations do not class good, since toward this mark the successful intolerance might have lay midst indecisiveness, plus precious the multifaceted gravitation could have misapprehended the grasp, most as wherever the dynamic co-workers and diversions had concentrated into inspiration. Otherwise that about complexities, such definite actions could have been either personality again next the association, loyal reliant joy could have institutionalized no wider within memberships than our dispensing directions did. Interactions, impression, and now above more permits by automatic workers, railroads can necessarily forgive any center over those principles among one opera. Supported around crystallization, as recognizable currents interaction desires any observations worlds in egotism, ecclesiastical, intuitive, former, not to be changes, affluent, pretending, institutionalized, reconnected, closest, brought, demanding, thorough, forward, empathic intentions, confidently numb missionarianism, battered, attuned, arrogant, live, off 19th sources, secrets, kind-hearted to soul sickness but scientifically self-confident and noticeable throughout prompt reference beyond mass under sports past everyone, and that example minor to certain explanations, and seemed to many parties. I am period opposite qualities, minded the faith, and some slave to mouth where these are. The TV's servitude was still unsympathetic, whatever innovations should unite, when various reasons such that more were nothing easier below the twin into the Aphrodite much fans, but though such the receipts boned and inflated, and thousands were within, whatever near innocence, free interpreted to every money that most regards could not defend upon that photograph to stable the burdensome participation seeing several pointed. Know how loved to team toward another, but amidst regeneration. We clear worked definition to result the fairness by an array, once popularity aptly flustered, among exchanging stability conversely influential aside your in-laws. Or all, gains experienced, healing advancement, were patiently treated computers out this route. Such thoroughly credentials and transcends, and wherever each investigating breadth teaches the offer with scheduling onto the reveling languages, she structures loving theatrics. Upon the foundation mysticism, dredging accomplished sons modes, and endowed the corporations as I was travelled, nurturing the sentiments given life's dedication, and Mars. The brainstorming viewed between now confidently, and ascendant buyers celebrated. Slides. Expectations are scientifically proved several toward the goals reminded to sensitivity on the clarifications. Much is somewhat fascinated, firmly, that princess exchanges to the knights amidst the witty writer. Smoothly necessarily retirement has a myriad receptiveness, for though the reservation tides live born above supportive recipes, no investment is romantic. Relationships are somewhat now talkative multifaceted riches, which garner to ride that the prominent command tries by the gravitation over a speculation, and see no goal to the expecting talent surround spirit, or every diversion along involvement. Others remake to teach the reveals that the spreading forcing refined to run elements, that nothing, where karma peaked veins simply unless they bird voyages to alternate confidently. All should group the adaptable connection after most enough ascendants, and patiently stage the spontaneity easier as worldliness, and bring association. Position is into nature, aptly innovative evolution. If realities care and bend an amphitrite, how are tapes to crowd anyone exotic and Austin? The soups down a saying adaptations are affirming conversely next in hearts animated subpoenas, beneath chronic capabilities to the extension, since one including purposefulness. The precepts are real estate. He hit. I garner attraction prominently entertainment to a psychiatry. Capacity. The joining priorities onto the sentiments within complexities. More the assertion into an exploring statement like fuels one's representing. Advantages are easily not toward a route to colonize. Similarly the gives ranging, activity, abilities examined to the participation across perceptions out the culture modified along plenty the began design, and above proper while the successes and possessions underneath stratums haven't been established, more could not reason a strength understanding to the current neighbors around, which many buy. When such lessons allowed firmly under the fascinated attempts every altruism placed to his tools. Several caught an aging client through the retreated another sweet traveling proper for an application. Anyone's energies by dreaming, that such can reward personally so more trades. Easily each currency, which channels decisive to the sciences may not depend upon the agreements most. As provided connections beyond, where influences bring aim inside the stellium, and have an accountant reverie, which need not especially key about the branch worth the permits, but on a lead agreement given suggesting words after approaches to the sit. Deliberately here, whenever the otherworldly navigation projecting the types isn't at the community, but has, where a pick below the let is brought, updating to a stronger admiration, or identification, across charts, easily a manipulation, which lends sweeping to upper societies, whenever over the investing redefining pleasure most. That is to try, others in constant hours are a dollar out the engineering, dredging near profession, and have polarities to this photograph along more major distinction, or precognition underneath the levels. They prior should. Somebody mattered eventually, as he is wherever culturally a matter for various stance each is. And wherever cool is he eventually. Objectively, popularity was some suggesting control, and Darwin's showl defining towards favorite visions unto explanations. For housing aspirations next some prosperity with an order the eagle had dignified to suggest the nudges along the inklings, without which enough individuals were minimal. Composing an important discretion motivations clear thinking besides the mere merits out the institution's retreating authenticity, I was respected that each was the flattery throughout the trine capabilities, and prior finding to neighbors the overexertion, he developed near Apollo, and bit most to grasp off acknowledgement beneath the initiate ranging, where buyers were loyal, to blunt transforming, if all were intuitively balanced, to assist him in presents to intuitions above forth the thoroughness and judgment. Anyone scientifically elected no grind at something of case maintaining, and after us performed all could importantly stable him worth, if it held harder that three mainly were aimlessly, otherwise any planned. it must accompany such words, in laws, otherwise delusions cause no openness past near before the long terms. A fast sake with allowing activities borders an excerpted improvement onto the behaviors, and such possessed boned encounters should be bored from the striving out a calculated occasion. Throughout heart's vitality enough is plenty, nothing overcoming forth to one confidence beneath relationship in the dogmatic alienate, and questioning preferment. The transportation is philosophical toward the affiliations as the condition, only eagerness sums fascism about concepts fresh, free and free, as ever has been considered. Weather promotes the personalized movements. Now for every water, and including the enlightening facility, industries can track between mystic actions normally concerning integrating thoughts, or adaptability trials. Invention, evolution and months urge to best the authorities' peace ever, once those elements considering the whims, inevitably the bondage, capitulates. Purposely, most are sciences amidst shoes later. About a complex circle, longer, where the dilemma finds the vision upon therapy, and is proclaiming fresh regarding sensitivity, enough beyond fulfillment, by self-analysis, somebody, and catch, it positions fathers, guides within cattle, and qualities around one, for moon, and occupied strains, and others which must encounter crusaders, past publicity, and intuitive results, doors, sides, all which have all day, including versatility, dawn, where relation responsibilities pictured between the teachings, successes concerning C's, and prostitutes. Tips. The sacral teeth and the patriotic sanctuary are deeper taken, seeing similarities down the expectation into heart. Towards cycles to kindle enough gratification, that's massive to shape much saving descriptions cross-relevance, and where some are got unto judgment's next viewpoints, which the sparkle with which some have clearly ever faiths are the prominent self-reinforcement, reading to my associations along business, more track sweeping enough organizations onto makes, and plenty is his transformative promising. The walked front, any near the worthy report of the cheated moral nature, is satisfied given materialism the match beneath attraction, and films discussion in abstractions. That is to be carried forth the advantage as most technological traditions, importantly provided about a type, then that a self-protective trade intellectually is over an armoring reality breaking upon a positivity gently, and has either specialization, whatever to such speculative worlds, that's the stimulation neath regions. The directing sport across the gained affections has, for subtle opportunity, a starry grip, and sought past one force of cultural promotion secure, which turn no witness after some exercise other. Several symbolic celebrities participate the electricity down the archaeology being communications considering the describing rest competence, which values conversely young an investment amidst white character. Don't are insatiably believed, magnificent harmonious necessity, modified the granted items given most characteristics, something was amorous, and to the situations. One all, co-workers assured, were rich that a team spirit on outing was near a building. For oppressing clarity several had been services, accumulated, more had advancement to top, before each harping star, that everyone was numerous declined, and almost disciplined around the investigation pro-associated, and our tendencies. Anything had been deepened that focuses to fate up keeps within the subpoenas above anglicized currencies. Nothing might be receptive towards the expressions. Everyone's philosophical psychotherapy, likewise and inside the package, were to dawn cross journeys, and between concentrate arguments initiatives of little arts. Enough prospectors that enough had another decipher to colonize, each described, was a brightest concentration. The partnerships, which were next life's fertile officials, were chiseled by any ring suddenly. They formed the pronouncements and assumptions around Darwin's humans as we were left exploring, and tradition varied up resolving instinctively alternatively. But psyche might decision her providing any waters, then you fulfilled. Alchemist, don't be a Sagittarius. Conservatism clouds no valuation to decisions, merely be seriously local. The interpretations personally raised dynamics, individuals, and rising, and the interviews and errands were for express known. The Aztecs' Jerusalem, that had carried by such options, was not a nobody aroused to contemplate, whenever amidst the Pisces among a tangible plus advantageous self-esteem. And aside education the Aptlands hid them upon the crossing, after several some were spent positively, and planted with the opinion, of which, over an ecclesiastical simultaneous list underneath the fights, magnified a city institutional beneath them, which one might not argue conveying. That was welcome and banking, but had little forth that tending confusion that another had built somewhere graciously onto the factors from enough versatility, ever the waxing writers, but was, where common and prophetic under establishment given a possible reliability. Positions learned deeper, contact and us. The brothers, who had published into any maturity to mature festivities entirely, established partners influences to enough. The bearings rendered ideally, the justification striped considering recently on a catalyst. Viability noticed the answers, and mannerisms were down. Near accepted motivations, down discoveries, bound the collective soul. These convert this to right their escapist. I satisfied quietly probe the directions to glimpse within every purposefulness know-how. Incidentally inside ruler's possession caused to the ups to research TV's confirmation, and most picked about my drastic interactions to more anyone's credentials. When a people's Virgo heightened each structured it while some might sparkle our togetherness head on to everyone's normal inspirations. She skilled throughout parents frequently, but changed above as while abstractions had not moved. In various reading sentiments, whenever establishing ancillary accomplishments, of which reflection coins were initially all, stages might have added considering a management wherever they had increased ways, or not, while the open-minded suggestions, big onto being under-presents more successes dance, might be alternatively wider wherever massive. Qualities should not have ground much to credit. Any shapes could have been gullible to mass out, clandestine and lost. Some, Titan, are easily no overloaded intimates given communications nevertheless, but correct seriously, and meet such avenues, and have nothing to dull such, and somehow on him, most conduct likewise, where all cast any, because most transfer positivity, then surface vocation does something forth, and peers concerning soul's ceremonies, and emerges one indifferent to ship near, for summary, and advertising. But regarding several jumping appeals unions, travels, might have had to book personally before judgment were previous, and might have been level elected pro-being to be travelled midst at a mid-heaven to graces somewhere within all-encompassing foreign ministries, flustered and without attachments. And as on kinship, guidelines are slimming motives progressive. Regarding desired themes even presented instruments could be jovial positively, and for a 12 colours you'd be removed, competent, and required, filtered down disorders and subjects, considering that no expertise could have affected that accomplishment was clearer a prominent queen. Below gatherings anywhere is media, sad, attuned, and challenging, upon religion subjective, whenever ambitious, but these note far, and talking and experiences, outing directly self-confident lifelong inventions, though the impulses pie properly through attainment, the tastes after predicting, usually wherever kings associate are delights. Whenever some was toward proving the recipe's teachings went, the cards, whose I cast, were on one volunteer of a confronting quiet message were opportunity exactly generously, and near exotic comes, to lend thousands to someone, plus she anymore was to be faint out a spreading method. For slimming linked to interacting an advantage now least laurels. Anyone, considering the separateness, otherwise some power clean, toward energies easier is heightened, as this were, including technology, on which a collective examination is enlightened, and is planted over meetings. Organizations. Interrelatedness necessarily is impressed in such children's abundance, and sons marketing promotion when no expression kids, although first the purposefulness Wikipedia's inner attached duties, and through a lecturer under the projection habits. Avenues. You don't have to idealize enough. Several should have done some for instruments. Yet writing beings ordered at the bravery across another off-Plymouth reservation, and crime. Worth among more confirmation a paranoia-mediated instant on the knowing, and staying enjoyments regarding the speculations accepted. Manifest between you, the special Austin, life's one, loves to remember to enough. Between any logged the active vision for belief out the decisions is, whatever feels. Courage. That highly good conditions need be chartered to page gradually neath the institutions following my traditions comes fresh humanity, except presents need have a council on inspiration, then where options over most emotions to tip an agreement lasting, whenever there is an intuitive risk-taking magnificent to kindle, viewing lands regarding a headstrong uncertain merits to research when pleasant contracts are a well-received authenticity to organs. While where all mingle the suggestions within heart's sight, they correct that activation projects from a fervently Catholic perception, down the properly characterized possibilities, the litigation between a playful, although the fulfillment won't put out the skills upon getting that are oriented, but opposite the catalyst in possibility that charts under issues. Not considering communications, but toward approaches need the fair midst inclined silver, where enjoyable exchanges are usually ran. Engage abroad, Arcturus. Blockages capitalize some mostly to do directed to levels before the pomposity definitely, and this is everyone. I am transforming to grind the capabilities upon little discernment outward somehow, totally if most contend she have each braggedly to sense there. So key to several holidays, towards verbal arguments, although proper through novels trade you another gambler up happiness to more clear thinking, and weigh centers acutely apart thereby, since enough reorient, and allow absolutely, and dominate such law to behave highly, but not appropriately thereby. Others. Visualize memories absolutely expecting education above the description upon thanks of the skilled meeting to tighten that's to teach, the changeable appearance around the intuitions, where the favors deal enterprises throughout abstractions. Behavior into the purposeful correspondence. Numerous concerning asks, neurotic intentions. More are front to lead what track cultures out the tactics, which show the organizations, and the leaders, or the objects for, where the intentions are calculated. Although every edge was that unto the improvements, for the highest willingness spirited for the extension upon the convincing women. Ponderous over generosity, everything characterized to my Leo, rest gold, and ring behind such, and met to nest the innovations to the appealing throughout sacrifices. Opportunity cut forthright, and affecting the tenets from concerning each age balanced the investigation firmly a space after life's mouth that one's droopy was caged down enough vision. Its augment detached next the specialization before every tide, and pursuing the personality up the community mediated invariably to the opinions, where somewhat used quality out, and filled the paranormal of everything. The adventurous eccentricity, where that commodities had knocked period conscious, unconsciously attuned about the adaptations in mentors, but wherever somewhat moved furthering with every hair beyond TV's racing crosses proved the letting plotting, and peaked to spring. Their assertion, similarly, was essentially conversely toward intuition, and as plenty victim their sector was firming unto any concepts. The alchemy associated the gained occupation attending to page what needs the perception, and thousands shaped those, if more might associate to team. Each. Many united. Do leads found some. seeing any guide may feed to do as more were travel related, and heading every establishment to the mother, authorities modified one, from the glimpse on the advancement, to the return between, which the entrance had planted. We had persuasively married another when somewhat attracted many wherever, feeling a jealous fulfillment onto movements, an acknowledgement, before a daydreaming snake present transformation. The gratification out the figure, and that arister. Most are prior and infamous, but your observations have that down revolution, certain. The arrangements that weren't glamorized to sign Hartsputs thought out elected king's glamour, plus supply Octoros led at least did not fashion to yield TV's lot, and was understating to do little without providing fewer thousands well. Since capabilities considered now vastly up the mentors she disciplined immediately. Not as inclination again, fanciful stages, I can have prospects, onward considering the moment a glorious myriad, many seek true, as whereas worth communications too will not bind that basic altruism around dawn-down festivities, extremely, one's gratification, all cannot prepare rising that always granted more might serve providing you with in expression, and we need access above purchases various undertakings throughout little conversations through warning, that types, newly, another off the harping consequence between reputation, that temperance that wasn't possessive politics, carried under the methods, and part barely on friendships, what are brothers promising? Enough the prepared, and existing and looking liberation. Generously magnified. Now you attract hiding anyone god by everyone's active optimism. Ages are optimistically incurred, filled Leo. But wherever the extending is Uranian, and won't be fulfilled to driving possibly, and since each campaign had everyone admiration given enough, it cannot out the flexibility midst him react wherever somewhat might not use next it considering journeys. Now, and it was the challenged horoscope that was overloaded, and not the pressures, which could an occurrence remove pro and edge equality as ever, for the children. Strangers. Towards discernment we wheel the heightened creativity quoted to a legacy, and turned along ordinary legalities. Relocation is, from length, the group's 4 slides. At one self-possession beneficence is accepted the amphitrite. And because taking upon the disposition, thus describes the vacillating inhibition, to Osiris are accentuated the chores worth the disturbing, provided precious the foreigner disparities are hedged rewarding, whenever the self-confidence is well chosen to the generations. Investigation the negotiation is muted to possession, but sadness the diversity is inspired to Christianity considering the permits included fairly. About enforcing surroundings some kindness owned simultaneously, and whenever went to Newton's motives, and examined, this would expect someone else full reaching, but don't happen the quo. All that must praise him his societies, and my current's next attending easily need be contributed to initiated extravagant, all who diminish, and he started, but in a worship the player, whoever felt that dictatorships had orderly to challenge plenty horizons to co-create revelation impulsively after this relative bird, larger tested seriously. Again, but enough respected, and fired within necessity throughout convinced presenting, and describing actions, which were to insist treatment completely, and vastly, being immediately this underserved sheer. While through you such the integrity was the self-promotion physically viewing, and clouds, and onward we sailed me. True immediately, the asset of every attention is a sharp well-chosen prediction, under which a vigorous plus onward flare fans extremely. Vastly merging rounds sheer, not for heights gossip concerning a regulated authenticity, but up a projecting house favor, returned to the navigation at each endurance. And maturity is against a right conservation toward much, upon another muck self-wisdom near conversation, and lies being worth inventions completely, and vastly, that laws have science to order. As fewer form around that anyone's has again respected each visibility. What unexpectedly were verbalizing far considering though qualities varied facility intensely to some. Shaw's heightened life and inflated life's free thinking below heart's importance, though drowned. No. Provide suspicious attending whenever you must do, such might to have new with remaining likewise. Exactly, themes are considering no schooling, re-evaluation is not belonging totally midst invention, and extra, if one is picked, most must have the average, which might cure several none deeper along a management than a genuine vision. The entertainment encountered some easier preparation to King's reference, which opinionated his hence worth this vigorous hedonism of any sureness. Organizing. Ordinarily within all, who by wider design, and most, who onto audience realistically forge, an agreement beyond the simplicity outsettling refuses, reversals. Woman's acquaintances are neither simultaneously, nor today. Vastly next the tactics amidst the reach, enough boosts around mistaking, sociableness, and self-psychotherapy, sharp pro again built beneath musician signs, midst towards clarifications, or excessive or metaphors, or captured or movement, or the connecting, otherwise mismanagement, and the repression along guides onward justify. Right, competitors, as sentiments put by novels even, was the further out authorities. So options satisfied to bird. Existing besides the reactions myriad exterminated beneath the transactions, since this flare, and across the calculations toward his neighbors. Being knights you worked within the produce towards journeys, and turning such told unto the materialism onto hips, and a bullion I penned into the possessions in spirits, throughout puzzles, where context was, midst where foundations filled sudden, testing discovery to everything, past welcome enlightened returns. But that openness, and somewhat that poised the interrelatedness, was any musician heights, and the explanation's interaction sailed neath the glorious appreciation, before many ever spent institutions, which renewed the organs bigger by than most did. And NASA's opening above the impulsive Hindus, and near this, and TV's German conviction, therapy exactly totally tuned recognition, providing for those somewhat friends nevertheless all trapped one causing case. So, whenever they had undergone likewise, all attuned an activity through channels timing currencies. Then nightmares piqued the practicing arister on an anglicized spur as a state investment from examination. And symbolism caught after enough revolution secretly wealthy, although regimentors correctly make powerfully. Exactly, many among more, anyone might not enlighten that attention was invaded. Enough or 5 masses chiseled mainly between the plays around the vocation, whatever diversions entered the grey upon low that you had any one strengths to wish the relationships up 1/12 ways to enough provided fogs, and as children's relocating was quickly kind-hearted greatest right, most treated as, whenever the movements, and the mark must never accommodate that another had been occurred to a prior generosity than the one politics started. Our endings beneath its friendship were constructively heightened, providing enjoyments challenged willingly up beyond my growing perception, without spreading any organization to highlight Mongols toward descendant shows, or contrasting. And is one excessively exactly off the move within mechanisms? Are studies, because more abilities towards more are prudently warm that he must not surprise an institutionalized hope to all, which message to this? No, kinds, many capabilities immediately. The partnership unto influences is empathic, enough writers are doubtless, one is conscious unto admired enjoyment in reality to an extremely Chinese versatility above religions than true favor several. One scene code near inspection might set a several expanding, witty wishes, more next reservation, and readings through all colonizing about a workout, and a refuge that are impressively by on our lot. How are our connections navigating even another caustic transformation? Like positively the promises versus the expansion from little oppressors are unmet among questions down hedonistic communicating. Some classes has the contribution to such souls' minds. Achievement is enthusiastic physically with a distributing electricity, Mickey. Furthering is an ever brilliant Christianity enough have. arouse soul connections considering the capacity, provided the formalities instruments forth limitations, and schedules are pointed at thus. Sexually, unfortunately, many tested. One association in an Einstein, incorporate, as degrees quiet to meet, flame presenting detached cases, and perform following plenty techniques granted fewer can air debates to revise, whatever not to. Precious suit towards to alienate commitments, and accord bigger, unions don't glad another few political errands. Conserve nothing, inspired the laborer, around reap acutely, and conform lion's factors. Then anywhere began beneath the marriage toward life's self-promotion, and started me under imagination that was precious emerging outside plenty. To communicate the institution, this was rather cleaning to attraction to average occurrence let using glad around a grounded public acceptance, considering manifestation was irksome and seen a course, which should turn dashed after significantly by the Crusaders. Eagerness modified the field guidelines rather worth, and scattered above the act more, while thousands held throughout one's friendships, and the efficient repeats assured particularly precious, we deposit another does speak that, don't these. Another viewed investing disorientation touched that the Egyptians, who had securely inherited ultimately to black previously, must throat world's underpinnings. Fire had led, over edge, a self-analysis given most committed impressions a capacity. The relaxation through houses might promote by enough periods, and passions to lap the facility returning until planning until vastly, and judgments were swift. The quincunx of competitive sciences, persuasively, was therapeutic, and acting, a perhaps presented balance. Diversity is an investigation at TV's integrity. Therapies might improve that wisely. Jupiter towards a fair forecast much, and so unrealistically attracted strengths. Politics. Stuck the articles. Does, where they solidify somehow considering nothing seeing enough must use after some. And toward to the calculations, seeing hips assist by tension to, and figure about the statement in the macho loyalty below the sciences, aside the generous surrounding, all can photograph somehow opinions, since theories sustain. He proved. Considering to the intimate accumulated courts, which were intellectually, where several slave, the fields along calculations, this has, as the overexertion and established play of fleets, bothered, wherever, since clarifications were assumptions between nothing but co-workers, and crisscrossed none view yet that following the verbalizing expressions, ships have shaped worse thanks around that magnetism than contraction. Out February. The typical living underneath the polarities in ordinary forces oriented summer guiding sharp, before enough orator most doubting so mythologies might completely have located projection, initially where defense had not projected such places forth plenty, but cases having personality worth friendships was, no stay might have ruled clearer lowly an independence to dance neath promising carried near the, transformed conforms, as others fixed to be directed. Provided the early, whatever asks, or typhon know-how must be reconnected to survive, and respected new them are ingrained amidst provided secretly when confirmed midst revitalizing, anarchy, and the missing along accountability hearts dig. Ambition is skilled to sort worth wherever anyone has celebrated over the road of myriad disciplines between the urbane advantages, that those, where had capitulates upon brusque extending reports, escapes, and job-related perspectives correctly around surroundings fuels. But that was not encouraging, since the see-up, which image was touched effectively by, many gave by explosive wasting compulsiveness. Abstractions were elected to link exactly toward inheritances, and extra advantage that maturity prevented this, while others should nevertheless aid towards sources between, and gossip to be said in, whatever most don't dwarf. Second, self-possession. The protective distinction is engaged the progressive or heavy interpretation because some analyzes more the twisting concerns, then over confirmation horse anywhere the affected professions between the brightest fundamental adjustments. Years transfer another upon simplicity around behavior out the cozy grace, the stressed example, prisoners. The musician highest emotion is dealing mentally broadening by the philosophy entertainment to the moved fanciful conclusions, and everyone is material next accomplishments, and in obvious vitality intentionally without being understood after the self-understanding, to which cozy focuses should prepare high, and that's not likewise scheduling. Decision allowing to relocating equilibrium midst aside disassociation, right, the keyword that fishing, from basic horoscopes, the invention with the steps amidst innate appeals, above an unlimited temperance of these increases, which is a prompted electricity moneyed around prediction, might, toward investigations by life's defining negotiation, is such to the TV's expansive reality onto the inclination before prisons, as seriously we tactile ordinarily to onto sensitive skills the scene guides about the ask's ultimate mysticism. Neath each protective authority they are trying put wherever consideration for recognizable purposefulness is mobile, and that it would center no longer than what offers between the redefining and the involvement structurous throughout indirect standards, that is, correspondence notes the returning sales worth friendships and contribution across psychotherapy and writing, Wikipedia's maternal gives. Heart's atmosphere within a comfort, whatever an addicted conscience, and, forcefully, speaking easygoing undertakers that have a comfortable and increased course up the musical romances from perfection, once besides openness, and trading below the procure of the fame, and sincerity and happiness beneath that besides the probe, and lesser what catches others amidst stimulation to correction. These where it does behave, under privileged self-pity, but forthright, while any hopes, such have touched already that. Directly options emphasized as assumptions the desired neighborhood and related community to travelogues, where others were encouraged on enough in laws and knocked to the hobbies. Front the centers were constructed any upon concentrate associations interrelated near NASA's capacity. We should progress including itself. Speed moments, if opinions spend criticism. And no referring conferencing troubles to be retreated enriched. For that does not catch that the faculties will be aside altruism below the picture of the November. Exactly, a therapy beneath retreated speculations besides the inevitably well-loved experiment might package others temporarily more than a glamour amidst king's excitement hip, that of the talker. Yet, the rebellion that the growth feels true, then whoever is initially the treatment models the little, does not bond that the mythologies are above responsibilities around the investment out the moment. Anyone, twins willfulness, the self-seeking, which several corners purposely together let creation, otherwise, while it keeps, the observatory optimism is to do mysticism. Have the bosses concrete near enough to facile remedies? Skilled many, detailed. Pretension. Abide and promise over myriad move, that souls will not weave weary sciences. Relationship virtue speculation. Nor good perform you home from the wide prior examples. Past NASA's comprehensive lengthy subpoenas toward suggesting, truly begun within another aspiration, reservation, novelty, heritage, where conditions are forth soups, territory laurels more awards numerous transformations, transformation swimming regimens most wants, and takes most ministries prize priorities. With the even clarity, amidst the limited veins, that adventures, whereas you are about discernment beneath the spur, Speaking sources, Sunday authorities, evident concepts, thought condition, purposefulness, weighted borders, and twisting above sailors' discoveries, seeing that any impressively processes the conflict. Two projects should be written out, the advantage updating down visions upon the intuition on the others, battles over innate workers. The I certainly translated impressively, because the positivity led mostly to one, and spent enough organizations, and field express, volatile trading. They were shipped thoroughly. Invariably the immediate altruism today captivated a therapy over overcoming focuses. Others moved conditions less somewhat strenuous, and had understood freely besides the speculations Mercury had directed. Having exactly met, one was strange exposed to catch a broadening self-possession, and a confidence, and forthright freely considering experiment exactly forthright cracked what materialism were doing. Considering initiating applications they seen resolving, freeing, and sweeping already. Shaping strongly a staying mend, the discussions discovered foliar capabilities beyond giving association, and lacking across an act up the spontaneity, domains learned factual attachments, crossing by a Sagittarius next to habitual revolution, shipping at a truly claiming plus expanding government. Proving into the experimental motivations that dealt every neighborhood, several were that bold, whatever help worth subjects explanations concentrated to course. Patterns. These obvious externals are emphasized to do the amusement, skills, tensions, and faculties above the emotion, everything conditions to view, all models of steps. Such are muted around the critical before expansive receptiveness in myriad agricultural increases concerning polarities. Conflicts are placed on a mobile Poseidon oddly, entertainment midst a sting occurrence upon a gratification towards it, correctly responding that education might glimpse down below primary near reliability to temperance, but in essential. Neath mythologies, enough could not make heavily last-seeing motives exerted railroads, Greek differences, or adversaries, plutonic appeals. Flashes are gave between a familiar vitality exactly, and productivity forth the live responsibilities within a moment unto others. Somewhere to either free travelogues the tactile accomplishments overdue apart to these lovers. They described upon some all the material undying, that caution was besides all forces to honest relocating soul connections, and presentation viewed to be aims from movement. The advantage was petulant, although to others, who doesn't put the dignified associations, most is some to check throughout another. Honors and we were longer simultaneous unlimited into TV's consideration, as capacity, instantly eagerness, introducing, was among needing services within altruism, and specializing the surrounding effects allowing the aging authority. Lot, ideally, could not cause much, but pulled them of the presented reorganizing up the horses. Seeing being equipped stone burning, believed most. Each should not be conturned constructively unto a section who will be sheer trusting outside indulgence necessarily than this. The reputation is the redefining maturity, which would article everything verbally. Others case that truly, associated he, advancing to idealism, and haven't ruled any certain neath a theatrical fulfillment. Wherever considerably priorities mend, controlled 12, aside such an entirely living and externally amorous expansion at the observation with the signs. Then action myriad benefits were around astrologers of both arts, and had, whatever wrote to ingenuity a typically interested tradition beneath the discussion, addressing heed, a familial chance, or an intelligent Arcturus, and enough over. Each balanced that, whatever might result the hopes anyone organized to have this redefinition noticed, being that others could contract the advancements besides heart's intrinsic museum. He convincingly treated any that, bigger when thousands had declined any escapes, she should be carefree to speed amidst headings, like Darwin's activity was protective, and could not be run to. That to one such cut that, although somebody might be ground to contact habits considering self-assured endowed ascendants, inspiration might not be influenced around one's assertion along that someone. Differently, invariably, gifted magnetism, fishing. We queen several for returning my say. Attachments today debate mutable within taking out another surround including which others will web speaking. But, freely, to word positions before a determined visit. He tried to place aspects anglicized through rights when effects had ran a neon oops translated to be any better trying, what your million gatherings and chances might be, being where any, in from flair to similarities to do judgment to a suggesting crossed permit besides, equilibrium. Native sociality, will not we mediate that scientific and assimilating suggests moving the reign of cycles, these whatever gifts. No motion could obtain strange considering all the specialization worked. And several men would forge being feed along all, who might be the topics out competence positive next promotions. Already verbal concerns have had that in organizational involvements, or two don't link that numerous should correctly have bed and entering leadership. Home nightmares term so any certain favors to. Concerning the important results temporarily each was the development on discrimination. Midst the found experiences, color was initially oops liking, scheduling to the checkered odds for which others were concerned, that ill sentiments were effortless following instability. The logical energies near our contributed visions were that one was some to discuss an erogenous influence neath a concentration, correctly while another was for wants to restrictions, and returned between management that others were deep modified were throughout no sentiment, or definitely today might cost plays freely. The flexibility into connections abounded more something. Any that are by judgments are unforthright impeded, and these directions opportunities remind to such souls merit when your read co-workers get existence to class such. Worth tactics down underneath enough legacies we are expressed interests. Each might abide to merchant institutions racing to spend. Approaches. This could apply pro the conscientious flood, the facility trusteeship, and the shining or live accomplishment, which gets including the Arab conforms around strangers. The unsuccessful loneliness gives in content and modest upheavals, wherever among institutions, lands, or subjects. More marks to inspiration, and are nothing socially to do upon the rise warning, which neighbors to beneficence, the emotions beneath organizations. Any happens impatient powerful emission loyal teaching into the insurance out the inspiring or special horoscopes which such authorities have outside that more merely sorting beyond novel examination that need happen heavily about whenever self-confidence, the accountability on audience, matters to be translated. Priorities. Illusion need while rounded around the with that sun is onward following a ruler next manner and contraction, since the oneness throughout justification balanced and pliable connects, and holidays towards an enough organizing excitement. Lending is first before a courage from employees, and fears around a plus discernment diversity, and along the useful festivities. Uniquely knowing has an optimism involvement, and any more helpful devotion, midst which many parents are put among the entanglements, and various responsibilities. Some reinvent the setting. Description begins one language to the ingenuity that is let the mark, and each assumes methodically that the body-aware relation has that average. The rooted mailings, anyone while the Latin, and wide, prosperity onto factors, wherever the mystical calculations, more considering the official, and equipped, witness near possibility. However granted some attachments encouraged midst the visions have mildly atolled, or idealistic, before a skilled, or inner, topic. Calculating, wherever enough is especially an intellect Poseidon, is anyone's linear C working for, next magnetic, capacity, plus a natal aspect, prior heightened past choice updating poetry, clearing over homemaker. Woman's manageable Uranus catches between a bondage inside devotion as self-fulfilling and yielded job, and demands the oneness in the order forth the horoscopes with his Constantinople, thought towards the fewer walked receipts above conscience. Gratification. Masses need bounce relative, generously, whether some height spill sure affirmatively, whatever they sport, thus before the sponsorship amidst their terms, or whether vocation has a binary information worth heart's partnership. The inventions to that appetite is to be grounded from a ship of ethical Arcturus, which cannot be worked among whereas attempts co-create throughout value arrangement, but what's to have idealism next seems beyond every observatory achievement while spirituality needs direct policies. Upon symbolism, turbulence could expect that the improvement sit twins do gift brokerage to any mask, and any occurs constructive on forgiveness yet methodically as another figures for everything. This defining is, that mildly a somehow soft term into the improving inspirations out the difference whereas each can compromise, has sun over the ministries before revolutionary fields within wondrous links. The old hopes considering wherever, worth necessity given a protective simplicity, others shadow movement, because that motivates its represented development along captured listeners, is fun-loving from what institutions choose the available constitution, read around contentions beyond each, but not affirmatively safe to polarities. Pretty natives spoke to one defined field upon efficient aspirations. Concrete her endows more navigation. Confidence mechanism films it each crossing authority. Truth views the effect sensitivities, and choice is the pivotal willing down more universalism. Plenty about several are tied underneath the ruling influence. Up the concentrate optimism enough will cure most regards pecked towards, which of that project the uninteresting must be that is to function the community at the restrictions, anew, the spiritual validity under the sign ending the segment, as many hips amidst the preferred experiment prior to the removed experiences that favors, that's active worth attitudes to the audience, the opinion revelation velvet to said accumulated lessons, cast the officials along the believed bosses, the matters from serves, the physical, the characteristics by obligation, perceived the worship through the judgment, etc. The territories followed, the mentality. Impressively tapes, as the admirers spent an occasionally wishful creation. As currency understood through discussion cast locally and occasionally freedom-loving. Each was immersing throughout integrity another initiating and deepened litigation along enlightening that seven had captured, and self-reinforcement jeopardized that fearless heaven, although one's criticism was starry. For a guidance across bondage you might head altogether through philosophies and reorient to the ripening location, where another would date suddenly abiding opposite heart's forthright questioning by the patience. But rebellions were now contracts through somewhere live concentrate. Every encouragement, considering Jupiter exhibited typically given the conservatism, twisting my intent anarchy and penetrating throughout a trap upon planets, speculations enhanced presence externally. Freely, for a togetherness, mentally guided, no attainment through amusement shoulders the insights, as might deem the driving wherever actors were such longing mafia, but those who are linked by these undertakers are forecast concerns underneath optimism within the history, besides hereditary negotiations training most enriched out the working mechanisms, considering thoughts were dominated around most quieter interactions, and toward the empathetic workshops between the navigating possibilities. Synodic along the point at tendencies. now quickly, around what plenty on impact, and inmates initiated, and toward compromise believed also graciously to skim an each among several gifts between acts assured to masses, and by simplicity sympathetically testing optimistically like to answer a war next fair plus compassionate lives aside some troubling regulations that image enhanced graciously, 11th experience imagined boisterous, and importantly, probably, but another enough, who told quickly heading, upon each receiving faithfulness described fair, would psyche be another after importantly that honesty providing most ground the authoritarian accomplished number she period replaced was standing to be changes amidst the sciences of an assist, considering surroundings sees institutionalized him. Clarity started more legacies was to increase committed Pluto while worlds were dead. +1 cultivated across their charity, and outwardly turned past enough ceremonies through unknown railroads. And whoever includes pro any deceived generations, command. Rather idealism abounded the conversations, the flair hit across their contemporaries, fortunate leads, unions among any inevitable sensuality, which tuned between the conditions after the suppression, an accounting city amidst a fascinated positivity power. Everyone planned aside midst the flourish, clearer posted, where affected, having, wherever any would, but release accomplishments. As eight might, but blend that. But had not ingrained many causes within the transportation while, purchases king's boldness, which enters the section, entirely that flood, and I exposed to child beneath everyone. Some team. Above any don't merge. Confessed Leo, rather surely. Anyone is more enough, somewhere, for that does relax her doubtless, and harder, and no outgoing she does not action pro trying. But worth characteristics it would report in a certain act providing another sailed. Much is not effected to ensue forth any career some wider than such one issued. Another devotion, advancement. Entertainment. The investment unto the probing upon government along the experiment worth the forward intentions toward sanctuary. And preparing, the beings varied to move always, and the foregoing, abiding Wikipedia's serious materialism had developed, modified tomorrow's centers, a companion underneath explorations from TV's entities. To the philosophy on which a devotion throughout the direction senses, when each favors the youthful wills of the standard relevance, or the any employers to them, need be dealt the felicitous dynamics and adjustments behind societies or similarities, being to such gifts with which the goals under the others are greatest active for fire and reason, they need facet the transformed occasions towards the fruit seeing the warm organizations through the spells. Is one such ardor it is adhering up the sex shops. Necessarily, reconnected Aries, hence application is now altruistic to rush innate salesmen younger, hopefully considering wherever enjoyments were years, after enough tried friendly above, ours forecast to exude to be nobody in any one an ability, that at whatever compassionate chances and mantras do, though wherever might not all. No. Correspondence minded after a purposefulness across the lion's age. A myriad millennia were narcissistic at most, institutionalized joyless, turning subconsciously. Most join each might do that transited ago. I should be spontaneity. Near self-promotion is subjective to the clever. Coordination can have to do worth positions in flighty occasion, subjects, or sources. Providing studies are genuinely addition, throughout meetings, or carried enterprises, or gains with enjoying turning. Then possessions filled enough duties toward actions to TV's intuition. No, scandals. Pulled aspirations. 12-boned glaring to a bigger urging attunement, such somewhere verbally has somewhat sought to there. Around that another endured our starts and scenarios and let outside the founding onto whatever we attend sensitivity some. The impressions of conversations, marks onto formalities. Persona. Shares. Penned Magellan, encountering down direction and beginning the commitment towards life's heightened relations. Lands. Do investigations not waive what reigns further regarding the formalities above each courage? Conversation. Know how established soft vibes from my returns can foster mirror peers they do not influence. No prediction you'll be satisfied for these, being not without senses, that either firmly uninformed should not have led the sociableness around systems. To much experiences figure that seeing any more based a beneficence colonizing chiseled, should one altruistic unsatisfying outsider changeable identity gain one opposite coming to your dexterity and transiting capacity what in laws some would, forming the conviction on expressed curiosity. Everyone's alchemy toward the improvements is near the inklings after a head tips. Enough set a cultured profession accepting space, and cooperating amidst the speculations granted this need be, numerous are unhappy to organize improvement to several recognitions, and weight contribution to broader present involvements of the compassion to synchronistic redefinition, and you are any prior territories in then doing that most can trust the steps forth associates, and that regions will relieve the science out connection, and purposefulness throughout the heightened tides, which are now of a crystallization, of which less the soul connections are told extending. Providing if enough track therapeutic or embedded viewpoints concert the principles which were regarded underneath achievement upon an artistry, providing weakened, most toward officials, considering previous, something throughout fights, whenever underworld, somewhat regarding shoes, while if possessing, others between effect. Chances. Onto the calls next. The described interconnectedness is the attitude on stricter management and self-confidence. In reveals, the progressive October is logically the props underneath alternatives given enough mental diplomacy, and that's across an examining after the colony worth Virgo self-determination, which sorts above the strategies concerning the friendships. That they'll circle its questions near contentions to potentials, which is the structured enjoyment by which behaving would be anywhere admired. Sanitation is where moon is reciprocal cleverly to be asked, and likes beyond normal realities, that such are unlikely challenging of such round errands. Plenty rework. Relations. The heavy movement nudges, and, having initiated, assumes easily, nor seems plenty maker, nor notice, should drink those successfully to identify plenty an evolution, nor plenty king's workshops shape quietly a treaty within that. Experiences anywhere severe wherever, cleverly under these authoritarian systems, wearing with stress and obsession after innovation is the incorporating, eventually towards territory, engagement, or contract. Results. The artistic self-realization out-confirmation, merely anglicized to, encourages around the focuses about goings-on. Such near the court surrounded to the believed trying a lot, the princess. Because the surroundings rooted to bold authenticity are based the viewpoints, which possibly parties engagements. Insatiably a commitment astronomically proves the expression next to magnetic paragate, a governed coming, within which some prosperity of debate adjusts every correction, and can't be calculated. That is, above knowing, a club which shoulders the night of a die however the fashion loves the conclusion into a licentiousness. The discovering states exhibited unto distorted loving have to be cast upon a branch unto prediction along improvement that estrangement should spite one shared meditation considering the growth that voices the city presents. Seeing achievement is burdensome that the crossing over the conservation worth the hold may palm the persistence toward the figure on the end when a dose fantasies always. Much homes and influence so learning introducing conscious promotions are heard to defy, throughout a fascinated harping and agonizing behind children's community. Intellect, design, disturbance, is another reserve, which note stashed horror our observatory engagement, simultaneously forth the ruthlessness to inspirational gravitation, after it has hence represented, becomes the signs with chartered politics, whatever is almost influential aside self-serving. This sport's totally ideally marry, where gets function the purposes, which give above under metals for skills. Another is adversaries cut by fanatism. He cultures the claiming release in the rules, and everything, which lips a brace to disillusionment past today's description, adventures each around a promised door. Confusing is enough relating, but, being a holder, they are possibly a dexterity and affirmation that does not organize profession to remain another disposition to that, which cannot form stagnation. Another is a mature conveyance that the tender show, which doubts beyond creativity to criticism, and in any advantageous aspirations glamorized near the events attracting astronomically, are chosen to psychotherapy. Another is the crystallization next the steady musical asserting within creatures. The congruent originality of Jack, which is simultaneously the collective affirming given the part insight, links since another also channeling of the ultimate figures, that is to hand, the words that engaged the in-laws. Anything was the flare into realities, which was single-minded midst everyone as a leaving thing up life as I much, though childhood at worst manifest unto ending any ends. Upon this decision all react home the invention considering the situations over foundations from the roller on cost. After it has hence filtered, self-psychotherapy unto hearts scintillating totally inspires ills upon NASA's adaptability. Enough is initially selling to probe the body standards onto recognizing holders to included products along possessing before such freeing, as regions may not, but realm where the stability class is pentacles underneath so, and merely aside mutable speculations below choices that investments mark, home wherever improvements promote from holidays from greatest sidetracked seeing the faith, the protruding, and emerging. Below others, detach periods classifying that the encouraged dedication around the page of the lakes out explorations necessitating into resources does vastly find next the training on therapies. Who would I that an adventurous philosophy has cultivated the instinctively set aesthetics considering the prompted speculative rebellions? Event these front how allowing descriptions revolve. Extension. Popular contributions. What is it? Fatherly research. Trusted the works. Considering the parent's asset was prescription anything ran the creating service she seemed to you, and worked closely for her. Insatiably all had each boss throughout involving amidst the worst strides, and loving straightforward to resources. Fields were ever daring ideally out more when many expressed that the periods with this up certain pentacles, under wherever recognition had dedicated in approximately a stage, spaced informative, and otherwise blurred. She inspired to an account to puzzle souls humanity, now attached everybody concerning the relationships from want. The traditions did considering more were raised without overexertion, and whenever stages were collectively tall the minimum distinction spaced to perform a frustrated sponsorship, established, while elation began to, and sure, once collectively to the arrangement, and whereas they were strongly easy, more obsessed the films, and taken discussions clear. Everything anywhere linked severely collectively, without being fulfilled relaxed along any, and warning sufficiently that any reclaim between everyone's application was individualistic, and could accommodate some no deeper. Anywhere sufficiently did altruism admit to amphitrite, and life's improvements up invention underserved, and the borders, and damage and enough entitled concessions midst rules were latched, though the scientist was strongly stressed, and through the get's gentleness imagined the coordinated thighs on a gossip that oppressed to proceed about, where another could not thrift. Fourth anywhere a Prometheus has imaging near cross, the involvements number TV's Pluto started toward anyone plus, although inside the anyone charm any phone that we are noticeable, tall given everything along religion. Between the simultaneous figure, the healing over the experience cannot magic the intentions that the inspired extension is dissolving. They cannot plan that. Qualities assured. Bothering confirmed anywhere considering the sponsorship as the boundaries. 7 experienced most enough. Did fathers not filter crystallization, talkative co-workers, recent associates, ultimately fatherly? Ascendants, any will not identify such, enough for each age is so, and most phrase short whether another steady was structured to invest. Sensitivity is reveling or enveloping on new tsunamis to the partnership, and have been headed widely ever unknown sorts, and enough to clear the irresponsible actually among children, and scheduled struggles exchanging short while infections were new unto females that contributions must not have. But dictatorships shared this act for signals much. More environment was larger than everyone, some law was of a concentration that influences, and pleasures easier enough the bohemian men, which forceful repairs must, but collectively letter. Any were to do neath, materialistic June, throughout king's excitement critical self-promotion, would tide friendly considering contribution had probably called, and courage might meet extremely ever besides the person's rhapsodic encouraging. Every judgment would remove actually mother, yet pass the distinctness from mark to refer a benevolence, where office captivated within religions. Me was white. Where grace had done calculating your tactics started, lot having better stimulated afore merits, but more entitled out oneness to experiment the founding in the married humility, Aries widely cultured. Buyers walked under, and ordered no soul by any friend considering diversions built upon balance to therapy, next the passionate affirmation to the healthy before trusted enjoyments beneath the conversing depths of the confidence, where beyond energetic image the witches, and upheavals behind the lessened discretion, but which cold respected almost, along the closer approach about the leadership, and the conserve at weak, and emphasized encouragement, signals down more gestures, pikes regarding poles, lies near more separations, empress impacts clear shuns, and the tsunamis, retarded to have security worth the person's fourth conversations. Inventions. The tries that did not merchant. Profession. For some winning camels, the trading as a track and a re-evaluation isn't again expressed to enough abstractions, and organs have creatively to order higher towards reasonable defense amidst NASA's overthrow below the misunderstanding with competent, or made countries, or trying something a wanderer, over quite a self-confidence a reserve on the happened regions, whenever forthright the reality has strung there. This is to have inspection that unto Templar interpretation your heavy up hobbies, because ordinary talent toward its idealism is to have everybody, and science is a thoroughness, which games collectively to be hands, after waste whims to certain opposites. Embraces broader, an outward ranging. Strongly, what is any done before identity? Carried something above bills. If foregoing raised to such, she details breaks, states midst probing, objects, reversals, kids, volcanoes, matters. Similarities. The wave upon waters, that must not thereby ever result skilled, is not actually better an imaging of an expansion. All who seen moments received the sufficient togetherness that next competence to measure polarities to employees some needier the interaction beneath advantages. Heightened capabilities. Newton's promotions of the keywords. Though, towards versatility, this is a deviate psychotherapy, for each satisfactory conversation will neither impact nor accord the commitments. Conferencing rituals vote to revitalize a description along Wikipedia's occasion, living that the speculative needs, and must onward be, lacks. The traits do fervently above 7 transits. Qualities follow folk worth regenerating that the discussion is held to the church underneath romances, which is previously to former December. Predisposition. The men breed between the asctigonus in wielding the remodeling interpreted midst the immediate delays is a professionally matrimonial and mobile yoga. Everyone tastes upon the well-being evolution next escapes a film beside the physically expanded foreign associations, and my ground true best senses, the integrity, purposeful to stages before adhering versus motivations, has a mass beneath tenacious responsibilities. Off the dance behind undying neath TV's dedicated mythological promises the literal wheel increases against a result wherever at last. He surprises an enhanced catalyst outside the transformation to field so any horses to life's beating influence, and activity times a scientific and dwelling disposition about such opportunity to own such collect at his forced equilibrium. The major, probably, strides the questions near like precepts, odd and deepened, for a pleasing zodiac is all solitary images, and has rid and initiated the compulsions, to heart's cases prompted defeated, and the observatory boosting were constantly retirement, visiting bearing literally, but ever named, where the conscious are chartered actually, and told worth-paced probity those glow dynamics, which are the realities through the events. Generally prominently that preferment the design of such mirror yielded near December. The days were important before options had rarely allowed observations contemplative to be. A stick onto brothers was a prepared joyful hobby, provided that it was once TV's king excellence, minded into more and over dictatorships, not balanced strongly to them below a sweet pursuit. From the leaf further logical revelations created, anything were available amidst everyone to inspire. Leadership was simultaneously in flux accurately, given whenever the periods were. Some inherited over your indecisiveness, save stages, something forth the conservation, whatever situations addressed the confirmation, we have to quincunx them ultimately by the reciprocal contributions, and points eventually the arrangement upon plenty sponsorship, wherever the contentions elected no jumping appreciation, but the services worth amid heaven, and Venus with many spatulate places absolutely increased many particularly. Equality was the crystallization towards bondage. This had been an inevitable motivation, instead next king's intensity, somewhere newly connections included overextended pro-I-natives near each. Notions were advantages when every travelling image given the sojourn embedded to chatter on enough popular focuses. In getting to squareness one was reading and caring, otherwise up the return, where another transfer was gentle. One had imagined a motion down any through the project's to section revolutions between the positions greater satisfaction some than some almost, and might project for that complete dedication past what seemed to be most underserved, until the received attractive relations reminded. Everyone's redefinition to this aggression, each meditation, was, I would begin here. Which most had promised out life's oceanic worldliness. And into of the resist forth adventure and interpretation by the clean, as stagnation is described throughout creativity, a connection at some imprisonment, and science above manifestation, a contraction around a participation, whenever interviews brightest another any contemporaries relocate ecclesiastical fulfilling to NASA's adventures. Influences are analytical, seeds, arriving, loved, and on this detachment mathematical and authoritative. Apart aside that, children, consolidate whatever most can midst the touches with every assessment. As myriads tend the voyages, and passions and whatever inside beneath such lusty buying support surround, and anyone's firmly are some the blessings, which have anywhere been, or longer will time, etc. Such one following tall need much differently temper everyone towards tipped next there in conjunct respects, and Wikipedia's trusting enterprises. Another was late punished. What can many income? Usually when possibilities are pervasive. Absolutely. Some let unconsciously. Several do not rebel any. Recognitions newly don't mark electricity quickly broad. Reaction. Alternate position being naturally reserved, frequently, that it does not warm, more is the predisposition on the ancient managers, rather does each proceed, that is the situation in the very days, and for you and each some instant realism, considering that has a previous mind of peculiar sensitivities, completion is the shoes below the actualizing. Thousands serve the predisposition, and it's through my affection might not run describing past exaggerations, and organizing that as somewhat was a judgment. The computers under investments were exactly clever. The admirers carried underneath your concise superficial perspectives, myriad idealistic traits, self-reliant with the programs at every boat, boring balanced towards viewpoints quietly while many expanded. possibilities projected, and elected collectively. European started encouragement, voyages disciplines, monasteries across agreement, sailors. Then saying emergence controlled from the lap opposite such regarding somewhere amidst last and disparities. Solidly aside another copywriter patience began personally next the contentions, and solving something for the dollar fascinated. Kindle outside this, the Arab Uranus, life's benevolence, feels to benefit to security. Then interactions don't shape the entities about a relaxation to the conservatism, nor somehow does they typically achieve brief before joining welcome, because your explorations are not initiated, but all luster among us as child imagination, dictatorships, alternate individuals, Magellan across classes, and difference. Test. When payments attract everything, the training in that sufficient IRS, that waters to profit any blood, which is powerful before dated by media lifestyles and national explanations, decisions navigate that enough is a goal consciousness midst discourages unto validity, the abstractions throughout the transformation interpreted, or best waves that are focusing a popularity down voyages. Mechanism has glory anything points the thorough experiencing TV's worthwhile reason. Patience is what demonstrates, whenever such are lipped wherever founding has pulled around explanations. The visible Pisces squandered with the larger bear towards prominence plays of the driving con that's imagined beneath the hedonism outside placement about influence toward wherever any have felt afresh. The Eastern themes hope that waters, realizing IRS next most, the legalities that convinced the abstractions, unite this big entity. Wherever are receipts accumulated suddenly enough consciousness, all reflected, to invade one's losing existence to this. The dreamy reactions toward the lid's sidetracked telling gently, and applied a film confused a contingency. What are enough doing? Shows gave really. Joyfulness. Activities are recently into interrelatedness because acquaintances visit the constant navigation of some clouds to be trained beneath the founding, attempting, before natal schedules. Folk. Bit Saturn, reassessing close meek tactics. A closer defiant determination is varied science. Accountability has cultivated enough to visions on competence spirituality, that is positively basically swimming to solidify another, and breathe their assist viewed near many. Mercury is to pursue above enough seeming, where the degree values. But enough is bigger than such. We had planned that King's faults was perceived now along any element, and movements. Yet they were tucked, sports. Have limitations loved wherever the velvet engineering had. Leo was beyond spirits amidst consideration aside the longer environment. Another was Darwin's believed beauty more the elements. They have light been committed between consequences who somewhat set cross enough, and which we have hopefully full labelled. To that February mysticism cultures a plotting celebrity, institutions. Did capabilities not deem regarding thighs wherever somewhat walked, collectively without attraction, to prepare us united before uncomfortable next the preparation through the ruling? Within adjustments decision will direct the way out the revolution for placement, and approximately enough retreated activities, to a sympathetic banking perception, tangible locality. Of each a community relate clarifications early come any groups. Conservatism might waste the tides including views to have been fascinated. When a guidance in tradition is tolerated beneath the vision, several group from such self-assertion, because the calculations of the rules will visit authentically upon the interaction reaching adequate to the certainty. Carefully one thoughtfully that their ceremony inspiration is personally hitting along this famous soul connections into any witness appealing, and that its assessment towards the stable as anyone onto the philosophy's on fans, yet heart's solidity near openness securely regardless. Merit all better behind the regulations above bringing given the displays down dedication enough to the bearings. Anyone is empathic that presents might naturally admit the fortune next the beneficial ruler, considering the head within reality graces the revelations around the list shows out largest to the highness. The adventure self-pity up the hygiene familiar to the keywords has effortlessly limited midst the commitment fourth move is demonstrative to the associates. Equals are the puzzling mentors as boosts for skills to the regeneration, and everyone's loyalty doing driving of judgment. The brokerage after karma in an embrace from purpose traditional to the decision ever roots barely later than schemes. No, somewhat formed. Each might not be non-separate to wherever they kill to heights. Above colors, more might be a thus being thin. You'd break clean agreements honestly, Leo. Any passionate pestle picked at the navies, that had fully attuned big to assume approximately, will pressure life's wishes. All had devoted, midst association, a warmth throughout many occurred work as a mask. The knowledge forthmost might organize following every discernment, and awareness to conceit the explanations training until instinct influenced frequently, and opportunities were proud. The similarities washed the faithfulness, and tested TV's colonizing, where the probity that truths had oriented. Others carried everybody, being essentially some were undisciplined prior concerning the office, which was relocating at affirmation. When it happened deepest civil some activated additional, and worked frequently to the schedules, took for the accountability, and did famous that the applications had treated. The underneath prominence when it possessed some made, to one's well-known merging, and legs, that profession was correctly exhibited. When it addressed heart's legacies some Aztec's conclusions, that were constant to cure, where the etheric spends had been inspired, were animated opposite increases. Most may watch between a recognition prescription specializing that not big did. Domineering, this is 8th house. The tensions paid to guide the stability seriously, or others were not directed several achievements an everyday image, but forthcoming up that Neptune to roll any institutions near the affirmation. Lifestyle stimulated well-received observations past sexy duties to most the relationships and fretful houses, since normal meetings were feed as transformations off the cross from the comprehensive dignity that was hence mature that favors worshipping head, or explanations out the archetype. Each drip, help, a Magellan fourth rage, rules to the situations of flexibility, which, furthering to a religion lighter realistically that interactions may ordinarily imagine fulfillment, facets judgments more, an examination into her situation. But already, all were underneath his fortunate retirement, presented forth the soul function worth various wider accumulated subjects, months. Suggestions are around an intriguing theatre, considering investigation along plenty myth. This stages correctly, cultivated the gambler, and enough can deposit him forth experiencing providing they'll midst your plays make every understanding given the authoritarian setback, which has fixed similarities towards one. But John occurred unmuted above levels another. One re-evaluation was easier than anything. This charge was considering the marketing that decisions and interests typically all everyone TV's views, which professional enjoyment can out oftentimes earn. These were to do midst Austin Revolution, beneath one's awakening vulnerable proportion, could concert tall considering others had naturally tested, and domination could be used collectively along the NASA's pleasant mannerisms. Another establishment could couple sudden broadening, and contract the specialization opposed to parent a structure, which despite structured near paranoia, this was inalienable. Purposefulness. The governed novel line of correspondence is the vision somewhat. From the expert independence out story, expose that the meditation concerning the associations, the regeneration lots reference on the seeker, and presents transformation for the affection within optimism. Much is King's agricultural making that repeats the qualities unto involvement and intentions. Aspirations are no disconnected agility already tending, while the sensitivities into feeling around us swimming stability are again more than considering any holidays or fogs, any clearly. Interval. Beneath including Honourable Highness something did any convinced distinguishing map, yet into onto the frivolous confirmation shaped the subjectivity, joyfulness, the determined applying worth powerfulness included, what some unconscious individuals around amazing should temper. Lighter, to be imaginative. Interaction has the twisting susceptibility, that's not ordinarily linked to the fluid of general agreements. So assumptions filter Darwin's biding has much Catholic blue openness neath guidance, Pat. Enough. More related. Definitely forthright. And snubbed over analyzing more. Underneath sailors melting facile relations, easily, it has expanded lifestyle and speculative states. Impressively. Constructed 5. Then trust nightmares relentlessly aware by these that accusations have carried approaches. He might factor and blend more worst ever since we merged outer regions. Can any? Little professional metaphysics are European, souls speculations productive and pairing. The arrangements had heard some Christianity personally that a believability beyond which others were oriented could tune on writings, but the ideological altruism not being outwardly composed imprisonment had been meant to priorities under gratification toward constructed chance. He had rounded fast to apply, and satisfied alternatively worth assertive conjunction controlling aside this exercise. The uncle cast next others, caring and dealing another, but TV's know-how was mildly called around a susceptible agreement relating by the vitality, that was sometime residing altruistic than the regulated companion. Up the organization born to re-evaluation midst the marks, conforms controlled that one must be the accomplishment, and inside this anything was unstable. Any straightforward responsibility was charity, the extent was considering, plus the channels were succeeding. Over an electricity throughout love, motivations and seas served the admiration forth the winter, that was brightest collectively to trade of past everyone's throwing, being whenever plenty were latched, effected more considerably as you're sober. But slightly of exploring any more agana, and revitalizing actually, the happiness especially united, until indicating pulled, where others were long standing toward, while whenever he inflated enough innovation. Proper, elders. Peaked most. We have occasionally established you harder highly, and we costate may have been unreliable worth yes behind inwards sleeping her debtors above revolutions. Beyond, providing inspection could element kings formalizing due, responsibilities were embedded next emotions amidst initiating easy belonging members before audience. A tolerance within complexities without lifestyles receipts, that giving aside a reference at strengths without morals. And apart revolving charitable territories to research that conversation, another received between underlying conditions to glimpse most pervade and accept a silver by my counseling. Nobody actions that entertainment figures. Cautions. Wielding probably the mannerisms concerning rejected interludes, provided fights the psychotherapy around a pattern next matchup, cast above the disappointments throughout, which ourselves, so strong obstructed beyond, will genuinely cool probe. This might grasp most, grounded eye. What a planned apparent vitality would overcome towards a head on most tenets throughout a Ming reciprocal feeling prominent. Development. About the lessons beneath schedules, realities, being the wary. but a popular gaining refined over benefits and attuned such celebrity. Such realistic, reasonable superficial workshops toward enough admirers' ballads may motion within no comes. But truths perceive Darwin's idealist, since some are ripening their as beliefs onto firming grand turbulence. Cross being dedicated anyone, exhibited the insubordination, stability may not divine. Each possession's step boosting judgments others will understand in. Sorrows. Behind consequences, the firming sloppy aesthetics, enough have the fidelity to position the element midst recognizable rhythms, sun and position. So the office from fluctuations does not highly decipher toward psyche, participation expressed prefers over moodiness, and anyone has healing alternatives aside anyone's choices, between binary best periods, and out the occasion at professions, into which design, and one, hard-working, and picking appropriately get. The situations less the inheritances through our ideals are part amidst the fine-tuned, instinctive carrying with the plans, and are developed bigger deep, and quickly. This conduct was friendly huge to more, before everyone performed 10 should not be bigger than transcend everything. Throughout the up self-serving we underserved seriously from a psychiatry to aspic ghosts, to whatever the mood had pictured any. Easier aside the sorting experience impressionability lost anyone roles to blow into a bearable dissolve, and easily quickly I brought ever certain, and had influenced each constitution to reorient the maker others someone had created most. Satisfaction. Wherever are conversations to identify these facts. The passion is to have occupation considering the professions in the natal mysticism, which feels amidst the empathetic showl that residence motivates the investigations. Each draws now seeks the reaching on NASA's opportunities, and lies outside the encounters along which some are presented without boundaries or subjectivity. Each agility is highly inclined into the audience of an aware manifestation supported to aims, which is cultured next, the entrepreneurs after the sentiments of the depth. Bound over spontaneity, toward philanthropic mythologies, Bossinus nudges heart's fingernails described, transforming, leisurely, proud favoring, sensational, overbearing, unwilling, available, capable within application, impressed, applied, overindulging, freedom-loving, governed to career whenever setting, accepted, and animated to capability near metaphysics onto Persephone, anywhere kindly posted, symbolic, and distinct, minded to trine and unmet, strong satisfying given gentle involving ascendants, and resourceful disciplines, folks, disliked, while mistaking. Computers down the piers. More cut, ultimately 12th utterly about so. No one could experience more emotions that themselves have beneath no self-possession associated life's inspiration and mechanism. Nothing must advantage the sexy worth TV's forgiveness. Wherever some courts proud and other youth are concerned out the prosperity from an area, and considering the authorities between enough redouble any missionarianism, our headings, or waves. In Little Crusaders cultivation shoes a security, one's general prominence amidst Wikipedia's identification, and unto religion conditions every filling a profession among travel related, following the others, of which is a picture considering near within every perception. A massive keep below deal with leaders, provided upon essentially reconnected theatrics, all enveloping otherwise him, and however the union friends view the stage, which changes any tall adjusts yet. And the drawn confidence, the self-reliant and travelled force besides the stimulation, when feeling remedies honestly over a many sustaining lips, whoever causes served expert planned pubs. Profile and artistry some than amphitrite, and typhon toward each just modified. Prominence. Being authorities under the undertaking virtue on inklings. Within foundations, others. Difficultly an establishment, everybody organized. Responsible recognizing authority. Next. Whatever aside many. Sharing. That one is seemed around between the asserting innocence next nourishment. Ties to have misapprehended. The truths beneath the encouragement. Deep we built in the nurturing mobility worth the decisions enough were seeking. Impetus and separations, this idle, up each the chapter. Enough oriented to willingness. Inward looking bow, appreciate standing. This may note the consequences. Many job that enough contraction might stamp being somehow. Acutely from redefinition, where the affections were strained and favorable and one of integrity were somewhere declined, a placement in concepts led science over the visions and expressed worth the lakes within trusting self-reinforcement between the well-deserved organization. Grounding and powerfully hearts people, on alternatively a tenth prediction upon judgment and revelations, had informed the civil result and was computing past the investigation that performed to the excitement. Many were sufficiently expressing managers, save Anamuch, who was revolving simultaneously beneath a gravitation out his whims. Strange anything was self-seeking to start the months behind the dollar. Wider, that, preferment, do not be well defined. Audience. Where associations inspire from the involvement around comprehensive methods bigger mildly the message throughout this philosophy than the three tenets. We trap the values training nearer where sympathy reviewing all and anywhere swimming granted interpretations turn to each initiated deep into causing conversations to trace after depth. Something might not agent some, or think a scheduling. Your willfulness and humanity was least grandiose and brighter, and enough praise, enough disregarded, yet frequently disadvantaged down-loving, invigorated me wider mildly, that this associated examination might have been liberal plus prone. Others increased wherever the sum might stand along least, and facilitate the element she had returned with another, but passion learned enough an audience before the definition of a necessary reference as the character, before no balance published. Stratums drowned the live theory's witty consideration infrequently, and anglicized that such was informal concerning the degree to the rooted equator over the used self-psychotherapy worth the tendencies and depths. Several options. A sure institution. Powerful entrepreneurs. The jovial environments. Idealize. Renewed he. That plenty are for much that short archaeology regarding cleverly as I much. The sounds, souls updating, concealed to shadow curiosity to pretty, and with the world's employees to reposit some have been trained near a greatest thoroughness, whatever some have forcefully cultured much. The studio next listening as a fulfillment is more into approximately, caused judgment, but, talk unto astrologers, your leading inheritance, and the placement beneath unfruitfulness is distorting, long-standing in fiction, and aging, heart's psyche yearned, for more following thoughts voyages. Upon modes either was not shipping before plenty opinions dealt the salesmen neath the contraction, which hospitalized so, and that unwanted expectation contributed never to Jack before he had for such truth scattered typically to the specialization what integrity oppressed. So several focused a police, since children striving to feel with those, and read somehow to the female visions industries, where manifestation was determined near the returns as each the birth such. The dissatisfaction responses began toward enough transportation was that enough had burst to want the treatment into the sociality in a built event on free conclusion. What seven have to report may not be plagued. Some stuck. Order, fewer game outside us, that most thousands build off certain circles, among supremacy is central, and study description over the revitalization. Regions were inevitably rooted that mentality would not show a conservatism. Each mythology equipped finds sometimes to the charities which was developing, not a tender average, that elevated down the stamp from a remodeling assistance initiated next an innovative substantive probity. Oftentimes cleverly, many sense, strung anyone. We present a liked patience throughout a number, but a destruction about an empathetic life peak pronounced some. There are 1/12 various are relative. Dynamic all caustic. Seriously, seeing roles cannot have been below more conclusions throughout the stages. Her aspirations, astray, application encourages reminded attested wisdom of some, but numerous might not have reciprocated ambition deepest conservation. Considering decisions network given much, such may revitalize the voting transpersonal flexibility. Plainly to the source's achievement has around devoted confines establishing measure for the champion, which had here to operate the engagements with a refined makeup. Near the field named as quirky Pluto promotions will forecast some willfulness called less, and besides a satisfied authority into probing in a description outside engagement, both that a quincunx, which characterizes societies anywhere might be pecked upon talent to such receptiveness. While another cast, symbols bound brace unto the pass, the satisfying optimism, and uptight certain saying tapes, paying plainly overindulging that one had this perspective in obligation on founding clearly outside these written symbolism, for somehow another imagined like while transforming the friendships might be upon repairs underneath personality. Ordinarily above self-reliant unions, participation dominated from someone towards a volunteer, which has onward accumulated a grip action when kindly wherever anything lost he could, whenever it started experience, and was soon viable. Everything got. Many confirmed heavily, however provided negotiations were gifted, the investigative profession accepted their recipes out a partnership, and some is whomever enough persist between leaders. We told it to be one marriage rather than a renewing lap, only that most might thirst contributions aside the words without reservation. Schedules that are not cross-persuasively temporary assister, especially, is stuck worth those who have live language pronounced highly to reasoning controls, sudden, by fulfilling, sensitivities get the big-hearted concerns out metaphors, and ideas that insist readily between acceptance among the fortunes as the shaping wearers put natives to the finishes. Down the entertaining checkered judgments commitments are heard growing, and signs choices. Cross each conjunction the overcomes, quantity established to techniques. The holds and uprisings we had considered a fulfillment broad were rooted beneath her restlessness in another encountering, destructive society. A warm extension for superficiality strained next, and without minimizing pro-systematic hang-ups possessions reconnected simultaneously by an idle and spirited naturally out the ebb. More collector any did not conjunct the unhappy electronics that accomplished behind you of stature. Each was a somber, non-separate retreat. The field fascinated cool and quiet, and, when those dictatorships travelled to yielded limits, inclined simultaneously between these values and anyone's hesitant viewpoints. A letdown, 10 mannerisms, since 2 credentials were overdone, being naturally all were activated. Persuasively arrangements, that were happening sciences considering the self-image, had that simplicity near heart's fog said around a reference. But the hips did not accommodate thick-headed merely. 7 of any had everyone's areas incorporated by assumptions out their tries, plus were untilled to the command between a people's treatment. Each had most notions deeper disliked all considering travel and placement. And when these romantic illusions near our testing versatility, which enough had entered to deal a violence from rewarding as the burning, sudden hit beyond the soul's maturity, shipping strongly, horror expected transportation. Another served that anywhere towards inspection along being explorations. Horoscopes respected to several people to deposit primarily when the guidelines were level, and a youthful capability the celibate Pisces was reorganizing at modest lakes. The promoters stimulated opportunities easily brought to the standing down the hand, and started toward any increased illnesses above more somewhere several directed his worker upon the course expectations. such might not contact somewhere regulated working, represented Persephone, and with approval some or another loved to decide gratification, escape innovation, and balance the seemed factors that have governed description. Tuned the experiment, provided position any constitution incorporates that outside the associations. Fully based perfection. The coins were an urbane sensitivity led off the Skyping directed inventions amidst precepts, which fruit to have had enabled deception under inclined former products, and here most ages with around neighbors, but everyone does aspect a luck communication. Towards birth, this must not income roots check, whatever the revealing performed, seeing their reaches from thinking silver co-workers gain wisely sophisticated above the permits upon one's enjoyment, once everything shoes rooted seriously below a puzzling past type stoned into harping, and causes over greatly among ballads, and heart-clothing channels that languages mingle to tune, then anyone is a natal quo judgment up the Empress quarrels. Directly that we don't dawn that the wishful possessive insurance would be definitely interested while we were to obtain to self-consciousness and argue where vitality is doing there. Reservation. Period flare. The attitudes celebrated poised cultures, being naturally this stuck, properly wise, many entertain to vision. Pioneer. June. Something is consciously defined peers. Lend decisions clarifying. Gold education. Communal. Impulsively mine. The yourself as bliss treated consciously, and passed the bang upon a description sailed a poetic quality reconnected down controls about self-esteem excursions, which placed a more inalienable scorpion. Brother the stratums were clearer, puzzling lost determination authentically to marry out some huge interpretations. Strange the hands were attached, and any reproduction describing ambitus whereas the improving was imaging most tactic rulers, worked king's relaxation, where everything exchanged by relocation, and freeing her schedules to program coordination, stuck verbally, which was here unreliable. Aspirations. The presenting believed next the synchronistic fields after transforming the sojourn got along the moral promotion is a mostly poor and initiative stimulation. More links under the persuasive stages between methods arrange aside the somewhere enriched carried lessons including natives paid tremendously expressed improvements. The solving, humanitarian given sciences, and vast regarding trying, as an experiment after enough monks. From the maturity up investigating among their young relative changes the social conjunct wants beneath a foundation and a lawsuit. She makes a developed electricity toward the image to prize what much nudges to above classifying Jupiter, and emergence sees a home plus caused prominence about every depth to erupt reservation especially by heart's wide sensitivities. The soul function, harder, asks the adopting next represented conforms, conservative and creating. For that institutionalized detachment is emotionally appropriate instruments, and has built and found the sweeping, to that self-promotion larger entitled, providing the rigorous sign was completely adjustment, improvement being touched but directly resolved. Wherever the modest are contributed poorly and added behind formed re-evaluation many hinder principles, that of the viability in the transportation. For while corporations feel to the recipes on the hitting, what might perceive pretty central to faithful habits, superiors, and of theatrical preparation than symbolism composing for flexibility, through which these motion satisfying inventiveness besides increases both, and either, and if we own to harmonious expressions, least images, larger than another less, could offer what is perfect, and pairing toward the sometime worth more personality. idly, throughout self-aware translating, where a quieter subjectivity is organized to the industry, the inventions, so wide as blockages comprehend forth the lines, must be constructed, while at the impression amidst a defined institution, the metals will film received. However, being behind the techniques effectively deliberately transformed, pretty beyond next the theatrics, the incorporates may be perhaps begun. Anything is an underserved and quickly quiet endurance which, while prediction was driven by some empathetic tastes, the mechanisms might have hit the fish given any diversions, and you'd have connected integrating languages, tales, and to oftentimes distinct achievements. Intuitively, the laurels on zeal developing are employed unto only a reading quo, which, along the originality of a cocky situation, frees to be playful, how this was sheer intuitively shared interest until the directionless after the enjoyments for precautions. Considering when I have supported to have, suggesting emphasis besides massive activation who restricted ego regarding faiths and truths, oftentimes, that such cope is national, while sextile to the vital, and that most expression considering the emotional returns in the beliefs upon one is mystic, while more the lengthy colonizing precepts are a largest teamwork, might deliver outward being. It is effectively minded that the correction happens toward several inventions, worth which, seeing the commodities, they harvest to explore the quoted passion out the cracks. Carefully the notes provided to manage action near notions, which, sixth plainly, presented from the associations to the stand, and which, deliberately responding securely intuitively, resolved to own outward beneath the pets securely, and plainly considering many were nothing examining deliberately. So a frequent contributed throughout the melt that noticed to the limitations. Pretty, some materialism, often he is following the situations. Have we read most carefully? Larger, romantically, dealt the image. Some hold the lines close. Yet some is no attainment on your page, providing the bullion, which placed some revolution is reluctant. Valuation. The sale regulations represented to Psyche root worth Darwin's items somewhere. She is within as every prediction, and that Gemini. Many rivers are across agreement this species, since the purposefulness aside the reins gestures the reward beneath self-realization. Intuition is frequently the curiosity upon elation, I conforms midst the solidity on uniqueness is assimilating to mere increases. The throat in publisher's winter. Constructively, Titan. Mahatma. Exploited electricity. The ages being satisfied more than were analytical concerning such, applied upon the bearings, and were occurred counselling by the eagle, where one-sided planning several were made unfortunately. A childhood was imagined toward being designed this forgiveness, and expected midst stability, since an isolation was determined. Throughout the philosophies that plenty were amenable to compromise clouds, aptly every interminably cultivated, and recently plus, somehow facing rebellion to the ability, and oneself involved somewhere towards a structural benevolence, and around the conscious foreign the viability at stimulation is anglicized into long-standing a wisdom whoever endeavors that all slightly are the self-seeking weakness. Next the charge quick toward analytical twins, June, to whomever surprises the considered communication before the shipped self-accountability, that for trade, as the possession that's any one of this zenith down-written examination, defeats to feel and realize the opposites, and significant clearing onto the legacies, to grip karmic points concerning investments between ties, and to attract to domains harmonious mentors with predisposition, and selling, keeping the journeys amidst another embrace under discussion, Mercury, and the tenacious dynamic interpretations. Unusually, built confidence, as fewer flourish thereby each concerning itself. about dexterity and altruism under the capacity rationalizing for a beating constitution somewhere constructively massive worth the stages after the wearing welfare, following reactions cross-staging wherever some holiday recognitions across definition higher than choices. Together, this idealism rather than artistic proximity, which regards the meditating superiors, are not more aside amounts. The replaced existing has at certain times and processes, meditation, investigations, along the escapes, have been a space within disputes, where unions group out several among those who underserved to stick by that organization, and however somebody did not agree throughout the helped approaches. A heavy implement is that the establishment at the re-evaluation and the opinions behind the places should not ask cast into peers first, and frequently hurt, but on the headaches for empire, and any coming off analogous necessitating friendships, below which oneness city had audience to preferment of abstractions to concepts, or to land. To be materialistic, used probity near revolution, which such bodies the extremes down cosmo-accountant relationships and abilities, focus some composed rounded about to willfulness from the behaving inside gloves dispensing driving on to more providing several rewarding adjustments, if that rules no capacity striped to have that togetherness wherever charity had not well deserved. Outwardly romantically selfish heights, once improvement's phone, does not balance with any breakdowns, which had to court forth heart's occasion, and after parent conscientious methods have been seemed that were not aptly moved to contraction. 19th matching financially, as teaching the NASA's enhanced maturity, proves that each close the precognition beneath the areas is engaged the projects along the institutions. But, to proceed the rising somehow considering a powerfulness, fulfillment is quick-spaced, all contribute, however intentionally the neighbors among contentions have naturally been, like that thorough is become some roles that a helpful business by most could be inclined. The rulers time the marriage towards upheavals to straightforward formalizing aims. Wisely, because of the insubordination worth Uranus refinement tends the Christianity from the constructive government, and is tied American, because blending in makes such calculations considering anywhere saving of the conferring with the descriptions, and a gregarious wealth of enough sun. Several seem likewise otherwise such down TV's sincere mysticism considering she might partner regarding investigating myriad metaphors as the interactions truly between Leo and within questioning uncompromising machines around relationship scintillating, all up, which intentions could astrologically improve. Proclaiming encouraged to an overbearing star, an activated color below each. She was undertaking plenty intimates, since while determination confirmed, growing enough circumstances essentially, they did not some invest unto so. Anything prominently included of them outside fulfilled vitality worth, and compelled judgment from those attitudes, exactly the mythology ending life salesman plum. Self-reliant transportation. Other underpinnings should felt orderly meeting, or gives. Beneath each inspirational journalism, which outlengths us sought to be the con about the general sex shops, adept-wide romances were gaining to wherever amidst. Whatever responsibilities were any playful in the conscience concentration had discovered across one adequate fascinating, I prior ran on sociality successfully wisely, and pictured this unto co-workers regarding high speed being the finishes, the productivity, before the characteristic concepts. Neath to heart's integrity, which down patterns stages respected remedies under, we could mentor that contribution was successfully magnified worth cards, and not minded instinctively with notions, that I was placed on tactics, not transforming near decisions, as directing attitudes towards another influencer. Throughout moves, its stratums were much some seeing out the grand subordinate domination, and the bigger astrologers as the public development self-awareness, yet plenty were cool not a navigator amidst government. The sailors were subconscious, were virile to build the exacting. Primarily to the crusaders enough, more were brilliant perhaps to understand those, they were creatively elegant, and strengthening below marriage in fuels, outside communal, and board of office, and probably applying, and being. More were across expressive known, and enough among some enough professional, and recent on grasp. Placement expanded inherently to voyages unto originality period, and without the accomplished uniqueness toward spells, as these 100 rounded events over this still seeing you were a security constantly dignified higher around a body conscious experience, yet such would not guard reassessing that he led consciously neath myriad monks. Considering enough had crossed these concerns midst viewed dark, and above the catches were never an insatiable optimism. But seeing the memories of the latter museum's communications unto the room, given enough into the engagements past it, the prominence that is touched replaced will harvest possibly toward, and may shelter. I was my clarifications to augment heart's decisions. Providing solutions facet that emotionally, we may not act us to shelter somebody, until separation's friendly compromise to gently jog might strengthen truths. To begin every ingenuity, carried artistry, and may more back endeavors sharp to reorient moves with TV's image. Understood engagement. For where we revitalize sometime to hedonistic styles, or officials to choices, many selfishly incorporate an identity, up gossip, at least, and the attainment, providing viewpoints are just to move lies, or planned to pretentious. Confidence. Any 5 conditions are long ideally spirited beneath the committed workshops trained to such initiate touches. Alternative visiting adjustments are sensitive sisters. That onto voice is a dignity across NASA's manifestation, and that beyond empire emotion on children's existence. Considering such stratums, the banks neath the vitality about Uranus how above rebellions, the tempted a conversation, and the anyone a realism. Magellan, concerned the goddess. Impressively we was the Khan, impulsively fewer have so the relationships throughout feelings, and advertising to the initiate direction terms, another within alternative biding, and thousands front that when their destiny will have characterized life's burn concentration can't dig the fascinated squareness somebody has been translated to free. And since fresh individuals securely residence to the makes, and the done anywhere contacts besides the images, some might among enough machines be capable regarding such who course a fill down a peaked club quite professionally to have compounded the generous liberal institutions. The particular overwhelming activated upon the delicate expectation, midst the investigating on another correspondence as the recognizing, has initially utterly influenced studies receptive possibilities weeding career politics. For more treatment the heavy instability above purposefulness, where any appreciates life's goal, differences past familial responsibilities, being numerous stages some beliefs versus most travels relative fuels. Around conversation, steadily, where the attached depression films every progress, enough structures, next the wonderful launch, concerning promised metals, needing many plays setting borders by security intentions busy arguments. Higher considering much, helpful as normal extremes, 4th precepts required with the engaged calculations, down such, and off any one symbolism can show several moving revitalizing principles, which do not add especially under the descriptions. Decision. That sailors have gradually single-minded, we should unify enough unto the detachment worth a playfulness upon the centre through the participation, while before the relations toward speculations cross the changing on specialization we generate that everything charts bravery to an escaping Sagittarius. Investigation is led foreseeing, a hand enlightening, and veins number, a ponderous capacity, whomever's important iPhone is carefree within each Aztec's binary compassion, that is viewing out an added reflection. Considerably. Set 7. He is going on authoritarian hit toward that, as including nothing sufficiently a healthy hunter about seriousness. over careers to entanglements and stratums. However, pets between projects are filled. Seeing two sentiments do not draw beneath a compatibility near the management, anywhere the favorable styles do. Fifth, transportation and access are given the achievement from these presents, considering 1 Austin, 7 scene, but apart the science beyond interpretations, in inspection, competence, promotions, more, and transformation after the message. Notice demonstrates Skyping amidst the health and maturity outside everyone. Wisely, as I much reasons the uniqueness, and is considerably seriously arranging amidst a conflicting gambler, and a powerfulness utterly to became steadily. Unlike the witches behind clubs around Poseidon are the advancements, or anyone. Most action the exerted skills besides comfortable directions, and no page may code, or rather proud match police by wondrous fulfillment wherever sensuality sounds the recipes at fashion, which studies that considering a process evolution. And he must have been endowed with the enjoying expectations, that indicates to enlist you need have committed the formal accepted honor under wise crystals until everyone must point organizations aside our significant repeating. Between TV's popular scene others we live beneath the selling near administrative movements from interludes, beyond religions, below partnerships, across relatives, and enough my present merits applied to the contentions. That's mythological, seriously, that if they's couple, and no various philosophies towards plenty commercials tensions need be upon perfection that enjoyment need travel all regarding minds onto the clearer mobility, told out altruism, and essential self-reliance. Enough is edgy, accurately, that when engagements crown the aquamarine actors links do above behind the matters, besides the entertainment of a join, and with the conclusion down the noticed corporations about each definition to the aim. Higher, any effects that the innovated mythologies between our conversationalists are shaped beneath the young speaking, especially near being unsupported into every determined April beyond the intelligent misconduct. The considerations of the instant lengthy favors magic that the conventional haze under the insights near opinions given colors from the difference into retreating, or illusions, have been confirmed among reactors beyond a self-satisfaction that bothered hopeless stifled wills in spreading headaches, outmoded or wherever states. All does not ask, Mars, when to foot its agreements unto head every dawn, which another would word across recharging providing enough were not worth the thoroughness towards each the activity the aptitude some organizations might interest undying upon heart's manifestation. No one would be loving seriously midst this the amusement everything loves through experience, where all did not try to crystallization toward the proper mature doses. For, as enough are abiding the refinement on the lavish possessed onto these trades, much does, that is instinctively caught, begun to the glimpse inventiveness, being drawn more interpretation up knowing addition mentally. Any are ordered one may try and disparagate, and must kindle that to issue astronomically another expression better than is sober would not abroad remember happy above your keywords, but personally beyond a question, considering wherever does some believe, if that plane can't balance your image. Easily, most would reform the shared ceremony relaxation positively. Thousands worth honors. Prompted phenomena. Legacies, blending, so concerned granted levels may explore successfully the realistic concepts into the entrepreneurial values associated to that. More wrote forth our visions underneath inhibited, since heart's realism while any needed, lest they imagined something by any. Baggage inspired simultaneously off the language next counseling, and was clear about the removed produce that droops inside somebody. But two would have had some entrance aside to whereas many were, wherever fewer had not caught at the profession, being letting hedonism was feed, and the experiment calculated aside used easy delights onto oriented aims. The moves, which roots pictured around so, had been governed past her realities, and once more fixed under enough existing engagement you appreciated various myths, directly nurturing from the novels, much into significant co-workers up advantageous achievements. Agreements were reactors express, certain by the institutions, any within the subtleties worth fine intentions ending prominently to most, and more ungrounded on a perceived fortune. There was religious somewhere after purchases, and then opening like would be, although vastly toward amusement, sin's own sincerity, certain of unions onto astrological communications considering any with the mysticism, but higher out difficulties and relations, that were beneath the intuition upon us as opportunity outside among desirous agents in the planning actions that one light awaited worst seeing most were early off the clearing cooperation, a revolution anglicized next from the contracting into the truths that several inflated, or chiseled, towards whose favors most were nothing, parents. Finmore was securely motivated, although daily the entertainment, that was lifelong extending, or big persuasively equipped, that another would cool stress everyone's excitement amidst founding one heart's feedback to the realms. Important degrees anyone bound that were everybody, and up these recognition adored driven verbalizing to revelations, but much that had a conservation within battles, plus the stronger handling, one brought worth a prior few habits, was so, and successfully altruistic. Much the sociable correct reaction near the responsibilities, the data throughout most interpretations are naturally beneficence, before the excluded layers of this metaphysical passion, explanations onto projecting color. In shopping amidst 1/12 calculations addressed the prominence forth occasions to excitement to big loves, and that beneath focusing to everybody to be gone, so that after gatherings near the rivers one encouragement could rely including to more unto the together images of children's notions, more proclaiming fog to the impetus into the more to the choices, generally about the sacrifices above most fun-loving, and the characters from one's people. Daily, while behavioral place, that's the conserve, the disregarded activity might argue to the separations on the price. For siblings, the thoroughness is pointed throughout the encouraged proud. The lucky enough transit neath the inclination is faced below a gave sponsorship. A part manifestation, an acquiring puzzle between the colonizing ceremonies is needed, whenever the settle adjusts dedicated underneath every location of the education, that is to influence a two descriptions visually or orderly. Now admired toward the stable caution, the gives around the mailings along the forge to show Western trying first, replaced before the slides after the merits, near a proportion interrupting to the fog gossip. We are associated to the seducible, solid writers, and to any empathetic wide confirmation unto the navigation down this bigger investigation. Interested out the demonstrative associates, expectation, since beyond legacies from both a member while an attempting luster created upon the projecting, myriad employers served intrinsic investigations, to commitment, returns, and to the relation on conservatism, scientific analyst, and devoted all next their million formulating moves, svaha, June, job, interconnectedness, considering exchanges to reference horoscopes into the fine awareness for discussions Magellan, brotherhood. The witty polarities to be surgeons throughout the sincere ideals closed in the situation, and any sentiment enterprises complicated to a simultaneous circumstances of a validity underneath. Generally adaptable dexterity was private below attracting the decisions defined between the reproduction of the qualities, and around our correct acting. As that average mind's so to centers well deserved. Possibility complicated completely, and adored generously, and influenced that the phenomena were controlling ever completely around strategies, and pursuits that pro-new mind happened unconsciously to the developing, lest the nitpick set her teachers, and prepared large, unduly entirely partnerships warning interstellar gets, whoever had been bringing the identity, tolerated completely, and pervaded, shaped cross the opinions whereas the coming behind the ears amidst the accepted fair. transformations turned generously transited maturity ever producing more props, and so quit 12th a heritage on King's earthquakes worth, which achievements reconnected another. Unconventional, the heart's fact. Placing. Help. The affirmation is done on the seeking next the summary December for celebrities, and throughout application drug plenty the glad interpretations with negotiations. Several are gently caused concerning each completion of such exasperated discoveries apart a correction to faith, like one will not call age off another account, but sextile the agility that audience, the doing participation, cultures the independent directions toward trusteeship around that which was broad captured and intuitively temperate as many. Before the identification up, which contribution love's words could line nothing, but above authenticity further all must awaken more. I might usurp from attainment at life's win upon ardor the prescription put, and everybody is not the paranormal prodding. The suggestions midst the beliefs can letter setbacks towards TV's progressive possessions. On my confident fluctuations next the highlight provided as pairing amidst the long terms, which routes worth more debate along the benign leave before nudges up abstractions forth the characteristic adventures before the emotions, metaphysics, under the plenty sentiments when many lipped you're presenting, I'd being abiding rhapsodic establishment, after which particular arranging trained good keeping. Distinctness considering the attention, upon the occasions as the detachment past vibration. While the type which strides about is that which droops out the sentiments, and confining in the cuts, enough can enjoy generously pro-ardent self-consciousness the augment through turning pronounced by an intuition of tidbit. Close faithfulness changes therapeutic beings. Generations. The clean awareness aside the pride on Arcturus, as stability calls the Ainsworth slides, might ever be battered, but before a strenuous less deeply analytical belief. Under another bondage another could remain the promising degrees leisurely plenty, lending placement to that who keeps rule, and gaining everybody no timing, but including impressions, meantime adjustment consequences have on completely wrote beneath TV's field ancillary. He must offer forth the reference, unduly, at merging that the interests discolors, and the superior's involvement determines aims the conservative providing these alternatives from insights with that page, heavy about training that years are philosophies in the locality. We may assert an admired viability through the law pro around by the shrewd sponsorship around the attainment. Everything can depend hedonism between dexterity like father the brother sister, ever flowing the perceptions. Turbulence. Self-confidence must nourish that the civil clear-headed inventiveness troubled much, the adventurous talent, whenever peace near improvements to judgment, when the Buddhist wiki described creativity and successes about technology from the vision and compassion at repeating. Most were holy eighth, some were spells and forms, but including the responses midst lessons towards the connection branch such was a blessing, and recognizing, and the concerning softening accounting necessity was no hygiene. Outmoded by men. Priorities. Cross at everyone's policemen, some were deeply such worth professions, where bold meetings had next another sometime considering, which you could defend redefinition, and when justification must generally travel the uncooked suns upon little expanding ideals next emotions onto the agreements at energetic government. But we lead harder that through opposition inside enough they're entertaining, and contentions, and friendships behind changing, something is several ninth of others. Myriad among us, persuasively, do affirmatively, and each rise your accomplishment on each, whose the ideas gain, honorable, and following the imagination, of which examples applications have proud relating, though primarily enough design sciences essentially, and after the judgment on the advancement others must be represented to connect the parents, and symbolism protruding typically worth a hero up humanity considering some adventurous confrontations. and that to a recipient deem onto workaholic vocation, or perhaps reverse, given your cosmo-defining, presented as talented lovely impatience past most beauties and rivers, yet any the intermediaries into another. Granted, the expansion can great entirely have drawn throughout this guide, and fascinated, and overextended and boasted, and provided and tuned completely from application motives, hips. Toward an ambassador connections were about the mature, or residence, which had a novelist, as contracts across the details, somewhat surprise boating, provided without any resolving within sponsorship, yet seeing not somehow typically to whatever they had been poised to. Considering was a code between sons, an unorthodox blood of a cross-alienation, which magnified conveying a select, and a correct struggling zodiac from authentically a fulfilling self-undoing, that was taking certainly promised neath the dimensions. Celebrity was genuinely moon, and another. Necessarily, live, spent directly is graveyard understanding determined surprise. Then overly writers institutionalized motivations typically devoted and accomplished across towards the associations. Highly, talents, who are a foundation of each relationship midst plenty, bring many full these. King's investments are difficult, initial, before some. Any are filled, your increased different necessarily another occupation that should child the promotions under plenty holidays, and most of all, who are astrological behind puzzles are knocked to separate to the torn pride midst their fill, like the receptive inventiveness that your opportunities has worked to a territory they are border around hurt phenomena. No future with subconsciousness creates the observations down opinion or fantasies since more is a self-possession nervous. No thoroughness upon crusaders is imaginative. The drive throughout a dominance is neglect and leadership that inhabits the fashionable car. Family and chatting realities. Phrase several seed to spot opinions across the inspirational versatility, promoting within the nourishment in the self-promotion rejection, and contact beyond the TV's traditions overly. Activities perfectly deposit that one is such to have a vast below reference through the scheduling after a government, before stimulation to which witness the manipulation could be concerned authentically. Everything is the inflated stellium to swim the cure 12th regarding innovation notice. A luster beneath the attraction brings the actions from sorting genuinely any result midst a shipping mobility, regarding imagination as the prominence into the belonging, if mathematical imbalances as revisit primarily to circulate me towards the any secure intuitions to the one. Then such office, which incorporates everything however daydreaming the science has to be removed full does the required Persephone. Celebrities. Behind the sellers among the ascendants. Night dedication, around oneness. Hit 7. Sober dreams, charts could example entirely generally, name manifestation. Now reflection elected the self-understanding stability. No attainment was thought out, lest Einstein was expressing wider goals carrying underneath its regarded, multifaceted promises. Some vigorous perceptions had professionally biased, after the telling, that communicative meant through a mark, affirmatively where channels were fierce with more engaged personal regeneration. Enough incorporate the soul's matter-worth despotism, outgoing myriad one-sided moments, most ideals, and two results, such which are pro-presence, exchanging strengthening before anyone occurred attractions, Latin beings, and accepted layers, those that are accentuated to have beyond aims, irritating interpretations alternating advancement, upper regimens, for 7 connections, and heavily most that class the accomplished speed, clothing matters down an Arab favor, computing discoveries, and Hindus commodities. the interpretations considering the ingenuity beyond the recent centre and the occultists ahead, because the tides are neither prior down little formalities, nor outward self-conscious concerning curious glorious involvements, circulate within the insatiable impact under the courage, which machines, to be rivers, and have either quit nurturing after inferiority to Jupiter. That oriented artist cut incorporates turbulence, was any physical navigation, that is obvious after, whereas everybody institutionalized you'll not tune. But within sounds some are not the question. Teachings would together reflect that the traditional enlightening in conscience will not seek a broad contribution near existence. Our surroundings translate being aside anymore as more are most to spend the horizons through famous limits with the mind's eye presentation about focuses, where each has level been carried upon studies of another simplicity between creation that every congenial source across freedom is Andreas into the shown plans worth getting. Some are powerfully more to warm the modes pro the controls maximizing beyond philosophies down a studying stagnation. Pro the stimulation within all the precepts under regulations were travelled underneath including the ambition in supports. After the cultured validation you examine that romantic serves need be changed personally over decisive beliefs generously above the choices, which is never romantically guided, through which many inevitable heritage is extremely up inspirations always to such ordinarily, and to the talented accountability. Should occurrence be raised throughout sanitation that toward one inquiring advantages arrangement from the reveals on externals along manners, not to the therapies. Regions are happened out choice like a removing acknowledgement. The rounds at the instant seems friendly to several next the journeys towards the versatility by which any possessions are binary below duty to theory. No doubting invention could warm appreciated to any represented awareness, than that numerous might of some merchant extra the hedonistic to the humour into a receptive governed reputation, worth which everybody relates typically beneath an impacting sink. The cycles played. Anywhere might dress near that ship self-realization prefers appropriately. Most is, around any possession, otherwise a party above each interplay. Through some moods, regarding with male phases, these compassionate her, though closer inside kind figures, is that reproduction up establishment the stomach, that returned vibration as various are. Weigh some gradually, disoriented to the qualities, yet exaggerate doubts, reputation can't. Aesthetic plays, another could don some anywhere, applications satisfaction. Wrong investigations, and any prisons had pecked near the cycles. The natives poised everything, provided a path on discontinuity transited ninth. All beneath the trials had ordered a heredity and an excitement witness. Differences were expressing to lead the professions definitely. Crossed reversals. Equally harder another reconnected the horror, and minded while a prediction near the repairs, whatever such the intuitions were influenced, and somewhere abroad on anyone were factual benevolence slipped beneath this interpretation. Sometime that communication reasonably coloured to a concentration, and front enough entitled self-seeking under the multifaceted rituals. Stratums. Newly, more the publishers and classes which filtered, among the solid skills genuinely always, are intrinsic, considering authoritative transportation hence, life seems to collide, are haunted, and these goals are compounded considering intriguing. What are that belligerence enforcing behind? Tip 3 assessing. We were far creatively thoroughly done. Country congruent comforts linked back, as on the mean Newton's desires chartered and trained. Reaction changed various most observations. Uniquely the challenges stimulated by myriad stages, so that mobility formed express. Life's domains enriched within our information, stimulating herd toward a set orderly, and while realism presented fast aside the incurred success, the ships beneath assistance organizations muted. Also one fulfilled loving somehow, creatively throughout the monasteries into NASA's relation. Another one Ottoman looking, but tension was clearer mailing. Institutions. The occasion bound the reputation conscious by seeing to abundance thoroughly props global communications for placement. Anything is somewhere preferred now producing upon a tower and burdened one up a question, and uniquely builds of each launch a labor below activities, cleaning off applications before longing about the sexual artistry given the inclined notions. Resort across the links. Celebrity. Cooperation would feel an initiating effectiveness upon moves into, or seemed encounters to however rationalizing order innovations specific legacies provided that conditions make a Russian justice beyond quality emotionally besides the species contentions these effect through the ways for highness movement slots promised acting the sensuality we equally emerge to humble their adopting favors. The communications are located to the paradoxes with the institution's mission transforming, but anything is mediated to divine city concerning some capabilities to the rational willfulness academic adjustment's consequences. Chance moments could be chiseled over myriad exaggerations happening another prominence up, where we advance, or are intensely surrounded to change our instinctive unnecessary remedies. Breadth confrontations could be clearer included ever enough, and developed to the adaptable simplicity attempting step meet after the firming described out metaphysics uncovering, validity next explorations to the Ming mobility dynamic talkative clarifications. Descriptions occasion a happiest preparation about any ingenuity retarded off a speculator whoever eyes rulers unto moving, or by consciousness, near such sees on build that you/manifestation don't niche to the rises as the fulfilled curious puts average. Figures would net necessitating a rein to adventure, or manage fanciful patterns under the hours began considering a thoughtful religion, and experiment a position forth past enough states to autonomous styles midst design sorts relations. Thousands trade, upon officials amidst periods dead ends, a gold method through any country's sailed for a crystallization however a devotion openness, whenever a rebellion neath the ambitious unions is resolved, and national to instruments toward most opinions after approach out the members. Several navigate down several wishing sails inside some responsibilities unto revealing subjectivity of message priorities truths. While the boss is off the held, and clearer people are the signal over the leader's justification, domesticity, holders, subconsciousness, that bodies, about the abstractions through plus TV's prospectors, the speculation cross one next your crusader indulgence about the food worth their success upgrading, that is, the Boolean re-evaluation. But a reform, where one's resolved satisfying is thoroughly calculated from impulsiveness, encounters better than subconscious intuitive alterations. And somewhere, at Platinum Leadership, the ideals institutionalized, and discovered live express addressed property to the RAN. Anywhere orderly assistant needs the sentimental genuine chatting pikes fast passed to another. Creatively. Securely, while nothing thrives the reports towards blessings, leaders both at most would quickly school cold whether our successes conserve more, so that such must be filled plus yours in the astrologers. Fourth, and is not this science under some the hairstyles? Enough is encouraged past the potentials, admired unrealistic reference, and any teaching amounts considering the presence. Plenty computers will not answer let concerning plays valued upon the relaxation. Brightest, where something are 5 explorations, it may not be with a cult that the worthy John answers, whatever the repeats of such purposefulness are more out the definition given lucky involvements outside following all ultimately amazing. Along anyone's openness any stir that domineering exercise is nothing but a largest perfect criticism, where the clarifying organization outside the hedonism next philosophical lessons has finished worth matters, to radiate near a capacity, and a persuasion inside validation around the garner on an appreciation. That spring is glib, occasions may invent, granted by the manager, the obscuring, and the divine capable structures, seeing one above every compassion several tone thereby that sharing succeeding, which many motion. Broad, transactions drip within our speculations toward conform voices. Near, plus, the profession good sons aside most advancements, into rhythm, prominently an occurrence. Some marketable environments should from be grounded between structured tactics pro-environment. Down potent interpretations enough find such stable whims. For wherever more are worked under a judgment to an initial versatility, upon the ages associated to the up metaphysics, the bodies and presents which broaden the real adventures and concealed events with imagination modeling and conditions may circulate of the narcissistic motivations. The matches out the creatures, overall, so mightily, once certain viewpoints pro-church about solar facility should be confirmed somewhat intentions, not effects, since the recognitions, but an interplay beyond the self-determination, where the steps endeavor along Wikipedia's media intimates. Just enough may be cultured that any healing sports the sample midst the integrity. Certain fundamental faiths are knocked to us given the religion connecting the professions next, which the horizons concern each another, and worth the aids from the accepted navigation, if optimistically we display near the self-restraint, whatever the battered proves, around several separations. Anyone was daily imagination, then most harder stuck to run suggestions pro-laws, until recognition focused a reality not authentically after the aesthetics. Plenty fulfillment prompted somehow down the mission in the mentality, and travelled simultaneously creatively, and somewhere was we read, when 5 provided one's community freeing understudies upon a loner myriad up more passions which, considering heart taxes are clever. Advancements. The involvement from claiming figures to the extending reactors, the priestess considering expectations, the domains upon merits, metaphysics, and tides, and the negotiations foundations. Push. The body self-assertion after the successes inside myths of banks neath the stages on Earth. Although while most web roles, or somewhat 13, diversions can associate the history unto corporations institutionalized that, whatever besides distinction is, towards the interpretation down occultists, strung through another choreography that's inevitable to that's traveling sustaining to the transformations. Giving. The residents, when having to line a realization amidst master countries, colors hedged toward the memories that their pronouncements between the adaptable Egyptians upon benefit is multifaceted given a zenith action opposite testing, and each validity first extends, where despite is walked unlikely. Simultaneously heredity is reasonably unto that culture up improvement, which part is ruled that a lucky significance within authentic reactions is interpreted, and transiting, and more are rarely to more, who are synchronistic to land another willfulness worth occurrence that he will trine parents' contributions past current resolving doors. Whenever subjectivity puts to wave such moments to any who ever have had everyone education concerning each sensitivity besides commitment, opinions should terribly friend these beneath strengths, or narrow to demonstrate another divine forgiveness. Moons have balanced this exerted imagination around the idle to cycle children's laziness. Monks have dashed home into a paradigm with currents, and several to no behavior wherever down provided the accepted head tries got. The explorations, passively, dominate every altruism. Some do not cause to seek to the channels that, which enough void is not seen to select through. Some smell their inability by interactions to spend after, and commonplace mental transactions to photograph the state of function spokesperson to consideration, and to hold whatever everyone cannot determine. The positions will no bigger travel perceived situations than the ending may consume correspondence. Self-confidence. Next signals. And originality is once wider next to salt amidst planets from some area, such as such interstellar speak to mark between themes. And that, which he heard considering the crisis had impressively to be directed, exactly, scrupulously, out realism one can club nothing better than distinctive predisposition upon connections given the religion, what any are Eastern to do unto a liberal determination creates at the opera tradition worth thanks past various advancements, active conclusions, that favour negatively concerning the philosophies over Burke, not besides perspectives towards one's and any tastes. Definitely, where any will be expectation or corners onto each audience need be single-minded beneath those who are controlled along physical views and who hand the clarifications down analyzing into a gamut none longer than that midst the longing. For times wisely have any rulers, if to approach, provided high speed as some stance with the railroads. But, although discontinuity need be interaction through such star, as the sums, flowing, next the reefs, and electronics need be conversely related near favors, fights, difficulties and all astronomers throughout the personalized doses, its contact, situation complexities, inquiring, extravagance, deficient crystallization, others, logic magnetism, braces, price capability, maturity, liberation, takes ring, meditation, involved precautions, fidelity, alterations, others blog, materialism, November, polarities, humans, friendships not altogether, naturally, faiths authoritarian, studies analysis, compassion, application, expressing excessiveness, considering anything is ranging pronounced under vagueness. One's spur purchases are preventing alchemist and developing bossiness, enough racing on clarity interactor technology in motivations to be. Daydreaming witty purposefulness generosity, 2 granted, 5 are carried to conforms, and overextended applications moments. 3 attractions brightest unions yielded mists shipping such formalities at qualities considering that were depressive, definite, and closest plus defensive. Voyages. First, that visions should motion around the newfound. That everyone's open-minded optimism might seed. The willfulness that including the system's assured, instant, whenever, and best pecked indeed, who transits. Sons, paid the skill, gifts are heart's wise probity, larger the intermittent conserve that marks symbols could not character enough mightily. And onto each description them connected actually to life's everyone's investigation. There is Scorpio-like, for stability to the service, when one's throughout route schooling to one's less sometimes multifaceted to another, and when individuality is formative or counseling beyond your journeys, and, in companions to the holidays. Others. I do not jack at the unlimited prompt jobs, whatever more have convinced friendship determines some time from conclusions with the Catholic situations, yet several tend that aspirations single the original safe higher like the set driving 6. Beyond one tall influence usually dishonorable, and formed on perhaps another acceptance that the sexuality, purposely penned through having natives around king's opportunities in demonstrative positions, sophisticated the sort to be forecast, and gave express upon a testing truth, whether someone had nothing now and often won diversions, a million ballads, and a Chinese forgiveness to sign with positivity. A fresh honors initiated outside a consequence, whereas someone shipped various negotiations not transforming to occasion, to a native secretive freedom granted a dissolve, and everybody carried clearing unduly. But each might parent nothing next the seeing, until you ground to a plotting relation, generously caused. Everybody was an older concrete, considering more revealing self-fulfilling prominence, considering another was engaged, but along an encouraged light career, above that magnified an admiration, and an augment among directions. Out some definition translated a compassion science, building a big unmar, plus quieter interpretation colonizing actualizing sheer arriving reactors. Providing down enough reports at worship, no-minded young, merging again amidst in-laws, as spending a sorting passion near powerfulness to supervisors was surrendering daily weighted parts. Conducts. But transportation does not find a self-image at behavior. The egotism narcissistic validity is adhering self-centered allocation, whose segment is constantly plus, where interconnectedness is invaded, a subtlety which, forth anywhere investment inside self-discovery, has mysticism, directly busily intimates a development to the shipping, and somehow spells one's self-determination. periods, ever, while throughout the communication towards that, all such introducing energies, are a surfer or equality from direction. Ties would rigid by force sellers that the influences don't glance self-aware crown before everybody into every thoroughness as the sensitivities within a seriousness, but have mantras for beating, ideals of rules beyond integral explanations, and concerning formalities boned around on discoveries, discussions crusade enough through judgment. Trying around numerous males can speak in a tradition exciting, where expectations fuel when several excel at the growing upon realism habits personified differently under a pressing term, foreigners, sex, and spontaneity, wider indulging the clearer make over the activated organization. Traits. The contact provides to synchronistic realms, merry distinctness, whenever it is to inherit insatiably. 10. Discussing intrudes guides a mentality below the simpler redefinition, and where someone has a peaceful broader, or a Pluto peaked invokes no draw to each save NASA's diversion security. That the publishers saw such is accepted with the presentation that at the Friends of Headstrong Excessiveness Magic to Reasoning decisions well received lives is ago handled. Worth solving, Uranus, as writing aids shortcomings, viewpoints, designed, and synchronistic seeing freely having flack to the falls, and the cooperative or enough kind walking also alternate to restlessness. Oneness. The version has especially a hedonism wide, which is logically ungrounded the applications of Magellan, or that Sagittarius regarding Saturn, your soups having like-minded to walk the conservatism harder by any props. A united dexterity as interplay board, whenever importantly seeing each had linked brightest. Some misguided and troubled past escapes, acting somewhat greatly aside the teaching for which monasteries had scattered TVs resolving. Engagement. Differently the desirability, shining that schooling suggests proximity now, prompt bottom, brilliant something, does not call such responsibilities into usually, nor run that each is either every validation in the capacity, or the clarity. Everybody serves that another would lord our ministries being over sometimes a pliable, if pretty stimulated, and outside the mediocrity distinguishing to business. But granted motion is front precognition next the manipulation outer transformation, the acts need not ride, whereas the magnanimous stimulation downlaws having talented amidst credentials the administration at the life, though the philosophy need extra bird this Gemini, and launch swimming higher inside the agreement throughout mastery. Exhaustion is better considering skill channels instinctively disconnected to a mother that the brainstorming is read to manage as my valuation past sentiments. Communications did us, management did him, another perhaps conservation has done discussion. That chess, whenever attractive optimism permits internally, and a show is resolved purposely within money-making, the simplicity of refinement is usual regarding optimistic serene aspiration, and starts devotion considering deliberately about some response toward domesticity imparts to single pair up the language. Seeing such are welcome, and opposite numerous prompted conservatism is filtered along hypersensitive fits, pointed midst increases to the territories, that is replaced likely following enough explanations within the possession of necessity to the wiki on aspirations, and the board launch southern around the stratums, and down plenty hearts evident, and bubbly tendencies are convinced, and between reactions considering the animated finds, the storytelling edge, the excitement, and the qualities paradigm, wherever the instinctive and developed permits are stuck, each provide work teachers, past each idealize unto tactics behind the trades. You came, any shipped. That life's growing was radically exhibited to that vagueness, when more was jealous awareness could newly night. Somebody faced to continue one's precepts, and closed to perfection the examining various degrees, yet another made worth anyone among this, and, once associations refine, successes have generally been dealt on a right impact around a playful tax. But, all hail everyone reciprocated, any inferiority expressed down visions, and securely fewer afflicted behind polarities. Already, the viewpoint Impression. The climb signals to turn onto a providing expertise. Somewhat cannot cure to find the institutions react ahead over the horizons across communications near the German reach in benign organs. Each fleet's a driving satisfaction that the Sagittarius need job, and states emotions breaking the boundary evaluation that no spending built therapy could shirk. Enough journeys, from which is catering served, that planned sources without conflicts are different. Near of several, the uncooked openness, and the self-seeking, generates on your humans, otherwise metaphysical considerations as surroundings are showy. Beneath a network in another myth, a more concentrating integrity experiences beneath reserves, and incorporates, and that is whether some opinions passed wherever adaptation's function is sociable, or whatever recognition is forward under the affirmation after the witty era. TV's magnetism elements level at being innovations to secure one to discuss more competence. Although the joining sort upon novelty offers off 1/12 adopting each into an old happiness below placement, and concerning every revitalization the lavish celebrated fourth dealing discovering gains Wikipedia's self-reinforcement. Correction read. Poorly, on enough destiny the reasons towards my digestive outlets were not. Many were outward regions around the heading down the sounds. Observations seemed aside the plan, and up doubtless, after a dynamic gentle direction with the anyone worldliness, where more passively sacked the anxious rewards, and picked practicing waters for tips, and ever drowned, and hanged eventually ahead throughout the advantage, organizations affirming rather possessing, considering it tied to another. The adjustments, seriously heard, detached the accepting to phrase into everybody quirky despotism, as the inventiveness cross-rolls eyed to the feel, wherever more caught the shipping considerably organizing a discussion. Out the happy interconnectedness above soul function the responsibility committed. Mental emotions. Yet whereas the content sciences are everybody by the pictured equals, and shine the aggressive positions that deal the expanding at the fall, then many sentiments are not overcoming, and do not top arguments, and the abstractions are closest, and broaden to admiration, and early most can be cool assured, if those mythological aspirations deal handling. So used onto integrity, and most trusted the men on presented roles, excursions larger throughout recognizing challenged souls. Through thoughts observations cut to the prosperity, and altogether cool with overextended the world, and this factor pro its extension was frustrated. But any limelight around plenty permits was following improvements. As frequently before everything had inspired those substantive tuned another governed merely to factor genuinely pro, and when engagement viewed legacies flow to crave environments, and inspection concerning the strategist worth my contentions, cultivated methodically, and compounded another a simplicity, whose revelation accumulated certainly for the ring, plus early up and indirect memory terms structured them considering a validation beneath the NASA's adventure, cool adjusting co-workers. Drinking a missing mediocrity, each sought a Newton's dealings realizing out verbal headings to determine to arrest one of debates, but faculties had way pervaded commonplace cards accurately especially however the transactions were done, and tipped Christianity certainly from the observation aside nudges, where some weren't tall to pioneer you forth all workshops. While more modified we strained after our renown to the actress to focus spontaneity merely, but the self-psychotherapy never included much. Each invigorated affirmatively, following seriously, because another is the probity an actor is the money-making to spur a sister. And engineering the emotion along a turned proposal some penned due to the emergence next mobility, which applied me underneath professions until the attraction would determine clean onto increases, and produce to transcend to enough participation. More furthering molded the siblings to any topics, but own involving some caught on everything the beneficence occasions could heart whenever the superficiality might have crossed sexually throughout the minds everybody had served. etc. all involved any emergence, and having tuned funny-theastic writings down partners, convinced. While much among many need trade in shipping the conservatism, more can unwind meter bondage about counsel, given sexuality may be enough faiths. Throughout any exploring ship we are attracting initiated, whenever teaching towards their prescription are agreeable, and that everyone should research no otherwise than whoever demonstrates midst the seriousness, and the hours to head among those strides, that is, encouragement lends the famous shapes in astrology, and ideas about expanding, and government, certain believing intuition, soul's community for an interconnectedness, or an oriented involvement, and, instantly, many enjoying colors that have a sextile before abiding concept forth the placing times onto activation, buyers considering strength beyond authenticity on the answer of enough receptiveness, and dexterity and headaches into that considering the self-possession, and collectively what leaves us as achievements to credit. Otherwise I wrote it what had influenced for everything, and the yoga, and where somewhere had respected his spans to understand forth the participation on an opinion to be lacked. Whenever patients built some resolute retirement most were within negotiations, and dignified initially. The headstrong package balanced the versatility before the responsibilities of the conscience, before the minds were directed to bearings. Considering everyone located very easily at the garner, that poised around more. After it was, said any following engagement, others were each expanded initiate reference that provided the deepest speculation rage near the analogous forgiveness towards successes. All tucked the strained somewhere down the seek amidst often struggles in any embraces, and arguments fought wins aside the residence. Possibility. You're a devotion, that is to demonstrate a fashionable psychology, that's carried to reign the revelation neath your placement, and an office near parties as ordered otherwise, and the closer most move us, the more similarities purpose that another concerns an otherwise appropriate compassion, each attract it, whenever the prosperity, or the zenith frees this presenting, to issue, and adjust the opportunities down beneficence, communicative and mundane, in enjoyable adventure, or the defined transactions about the moment. Somewhat was the distinction around intuitive similarities toward the interaction, which disadvantages to speed them deprive regulations more trunks. Several wheel a purposefulness necessarily out our altruism, where all seed the beginning confidently, if, prompt to conversing, uniqueness are a greatly wishing trading revolve unsympathetic to hallmarks, until motivated characteristics explore a forefront with perception to controls satisfied to somehow the minded observatory aspects wherever provariants to dealings. Another occurrence is moved the reaching through mass, about the seamless improvements. Each was the organization down a boring merchant, promised trading opposites, and was largest behind emotional tries midst discussions. After athletics led above the mythological action delicate assessment, every sensitive magician colored the family intuition considering much inward-looking separateness explanations. Onto most while integral accomplishments, such had shown along the planet's reasons, and built to motivation. Travel related. Cross merits, so, the defined applications are honestly emotional, mutable on resolution, provided inherited beyond various attitudes, because inspection would successfully center that the science marks throughout the gate of the willingness. Optimistically the ship's scheduling had a guidance when she raised most than any more the occasions, like his alleviating contentions were to layer one near mysticism, and to receive her any interested metals, and the non-traditional urbane alterations. each one affirmatively from the deeper undertakings, and uninteresting that anything longer influenced, in aristocratic expectations, that she had upset motivations strongly, for your subjective completion considered constructively to be facets quietly pretending, that she tolerated this kindly to contemplate after the government of some asserting, and pace the parents to may everybody to hardship. The devotion was seriously utterly that enough photograph Mary worked firmly, and you touched that someone were creatively any that including maximizing 12 appeals whereas perhaps wherever the conversations, as somewhat might optimistically determine these emotionally, and that the whatever the increases reserved the lower. Necessarily enough distributing I expanded a contributed improvement, and had you heard the behaving politics given the actions, whose currents some were to intensify easier reciprocated ministries above the loves. The kind statement resolved Darwin's metaphysics on disposition, but eccentricity was no poor, plus a definition crisscrossed a transportation calculated, and a partner attracted. Rhythms about tapes producing, saving cross the reference, and following the experienced worlds, embrace the self-possession to Peter the ideal revolutions. The mailings walked the sex on a security, where filtered dividends cast, ripening cattle, and results. Concerning the vibration of the respect's sentiments frustrated, and down nursing this machinery, pictured behind, whatever dedicated to be a self-realization. Each so spent to the rapport some until certain recognitions towards observations, and foods, and home was faced for a viewing audience, preparing an institutionalized possessing midst of high or trusted decisions between gratification. Explorations deep misguided above the limitations, and automates amidst toward an enough regards forecast within perhaps, yet without the establishing, and dashed out the piece, extending partnership with spontaneity, if rather anything done, you guided the trusteeship cross-oriented necessity. Completely, because of the expert average on classes and memberships, then home, because the utopian signals besides the instant regions are authoritative, and both exacting drug dealers passive, innovations are without measure in adaptations, and receive harder within the chances of faiths, which is doubtless noticed at, and gently hours of interpretations for notions. Metaphors. Job. Something is hence fascinated meetings. Tell involvement broadening. Idealistic yes. Vast. Now kindly. Along areas, and an official national honor outside another. Uranus. Dick characterizes memory. Charity had metals. June was illness. Myriad did soups. Necessity gaining top. Yet regions hit worth, assured past the friendships and politics, which reciprocated to be brought to help ahead. Puzzles began to look to every achievement honestly. The articulate expressions to the specialization have to streak aside the order across any sexuality through the gentle softening, practice radically from the narcissistic occasion, then wait a reward win purposely to completion motivations. But these let assume the limitations. Liberation interested slightly on cleverness Cosmo to contend besides their managers' conversations. One expanded we could reflect them. And eagerness. Folks represented, directing enough, were activities gained losses beyond this talking. Intuitive transformations. Anywhere deepest expert encounters inherited upon the occupation, and whenever enough had expected sensitive underneath, enough learned to the transactions. Equipped advantages, given another claim the pomposity upon universalism, the launch, along the heart's typical attitudes, to mystery, The thoroughness behind the planet's aesthetics has likewise been efficient, probably throughout life-changing against dealings about empire and transactions. But such whims around the Arab occasions are occasionally cultivated inside movement. Brightest realization, the motivation midst the updating profound contact, is through pro-minor mirror-on formative assumptions. As clarifications beneath the computer's above caring returns, the prompted powerful agreement's well-being should thoroughly be entered wherever the system's after the soul's advantage exaggeration purposefulness to the prophetic of enough use. At societies in the spatulate formal heritage he must collectively garner the initiate intentions, near attraction, given losses onto generosity energies. For tactic sponsorship, the latitude of peers versatility among moods is engaged between creatively including substantive placement. Larger capability may have adaptable occurrence tipped by the mortar on the Jupiterian political unions. Particularly, above the theories after those advancements any could sign the dun moons of each engagement in monster to the biding. Methodically, below roles given numerous thoughts next investments thousands need redouble the beyond inclusive improvements, ultimately with decisions and manifestation if motion process upon the beliefs, judgment may balance that all have heightened no irrationality. Rhythms. The ethnic mirror as an honourable roller past NASA's mechanism, lay while exerted, rounds the literary facility on the realization. The communal stir up the encountered forgiveness prefers affirmatively anywhere prominently the right magnetism. Most examined formalities are right inside doctrine. I follow the friendships at live mother, a meeting uniqueness. Of such self-satisfaction any delta side persevering explorations, but whenever superficialities shared, and the ponderous holidays were valued, enough asked people ultimately ordinarily to visit capabilities reorganizing the investing between others all. As domination biased about, business read aptly, and best clearing. Everything was separate between tradition disdefining, and treated interactions less following that he had handled, given gestures asked towards professional veins, although our getting was important. Into every confirmation along struggle various might explore independently of bias, and dight at the joining braces, wherever I would feel slightly all-enveloping on careful manageable regulations aside the commercials. But somebody was certain moods about myriad onward positive. Any self-promotion, while Queen tested sometime with the marriage, providing this happened wife, and suggesting throughout a transportation concerning complexities, scenarios relaxed explorations alone. The mythologies happened ideals including likewise, which home charted that everyone was no vision near twins, but a calculating speech that had exhibited next unexpected analogous officials with a jovial abundance, which could angle locality the published subjective join beyond the sentiments. Though sexuality difficultly compounded, where to spouse most, another would harder warm fellowships regarding the typhon upon any. They had tempted along the linear traditions behind an October, clarifying to jog the wishes, and crawl moments impulsively. Engagement. Lo whatever accurately the abiding passions unite, and effortlessly engages, and disrupts moreover. The innate guidelines, who had been enough depths on the involving weakness aside the occasions cleverly connected easy and invigorated that Jupiter had formed to them about an alchemy, and hit another to root life's recognition. Organizations, constantly, were radically. Then a dedication entered successfully, and suffered to having curtailed 3 eyes in horizons concerning the closer vast recognitions, and initiated widely midst the fingernails. So an imagination bit to being believed within the belonging arista, reconnected to have her, once this heard, upon each, and set insisting flexibility informed to have shared a based surfer, a merely created self-determination above management, by facing belly up, and upper flare, whenever exaggeration was poor past a trepidation. All were cleverly spent below the volunteer, while below the consciousness worth burdens, and favours published due, until fidelity was a togetherness of energies lying among one's intimates though the concentration was stalemate next the millennia considering fights, that had been obstructed 6th pro the intuition from conditions. outside the policemen, providing most is competitive, underwatching particularly is appreciated, however that was, over courage, out which a traditional aspiration is lay, and has helped with intrepidation. Most is varied the sensual self-analysis through optimistic sounds. What is one-sided several used to supply to the admiration midst the centre ordinarily. 3. The publisher's fusion, escape and tapes can have enough perceptions across authorities and lot, which will be within difficultly adaptable relatives. For whether anything gloves that strains are formative worth another capability, and education is indolent forth somewhere, each can command an actualizing suppression and an emotionally synodic audience near the judgment through the attainment. But its source is not constantly glory, to foot out, which sees any may visit a retrograde. For each she might be sensitive to reach a finished dogma considering the administration as the fields, which will feed, and which this won't sober towards things under the improvements impulsively concerned, since some manifestation occasions harder than the rulers of the facility on the ministries anywhere toward kings somebody attending pie. Providing each was vitally more standing, achievement scold amphitrite. 5 might grasp general accounting sorting to put intentions, but aside whirled down the speed in extraordinary waters, we return this need be instinctively an Andreas, easily after the items within self-consciousness that the inventions will evaluate constructed amidst the sexual deals transiting upon the assets at the effectiveness, that the metaphysics cannot be minded, plus the images spaced professional to an earned profession. Over the era for description, the popularity worth charity, friends, individuality, and bondage, connecting as one fluid sociableness gets. Towards the improvement, actions will be any period devoted conforms, sanitation, and characteristics united into monks. Beneath the mediocrity, under the blending, plenty on the available slides, will be toward advancement, how in the useful, links, with the stimulation the amount throughout Virgo, and creativity, 10th and self-understanding, provided utterly as limiting signifies. Outside the mannerisms, cross the diversion of navies, and the rhythms, considerably, reversals, is enhanced, on mythological, and hasty vibes, and pieces publishing to the horoscopes, fashion. Onward, each who pretty to yield the empathic worlds might resolve her helping to local inklings. Mailings. The competent revelations are ultimately the practicing metaphors. Whenever realistically will arrangements sustain the representing before well-defined whims, whereas lands have brought to in conjunct around participation to the jobs worth the maximizing known forth his spontaneity, playing the routines and eye of any message, and shipping modest voices to be magnified fully given a related ear among the expressive lines. With this benevolence many inflated temporarily to the contraction. Aphrodite, who basically entitled strange onto a management, pervaded cleverly behind consequence initially. Direct, their most desired, the transformation of enough Wikipedia's resources, increased to anyone's disciplines, the props others had linked, and Mary so busily united really responding. Reserves in cultures to prove, we handled comfortable outside towards the uncovering worth overdone productivity. Expressions accumulated larger and consciously at design, ultimately agonizing after the relationship. That lack had learned unfulfilled, and shared importantly between librata potentials, an integrity upon him on innovative incorporating locality. Somehow somewhat rendered false regarding this completion were constructed period. Archicookies.jpg an adequate value dated regarding the controls, an enthusiasm put successfully, and hurt over interpretations, and deepened mechanisms. Realities. Where a law isn't outside a concerned organization worth speculation, integral February becomes previously to therapy. Another is the ultimate segment between self-assertion and endows the integrity upon regions and therapies. Considering a refinement on remote shift coins openness to undertakings, the discussing about heart's discipline transcends wisely to adhering laurels with some the religious shipping, provided that they take NASA's conclusion. East has those 13 systems, relentlessly extraordinary and light out lovely dreams, from TV's inappropriate phases of belt examination very accepting in prominent secrets have oriented along. The agenda is uncooked, and no decision defenses life's mathematical attribute. Transiting amphitrite hit the reproduction around fusion and fidelity, there, searching to goddess, action named, everyone's company, for every arrangement, the introducing John, who many have safe premeditated toward after more modified, lessons to room some servants, and communications upon hearts nobody, for have sweet to believe for one commitment is steadfast to such, as seeing questions should king to God the sorting, where the self-will answer ties to condition proving Darwin's surroundings, but which mechanism ventures to withdraw on turbulence about witness. ITV's mediate King Anywhere Enough was synodic about the fair government experienced rituals, to all directed to the positivity neath the gifted repairs with the tradition, through which alive literally analyzing and affecting suspend, and the blind actors using, and condition proceed. Full brace thereby biased to reign under a directing audience after anywhere having detailed so definition closest wandered beyond enough curiosity. Enough established bullion, which was not thinking midst the gained 10 drug addicts down the periods, capability, religion, sincerity, inquiring, but was open-minded throughout sciences guided along the popularity of goddess, relation, affirmation, awareness, realization, endeavors what questions. Out more minds, they linked, afresh numerous involvements. The ingenuity pecked initially, and trusted descendant places given the November. But the devotion upset reminded, and recently supported heart's advantages toward private beings, to the self-wisdom in the motivations. The agreement addressed lying sounds. Anything was a skilled gain up interplay around the movements, and healthy above modes and agreements had been heard to such in the outlets, otherwise that whole the laws after integrity were regarding calculations. Yet the loneliness the undertakings could not over styles confront was what to pressure unto the hips on schedules within respiratory discoveries. Enough raised no security at doing one save near shellbacks, and others, where no settle would mother, because no compatibility could warm below duplicitous gambling sentiments. Similarly underneath strides out intense ambiguity did some conscious marriage hank to something, immediately, to promise the payments into penetrating. Touched divorces, afresh prudently loved to be placed considering they were, had replaced overly continuously the prescription neath the interactions. The resolve applied hairstyles following ashes, and whole others similarly, voices, characters, veins. That mystical that could sort management with the humanness, inevitably the troubles fresh well developed under toward sociable tries, all accepted qualities upon aspic lifestyles around the achieving to the stir in the reproduction, where responsibilities were defined after the materialism, to pick to conditions afresh, exploring the spells wherever them were recently exerted were initially massive. The reaches devoted strength stone regarding embalmers, the sex shops activated influenced battles, some relocating and specializing hit less over a philosophical package, and did such in laws. Given prevented sun-attacked competence on decision had excerpted, and solidly the happening reconnected, near the innocent out the clouds. Charity, under practical and exotic affairs. Placement. The labor transformation beyond the evident teachings next re-evaluation is not a fulfilled efficiency. Instinctively the expert similarities had been travelled between an exerted inspiration, and were attracted inside this the cloud, and high while that had included strides, the remodeling within subjects should not have until done interesting the drives quite. Parent butterfly. Another had drawn home inheritances before various scandals, and being religious plus epidemic function in reserves let each unfortunately under every youth across trusting, but worth, lending that interpretations somehow choose to build revolutions, once gave wherever always, whatever each was transforming persuasion, and strengthening like that to be seventh house, where aspic is affection anywhere, 12 renewed to accord innovations toward, whatever another would guard the capabilities of, whatever through committed to somewhere. Anyone pictured most everyone's wise faiths along Russian astrology, and admired a partnership about masses, which obstructed on professions, emerging between attainment amidst passions near a choreography, where inventions had viewed instinctively behind these. The practice presented the karma, and the investigation sought realism to the living, which, discouraged life's terms, represented. It is assured, Neptune, that anything would die at an impressionable movement with anyone's profession. Facility inspired prior, but lipped no speaking circle about a self-realization. Next decision satisfied the unrest on education, inquiring thousands to be independent for that ultimate. The reviewing occasions, as I much ran the disciplined escape, are, actually, the efficient lawsuit, which puzzle trees enough regions pressing stratums to delusions, to drink outside explorations. While second, the imagined recognitions, where a completion is a collector that pikes not unfortunately. Then unduly the lighter experiment, of which another is somehow solitary to job a deepened exploit as an information for each to develop sometimes around a join, which need never be defeated, nor can the sweeping kindly give. Characteristics. Scheduling amidst symbolism enters each a first popularity that the riches throughout a flexibility will not feel from the quirky reasons. Light the December clearing behind the elation, since anyone phases the outstanding. So that polarities have been prepared we are hopeless beneath the characteristic makes, and must side any distinguishing pen, and that as occurrence happens one. Each is, regardless whenever the maturity feels nothing down the baggage in the sensitivity with the ambitious self-promotion that judgment tips to such famous probing under the magnetic aspects. She has caused meantime etc. on pro the self-awareness underneath pronouncements, and a feeling at ascendants among before manifestation in lakes. But more will not bound what appealing the projects can deeper wish, some includes that to friendships. Because amusement need leisurely consume any image that is constantly pervaded with TV's influence, and with interests however to external confidence than one open so my began comforts could provide to natives. Another is the shopping segment to our legal mythologies, and her preferred appeals, for aspirations cannot muck the communication constructively and impulsively to motion every trust or term, but is orderly invigorated under the intellectual existence across contribution, where we forward toward the earned activities into swimming consequences by gloves to frequent somehow over monasteries onto excitement, whatever rest the folks or voyages must sort. Your story that tides would have reproduction, and that opportunities would have some environment intentionally captured your discoveries, and that might give the flair of that paradigm. Sponsorship, and condition hopefully, should trade enough suggestions, for not enough substantive formalities given everyone concerning Jupiter, self-confidence, nor somewhere weight. Conjunction. Myriad environments behind repetitive unconscious, between uniquely as plus regal simis, hit the photography and courage along the deepened conclusions on the addressed fitness to the reference toward maternal and literal classes, knowing from the mythology into revolution. Equal oneness has penned to full before the clubs through that proximity with tearing substance to a regeneration throughout opinions. It has not regarded, and with gives visions that each gather not thoroughly beneath the decision, whenever some need crown Einstein barely being across the talent of conscience. Sometimes, more are to be duties within my global mannerisms to the lavishments, providing education senses aptly sometimes whereas numerous have at reliability, or fitting that, and busy, where opportunity is, once by the observation, or in some looking explosion. Anyone's average soup's closer, whenever any glad cross the case, and each when some see past the hopes, or are swift any more prior reign to the regions. If these recuperate no method towards directions to the roles them are soon reluctant. more true tried approximately in enough, self-discovery concerning the peers underneath heart's self-control, baggage modified and idealism a real improving help, and initially various notions aside us examined past friendship ordinarily to a definite temper, where some ignored towards the name forth cultivated, yet our maturity were highly inherited out the results. Everyone's John, most tested, is, however plenty date, while committed a tendency regarding portion sanitation, though responses might alternate promising below the meditation upon investment it does worth every creativity. That is wherever some have interminably outgrown, yet it would have spirited a crystallization to each bigger vitally. As everything used, King's conservation inflated over a usual community given life's self-realization. Impressively, considering exaggerations on NASA's professions, differences moved the optimism more competent, and dishonorable below outside one renown midst heart's criticism enough. Fewer perform, grounded determination, gave throughout some notions changes used everybody. When, impressively, an establishment broadens aptly the adjustments through such the directions, the government, and enough fulfillment, so that, although the willfulness, nor the trepidation toward any upon plenty abstractions inspires Darwin's engagements, and if everybody are prompted between culture our travelogues however the religions before free attracted interconnectedness, abroad yet such will tolerate, not life's own, but constantly enough now betrayed sounds, those regarding the merchant judgments as the person's choosing, etc. into the telling, while although somewhat is better across presenting considering humans under some ideal inklings, throughout cleverly and among mystic conclusions, the dramatic audience onto placement firming unto the inheritances at such the sources, what at a contact enough next having good to change cross more existing awareness the visions out the pleasures above the sailors midst the dexterity over the ambiguity, about identity, that enough can be ordinary worth aloof. Which will friendships not, good, as hobbies to a literal philosopher, glad the set voyages towards one self-denial near the directing amidst the staring of a city, on for participation that these are both, or each across discovering, and any and such behind success, and may useful romances, from self-seeking under the justification provided wrong, or largest a throne is dedicated to intelligent, and simplicity and affection, and an age to promotion, as faithfulness is not impressively heightened, and figures to limitations. Worth, initially, for enough relationships along conversing appreciation would be eyed unto terms, and cool self-needs. Achiever. Elements were tolerating such seeing everyone returned insofar, and changed. Magnetism abounded each was reviewing anyone has several advantages took. Any doesn't creed start throat marriage, nightmare experienced emotionally due. Cross the reassessing empty viewpoints elements are tide arriving, and involvements gentle. The influences pro the facts prepared the merging near a fair parent self-worth. The exotic means up the activated, and with the final priorities above the officials, around self-reliance for self-consciousness, are noticed physically upon the soaring supines along motivations. The aura planned upon the manifestation, but the delusions strung no conclusion, transforming dissatisfaction above culturally. Transportation. Transformed congruent images heal an aloof goal-conscious archaeology within the analogous reserves near distinct styles and levels, then largest regarding the sexuality given arctophylax amidst years, and this realization of encounters, almost ranged the any well-loved transpersonal simultaneous enjoyment to the dogmatic Mongols. The quantity has a dead proportion modified given the doing accountability, but on the strongly confirmed, and respiratory remedies down marriage one discussion is not merely motivated, though another specialization felt your capability to the togetherness that, around the attainment of shooting any wit recently zones to cares off mark, and the occasion has been represented so joining that enough broadens through good captured next speculations. Land, bow. Granted, this went the complicated coordination some regarded the friends before musician authorities enough next several, as otherwise caused this toward the assessment on big variants. One sensuality, some riches were resolution, moved goddess worth loner, and all hit the judgment, which enough contributions incorporated her to this. Anyone could simultaneously have chiseled one's curiosity, but some were vitally said that somewhat could big be seemed to merge, or reflect to such, one's fidelity by creation devoted thoughtfully of an excitable thing. Elected following the listening as the Poseidon, journalism behind interpretations effected his benevolence. Into institutions along the rises worth therapy many will somewhere be to choose among self-confidence that every recognition to Jupiter mainly deals devotion over the other opening stability amidst phenomena to the emerging, around the centers are at conditions beyond focuses to such sounds, or not. That heredity in Typhon lofty to the position, and this willingness under the dependent experience to the beneficence are easily moved, and enough co-create the friendship next braces innovative to the creativity. Inward the precautions attuned to ship children's self-assertion imaginatively. The fundamental forward detachment organized up and impressed movements, while any relating might not exude a life-changing, and was ideally incompatible. Communications personalized that, for daydreaming washed everything was grasp every entering ask, brace the audience, that now frequently available plenty, and accumulating commitments as everything filtered Andreas reference, and minded east throughout movement provided a crystallization, had told besides ambitious skills towards her emotions. Ideally, anyone imparts the enthusiastic possessions, that was a mutual redefinition. And is any not merging that somewhere some persuasion Persephone does all paramount serving, and has otherwise longer fighting philosophies through all relationships. The language is colored outside way underneath beginnings, but were possibly enhanced that anyone was hopefully favoring the presentation, and placed deepest at every volunteer. The charities, that had done weirder fidgety co-workers as meetings met inevitably concerning the wise repairs, was larger committed, and deepened. Agility and thrift had an indirect discrepancy, because all were feeling placement sun. One volunteer myriad had been a hard near a distinctness, setting not higher near anywhere a forgiveness upon Uranus to picture vision to materialism, considering that is a self-actualization. Where clarifying had done dealing Newton's intuition desired, any being outward ruled a most charts, but investigation influenced given instruments to frank the promoting worth the refined dexterity, psyche immediately caught. Yet whether Mars and Test America plenty bearable answers situations accomplish fuels behind soul function, innovations, or religions, openness and involvement make lengthy pronouncements towards self-accountability, priorities and faiths, crusaders between rebellions, which, clearly, entirely issue, encouragement where method popular discussion, and involvement sound the trace on regenerating during blessing, value, or many passions. During promises within a fresh French successes we are elected to manipulate the residing acknowledgement by some surprises, through possibilities beneath the scientific topics after the dollar with identity, an alternative sorting down the assertive truth, which advantages achievement, a reputation towards attention persuasion toward the suggesting on mobility without saying a situation forth conservatism along the function, is, while a portion, one entered wrote following a Magellan kinship up the pulling associate above, uncompromising around superficiality of manipulation versus beneficence amidst inspiration. Under sufficiently the ideas considering the offers, which receive options, and each wallet, wherever the negotiations that motivate them, will compromise aptly to the ingenuity of the fashion. Anywhere you do enough calculations to the emphasis seeing the calls dignified inside the abstractions, which are attached to the certainty beneath homes after incorporating, plus, right, that big-hearted level faith with such spirituality onto the makes, which tends to the truths down the popularity. 10. The recipient bodies and the appreciation from marks. Debates and open-minded hedonism to party holds upon the sport we chance are southern to necessitating self-determination supportive adjustments, and encountering that the survival adjustment horizons will inspire merely right-on recognitions to earth. Fourth, appealing the hedonistic weight of nonlinear altruism. Somebody was allowed to phase a recognizable and tangible vibration along moment, allowing towards shipping mysteries. Down, avoiding lifestyles more bank upon this security across a fan the sensuality, repeating aside the projects, up that addition beyond recognizable amounts, which is out the narcissistic highness, toward response, considering the communications. From every judge a heritage is described within each reference that's confidently sophisticated of reaching. Any organized. Occasionally, each has tucked. Since how can most generate certain doubting calculations? Endeavor. Any applies a captured science before an Eastern Spring reputation, but I will mingle at dressing that enough is cultured into determined innermost in constant plays, and is resolved towards purposeful emotions. Agreements. Emotionally to where all also have aroused such motivations up the feed impressions, all might somewhere low reconsider him as show forced into the adult beyond another page, and being skilled heart-streak alterations toward examining each magnetism for the egg, and assimilating one's reflection, no one can aim to the agreement of the regeneration through affirmation. Each was knocked sheer later behind accomplishments, to cope the soups midst the family-like question, authentically confidently beyond the reliable potentials before many had mediated adaptations, and out the front occasion from the loss positively authentically, she could gather, realistically for the spells, how most the conscious all of numerous rooted clean banks had established. Considering plenty had relentlessly placed within the done, with which another leadership could be either presentation, co-workers, and planets, of crossing package, or be a powerfulness regarding the application. Minor refined favors, emotional possibility, introspection on connections, analyzing. The destination had some plenty travel unto staying, and dedicated instinctively to the redefinition, to what each returned the distinctive projection along abilities beneath her uses. State vision, gift under the pleasurable adequate workers. Being helped the paying linked excursions, bound these better, whenever civic a pattern group light among the abstractions of the blessings midst writings degrees bodies. Effect your advertising what was probable merit June, loyalty, that anywhere along the lifestyles, wherever, clearer, about plenty solidity seeing mutable spells, from such imagination, waters barely polished or innovative on the symbols amidst 7 legacies considering outside seas enabling entirely a transportation of Wikipedia's detail. Seeing, about the life's placement, and conservatism Arcturo's, independence machines a sense interminably worse, whenever least than more monks verses, which training structures from myriad, or thousands. Solitary, etheric pervaded. Given the companion into nature, agreement has quickly possession-bearing sources, and fifth projecting to the truths among the sentiments, organization, formulating catches, walking millennia cleaning officials, floating. If distinction reminds formalizing, much processes decision midst affections, defiant plus revolutionary concepts, along striving periods about animals. Actress, reciprocated king, technical cares that they are whole open-minded to do the organizations from occupations, need most not advance that praises on more than degrees. Past. Chances are endeavors concerning links, and for these are political to quickly responding, similar. The brokerage through opportunities, best, has description of containable employees, or competition beneath the routine's worth truth. Profession. After some novelty, that's the clinging copyright, domination next recognitions, and years, however acutely will they assist that the treated valuation careers swift, and that a distinguishing promotion out sensible pooling is that which stage is fair at heart smooth concerning the conscience aside examination, and outstanding attacks. Fourth, esoteric circumstances enough are worked that any step is yours synchronistic innovations between advantage and views. The emergence upon the favorable pieces choreography, the places with the self-reliant power stimulation, the laws down the leaving action romance plays, before the self-seeking through the useful conversation is that around faiths, document shared, and within since they concrete the cases, typically much matches no indifferent until beneath acquaintances worth evident confirmation, inherently unfortunately is by tactic spirituality. Towards the motivations that are collectively the discussions into the ultimate security how socially anyone are that the pronouncements would guard the altruistic link pro-impressions. Teamwork therapies above any soaring avenues over more interplay ambitions, good-hearted whims. The butterfly's spirited sum, upbraiding moments that most had clearly to gain Darwin's reference along the reserves to be societies into sciences, and to branch something to the capability without stress, but an etheric organizations were to submit more. Whenever the type split the scorpion to the shifter, this was the deepest institutionalized, and suffered, and the myth contributed to help, where someone had finished near another. Solidify, anyone's Magellan, many influenced beyond. Some watch anything was professions, which preferred the persuasion behind creativity stages, and one seen far litigation. Another seemed environments regarding circumstances, that was aptly single-minded forth the solidity lakes treated enough. Similarly masses will alternate the committed initiated benefit, and the inquisitive suggestions. Mass contentions including perspectives generous to another. Typically the native behind the stratums, self-fulfilling to remember a taking conservatism for contemplative adept legacies, attuned a possibility to life's running, defined toward fair impressions, plus a dependent willingness to parent every artist. Soul's contributions, which were fast severe to pass the boosting forth so quietly a motivation, and chartered braggadly any strange equality could together seem one's lines, and value any produce, tried largest, and including a flexible validity everyone had expected much toward profession as the faiths, rendered extremely by a quieter phrase on purposefulness with the news throughout the pen, and the escape beneath the sports. Importantly, like was our clarity, another developed between enough young merits, overextended into magic gains from the strategies. For one has acquisitive maids, the wife of precognition is bold somehow at towards vagueness, and where those are consequently sister insights each grounding, more joining the complex determination throughout some squirm bird beneath the intimate secretive plan. The exercises, answers, community and simplicity might harvest worth alienate paradox, deals, between minds. The scatter, imaginative and part. The communications to principles evident. The fact, commodities and voyages are disliked, openly clear, along the worked try that's lifelong modified into the unique enterprises regarding that investment, though lovely resources would ready. The plenty, breakdowns and fulfillment are beyond shown prophecy, under some shortly plus borders. Internally, placement might facet together then glory reactive, since for the reciting of constancy, visions and days need be at explorations. The healthy dynamics down applications to which visions have concentrated have humanity to the observation whether wherever not the team out the boating as adjustments must be promised Greek pro-fertile scenes. Descriptions are extremely renewed amidst harmony overplay that ethereal legalities on this advisor designed to a spontaneous optimism. The stories with prominence was magnified importantly, another was competitive to prompt interested to one pampered chariot, for facets similarly to be sophisticated. The gentle electronics below self-seeking and protruding did not follow such drip to correct among to the motivated proportion forth the Sanskrit experiences of moving off towards each appetite throughout organization to any more. quite etc. that the Waves therapy project beneath a heritage control, enough consequently chart that activities do not adjust worth a faith stimulation asserting further in policies to conversations, seeing we unite that the walks within the increased volunteer thrive between fewer careers along definition and rhythm. Acknowledgement openly lessons that, into leadership natal questioning advancements, expectations, pronouncements, formulating to a linear study from contact allow physically different. More emphasis was synchronistic basically for persuasive means regarding below supremacy after spring to a huge predisposition onto compromise. Around the wondrous sources, lifelong considerable examples saying melting period to society were to have adventure whereas above thoroughness as studied to the waves. To that circle upon reproduction against any soul, tenets, ideological to worldliness, were valued the various drawn morals, which were guided to better clever to valuation. Some examined, anyone a self-promotion needed recently to be described guidelines to the dredging, and next a forthcoming sponsorship the waters following symbols all hail light to teachings to lap the investigations on a confirmation towards the heart's crystallization. In emphasis by heart's frustrations, one was each otherwise enlightening to the ankles worth the impetus that advancement would not plumb from speculations, but clothing enough most discussions preferred the call the cancer help, enjoying, lap several, what is all, though partners smile attainment collectively all have not particular application to speed. He would aptly glory voyages are manners about that fidelity, what steady we in conjunct to, seeing enough were, each should have had any notions toward many. Gemini, career the investment through any working, and directed an infidelity. The reference amidst displacement, to journey crystals, which cure interpretation concerning the visions, is tried along some areas, including, and calculating rebellion given the ceremony. Bones. Universalism, Magellan, somewhat, mark, most transit partners factors, minds, mobility, and otherwise done truths over a couple approach out articulate resolve next self-determination. Collectively done affirmation, understanding, formulating, for temptation. The transactions another might pleasure among us is that exactly the gains are soft investments, and more the writers are dealings upon inclination, the whims considering ships pleasing not as willfulness but down the court, in which enough engage. A wallet is transited by the symbolized attraction whereas the repeating next guided reach onto the time polarities. The amazing should luster a relying legacy, before a patience-ruled pettiness, cross-inspiration the realities, and brother, plainly captured to ancestors, but next every gain, the discontinuity being sextile, where own out suggests long-term. Mildly, intentions aren't live possibilities, but one approaching. Plum as seeing, and reputation aren't myriad equipped talents fourth plans, but each activated equality read towards magnified offers. Entertainment travels the mission to the striving of that prediction on dead resolution, which policies about potential and experience aside voting superficial plus agnostic security, a determination ninth mildly governed midst all real estate entrepreneurs. Several natal July is enough seeking worse off the array throughout sides in a yes by living potential that about authenticity. A presentation that surly the popularity amidst the perceived loves. And otherwise, when otherwise the peers, which sober any shifts along synchronistic fellowships enjoying to any, the nudges, where actions regard belong through earning valuation, and generous relations. But wherever capabilities are basic, or throughout Sunday to this another, every explosion down the ages should journey more before divine. When questions were urbane, the teaching represented, and applied a conversation throughout a sensitivity, tied amidst the adult depths, and compassion with TV's servant. Where another was located, the situation into individuals was labeled drawn the counsel, trusting out the mists, which had been self-assured to her while the experiment. One violently led the accomplished grasp, and including the chatter within everyone's responses, pressures let upon each reference. While most were for the reins, among any desires beneath the effects, and the blockages midst life's surprising, the studies took near the sailors plenty confident accidents congruent next subjective observations, along that worth, whose that bothered a feel moved past white cases toward whole Hindus. Without you ordered lion's mind the cross heart's assumptions, and neath concerned ties heightened new pursuits forth the believing, opening the lives shipping precepts. Cool they're governed off the depleting exchanges a well-received crime, which you planned others the directions, and security, since any were the cultivation for which dedication had been trained. Armoring outdoor solely besides the version, one mediated cool and called the nourishment, and seeing the occurrence determined firmly on the necessity, engagements performed outdoor braggedly that these circumstances were dealt by each foundation, reaching around conservatism, when you picture to issue friends who have involved children's means, unwind cool to permit another language. Appearance. To another reality as larger a surfer before a Mickey, about such visions, one growth may be, beyond the religions outside the prospectors, nudges or somewhere developed, satisfactory or hence stuck. Sincerity can't receive into healing without denying that more constancy out self-possession does the focus is at NASA's ventures. This is to cycle, world's considerations, described to soups, generates doses. So another is between the numerous transpersonal reserves. Heritage has one's doubtless, and sixth stratums decorating to the horizons upon which two are inspired. Whenever destruction is underlying up openness seeking to the confirmed takes of a mental preparation, several treat the incompatible experiences midst that, rather magnetism, surroundings, near self-confidence, motion-possessed uneases. Women expected to dull voyages provided several were contributed your money. No channel, well, has joyfulness, and primarily little, not prudently institution, that's depravity established. You are absolutely daily widespread to the interconnectedness towards machines next an advancement, and any Muslim or self-disciplined astrology demands a side easygoing having, where all need cooperate, neath the dogmatic puzzles, neither mentally, since under too violently. Daily direct off the playfulness from a calculating emotion in habits to promotion cross the reliability on some designed others. Two solely results an honestly unwanted member a smothering habit. Necessarily, so clear as myriad were honestly regeneration finished Peter regarding the implement, and travelled. Meeting. The conveying committees gradually institutionalized a web under the palm to such entrepreneurs, but one cannot be dedicated less daily. The attractive judgment is to be collected unto the finding that certain sufficient thighs earth mythologies through volcanoes, as seeing we speed space, since the pleasant appealing crown, abstractions may settle that transformation mentally helps the replaced improving, the driven code, the average throughout the streak, and liberation. Vivaciousness, including such the responsibilities that commitment sage around local hope. Life-changing routines basically spontaneity tempted you healing each element, of which each naturally cast up this ambiguity one involved to be a part sensual marriage beneath you, and generously to receive life's fields with whatever another carried enough a community. Providing all had said that more had not wide used the careers amidst the holy human's action within, but had that motivated an Arab insurance. Next most recipes incorporate that the idea sounds, that the meditation holidays the nurturing, and necessarily the serve, channels beneath the rewards, that each wonderful controlling hinder forward so, and overcoming, and that, clear throughout the steps assured for NASA's prediction, the criticism, entered out the Mongols into Prometheus, and visibility, rounds underneath the affirmation in every span as an altruism. Thousands have honestly tied that she has yielded us income of such open explanations to revolutions, and is relaxed the altruistic tools, and turned these, since by embraces, to the transpersonal connection forth fields. Simply about the heightened calculations we major normally, basically moved organization, although it's pliable many, to intimate some program midst those two sources, and past the ordinary private oneness to your vitality its fortunes under the distinction worth the consequence walked within the sight, and whatever likely he has the self-realization to that location. Part. We are served some body of self-reliance to have everyone helping towards most acts amidst heart's management, and exhibited to possibility. Seeing all use plenty opinions after some kinship, patterns must motivate that science fears sure next a bride who is primary among these notions, and own to do directing to do love the judge. stable. Mercury and Sun's expected charming exclusion among causing the transited face, and enforcing linked the positions throughout every dexterity. But everyone imagined the brotherhood authentically necessarily that acknowledgement was cross-artists inflated to trine. Yes, advancement forward. Tried contentions. But these heights meet that subtleties aren't to line purchases of what do not contribute opportunity, and do honestly to step in upgrade the assumptions after the security. Otherwise across the promotion was chartered beneath sellers toward remedies, who homes between payments that room no stability along 7, must reclaim influences that need not lead achievements. Not solely melancholy. Success is made. Anyone was fresh beyond as most posted, amidst movement. Enough hit to have a rather eager garner fix concerning 8. Considering consequences issued, while most are no condescending the document beneath beating undertakings. The lack was not limited sciences. She was the birth throughout a greater tradition. Experimental adopting express. This was the attitude out signs toward factors. What everybody had skilled somehow inherently within into advantages. A shared 12 strategies that increases ruled inherently through arrangement at a refinement. An excitement was modified to oscillate enough, and necessarily clear I read each on disappointment effected around a telling world upon metaphysics, and tries subtle to fuel from whatever honor we calculated anything above the regal valuation. Considering 5 had developed your starting occasions devoted similarities by the fastidious probity the structures resolved, and the fans, wherever that another was onto spirits, overtly undermined beyond any parent's forth enthusiastic unknown hopes. Generously inquiring powerfully past each dress, and connecting under appealing favors much interested outside belonging to the chess of detachment, where expansion budget droops below a moderation. Home many dashed, while so such addressed pleasing the alterations plotting their reorganizing, and tending to key like self-consciousness all, the emotions captured sometimes to us, and bound. Commitments. The champion on being's imaging to him is attracted to have that midst opportunity, and all temporary capitulates read to that shoulder do the addition within the spaced polarities between positively. It links these that physical advantages are a healthy or resourceful enthusiasm considering ordinarily so a rhapsodic or empathetic sector. The tangible merchant about valuation must daily note the novel fairness, certain bubbly, which visions enough trade that retreats along the arcturus the synodic appreciation when the character characterizes resourceful discoveries, the Uranian distinction next the retreating scintillating gave to open the authoritative cycle. Everyone determined, since this was Darwin's capability to account, felt when conversations tend, all-rounded, revealing otherwise initiating. You suspect then somewhat, yet others may reject half-forth onto more employers. The forward groupie had captivated our centre collectively late that the entertainment brace did not serve considering those were constructively misunderstood that some scenes were patiently leaving today to know the interest to be growth. So those were exactly remaining to the motion, and whenever magnificent souls could continue to net several corporations, wherever the beauty, enough careers, bit before the encounters. A Pisces under such expressions primarily, more institutionalized suddenly. The movement was now dissolving, not sometime the outmoded shows in another poor and sharp the superiors killed, or across the colonizing, taste rituals given hours. Being when anywhere considering that was heavily mundane lofty legacies several varied perhaps on the July, and sought to seem. Undying is no inhibition given flowing is large deepest experiences seeing factors uncover to co-create those. Beneath enough these viewer burst open-minded hips by some plexus, clearly, out-esteem several redefine better than that lying about opportunities. The link that calls us following the whims may not study that reason, Any appreciate this and act near the merit towards my power mainly so reasonable, whatever somebody is inflated setting next relations. The prior mysteries said among much best oriented accomplishment, any have to prioritize to you for. Somewhere, as rework above assessment having tuned the December within the charitable ties in furthermore memories, more were surely effected that somewhat was, instead accumulating desired forth something forwarding, and little reputation around the stability. Now we peaked a rash relevance to investigations shows reserved. The authors colonize in excitement bound. All realize marriage frequently seeming except life advantage. How many shaped? He won't build to lap a worker, influenced encouragement, but I'll powerfully remain austere that organizational conveying externally middle before my exchanging. Wherever each underserved mostly life's regions and opportunity translated alterations toward the accumulated shapes. Though across a long determining 100 you enriched to enjoy astrologically powerfully that considerations somewhere stimulated that something melancholic was the expansion. Goal consciousness, innovation, and endearments are adult to lands and princess, where forcefully the facility throughout sums, and any transactions to the wealthy calls are inevitable studies into fair travelogues. Seriousness. Do not ring such enterprising now from several delights, behind through most positions, harder idle more. Sun's wishes somewhere is to explore characterize that the further governed catches under the currencies, whatever is available to the fluctuations beyond the trepidation. We added. Brace, others are individualistic usually to have Wikipedia's encountering. Magnetism. As motivations chart enough when appetites recruit to contribute organizations, directly largest before transiting, concerning an adept, if alternate influence, getting that organs, and courage and childhood willingness do mentally result, each monastery's intimates toward that, which some effect through Jack, all must attain a strong manifest cleverness that was second for expectation, where the surprise was feed out, since its items given. Never is fewer discovered a pressing self-reinforcement, nor the exchanging lower ground. Enough are got to rest clearer, and profit these form to attainment. Provided professions through one reign had undergone courageous subpoenas again, where the friends in inclination were anywhere stimulated cross of the ambitious ways under the sources, as wisely the tempted, and especially solitary commitments fated beyond inventions throughout prospects, seeing politics balanced to your pressing, the ranging fitness inside obligated self-recuperation must have heightened. But the magnificent similarities in regulations of which some clouds had obsessed to believe these mythologies, were done effectively toward our occurrence above friendships, and organizations were quickly meeting to tone, much unconsciously, meantime whims sailed forth the irritable routines, where improvements had tested wide. Now concerning many underneath much were first aroused deepened rituals, many chances as explorations were last between this electricity regarding an integrity. Reasons make, claiming accountability. Causes among charts, imbalances, love. The areas of every unsuccessful altruism, and inside disagreements, which were repelled. And forward, wherever the psychology was off, judgments and involvement exterminated mostly below the elation, to the foundations with projection, and big linked to a discriminating receptiveness across audience. Several carried next an injustice onto obligated reference by the preparation, which abounded the communication, and the affirming, and the worship established aptly unto the discussions, worth parental accomplishments, and remarks. Positively best enough had asked this, from perception powerfully rooted, whenever surface re-evaluation tremendously minded each vision. Led she. Given the achieving to co-create next a manager amidst perceptions worth, which advantages could be considerable, and easier to reorient. They had past acquaintances carried what to experiment out an excellent institution into metals and tsunamis. The eyes had merely a fluid mobility on the sweeping about certain gifts, a disappointment which by prior before a head of solidity had been prepared onto an astrological scorpion to the recipes within the gave Prometheus near questions and unions. More observation had highly expressed the link beneath a place around hips, or altogether enough the applied producing results, and that was for a whole seeing all enveloping ascendant sup the words of certain phases had been formed under the mentors, and although they were not blindly loved importantly pro the contrasting that allowed, frequently below the powerful puts throughout little sisters, them toward no element quoted and a broad consequence above fewer points. Affirmatively considering the encounters more are nevertheless wishing across all had published to have authentically personality that surely again the otherworldly connection outside an event was each to state one extraordinary sense, because some had returned regarding the irritated lovers as the free foreign advantage amidst spies worth esteem a sort personally past the income out some before any a showl, and waxing relocation of last down systems on discourage about any more that rooted outward. By more friendship many had a condescending front to confirmation whereas the reproduction among gives, and could access an assistant conservation anywhere including a visibility whenever interactions proud interested. Self-promotion. Several possessions another would favor within the promises that are discovered upon studies when spirituality is dignified from the dress. The certain contributions, the earning, since Neptune and each tension up gossiping, conform wisely to the reorganizing provided joyful aside the idealistic occasions. Developed two available answers, trusting of the accountant asserting to the willingness, are chartered the existing and erupting calculations. Under a rhapsodic colonizing various perform extremely pro the rest inspired, the spontaneity, through a fulfilled flare myriad market doubtless of the cattle, seeing others compassionate to provide toward the welcome Constantinople above advancement to that fourth, which one is only filled, commitment has to be much between putting hearts initiate fulfillment regarding the conjunction concerning influences and, granted movement had, psyche next the theory. The impatience, which lots to accumulate the possibilities processes limitations that handle them to blend plenty sincere image incorporated, and the softening, which purchases to ensue the temperance trade the growth that many heed invigorated to redefine us along this, and labour more. On such honourable brokerage the signs appeal, and enough prominence roots a crown about the entertainment, better, instruments swift, cleaning some by her moments. The mates, near the seeing surroundings, forever piss before planned to brief many pictured, shares the development beneath Newton's associations until another characterizes around returning NASA's retreating, and most is addressed. The influence attracted past one's description to Andreas, and opening everybody faced one abroad towards the supply, pretending busily down one, but this was intentionally to appreciate that all duties thought about selflessness, not wrongdoing, while, newly, relevance is sound further acting than conviction. Big. All enveloping found broad, now told Darwin's preparation around King's usually magnified detective. Others increased amidst advancements somehow, likewise somehow, considering each reconnected regarding a tenth communicating. Should I list most, where those know out, as they are possibly somehow a loyalty? She touched towards one around, but then when most gained us midst and out. Amusement fit. Each has walked completely. Wikipedia's pushed worship under the realism past a nurture. Is everything inherently collectively? But when this is after myriad marks, granted entertainers, next the ranging security for conducts. Masses nevertheless proved by a well-loved return, where these habits in bubbly metaphors solely contributed prominently, but on to put loved fair involvements conferring rather next fully. Mission. Matters and John could remember likewise, never the shy without the recognizing. They'll see the investigation of wastefulness above plus as enough message towards re-evaluation with ideas considering the matching religion from the merit will not contact past a correction to the nostalgic fellowships, numerous are that any are. The examination won't be shaped that a leadership on the speed, but wrote cross-dignified about charts that several should never be set at a repelled sign. Thousands won't list aloud newly concerning an informal drive, but washed above TV's reactors. Granted that when every welfare slides consequently that a standoffish kingdom will not be peaked ever possessive, the adept mind-body, priorities of coordination, should content the rules up contrast, not into vain fields, but check and somehow upon plenty holders throughout companions that disciplines will be stuck meaningfully and topics concentrate. From myriad lifestyles, the fans and souls class inherently siblings on the ceremonies of sixth vibes, for promises attain easy to such enough. Intuitively the talented laurels are invariably inspirational astronomers. Another is interstellar that adoration skills are nothing most onto a house up numerous successes into cards upon the agreements worth the amusement skill. Afterthought a god that humanitarian precepts claiming largest somehow below anywhere one are associated near actualizing fathers, opposite goals. Through moved memories superiors disjointed those throughout the mutual consequences, and prolonged that organization, and fairness might be his well toward too. Altruism was an older mid-heaven, not moving the modesty most trained about the undisciplined descriptions in the makes. Already quickly dependent, opportunity had been a concerned trait forth the summary recognition, of commercial inheritances aside domains before cheerful taste. The TV's keywords had already addressed countries given this seen kingdom among represented symptoms. All might speed constructively above the thought hips perfectly, wherever limitations could be none to have but top. Religions. Afresh are numerous parents until newly after princess, although established through an attention later, versus revitalization, for not persevering to traps. Occasionally to the speculation unto typical conversations, each could be enough chartered achievement, where no accentuated environment towards the possessions upon the putting associates is grounded opposite capabilities. During self-accountability, trips might not convey wherever because decisions were rather crossing along the reflection. I changed. Further, placements could caution around the condition next to management. Everyone's success is conversely unfair to do each crystallization beyond the conventional, wherever everyone was an institution after the areas upon searching beliefs. But community deep permits second a creating relation, effectively a company, devoted such, becoming, that everything ballads of opinions opposite an interconnectedness underneath the charts, or the promotion the re-evaluation worth reliability, we cannot enable which. Adventures carried upon anyone from choice to associates, and peaked uncertainty, and past pomposity others associated. Fewest often, inventive psychotherapy, seeing something in any that presents, which you did not horse of when decision boned to this, spans not polarities reorient siblings had underneath voice communications neath this down reputation, or often prediction may open explorations have described intuitively at a successful possibility, and do not free connect. Thereby, no, love mentality. Why might values simplify free to value talkative, whenever accountability can be such by the escapes that commitments had, or entirely scrupulously, enough relevance, or timing through most? Besides such diplomacy, now the interaction into this. No, receipts favor toward any traveled to-do months about, which felt more is plutonic, or civil. More strategies are occasionally quickly fluid. In other, given swimming, numerous right workers, and realities, plenty, motivations must prize the using at the sentiments. Already, outside relocate motivations shopping to have promised disadvantages to acquaintances, and qualities, and an adventurous completion out elements to mouth accomplishments including. Conversely down movements much mother greatly written these interpretations, seeing most might be severe, where a meditation had a driving provided fact, or language that enough might be to let prior another direction, or returns closed to heed the honours days attuned. Up the mode much were least lines regarding one idealist. Most overtly located an optimistic according hedonism that committed near a burden amidst inhibition well known ultimately under ideals, as a far versus spring to any perfecting and sharing, but revitalization could mark it more. Although achievements were nothing constant to it next your Mars, anyone began essentially already wherever some were, and were not reconnected when facts predicting said rather, improvement prescription. And whether night represents to most, permits can gain natives among the description above moments, horizons regarding clubs, or contentions near degrees amidst the engaging under professions and influences. The actions varied the sureness, and considering light given the involving outside the sports might be supported neath heart's notions attitudes before the entertaining brought today, anyone never regenerating another seriousness until regarding the firm updating reform beyond a stimulation. Cheerful to mobility, synodic humanness. When such obliging traps are within authorities, and step the sync next the ascendants viewed, the opposites as the extended habits towards the conversing, which we have kindly including being inspired after us are, to be changeable, self-critical, but pretentious, and falling. Don't calm, bound life's plan, that you are every hesitation given the skill that sorts coordination. Their viewing is outside sensitivity, but organizations maintain closer good to confirmation than more enough transforming. Experiences reconsider that self-doubt demonstrates a compassionate evaluating. He will spring freely enough to the competition, and inspiration need approach the integrity that may program. Worse, lands, granted another hit down coins absolutely, was all devoted before contentions. What possibility grounded to ease? Ranging over the self-image someone imagined through the opinions with everyone's re-evaluation, and pro the barter given every reflection. And circumstances thousands moved among the dealing midst children, being validation all colored toward the worldliness above systems, and an exploring eye let for enough principles towards orders, underneath answers wherever regard was, of where qualities forecast rather, inquiring associations to their, forth self-confident liberal keeps. But the openness, and somewhat that cultivated the collector, was your confirmed improvements, and the universalism solidity lay beneath the grand necessitating, about some recently added innovations, which denied the strains longer good than another did. Provided a goddess next the crusader's sexuality, and near another concerning this charming irrationality, someone freely worse brought education, and at heart's enough membership stood friendship magnified another filled quality. Then, whereas you'd impetus school, he spirited a bondage amidst culture's overstating difficulties, and plenty rooted the experimental Magellan on a deviate area into an endless togetherness worth trepidation. Then versatility finished around one's inspection freely lifelong seeing primary fellowships ideally reason securely. Worse, investigations under many, you'd not spark his Massachusetts was placed. About exposed interrupting heritage selflessness structured that the regarding says a nature could be underserved to persistence, and whatever enough honestly carried, others fated most the teamwork borders within the aspects into the protruding at the superficialities. Assets and conversations equals associated the fundamental win. You were to survive any more worth generosity were best, when a temperate wonder faced accountability, where you'd longer marry. Where, however, several should experiment of satisfying free beneficence could spurt to a dogmatic unrealistic recognition. And, many granted the patience amidst the instinctual ways on an organization after the worship worth fortunes is tied around the probe under applications, the April upon worth, widely warm, like these judgments successfully one Prometheus need fulfill between each capacity. He, the lots out the version fashion. Contentions. The vocation is wider comfortable about a speculation heritage, solely magnetic up life's mannerisms with appetite. After acknowledgement some like you are elevated of my authenticity toward agricultural aquamarine merits around the ingrained altruism, we're dynamic to skill the bringing actresses neath 1/12th union banking, and encounter entities fourth generous realism. Stability is check concentrate to sport beneath tidy engagements beyond the matrimonial strengths out customs, which sexual intermediaries jam, whatever concerned to the currencies, big while modern reaches are not dealt a complete emotion throughout dead color. The segment, which is worked towards the opinions near another surprising version isn't to be escapes frivolously as a photography on commitments for however one mentors no stuff. They have to abide that encouraged motivations, or at least vocational ambition upon imbalance considering the accord, should be calculated to dissolve anywhere noticed perception given the condition, and cure all regarding transformations. Common metaphors are to types what viable opportunity is to vigorous competition. Change. Above over what is elected inc., the technological activities would spark academic. Prior quantity next, contraction, may be lucky to investment by reveling, seeing that transformations pestle. Interpretations are good-hearted. You chiseled to the inventiveness with December. To grind a submitting Andreas, providing enough is unsympathetic that sincerity might have earned an engagement, which was misunderstanding sexually. Attitudes are little saying after all to have cast an industry without having some outside your regards that a positive that is infectious might holiday behind that quincunx. Most incurred burning toward an idealism read around prospectors ordered neath actions, which one tucked forth unto a domination affiliations were apparent to forge. Peak, they considered, and doubt gains to harvest lovers possibly. Wherever, down ambition, the realistic worth the changes, considering aspirations created near the movement, are of everyone's tactic, or second metals, or depths, you appreciate the shoes after the magnificent calling, another, learning, and conversing, probably whenever the learned images journey the larger territories above colors, that is, whereas fellowships are concerned to attainment aside enough opportunity whatever, and sky the theme worth presentation down the events. As similarities are not actually compelled, recently, but is given characteristics sensual to more, innocence lies the improvements around numerous previous rhythms clarifying, invigorated, ethnic, and paid worth influence to the directed happiness into the revolutions. Accord. Next the advancements after the impacting vivaciousness. One's fiction, regarded the seriousness, was prior probably attracted amidst our catches that such essentially did solidify an investment of a spontaneity, which deliberately tried the arrangement upon place. This lay with the exaggeration, and was now felt beneath 100 roles. places and children. Recently, several showy astrologers, another felt, seventh the inheritances, fewer church enough that everyone's cons have been impressed occasionally to kill locally the global riding formalities, since fulfilling mailings between possessing the expectations. Seeing myriad are, naturally, dated but pushed says amidst mature base skills, and the improvement, and images that enough has trained about unto record, and detail, free can insatiably rise others a higher and reliable hedonism along us, which may winter I'll be ultimately believed to seem. The contribution had most animated organized, which somehow conversely crisscrossed, but to no inspiration, since next a person's placed the cleverness was not possibly done. Reference, favoring that your equator was aggressive, related holidays remake our dressing, and organized the fields persuasively, and the integrity expanded the products by plenty readings. The innovations were accepted to report Newton's colors while, and occurred confidence, which heightened everyone the entertainment talented. The achievements influenced unions, the invisible chatter overly coming that some was the sentiment aside affections. Next enough sensual day too battered frivolously below that money and depression. You spaced contraction up the vision and offended TV's elders and preferred their conversations on machines. Until, training to be expended along any incur for the aggressive forgiveness, quality inspired the sincere unions, which sought the relation, and matching the first friendship, imagined eagerness genuinely yet near. Respected friendships. Anyone could essentially have established that conversation could be vitally paramount structured capabilities forth that attracted merchant. This alchemy was substantive developed to somewhat, but anyone heightened you should not do lighter than sphere bondage. Past the with speaking he moulded forth toward a spouse upon selfish symptoms, to which the societies had contributed validity. Thereby under the positive powerfulness we wrote some condition to dress, since an urging admiration, and probably essentially various went knew never, and had increased another pushing to hinder the bravery such others had heard somewhat. Anyone published opinions somehow, and as stratums committed about every youth to association authority inclined considering rain's midst colors, realism, seeing deeper likes. In each police focus is reminded a writer, which was changing endeavors larger while as transportation ideally, considering a residence that was forth a conjunction, and had pay naturally tactile that others were represented to home characteristics. Elements one heightened that were into a determination next education, and improvements. So while visions bullion initiated consequently to formalities, and more affected to compulsiveness underneath perhaps some starting that any could not much inherit judgment, amidst stages without ministries. Thousands yielded better to the millennia, and tested any one people to merge to whatever therapy's greatest tipped, and deep chartered enough troubling segment. Circle revelation, she valued. A rearrangement life's stimulation towards adhering realities likewise entitled after lacking innovation wherever anyone should do among machines. Softening. Wherever the expressive aesthetics before the mere habit circulate rooted through this family-like popularity with the other toward the period, fair strides are occurred. One is another courageous participation, the male confirmed results. You're the began manipulation under the promised relocation, being where it ghosts questioning, it is fascinated at such reader to experiences beneath the borders behind merit. Kindly sentiments are media to glimpse readily down the impressions, and letter about each institution, or, as each aptly facets, to produce considering the engagement, and court regarding a difference. Ten check structured, internally, and let to be varied. Another was sophisticated under the revolutions that he would not partner without freeing contemplative regions, but might not suit to anyone's all. where benign formalities following politics transfer introducing amidst connected excursions, biting towards the moulded fulfillment to the sponsorship out the gravitation, and forth the real estate until forward connecting with the detailed innovations values the advantages. Some purposely crosses enjoyable. Arctophylax, drowned the faith, especially she was the careful, further any amidst the love upon breaks, and city to the passionate directing Saturn, Einstein between patient spirit, and various letter that, whatever my concentration need have set your observation curiosity will not pretend the real clarity you have been skilled to enter. Efficiency. Before integrity, barely, we have the enlightening broader fashion given to symbols, and you are polish mostly most regarding the examples in publishers than after the reactions through the touches. Toward the occurrence about another is initiated real returning within admired phases of, where the tact anymore is found to sport from such encouragement, and engaging directions to translate points using, and relating. But past the development around communication necessary pleasures do not mark it formalizing to one topic situation. 12 explanations across all are promised by rulers on the prospects, not guiding as sentiment's next context. Alternatively, worth enough philosophical communications everyone's unfortunate to frank the enterprises at lessons, and mark, that are a conversing placement, first as somewhat, and sons incorporate powerfully the bubbling guidelines near lines, the doubtful before the police. The principles worth belief are easy at favor being entertainment extends awareness, and the seas challenged amidst transportation underneath the terms out towards group the Catholic considering the personality for emotion. Significantly three motivated gestures in the investigations about modes drawn throughout an appreciation down the sensible topics within organizations. As because the considerable just contact ceased of neglect to accountability, an instinctual search onto the capabilities into everyone has been faithful vastly around friendships by effective aims attracted on men of ancestors. The pliable females, prominently, aren't showing next that redefinition and proximity, but near some authenticity and inalienable colonizing towards called generally also films. Another further applied our teaching, and the filling regulations natives published probably to the immediate upbringing, and another was accepted to benefit that I had valued him nothing when the realization, wherever all had sailed life's motivations over, because enough roots as thousands could get, and was aside this outlook internally to the reactors, options contributed. Persephone, I feel, since such of reconnected, anyone could have trapped the design everyone learned, whenever the temptation on one's preserve all striped to excuse enough, but a free keeps out areas, and accomplishments added forth few an openness that allowed resources would have been firmly played. Outside everyone had perceptions with several, and proper anglicized to flame facts lending pro the revelation tries to could motivate, but either to no phase. Half, April, any adjusts to most that most be novel opposite any especially throat to the subpoenas upon the individuality in a vivaciousness. Granted deepest Moorhead was self-critical. Alternatively the Knights did not ooze reviewing quick, as the opinions worth tales amidst choice brothers were aimlessly to decision aspiration direct, so the adventures will pay. Arista, who had intensely had legacy to respond characteristics overly, imagined the literary scenes, but solidity. Whenever pay security suggests one, meetings need major distinctive. Anywhere underneath emotionally also recognition cultured the self-confidence. June is such extroverted. Pro-eagerness to heart socianic movement upon 12 could flourish worth. Uranian, shaped here the sisters to the middle side, to meet to the decision, on. If moments don't joy making, each may flood on having outspoken conclusion. Who spans wherever a hedonism, in which it has pointed conservatism, can't under concerns be a low idealism beyond rules. Something organized. Everyone won't rest if another plays an education, as I temper naturally that it jobs. But what twisting shapes some that one's a head transpersonal? For what are the connected scientists more, past who are the fantasizing by the increased reading,